at the critical moment when the Great Qian dynasty was in danger. In order to give the dynasty a chance to recuperate, you, as the crown prince, took the initiative to go to the demon clan as a hostage. The Qian king promised that when you return after 18 years, it will be the time for you to inherit the throne. But when you return, you are met with the cold eyes of the emperor and empress, even willing to set aside the elder for the younger, just to pass on the position of the crown prince to your brother. All because your brother has the supreme demeanor of a born swordsman. Yet they do not know that the swordsmanship of your brother is the one you forcibly dug out from your own chest and gave to him. During the Great Qian dynasty morning court meeting, civil and military officials crowded in one after another. After all officials took their seats, King Qian, General Zhang Tianhe of the Southern Palace, and Empress Ji Qingxian slowly made their entrance. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Nangong Zhantian indifferently spat out a word, speak. The eldest prince has returned to the country for several months, but has never attended court. Such indulgence is detrimental to his ambition, and is incompatible with the etiquette of our Great Qian dynasty, which is unacceptable both morally and logically. Some people looked at each other in confusion as they watched the official speaking. If I remember correctly, it was you who last said that the crown prince was ignorant of etiquette and rude, unworthy of attending court. Why are you acting in the opposite way today? Some officials glanced deeply at the top one, understanding in their hearts that today seems to be not simple. Nangong Zhantian was silent for a moment, and then an indifferent voice sounded, announce, Nangong Hongyu. As the eunuch was summoned and left, the officials fell silent. The quiet was terrifying, and the atmosphere was clearly different from the past. Nangong Hongyu is here. All civil and military officials looked over together, and a thin figure came into view, with a slightly pale complexion, followed by a somewhat silly-looking maid. Who are you, and why are you entering the hall? An official stepped forward, pointing to the little Li behind you. Little Li, feeling a bit scared, hid behind you, tightly gripping your clothes. I am the young master's maid. My name is Xioli. You gently patted her small hand to signal her not to be afraid, but in fact, you were also a little nervous. According to your original memory, all the officials strongly opposed your attendance at court. This is the first time you have come to this grand hall. It's ridiculous. As the eldest son of the emperor, you were not qualified to enter the central place of the Great Qian, but now you have been suddenly summoned. There must be something unusual going on. Bold, this is a crucial place of the country. How can a maid enter this grand hall? You furrowed your brows slightly, not understanding where this group of people's sense of superiority came from. You may have forgotten that when she accompanied me to the northern border back then, the emperor granted her the privilege of not having to bow to the officials, and she could freely come and go to various places in the imperial palace. How come? Have you forgotten in just 18 years? Never mind. I'm not interested in going in any way. Let's go. Girl, you grabbed Xiaoli and turned to leave. You, as the eldest son of the emperor, are so ignorant of etiquette and propriety, simply vulgar and unbearable. An old man with a white beard jumped out and pointed at you with indignation on his face. You turned around and slapped it over, leaving all the civil and military officials standing there dumbfounded. Sitting high above, the couple also showed displeasure on their faces, feeling that their eldest son was truly coarse and unbearable. Bringing a maid into the hall was acceptable. After all, it was their own permission. But how could he resort to violence like a ruffian, especially hitting the pillar of the country, the Minister of Rights? I saw the old man with white beard covering his face in disbelief. I am the Minister of Rights of the Great Gon dynasty. How dare you hit me? You sneer. I am the eldest son of the emperor. If you don't bow to me, that's fine, but you dare to slander me. Even hitting you would be considered lenient. The old man felt very wronged. If no one bows, why should I? Isn't this an unspoken agreement among everyone? What's the matter with you bringing it up openly? The old man's face darkened, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. You were surprised, not expecting such a high level of cultivation from an old man who looked so old and feeble. Enough! A terrifying pressure came over, completely like a mouse meeting a cat compared to the previous old man, unable to stir up any waves at all. The old man glanced at you, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, turned around and bowed to the high seat of Nangong Zhantian. I am guilty. Nangong Zhantian frowned. What crime did he commit? As the Minister of Rights, I have failed to educate the Crown Prince properly. The Crown Prince's lack of respect for etiquette and laws, and his coarse and vulgar demeanor, are truly grave offenses. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to retire from my official duties and live out my remaining years in the countryside. Minister Chen, you must not leave. Our Great Gon dynasty needs talents like you at this critical moment. Minister Chen, think carefully. The officials were discussing one after another, advising each other, with several pairs of eyes falling on you, showing undisguised disgust and hatred in their eyes. A handsome young man stood up and said, in my opinion, the fault lies not with Minister Chen, But with the crown prince, he lacks manners, exudes a rough demeanor, and his cultivation is only at the foundation building stage. How can the future of Dakian be entrusted to such a person? On the other hand, the second prince is born with a noble spirit, unparalleled talent, humble and courteous, with a good reputation. He truly embodies the image of a wise ruler. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the crown prince is also a ruler. For the future of Dakian, for the stability of the nation, for the countless people of Dakian, let us be bold. I propose to depose the elder and enthrone the younger. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell into a terrifying silence. The officials stared in disbelief at the handsome young man, and after the shock came waves of silence. The practice of skipping the eldest son and enthroning a younger one has never occurred since the establishment of the Great Qin dynasty, unless the eldest son has passed away, in which case the position of the heir apparent can pass to another. You sneered and scanned the civil and military officials, so you were waiting for me here. At the forefront, Nangong Haotian's mind was a bit confused at this moment. Did I arrange this? If I remember correctly, I just wanted to frame him a little bit. How did it turn into establishing the young and abandoning the old? Next came a burst of ecstasy, looking at the handsome young man with satisfaction in his heart and eyes. Warrior, when I ascend to the throne, you will be a minister of the dragon, and I will not treat you unfairly. The officials looked in unison at the two people sitting at the high seat, while also casting a few sympathetic glances at the handsome young man. In any case, this person is doomed to die. It's just a tool, a rule-breaking tool. Fruity. In the last second, the Nangong battle sky, who was still sitting high in the first place. In the next second, like a ghost, he appeared in front of the handsome young man. Vast imperial might radiated out. A hand probed out, and a wide palm grabbed the youth's neck and lifted him up. You, say that again. I implore your majesty to abolish, for the sake of our great Qian society. Abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. Boom! The crowd only felt a tremor under their feet. In looking at the handsome man, he had been reduced to ashes and bones. Who else wants to abolish the eldest and the youngest? The indifferent voice came out again. The 100 officials fell to their knees and were silent. Only Li Changqing clasped his hands on his chest and watched the crowd perform rather amusingly. Raising his head, he looked towards Ji Qingxian, who had been sitting quietly at the first place. The latter happened to be looking toward him as well. After a brief glance at each other, they immediately averted their eyes. Li Changqing had a calm face, as if he was looking at a stranger. As for Ji Qingxian, her eyes were obscure, not knowing what she was thinking, but she could clearly feel it. This oldest son of his own, he seems to have become a different person. There was no timidity or respect in his eyes. Nothing, plain as day. Remember when he first came back? He wasn't like this. At that time, he was very cautious in front of himself, careful in everything, even seeming a bit wary. She's pretty much out of it. Being her son should be different and fearless, but he didn't then. Today, there was no caution in his eyes, no timidity, nothing, but she didn't feel very happy. Ryoko, another official, trembling, said, I implore your majesty, for the sake of our great Qian society, to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. With someone taking the lead, the 100 officials naturally no longer hesitated and immediately fell to their knees. In unison, he said, I implore your majesty, for the sake of our great Qian society, to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. Are you guys pushing me? Nangong Zhantian had a gloomy face. Do you know what I promised the empress when you left my Dakian back then? We, for one, have known it since. Since you know, you still dare to force me here. Nangong Zhantian said angrily, while an appalling and terrifying aura erupted. Li Changqing would smile with an expression that said it all. 18 years ago, on the eve of Nangong Hanyu's journey to the Northland Mountain, the couple felt sorry for the eldest son in a million ways. In front of the face of the court, promised to wait for Nangong Hanyu to come back, is the only heir to the throne of Dakian. In the future, he must also be the great Qian emperor. But 18 years of suffering as a hostage is ultimately no match for the favoritism of being together night and day. What bull ****** promises? I'm afraid I've long forgotten them. The words ungentlemanly and vulgar are just a bunch of grandiose phrases. Everything, including a big show today. It was only to abolish himself in name only so that he could pave the way for his second son. It's just a way to save a little more face. After all, a great Qian emperor, a great lady of the Ji family, how can you be the person who does not believe in what he says? However, it is not the same if you do not believe in your words for the sake of the great Qian community and the people of the world. Your Majesty, for the sake of Daqian's 1,000 years, nowadays, the great prince is indeed unworthy of being a ruler. If he insists on doing so, I'm afraid that great Qian will be in great trouble. Nangong Zhantian turned around angrily and fiercely waved his sleeves. Since I promised you, I will not break my promise. Not to mention that I am the son of heaven. How can I be a villain who breaks his promise? Your Majesty. No. If your Majesty is bent on having his way, I will spare my life to make your Majesty abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. Your Majesty. The old minister also. My lord. Seconded. The 100 officials fell to their knees. Nangong Zhantian snorted coldly, and the golden jade crown on his head moved without wind, emitting a vast imperial might. Heir et al. How dare you? The 100 officials were facing the vastness of the pressure, and they were sweating coldly, but they were not willing to retreat. The scene was deadlocked, with no one willing to take a step back. At this point, another official spoke up. Your Majesty's words are followed by actions. You are indeed a wise ruler, but the state of our great Qian society cannot be disregarded. I think Nangong Hongyu, as the eldest son of the emperor, should understand your Majesty's difficulties, right? At once, all eyes looked at Li Chongqing. Even Nangong Zhantian also looked towards this eldest son of his. His eyes were obscure, neither happy nor angry. No one could guess what exactly he was thinking. Li Chongqing was about to step forward, but he was pulled tightly by the corner of his coat by Shioli behind him. Turn your head and look. Only the little girl's small face was filled with worry. She's a little dull though, but it was also clear that these were bad people, forcing their young master to give up the position of crown prince. But the young master, obviously, has suffered so much for Deqian. Obviously, he is the eldest son of the emperor. Isn't it only right to succeed the crown prince? This group of people, however, wanted to waste him. He didn't understand, couldn't figure it out. Although his own young master didn't care about the throne of the crown prince, he shouldn't be deposed either. If you want to waste them, it's the young master who will waste them. Li Chongqing smiled, signaling her not to worry. Turning around, he said, I agree with all of you. Without waiting for Li Chongqing to finish his words, someone jumped out and cursed. Daring, although you are the eldest son of the emperor. And, what did you say? The 100 officials looked at each other. Did you just mishear me? He just agreed? After all, it's so simple. It's going to ruin you, isn't it? The couple sitting high at the top of the table also looked at each other. Both could see the incomprehension in each other's eyes. They don't seem to know their oldest son very well. I thought it would take a lot more work, but I didn't think he'd agree to it off the cuff. That's good. At that moment, Ji Qingxian, who hadn't said anything, opened her mouth with a helpless face. It's bitter for you. Don't worry, even if you can't be the crown prince, you are also my Deqian prince. The glory and wealth to enjoy endless. This palace and your father will not treat you poorly. Li Chongqing didn't even want to look at her. Obviously the purpose has been reached, and you have to put on an expression of being forced to do something. A sneer. There is no need to be so. I see. To abolish it might as well be thorough. Simply remove me directly from the genealogy, and from now on also not called Hongyu. Surnamed Nangong, my surname is Li. Name evergreen. Originally he wasn't Nangong Hongyu either. Their Nangong Hongyu was dead. When these words came out, the crowd was first shocked, but then they understood. What a move to retreat. Using the royal status as a bargaining chip, betting that the 100 officials would not dare to push too hard. If he really forces the eldest son of Deqian to go away, does he still want to lose face of Deqian? Not to mention an imperial eldest son who had been a protege of the country for 18 years. Saying it out would think that he, Deqian, has crossed the river and torn down the bridge. Nangong Haotian, who was at the forefront, was almost knocked unconscious by the huge surprise. What? Not only do you want to abolish the eldest and install the youngest, you want to break away from the royal family? Then I won't be the eldest son of the emperor. It's a good name to inherit the throne. The couple on the high seat looked at Li Chongqing with disappointment in their eyes. Why can't you understand their good intentions? Is a crown prince's position really that important? It's obvious that you're not fit for it, but you still have to hog the spot. It seems that this eldest son of his has really learned to waste away in the north. Honor, just not the same. Chapter 5, Heaven as Father, Earth as Mother. It also strengthens the inner mind. The abolition of the elder and the establishment of the younger is imperative. Nonsense. What an honor to be a son of my Dacian royal family. How can one break away from the royal genealogy? It's simply treasonous. That's right. What honor do you have for the royal family? How dare you? The 100 officials were furious and spat on the ground, wishing to drown Li Chongqing. Seeing that the 100 officials were agitated, Nangong Zhantian, who was seated on the high seat, spoke up. Well, that's it for today. We'll discuss it another day. Today's purpose has been achieved, and there is no hurry for the rest. But the results are not going to become The abolition of the elder and the establishment of the younger is imperative. Upon hearing this, the 100 officials could only look at Li Changqing fiercely for a few moments, and then they planned to leave. Slow down. The crowd stopped and looked at Li Changqing. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly and looked at Li Changqing. What else are you going to make a scene about? Li Changqing was speechless in his heart. Are these people in too deep to get out of the movie, are they? Are you satisfied with the outcome of today's matter? Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. Satisfied? Of course I'm not happy with it, but it's not something that can be rushed. As for his comment about being satisfied, what are you talking about? What satisfaction? Li Changqing was quite helpless. It's so pretentious. They all treat people like cuties. Right. He just wanted to get the hell out of this hole and stayed and wanted to puke. Above all, someone is trying to harm him. It's best to cut ties with these people completely. And it's always disgusting to stand in for their sons. And if you want to leave this place, you really have to go through this great Qian emperor's consent. Otherwise, he couldn't even leave the palace. Alright, I don't have the slightest idea about that whatsoever crown prince position. Give it to whoever you like. As for me, I only have one request. Abolish my identity as a royal son, and then remove my name from the royal family tree. From now on, heaven is my father and earth is my mother, and I have no more relationship with your Nangong royal family. Fair. Has not been enough. This matter your father cannot help. If not, you do not seek advancement. The 100 officials to this? As the eldest son of the emperor, you can't think for the great Qian. Think for the palace and your father? Ji Qingxian, who had always been quiet, said with a displeased face at this moment. The gaze towards Li Changqing was filled with disappointment. Apparently, it was thought that Li Changqing was retreating in order to preserve his position as the crown prince. Oh, is it that if I don't break you all down, you really think you're acting realistically? Must I put some words in plain sight? Li Changqing was also slightly angry at this time. So, after all this talk, you think I still care about that crap throne? Are you in too deep to wake up? You even fooled yourself? Adverse son, what are you babbling about? Is the position of the crown prince really that important that you would threaten me with such nonsense as severing ties? If you were not so ignorant of etiquette and vulgar, would the 100 officials have united to force the palace? At this point the couple looked at each other in disbelief. Nangong Zhantian even cursed angrily. Quite a bit of annoyance. Did this kid see it coming? In their eyes, this eldest son of theirs should be uneducated, playful and lazy, and should not be so intelligent. After all, at this age only at the qi refining stage, there was no need to think that he must not have cultivated properly in the Northern Realm Mountain all these years. It's a disgrace to them. That's why they were able to direct such a good show for themselves without any fear. As to whether or not the 100 officials can see it, it doesn't matter, and they don't care. What should be said and what should not be said. Are all human? Naturally no. The play is made for the world. Li Changqing and the traitors of the forces. At those words, Li Changqing sighed. Looks like it's going to be hard to get out of here today without getting something going. It was meant to save face for the couple. It's not that the so-called blood is thicker than water. Rather, I'm afraid that he'll jump over the wall. The great Qian emperor, plus a big miss of the Ji family. It's amazing how you can direct your own drama for the sake of your second son. I do not hesitate to practice this sense of recluse and delusion, in order to force the eldest son to give up the position of crown prince. If word gets out, how can he lose face? What about the face of her ancient Ji family? What's more, it's an imperial eldest son who has been the country's hostage for 18 years. It can be said that the best years of cultivation were dedicated to the great Qian. Going forward with the achievement, the innate weakness of the person is one step. It is amazing that such a contribution was invalidated when he returned to his country. How would the people of the world look at Dakian and the couple? So the problem must not be with his couple. It could only appear to him, Li Changqing himself. It's your playful laziness and lack of learning that has led to a coalition of 100 officials forcing their way into the palace. And he, Nangong Zhantian, remembering the promise of that year, was reluctant in 100 ways, but there was nothing he could do. So much for that. He and his wife, on the contrary, for the sake of the country and the people, had no choice but to carry out this abolition of the eldest and the youngest. If, however, all of this is revealed, then his couple, I'm afraid it's not going to be an irritation. What if he loses his mind and kills him? Although now, with this subtle evergreen method, after all, it had only been practiced for one night. Definitely can't with his southern emperor. Though that was highly unlikely. After all, it still held the title of their son. But he's not alone. There's a little girl. Don't look at her. She looks dull, small and bold. But the two have been dependent on each other for so many years. Li Changqing really wants something to happen. She is really on. The kind that doesn't come with hesitation. This was the reason why Li Changqing had been holding back his nausea. If you can do it without flipping out, don't flip out. Let me go honestly. and it's goodbye from here on out. But you had to put it in and couldn't get it out. And you're still being crass. Then it's not my fault. No more games. Lift the table. Oh, what's the point of pretending? Are you two the only ones with brains? Treating everyone else like cuties. To put on such a big show. Isn't it just to give the crown prince position to your Tiana? All said. Don't care about your bull asterisk crown prince position. Love to give it to whoever you want. Is it that you don't understand the words? Really think I can't see it? Who here is not like a mirror in his heart? After all, who is not a little cute? Is it think I am very naive? Very easy to deceive? This statement was made. The 100 officials stared at each other with wide eyes. Suddenly found that this big prince that they despised from the bottom of their hearts was not as stubborn and bad as the rumors, but at least still had a little bit of brain, plus a little bit of courage. At the same time, uncharacteristically, he glanced at the couple, who were sitting high at the top of the table. Nangong Zhantian was first shocked, somewhat incredulous. Afterward, his face went green and white for a while a sense of oppression followed. There seems to be a storm brewing. The clouds in the sky drifted rapidly. The wind whistled and exploded. Even the sky could not help but be a little dark at this time. This was the Southern Emperor. His cultivation had long exceeded the lower Xian 9 realm, and he was able to influence the power of the heavens and the earth with his emotions alone, terrifying as it was. And after Ji Qingshuan's shock, her eyes carried a slight dodge, inexplicably a little ashamed, but only for a moment. Reacting, she looked at Li Changqing with a strong color of disappointment and a little bit of disgust, though knowing what he did, it was unfair to him. But what could she do? If it wasn't for his own indiscretions, would he have gotten to this point? Instead of letting Diqian slowly destroy itself in his hands, it would be better to hand it over to his brother. And isn't it good for him to just live under his own roof and live out his life in peace? As his birth mother, could she still treat him poorly? I didn't expect this rebellious son to tell the truth in public. No thought for the consequences? There are more than just their own people at this Dakian court, and there are also traitors from various forces. If it got out, how would the world look at her husband and wife? How do you see her Dakian? Chapter 6, The Swordbox Rises. The wind and clouds move. When the 100 officials saw the couple's expressions, they secretly said that it was not good. An emperor's wrath is no laughing matter, though they had seen through everything long ago, or they wouldn't have cooperated in the act en masse. But just because you see through it doesn't mean you can talk through it. There are some things that you know and I know, but if you put them out in the open, you'll get into trouble. There was a slight hesitation, a collective eye-on-the-nose look, and I know nothing, I heard nothing expression. This matter was no longer for them outsiders to meddle in, unless you don't want to live. Nangong Haotian, who was at the forefront, looked at his father and mother in shock, and then at the 100 officials who were pretending to be deaf and dumb. At once, it seemed as if something was understood. Turns out it was all by design. I say how it's the abolition of the eldest and the establishment of the youngest again, and the collective forcing of the palace. Everywhere is spooky. Obviously none of them were their original design. Then came a wave of ecstasy that his father and mother were on his side. In that case, what is there not to do? The position of the Crown Prince of Dakian is not his. However, there was always a feeling of being offended. But it doesn't matter. Sinful animal. What are you talking about? I advise you to think before you speak. The tone was word for word. The furious Nangong Zhantian was on the verge of losing control. Ji Qingxian on the side also looked at Li Changqing with a cold face. Endless pressure surged towards Li Changqing. It was as if he dared to say a single word of no, he would immediately be violently dead on the spot. Li Changqing hurriedly operated his evergreen chi, strongly resisting the endless pressure, and was just about to speak. Unexpectedly, a small figure scurried out and protected Li Changqing behind him. Li Changqing immediately said that it was not good. You guys, this is too much. Only to see Xiao Li's red eyes, stubbornly clenching her teeth, her eyes that kept seeping out water, staring straight at the couple sitting high in the first place. The little face was full of aggression and anger. At this moment, she didn't care about the Southern Emperor, the Ji family or whatever. All she knows is that bullying the young master just won't do. Originally, she thought that the young master's parents just didn't like him. I didn't realize that all of this was actually designed by them, in order to abolish the right of succession to the throne of his own young master. She also said that she didn't know manners and was vulgar. Could she not know what her own young master was like? She felt aggrieved for the young master and felt unworthy. You guys, you are simply unworthy of being the young master's parents. What are you? And how dare you be reckless? Nangong Zhantian's eyes stared as a terrifying pressure rushed straight at the petite figure. Li Changqing couldn't think about it in time, violently lifting a mouthful of evergreen chi and rushing out with an arrow step. At some point, an ink-black box appeared in the hand. The box fell to the ground. the hard floor crumbling by inches. In looking at Li Changcheng, his hand pinched dazzling spells. Frost 2, Flying Shadow, Shocking Shadow, Remnant Sun, out. With Li Changcheng's command, the ink-black sword case slowly opened a corner. Immediately, an indescribable sword intent rose to the sky. It seems like it wants to cut down this dome of the sky. At this moment, all the famous swords and divine swords in South God City were trembling and whimpering. The sword wielder was uncertain until he raised his head and looked above that palace. At some point, the wind moved and the clouds surged, forming a huge sword chi tornado, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, stirring up the winds and clouds in these 4 directions. The 100 officials subconsciously retreated, looking at the green-clothed figure and the mysterious sword case by his side with a horrified expression. Li Changqing had no time to think about anything else. To strike was to go all out, although it was only a small pressure. But he was the Southern Emperor. One bad move and you're dead. 4 divine swords were summoned by him. With full force, he shot out sharply to meet that terrifying pressure. Bang! Li Changqing flew out backwards, and the 4 divine swords scattered on the ground, their swords roaring. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Li Changqing's face was pale. Young master! Feather! Seeing his young master fall to the ground, Xiaoli couldn't think of anything else and rushed towards Li Changqing, helping him wobble to his feet. And Ji Qingxian, who was on the side, let out a cry of alarm and also rushed towards Li Changqing. However, the one hand that was about to pinch in the straight, emotionless look in her eyes made her freeze in place. She knew that if she took another step forward, that bloodied hand would not hesitate to activate the spell again, and the 4 divine swords would come at her, since she knew that these 4 divine swords weren't able to hurt her in the slightest. But she stopped. She didn't understand why between mother and son, but why he was this hostile to himself. Did she really think she was the enemy? Nangong Zhantian, who had struck out, froze in place and saw Li Changqing, who was vomiting blood. The footsteps that were just about to step out were stopped just like Ji Qingxuan's, her gaze carrying some complexity. He didn't want to hurt him, he just wanted to get this maid who dared to disrespect him. At the same time, a wave of anger welled up. For the sake of a maid, how dare you take action against him? Your father? It's just a maid. Xiaoli looked at the blood at the corner of his young master's mouth and the pale face. The tears just won't stop flowing. Feather. Fair. Your father didn't do it on purpose. He was too angry. And it was only when he got angry that. Are you alright? Mother will heal your wounds right away. Li Changqing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and secretly operated the evergreen method, and the injuries in his body were relieved. Oh, less here. Don't you dare. No longer caring about his injuries, he forcefully urged the evergreen chi. The 4 scattered divine swords shot out sharply once again, blocking Nangong Haotian's slap towards Xiaoli. It turned out that this kid, who didn't know when he touched his side, wanted to make a sneak attack. Moreover, the target was still Xiaoli, who was even lower than his own cultivation level. This palm, if it hit, Xiaoli would have no chance of survival. How could this be tolerated? Seeing that his strike missed, Nangong Haotian wanted to retreat. He wasn't that couple and didn't want to face Li Changqing's 4 divine swords. Back just now, he had been very upset with this girl. How dare you yell at your own father and mother? Li Changqing is even better. After all, he is his elder brother. As much as it would be nice to have him dead, but he wouldn't dare, in front of his father and mother, to take a shot at Li Changqing. But not you, maid. No pressure to kill you. Maybe father and mother will even praise themselves. You seek death. Li Changqing had a murderous look on his face and cursed angrily. The 4 divine swords flew and shot straight at Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian's sweaty hairs rose as he backed up. He didn't understand. Clearly a waste. But it gave him a feeling that was hard to match. In particular, these were 4 flying swords, each of which exuded a different and terrifying sword momentum. Obviously his cultivation level was higher than his. How could this be? Feather. No, that's your brother. As for Li Changqing, he didn't care and urged the 4 divine swords to keep attacking Nangong Haotian. Seeing his honor, he was in danger under the attack of the 4 divine swords. Ji Qingxian couldn't sit still. Chapter 7 Endless sword formation rises, can chop the sun, moon, and stars. With a vertical leap, he came to Nangong Haotian's side. With a casual slap, the 4 divine swords were sent flying out. Honor, are you okay? Eagerly checking to see if Nangong Haotian was injured. Completely unnoticed, another mouthful of blood was spat out by the side of Li Changqing. Young master, whoa, let's go. We don't want to stay here. It was only when she heard Xiaoli's cries that Ji reacted. Looking at Li Changqing, who was vomiting blood, he was a bit dazed. Your mother didn't mean it. Are you alright? In the heat of the moment, he struck a little heavier. forgetting that the flying sword here is controlled by Li Changqing, and that one gains and one loses. At the same time, he also looked at Li Changqing somewhat helplessly. She didn't understand why he could strike out at her own brother without a fight, just because of the maid who dared to yell at them. It's just a maid. Li Changqing stood holding the box and looked at the couple with a cold smile. Is this the good son you have taken with you and raised with care? This is the crown prince you've spent countless resources to cultivate? Is this the humble and courteous, gifted, and brilliant ruler of the generation you speak of? Why do I look like a rat in the gutter specializing in sneak attacks and framing? At this moment, Nangong Haotian, his face changed for a while. This trash, how dare you talk about him like that? Rebel son, how dare you speak of your brother in such a manner? Not only did you strike out at T-honor, but you also dare to mess around here. Are you usually too indulgent with you to allow you to be so reckless? It seems that if I don't give you a lifelong lesson today, you are unrepentant. Come on people, drag Nangong Hongyu down and beat him with a cane for 3,000. Add the ankle chain to his body, and punish him to go to the ancestral tomb and sweep the graves of all the previous emperors for 3 years, during which time he is not allowed to eat, not allowed to drink, and not allowed to sleep. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxuan's gaze towards Nangong Zhentian was slightly dissatisfied. But then she said nothing as a sign of acquiescence. She wondered if the punishment wasn't a bit too severe, but on second thought, what Li Changqing did today was really too lawless. I'm afraid I won't be able to repent until I've learned a hard lesson. So much the better. And Li Changqing looked at the crowd with cold eyes. He understands that if he doesn't come down hard, there will be no end to this. Without further hesitation, he gently tapped the sword case, strongly lifting a mouthful of evergreen chi. He poured it into the sword case despite his physical injuries. The sword case chirped slightly, and one side slowly opened. Infinite sword intent once again rose up to the sky. Compared to the last time, there has been more. Feather, what are you doing? Stop it. Feeling the terrifying sword intent, Ji Qingxian hurriedly said. Although she didn't know what that sword box was, she could feel the terror of it. However, this still couldn't hurt her, but rather, she was afraid that Li Changqing would suffer a backlash. After all, it's her son too. After scanning the surroundings, Li Changqing let out a cold smile before slowly saying, this item is called the Endless Sword Box, containing endless divine swords that can form an endless sword formation. Although I can only control 4 divine swords, I can erase the prohibition. At that time, the endless divine swords will come out in unison, and the endless sword formation will become a reality, and it will be able to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Then he looked at the couple again. I'm not sure if I can kill you guys, though. I can guarantee that no one other than you two will be able to escape. This southern god city of yours will become the ravaging field of the endless divine sword, changing the sky and the earth in an instant, chopping this southern god city of yours into a land of nothingness. Of course, I'll die as well, but it's no loss having you scumbags along for the ride. This statement was made. The crowd looked at the endless sword box in Li Changqing's hand in shock, but after the shock, there were disdainful faces, thinking that the sword box couldn't possibly be so powerful. One must know that this southern god city is the city where the great Chen Emperor is located. Its sturdiness, the strength of the city guard array, was absolutely extraordinary. How could it be chopped into a place of nothingness by a sword box? It's simply nonsense and delusional. What do you mean by that? Are you going to kill me? Your mother, or your father and brother, or this whole city? Ji Qingxian, who was on the side, was in a rare rage. Apparently, it also didn't think that Li Changqing could really decimate an entire city. She was just pained by what Li Changqing said. As a son, it is amazing that he can say the words that killed his mother and father. You, how did you become like this? Obviously so well behaved when you were small. 18 years. It's only been 18 years and you've become like this? You, too, let me down. Li Changqing was speechless. If not for the fact that he was too injured to lift his strength, he would have to scold you twice. Just don't have a pussy face. And on the side, Shaoli held back her red face with an indignant expression. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. 18 years? How dare you mention 18 years? Since the young master's return, have you asked the young master how the 18 years have gone? Have you ever cared for the young master half as much? You didn't. You don't have it through and through. And you have the nerve to say that the young master has changed. Who on earth has changed? Whoa, how did young master have such parents? Li tore her heart out and yelling and crying. Woohoo! Follow the young master all the way. He was the only one who knew just how much the young master had suffered and how tired he was. How much has been done for De Qian? How much has been done for his parents? And how much has been done for his brother, whom he has never met? All this, none of them knew. Only she did. The girl's cries shook the sky. It echoed through the majestic, towering halls. The already silent 100 officials became even more silent. Proton? How well can protons get by? But, what's it to them? Li Changqing was also silent. There is no empathy in this world. And that is because there is no memory to pass on. Since crossing over, he always cautioned himself not to think about the predecessors and all that. Because he doesn't dare to think about it. Can't think about it. When I think of those 18 years, I feel like my chest is being pressed by a 1,000-pound boulder, and I can't catch my breath. He's afraid. He's afraid he'll go autistic. It's hard to imagine a good young man from the 21st century almost getting autistic from a memory inheritance. He was tempted to think of himself as an audience member, a viewer who had watched Nangong Honyu's protege for 18 years. But those memories always come up without realizing it. As deep and empathetic as a knife and axe. He was afraid. He was afraid that one day these memories would affect him. He's afraid. He's afraid he'll become him. Many times, he didn't know whether he was Li Changqing or Nangong Honyu. Ji Qingxian, who was on the side, was shocked and dumbfounded by Xiao Li's words. He opened his mouth to explain something, but realized he had no way to do so. Oh who? He's the emperor's son. It's the eldest son of the emperor. Still for the country hostage 18 years of the emperor's eldest son. When he's sick, the eunuchs don't even give him a visit. He lives in an underling's room. He's never given half a bit of resources. And he says that the young master's cultivation is low and he's an invalid. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. The imperial doctor won't see you? In a servant's room? How is that possible? I'll tell you why young master's cultivation is low. How can he cultivate after being mistreated by the demon race for 17 years in the Northern Realm Mountain? The couple clenched inwardly in unison. 17 years? Abuse? How could it be? Speaking of this, Xiao Li looked as if she had fallen into a terrible memory. Her face grimaced and she trembled. They use secret methods to catalyze the parasites. Chapter 8, Be a decent person. Don't recognize your relatives. Alright, girl. Li Changqing's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Xiao Li's words. Xiao Li raised her head and looked at him with a face full of aggression and resignation. No longer able to suppress his inner aggression, he violently jumped into Li Changqing's arms. Li Changqing gently stroked her back. His eyes were still cold, but his tone carried a hint of faint favor. In the eyes of the young master, these people are just a member of the vast sea of people, a hurried passerby, simply insignificant. There is no need to worry about it. His words were like a breeze, blowing away the haze in Xiao Li's mind, which gradually calmed down. The words exploded in the couple. In their minds, passerby? No big deal? They became passers-by? Ji Qingxian was even more in disbelief. Her eyes were a bit listless, and water droplets actually crossed the corners of her eyes at some point. And Xiao Li, who was in Li Changqing's arms, nodded his head twice fiercely. Li Changqing looked up at the couple again, joyless and plain as water. You only have two choices. 1. Let me go. From now on there will be no more Nangong Honyu. I, Li Changchun, will no longer have any relationship with your Nangong royal family. 2. If I die, your entire South God City will be buried with me. At those words, Ji Qingxian snapped out of Xiao Li's words. A pair of phoenix eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Li Changqing. Fair. It may be that mother has neglected you, but you believe mother. Mother by no means did it on purpose. Mother will let your father exempt you from the chastisement, and will make it up to you in the future. Today's matter is already enough. You still have injuries, so don't make a scene. Mother will take you to heal your injuries. Nangong Zhantian didn't say anything and was silent on the sidelines, which was considered as acquiescence. Li Changqing simply didn't know what to say. How is it that after all this, he is still thought to be fooling around? Cold voice and cold breath. Do you not understand me when I speak? I don't want to repeat it twice. At the same time, the endless sword box slowly opened a corner here. Endless sword chi swept through, spreading out within this magnificent hall, leaving behind a trail of sword marks. The 100 officials ran their gong methods in unison to resist, but it still couldn't stop the spread of the sword chi. With a face full of horror, he looked at the mysterious sword box. It was only after experiencing it firsthand that he realized the terror of this sword box. Is it true what he said? Is there really an endless divine sword in this unimpressive black box? Just the overflowing sword chi alone made it hard for them to fight. If, for example, endless divine swords came out in unison, what kind of scene would that be? As for Li Changqing, he wasn't doing too well at this time. Blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. This was already beyond the limits of his cultivation, of what he could withstand, totally taking lives. Feather. Ji Qingxian stared blankly at Li Changqing, who was playfully urging the sword box. She had always thought that Li Changqing was dissatisfied with the decision to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest, intending to stir up trouble in order to retreat, so as to keep his position as the crown prince. But the look in his eyes, why so determined, so serious? Could it be that he was really planning to cut himself off? Rather than abandoning the status of the eldest son of the great Qian emperor, he wanted to cut ties with himself? She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe her son would be so determined. However, looking at the corners of his mouth dripping blood, but did not care, still urging the swordbox crazy look, she doesn't understand. What, exactly, drove him to this? Crazy man, you madman, stop it now. On the side, Nangong Zhantian looked at the epileptic Li Changqing with an unbelievable face. He, who had always been majestic and incomparable, was slightly alarmed at the moment. Just now, when Li Changqing urged the black box despite everything, he suddenly felt that an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. Who is he? He is the most powerful man in the world, the king of a country, known as the Southern Emperor. What could possibly make him feel fear? Life-threatening. This black box can really kill him. What? Now you know you're panicking. Why did you do it so long ago? I advise you not to think of fainting me. Once the ban is on, if I faint and die, this sword box will no longer be bound. Nangong Zhantian had a gloomy face, and his vast imperial might pressed down on Li Changqing. In one word, he said, "You're threatening me." Blood dripped from the corners of Li Changqing's mouth as he strongly resisted the tremendous pressure. Ha! The threat is you. At those words, Nangong Zhantian's face shifted for a moment. He, who had always been a titan without changing his color, was a bit tense at the moment. Extreme anger surged through his heart, and he had the urge to storm out and kill someone. Do you really want to get into a situation like this? Oh, you really know how to talk, and into my mess. I do not understand. As long as I am still the eldest son of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, your honor, always the name is not correct. The words, I go, not in accordance with your wishes? What else are you not happy about? And can you hurry up? Nangong Zhantian laughed in anger. Well, don't you want to sever your relationship? I'll fulfill you. Battle heaven. Ji Qingxian, on the side, looked at Nangong Zhantian with an incredulous gaze. Nangong Wartime just shook his head, gesturing for her not to say more, and Li Changqing hemmed and hawed. Wouldn't you have finished earlier? Wasting time? And, after I leave, don't forget to cross out Nangong Honyu's name from your royal family tree. Nangong Zhantian gritted his teeth and stared straight at Li Changqing without speaking. Li Changqing finally took a long breath. The sword chi spreading around slowly dissipated. The open corner of the endless sword box slowly closed. At the same time, a deep sense of powerlessness came over him. Xiao Li rushed forward to support his young master. Li Changqing looked around and revealed a bright smile. This matter is over. From now on I will be called Li Changqing. There is no more Nangong Hongyu in the world, and I am not the eldest son of your Dacian emperor, much less the son of any of you. All of you are decent people, so I hope we don't recognize any relatives in the future. The words fell out of his mouth and he turned his head to the little girl. Go. The girl nodded. Supporting Li Changqing, he slowly walked towards the outside of the hall. Feather, don't go. Ji Qingxian dashed to Li Changqing's side and took his hand. Li Changqing frowned slightly and drew away the hand he was holding. Ignoring her, Ji Qingxian froze in place, looking at Li Changqing incredulously. Usually he could be happy for a long time just by talking to him himself. Why? Is he resisting? Resisting me as a mother? Let him go. Don't come back if he's gone. And he'll realize that without the shelter of my Daqian and the status of my Daqian's royal eldest son, he's nothing. At those words, Li Changqing rolled his eyes, without paying the slightest attention. Slow down. At this time, Nangong Zhantian suddenly spoke again. Li Changqing frowned. Something? Seeing Li Changqing's impatient face, Nangong Zhantian's heart burned with anger. This rebellious son not only persecuted him, but also treated him this way. Strongly holding back his anger, he said, "Where did you get that sword case? It's none of your business. I advise you to keep your hands off it. No one can control it in this universal world except me." Having said that, no more attention was paid to it. Taking Xiao Li with him, he disappeared into this palace, leaving a wide-eyed crowd behind. The eldest son of the Qian emperor is gone? Forced out? Chapter 9, Wounded? Divine sense chopped? In the middle of the great hall, everyone looked at each other. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. After raising his head and sneaking a glance at Nangong Zhantian, he hurriedly lowered his head. Never have I seen the great Qian emperor so angry. The 100 officials did not dare to utter a single breath for fear of getting into trouble. Men, tear down this rebellious son's mansion. Ping back from, recuse yourself. Grand Prince, no mansion. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. What are you babbling about? No mansion. Where does he live? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It was you who said that the eldest prince was loose in nature and needed to suffer some. Just, Nangong Battletech. Then where does he live these days? Ji Qingxian gazed, dumbfounded. at the silhouette that was drifting away and said, "Back to the Empress." Since the return of the Grand Prince, he has been living with that maid by his side. Maid? The prince lives with a maid. Take me to see, Ji Qingxian said with a somewhat dull gaze. Nangong Wartime frowned and waved his big hand. Retreat. Hundreds of officials left in droves. It was a huge relief when they got out of the palace. It's so nice out there. A small house in a secluded corner. Ji Qingxian sat frozen on top of the bed, looking at the surroundings, not knowing what she was thinking. The slightly dilapidated, simple furniture, and her gorgeous and dazzling golden phoenix gown, formed a strong contrast. Not long after, Nangong Zhantian pushed the door in. The underlings also waited on the side, but the small room is slightly cramped. Nangong Zhantian waved his hand and his subordinates exited the room and waited outside the door. He lived here all this time? Ji Qingxian asked blankly. Nangong Zhantian first scanned the surroundings, then sat on the bed without saying a word. It was my negligence. Battle heaven. The maid by his side. Is what he said true? Nangong Zhantian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Don't worry, when he's done messing around. Put. Before the words were finished, his face suddenly flushed red and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Battle heaven. You're hurt. What's going on? Ji Qingxian was startled, not knowing how many years she hadn't seen him injured. Nangong Zhantian shook his head in a slightly gloomy manner. It's not that rebellious son. You're? How could feather hurt you? Nangong Zhantian was silent. He couldn't believe it either. But he was indeed injured. That black box. It's scary. How can this be? Is it really that horrible? Nangong Zhantian nodded. Earlier, I separated a strand of my divine sense to probe that sword box. How? Nangong Zhantian's eyes chilled. Been decapitated. In mere moments. Ji Qingxian. Even you can't get a glimpse of it? Ji Qingxuan's face was unbelievable. He was the Southern Emperor. His cultivation could be heavenly, but he was actually chopped off by a sword box. Nangong Zhantian hesitated for a moment and said, in a moment of astonishment, I saw countless divine swords, crossing the river of sword chi, as bright as the stars. If I really release these divine swords, I feel that I won't be able to escape. Ji Qingxian took a deep breath. Just how did you obtain such a terrifying sword box? Nangong Zhantian shook his head, indicating that he did not know. It seems that we all know too little about him. I didn't expect him to be able to control such a terrifying sword box. It's just a pity that his cultivation level is too low. Ji Qingxian also let out a light sigh. Yes, with Yu's qualifications, I'm afraid that this life cannot fully control that sword box, such as if Tian'er can have. That same generation can be called invincible. Nangong Zhantian's eyes moved slightly, his pupils obscure. Not bad. Such a sword box in his hands is not a waste. Wait for him to come back. Let him put that sword box control method passed on to Tian'er. To Tian'er's qualifications, complete control of the sword box is only a matter of time. But, will Feather come back? Don't worry. Without the shelter of my Dakian, without the status of the eldest son of the Emperor, he will realize that he is nothing by himself alone, and at that time, he will return obediently. It just so happens that he's out there grinding his temper. This son is too reckless today. Ji Qingxian was a bit hesitant. Are we doing this? To Feather. Nangong Zhantian was silent. Ryoko, as the eldest son of you and me, as the eldest son of the Emperor of Dakian, for the prosperity of Dakian, allow some trade-offs, since you need to know. Time rushes by, and the years flow by. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In the territory of Diqian, at the foot of the Lingyun Sex Mountain, a small rustic bamboo courtyard, a tiny girl is holding a divine sword that emanates terrifying sword intent, chopping wood, only to see the girl's hand rise and fall with her sword. The firewood cracked in response. In no time at all, a man-high pile of firewood was pushed up around them. Satisfied, the girl wiped the fine sweat from her head. When young master comes back, he'll be able to cook me good food again. The girl looked like she remembered something delicious. The corners of her eyes were curved into crescent moons, and there was a hint of crystal at the edge of her mouth. What are you dreaming about again? Suddenly, a voice came. Young master. The girl let out a cry of surprise, throwing the divine sword in her hand and rushing to meet her. Young master, what are you cooking today? The girl asked beautifully. Li Changqing lifted the pheasant that kept struggling in his hand. Pheasant stew. Yum yum yum. Sounds delicious. The girl's eyes glowed and she hurriedly took the pheasant in Li Changqing's hand, picking up the Excalibur on the ground again. He prepared to let it taste the sharpness of Excalibur. Being a pheasant and being able to die under such a divine sword, I think I should have no regrets in this life. Li Changqing watched Xiaoli slaughtering pheasants with a smile on his lips. Well, put on a lot of weight. But how come it just doesn't grow? It still looks tiny. These days, He's all kinds of feeding. In my previous life, I had all kinds of delicious food, and I took turns to serve it without repeating it. Though as a cultivator, it was a bit shameful to crave for mouth and stomach, but he's just a mundane guy who can't repel a little bit. Not to mention that he himself had a good time eating it. Not to mention Li. Ever since he left South God City, he took Shaoli and built such a bamboo courtyard. Originally, he wanted to leave the land of Dakian completely. It would be best to make a trip to the Northern Realm Mountain. After all, that girl was chanting about Sister Sky Demon every day. However, the cultivation level is a bit low, and it is a bit difficult to safely get out of the Great Qian territory. You can't. If you can't beat them, take your sword case and fight for your life. Can you? How many lives does he have to fight for? You can't see how much it hurt last time. If it wasn't for the miraculous effect of the evergreen method, he would have been a wreck. In the near future, one can only stay here and practice for a while. This place is backed by the Lingyun sect, which is also a top power in Diqian. At least it won't be infested by demonic beasts, and it can still rub off some aura. Suddenly I remembered that I haven't signed in yet today. Mental note. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Location Lingyun sect foot of the mountain. Double blast. Obtain 2 Qi drawing pills. Qi inducing pills? You can't use it yourself, but Shaoli is still practicing not. It's just SOSO. After all this time figuring it out, he found the sign-in location to be very important. The more top tier the power, the richer the rewards for signing up. Looking towards the Lingyun sect's towering mountain, the heart was vaguely expectant. There should be some good stuff to be gained by signing in there, or what can be gained from the Northland Mountain, which is on par with the South Go Down. In the meantime, Chapter 10 Excalibur Shaving Fish? The Great Qian Palace. The 100 officials went to court normally. Above the Golden Hall, civilian and military on each side. Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian sat high at the head of the table. The majestic voice came. 3 days later, my Dakian second prince and the ceremony of the crown. At the same time into the master of the East Palace. For my Dakian of the crown prince, hereby notify the world. All of you can have objections to the secretary. Back to your majesty. Your second highness is both virtuous and talented, and is an excellent candidate to join the East Palace. I have no objections. Back to your majesty. As the minister of rights, on the day of the second prince's coronation, I will certainly arrange for many matters in the ministry of rights, so that the world will not look down on my Dakian. Back to your majesty. My military department from now on. Strengthen the guard. Stand by. If there are small people dare to destroy the second highness and crown ceremony, I will let him see my Daqian military might. My ministry of household. Nangong Zhantian, who was seated high up, nodded expressionlessly. So very good. The 100 officials spoke in unison. Your majesty is wise. Your second highness is wise. The prosperity of my great Qian is just around the corner. Long live the emperor. The foot of Lingyun mountain. Li Changqing leisurely lay down on the homemade rocking chair. A slight inclination of the head. On the side, Shaoli was hugging the sword case and huffing and puffing. Li Changqing rolled his eyes helplessly. These days, the little girl sleeps and eats and sleeps, totally living as a wreck, and one has never practiced properly. Even so, the cultivation level rubbed off. Now it was already a god condensation stage cultivator. It was considered to be a pretty good cultivation level among his peers. He sometimes couldn't figure out what this evergreen law was actually constructed. It was obvious that he didn't even practice much, but he was running around all the time. Help him polish his foundation and gather his cultivation. And he also amazingly discovered that the average god condensation stage cultivator, if there was no major illness, usually had a lifespan of around 1,000 years, and he actually reached a horrifying 9,000 years of longevity. Coupled with its unique evergreen chi, it was simply terrifying as hell. And the little girl is basically unchanged. The cultivation level was still only a pitiful chi refining stage. As for why you sleep with your sword case in your arms, it was because Li Changqing had inadvertently discovered that close contact with the sword box would be affected by the tens of thousands of sword intent in it. In the future, he would have a deeper sense of the way of the sword. Unfortunately, the girl does seem a bit dumb. I haven't realized anything so far. Instead, with the sword case as a pillow, he slept more soundly. Li Changqing himself, on the other hand, didn't need any sword Dao sense. There was plenty of sword intent in the sword box, all of which could be used for him. Why bother trying to realize it on your own? Anyway, live and let live and you're invincible. Cultivation is not able to cultivate a little, but also sign in, mixing this way. The only thing bad about it is that it's a little boring. Looking at the sky, it's dinner time. Got up and stretched, patting the girl's little head. The little girl woke up in a daze, rubbing her big sleepy eyes. Go get the fishing rod and bring it over. We'll eat fish tonight. When it came to eating, The little girl wasn't sleepy. Numbly, he picked up the fishing rod that had been prepared long ago. At the foot of the Lingyun Sex Mountain, there was a lake. The lake is turquoise and the scenery is beautiful. It's right next to Li Changqing's small yard. It was only because of the beautiful scenery that I chose to live here temporarily. At the edge of the lake, Li Changqing held a fishing rod and quietly looked at the lake. On the side, Xiaoli rested her hands on her cheeks and looked at her young master dumbfounded. Since leaving that pesky South Go Down, her life with the young master was getting better and better. Every day was carefree, and the young master would cook all kinds of delicious food for her every day. This talk time was her happiest, most joyful time. It would be nice if it could go on like this forever. She didn't have any big ideals, she just wanted to live smoothly and quietly with her own young master all the time, and she was content. Elder brother, there are people over there. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Li Changqing and Xiaoli both looked up, only to see the shore. At some point, a man and a woman came. The woman was pulling the man toward them. The man had a bitter smile on his face. Senior sister, it's not good to take the liberty of disturbing people. Gee, it's not like there's anything to go see. Fellow Daoist, how are you? Li Changqing sized up the duo. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. It's just that, are the people in this metaphysical world so self-centered as well? Li Changqing nodded as a greeting. The strange man and woman also sized up Li Changqing and were slightly surprised to see that he was dressed in green and had an extraordinary demeanor. Immediately after that, he spoke with an apologetic face. Fellow Daoist apologizes for my senior sister's obstinacy. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of interrupting. Li Changqing shook his head to indicate that there was no harm in it, and then turned his gaze back to the lake. The scene was slightly awkward. The man then tried to pull his sister away, but the woman remained indifferent, instead pulling the man to sit next to Li Changqing. Evergreen Li, is this a fishing trip? Fellow Daoist? Li Changqing turned his head and gave the woman a weird look. Isn't it obvious? The woman, however, was not embarrassed and smiled cheekily. I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor, but are you a son of a great family traveling? Evergreen Li, the man on the side rushed to explain. Dao friend, forgive me. We are Lingyun sect disciple Wu Kuan. Over there is my senior sister Zhao Linger, perennial mountain cultivation. Senior sister is young, has not been out of the mountain a few times, do not understand the world of people. Some abruptness, I hope you forgive me. Li Changqing nodded. Li Changqing. Another finger pointed at Li. Li, the man arched his hand. Greetings brotherly. Greetings Miss Xiaoli. Li Changqing waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. Wu Kuan pointed to the bamboo courtyard on the side again. Brother Li, did you build that small courtyard? Li Changqing nodded. Brother Li is also a person of elegance. This small courtyard is very chic, but Brother Li knows that this Lingyun mountain corner and is my clan's land generally does not allow outsiders to live temporarily. Li Changqing turned his head to look at him. He really didn't know this. When he chose this place, he only thought that the scenery was good. So I go? Wu Kuan smiled faintly. Brother Li has misunderstood. I have no intention of driving you away, but a piece of place only. Brother Li want to stay as long as you can stay as long as you can. Just if the other disciples see, it is inevitable to give birth to some trouble. If this really happens, just mention my name can. I hope that Brother Li do not blame my sister for rude things. Zhao Linger also said. That's right. My senior brother works. Li Changqing looked at him with some hungry surprise. That's a humble man. Then thank you, brother. A few small things. No need to care. By the way Brother Li, the fish is biting. Li Changqing lifted the bamboo pole in his hand, and a fat fish was lifted onto the bank. Wow, there really are fish, Zhao Linger exclaimed. On the side, Xiaoli also excitedly stepped forward and skillfully unhooked the fishhook, subconsciously pulling out a divine sword. He was ready to descale the fish. Li Changqing opened his mouth, but it was too late. Mentally, he sighed. That silly girl. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two Wu Kuan Zhao Linger, only to see the two of them looking incredulous as they watched the unaware Xiaoli skillfully descaling the fish. His eyes were firmly fixed on the divine sword in Xiaoli's hand, which was emitting a terrifying sword intent. Divine warrior, the Jedi soldier, residence, surprisingly, for shaving fish scales? Chapter 11. There is nothing wrong with this palace. Senior, am I right? That's a god. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Coming to his senses, Wu Kuan hurriedly interrupted his own senior sister. After all, being older, one understands the cruelty of the metaphysical world. It's not uncommon to kill people for their treasure. Kill people to get rid of them, or whatever. Who wouldn't want to own an absolute divine sword? Even he was extremely moved. But a gentleman does not take from others, and though his heart is moved, he has not thought to act. Besides, he couldn't see through Li Chongqing. Ever cautious, he had only managed to stop his own senior sister in time. Brother Li. Li Chongqing laughed lightly and didn't say anything more, only being secretly vigilant. Xiao Li, who had shaved the fish scales, held the fat fish and looked at Li Chongqing with bated breath. The two of them had been together for many years, so since there was no need to say more, Li Chongqing understood what she meant in seconds. Just hungry for food. Changed the usual nature to satisfy her. But, looked at the strange two, slightly hesitant, tentatively. It's getting late. Would you like to stay for a casual dinner? Hurrah hurrah hurrah. Zhao Linger didn't hesitate for half a second and agreed in seconds. Evergreen Li. On the side, Wu Kuan covered his face. Senior sister you too. Hey. Zhao Linger, however, ignored her own senior brother. Turning his back to Wu Kuan, he muttered and glared back at his senior brother every now and then. Obviously dissatisfied with the senior brother, reprimanded himself. Resting there to sulk. Li Chongqing is helpless. The words that are said, the water that is thrown out, cannot be taken back. Wait for me to catch some more, or I'm afraid it won't be enough. After dinner, a few people sat in the small courtyard and chatted. After a brief time together, Li Chongqing could roughly tell that these two didn't have any bad intentions. A humble man, gentle as jade, a big, hairy little girl with little heart. Li Chongqing, why do you cook so well? Can you teach my senior brother? His cooking is awful. Wu Kuan also laughed from the sidelines. Brother Li's handiwork is indeed good. Li Chongqing smiled gently. Where? 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 By the way, Brother Li, I see that Brother Li has an extraordinary temperament. May I ask where his teacher is from and why he is temporarily residing at the foot of my Lingyun mountain? Li Chongqing was silent for a moment and said, no door, no sect, a wanderer in the world. Seeing the beautiful scenery of the mountains here, I would like to stay for a while. Since that's the case, you and I are like old friends at first sight. If Brother Li doesn't mind, why don't you join my Lingyun sect and be that fellow teacher and brother? Yes, 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 that way you'll be my senior brother, and you'll have to cook good food for me, your senior sister, every day. Zhao Linger on the side had an excited look on her face. The thought of being able to eat such delicacies every day in the future, the boring life in the mountains didn't seem to be unacceptable. Li Chongqing pondered for a while, originally wanting to refuse. He was really not interested in clans or anything, but then thought, this foot of the mountain is after all the foot of the mountain. Also cannot sign what good things. Might as well look at the mountain. One wouldn't be here long anyway. We'll slip away when we've gripped the Lingyun sect empty. That's fine. Then thank you, Brother Wu. Wu Kuan smiled faintly. You and I are senior brothers. There is no need to be polite. But we still have to wait for some time. When I come back I will bring my senior brother to the mountain. Li Chongqing nodded indifferently. Nothing, just a lot of time and a lot of swords. I see that Brother Wu has come from the mountains, but is he traveling far? At those words, Wu Kuan was a bit puzzled. Brother Li actually doesn't know? Li Chongqing shook his head. Li brother knew some more than closed off. My Dacian Nangong royal family will be enthroned in 3 days after the crown prince. Not to mention the size of my Dacian forces. That is to say that the world's major forces, but also to go to congratulate, at least on the surface to pass. My senior sister and I, by order of the patriarch, went with the patriarch to South God City to observe the ceremony. Only that my senior sister was recalcitrant and insisted on going one step ahead. Wu Kuan spoke slowly. Yes, yes, when the 5 lakes gather in South God City, there will definitely be a lot of fun. Zhao Linger said with an excited face. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing just smiled faintly and did not say anything. What does it have to do with him if De Qian enthroned the crown prince? And Xiao Li snorted in dissatisfaction and muttered. Obviously not too happy. Li Chongqing patted the girl's head. On the other hand, Wu Kuan and the two of them looked at Xiao Li in a somewhat strange manner. In the middle of the conversation, unbeknownst to him, countless flying boats and 1,000 strange walking spells flew overhead, covering the sky, like locusts crossing the border. A glance could not see the edge. This was the calling power of the Southern Emperor, terrifying as it was. Brother Li, we've stayed for a long time, so it's time for us to leave. Li Chongqing nodded. That's good, Brother Wu. Have a safe trip. Miss Zhao. Early morning, the southern god city of Deqian. Today is the day when the great Qian dynasty enshrines the crown prince. The entire South God City was on standby, with countless soldiers emanating a terrifying aura, guarding every place, one post for every 5 steps, holding a long spear in his hand. His face is serious and unsmiling. Those who dare to make trouble today need to be struck with a thunderbolt. The common people were not as boisterous as they used to be, and their homes were closed. but the streets were bustling with activity. Upon closer inspection, they were all cultivators. And it wasn't just human cultivators. There were demons with 2 horns on their heads, demon cultivators that radiated demonic aura, and various immortal birds and beasts. The 5 lakes in the world come together in one city. At this time, within the solemn palace, at some point, a rather dazzling building rose up. In looking above the door plaque, the 2 words East Palace, majestic, highlighting the extraordinary nature of this place. Tian'er, have you memorized all the rituals today? Ji Qingxian helped Nangon Haotian organize his attire with a gentle face. The surrounding palace ladies came and went holding all kinds of flashy jewelry. Then look at Nangon Haotian, a golden yellow gorgeous brocade robe with a golden dragon. Dazzling, wearing a golden crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. Confidence filled his brow. These days, he's a spring chicken. He had thought that he would lose his position when the emperor's eldest son returned to the country, but he did not expect that his own father and mother, both of whom were steadfastly on his side. He will not hesitate to abolish the eldest and set up the youngest, and will do the act of reclining from the sky, but will also push him up to the position of the crown prince. How could he not be pleased with such favoritism? And today, he will move into the Eastern Palace, succeeding the throne of the crown prince of Dakian, and the world will hear his name. Don't worry, mother. Tian'er knows. Ji Qingxian nodded with satisfaction, and her hands still kept helping to organize her attire. Suddenly, for some reason, in his mind, the back of Li Chongqing as he left suddenly appeared, a simple green dress, but his posture was straight. Looking again at Nangon Haotian in a gorgeous brocade robe, such a stark contrast, without reason, a tug at the heart. This should have been his mother, what's wrong with you? A moment of panic woke her. It's alright, mother will go and check on your father's side. After saying that, without waiting for Nangon Haotian to reply, he hurriedly got up and left. It was quite a fall from grace. Think back to the amazing moment just now. Ji Qingxuan's heart palpitated, and it suddenly occurred to her, could she have done something wrong? But only for a moment, and the next second he dismissed it. No, Warrior Sky and I won't be wrong, and Tian'er will prove to the world that this palace is not wrong. Chapter 12, the Southern Emperor, the Northern Emperor, the Western Region, and the Eastern Wang. All parts of the palace were filled with busy figures, palace maids, eunuchs, and 100 officials came and went. Everything is organized. Time passes slowly. The blazing sun is in the sky. Outside the city, with the arrival of a flying machine, like hitting some kind of switch, countless various flying boats and battleships were like locusts crossing the border, covering the sky and the sun, densely packed. The shapes are varied and strange. There were even huge beasts with huge bodies that tore through the sky and came with palaces on their backs. There was also a lone man with a flying sword on his feet, and a skyrocketing sword intent emanating from his body. What's more, it is horrible to directly take a mountain and use it as a substitute magic weapon. At this moment, the huge South Godown was slightly crowded. The people of South God City could not help but open their windows and probe to watch this extremely shocking scene. I remembered that back then, when the Southern Emperor ascended the throne, it was also as spectacular as this. This was the call of a top power, terrifying as it was. Countless cultivators below raised their heads and looked up, murmuring, "Quickly look at that flying boat. That's the battleship of my great Qian divine heavenly clan. It's actually so huge. And that, if I remember correctly, that's Ling Yun sect Patriarch Du's heavenly Ning Green Luan, and it's rumored that this Green Luan, with its ancient divine beast bloodline, was acquired by Patriarch Du when he was young. The ones on that back should be Ling Yun sect disciples, and I don't know if Patriarch Du has come yet." Nonsense. This is the day that my great Qian is installing the crown prince. How can Patriarch Du not be there? It is rumored that Patriarch Du is the most beautiful person in the world, and today I wonder if I will have the honor to take a look from afar. Oh my god, that's the Sky Cloud shuttle. Isn't that the Nangong royal family's car? Idiot. When the Southern Emperor enthrones the crown prince, the Southern Palace royal princes are bound to be there as well. Roar. Suddenly, a hiss shook the sky. The crowd was shocked and both of them covered their ears, and the breath in their bodies was quite uncomfortable. They frowned and looked at each other. Who was so rampant? This was South God City. How dare they condone the roaring of ferocious beasts? When the crowd got a good look, they were stunned. They saw something. Sun. It was slowly approaching them. At the same time a burning feeling spread all over the body. Cultivation Week, at this time, has been sweating. In the middle of the Imperial Palace, a figure scurried out, wearing a mysterious ancient armor and holding a fury lance, hanging high in the air. The lance in his hand was crossed in front of his chest, pointing at the slowly approaching Sun Dao. This is a day of great joy for my great Qian. Friends come with wine, enemies come with swords and spears. The distant sun slowly came to a halt, its aura introverted, and its original appearance emerged. When the crowd got a good look, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Northern Realm, Golden Crow Demon. It turned out that it wasn't any sun, but a huge golden crow bird that covered the sky. The golden crow first looked at the ancient armored man, then slowly transformed into a humanoid man. By order of my emperor, I have come to congratulate the crown prince of Deqian and his crown. The ancient armored man gave the golden crow demon a weird look. Northland Hills congratulates South go down? Wait a moment, until I report to the southern emperor. In the next second the man in ancient armor disappeared. The golden crow demon was the only one left quietly hanging high in the sky. The crowd at the bottom was talking. What does the North mean by this? How dare you send someone to congratulate my Dacian crown prince and his crown? There has always been a grudge between South God City and the Northern Realm, yet they came to congratulate each other today. Are they afraid of my Dacian? Humph. These years my Dacian flourishing has long been not 18 years ago Dacian. Think this Northern Realm is wanting to turn dry spears into jade and silk. In my opinion, my Dacian crown prince was born with a sword bone. His natural talent is unmatched, and he will surely be proud of the world in the future. This Northern Realm is afraid of my Dacian crown prince When these words came out, many people secretly nodded their heads. The whole of Dacian who does not know. The second prince of Dacian, talent and virtue. Talent is incomparable. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but everyone says it, so how can it be fake? Not long after, the ancient armored general, once again, came to the city gates. Friends from the north, please. The golden crow demon, expressionless, moved to enter the city, but unexpectedly, an unexpected voice came. The Northern Realm demon clan also came to the southern god city. Interesting and funny. The crowd looked at the source of the sound in unison. I only saw that at some point, high in the sky, there was suddenly a white-clothed young man, followed by an immortal old man. It even appeared here so strangely that the crowd didn't even realize it. And from what he said, he should have been here for a while. Had it not been for that young man's speech, would the crowd not have been able to realize it? The golden crow demon looked towards the old man behind the youth and frowned slightly. A few words slowly came out of his mouth. Western Wasteland Domain, Quantum Heavenly Sect. The words here exploded in the ears of the crowd. Measure, Quantum Heavenly Sect. Heavens, actually, even the Quantum Heavenly Sect has come. I originally thought that the Lingyun Divine Heavens was already the top of the sky, but I didn't realize that there was more than just the Northern Realm Mountain. There was actually the Quantum Heavenly Sect. I, Deqian, am truly the coming of all nations. Divine Continent, Southern Emperor, Northern Emperor, Western Region, Eastern Wang. The Southern Emperor refers to the Southern Palace royal family of Southern God City. Northern Emperor, Demon Race Northland Mountain. Western Region, Western Panic Region Quantum Heavenly Sect. These were the top forces on the continent in plain sight. And Dongwang, extremely mysterious, refers not to any power, but to a person. Just one person alone was able to be on par with the three major powers, terrifying as it was. And like the Lingyun sect and the Divine Heavenly Sect, although they are good, they are only the top forces within Dacian. The white-clothed youth smiled blandly and said to the ancient armor general, the Measure of Heaven sect, come to congratulate the great Qian crown prince and the crown ceremony. A friend from afar, please. A few people flashed and disappeared. A group of eaters were still talking about it, though they came to congratulate them as well. But obviously, the treatment is different. People into the palace with the southern emperor in the same hall, and they could only be received by officials, and even when they entered the palace, they had to wait until the time of the ceremony. But no one dares to say anything? Regardless of the era, strength is the most important thing, and the fist is the hard truth. Outside the solemn palace, a stunningly beautiful figure was walking slowly forward with elegant steps. Looking behind her again, the two men followed silently. These two were Wu Koan and Zhao Linger. That stunningly beautiful woman was naturally their master teacher. It was also the sect leader of the Lingyun sect. At this moment, Zhao Linger's large, soulful eyes couldn't help but glance around. Looking left and right, it was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. All curious baby. If it wasn't for her own master's presence here, she was afraid that she would have already let herself go. As for Wu Kuan, he did not look askance, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. Compared to the prosperity and hustle and bustle of this place, he still preferred Li Changqing's peaceful little courtyard. Du Kaiwei, who was in front, suddenly stopped in her tracks. With that, Wu Kuan stopped and waited for his master's command. He just wanted to open his mouth and remind his own senior sister, but it was too late. Zhao Linger had already crashed into Du Kaiwei. Turning her head, her beautiful eyes glared at this furtive disciple. Zhao Linger giggled awkwardly. Linger has always been reckless. This place is not my Lingyun sect. When you enter the palace later, you must keep in mind that you must not follow your heart. Don't make any unnecessary movements. Be careful with your words and don't talk nonsense. Chapter 13 Purple Hair, Purple Pupils. Don't worry, master. Linger knows. Only then did Du Kaiwei nod her head, walking towards the palace gates, handing the guards a token. Someone soon came to bring them into the palace. Along the way, Zhao Linger was so excited that she couldn't help but look around. She's never been to the palace before. Soon, he was brought into a side hall. The grand ceremony hasn't started yet, so I'd like to ask Patriarch Du to take a short rest here. With pleasure. Du Kaiwei nodded and didn't say anything more. The three of them waited quietly, and the two of them, Wu Kuan and Du Kaiwei, were as steady as Mount Taishan. But Zhao Linger couldn't wait, and at first she was looking around, full of curiosity. But after a while, the freshness was gone and the scratching was over. Master, how much longer? I want to go out and look around. Du Kaiwei glared at her and ignored it. It's so troublesome to set up a crown prince. It's been waiting for so long. On the side, Wu Kuan laughed. Senior sister, do not be anxious. The establishment of the crown prince is the country's major event. Many matters are quite cumbersome is also normal. Zhao Linger cocked her head. Senior brother, what do you think the crown prince looks like? Is he handsome and in high cultivation? Wu Kuan shook his head. I've never seen it either, but I've heard that the second highness was born with sword bones, virtue and talent, so I think it should be extraordinary. Che, that's just what I hear people say. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Moreover, this throne of the crown prince, shouldn't it be inherited by the eldest prince? How did it run to the second prince? Aren't you afraid that the world will oppose it? Wu Kuan thought for a moment and shook his head. How could he know about the royal matters? It is rumored that the great prince has mediocre qualifications and also learned to be vulgar in the northern realm. And I think that's exactly why. Zhao Linger rolled her large eyes and said after some thought, but isn't the great prince's hostage to the north for the sake of the great Qian? And are these people really vulgar? Linger, don't talk nonsense. This is a royal matter. Don't gossip. Du Kaiwei chided. And Zhao Linger looked unconvinced and muttered her little mouth. Originally as well. Said the big prince is not good. The second prince is good. I have not seen the big prince is not good in where. The second prince is good in where. Du Kaiwei was just about to chide her a few more times when a sound came from outside the hall. Patriarch Du has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me into the hall and take a seat. The group was brought to the entrance of an extremely large palace. Standing in the doorway, looking at the huge portal in front of him, it actually made people feel so small, just like an ant. Above the doorway, the three characters of Jade Luan Hall, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, a sense of atmospheric majesty greeted him. Looking further in through the door, the inside was glorious, with jade as the path and adamantine as the wall. Inside, the decor is even more, as bright as starlight. However, at this time, there were not many people within the hall, only a few scattered people. Du Kaiwei took the time and exhorted Zhao Linger a few more times. She was really a bit uneasy about this furtive disciple. Patriarch Du, your seat is here. The man leading the way pointed, leaning back to a seat and said. Du Kaiwei nodded her head and did not say anything more as she slowly walked into the hall. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, was slightly dissatisfied that her Lingyun clan could only sit at the back. As their group entered the hall, the eunuch guarding the door immediately shouted out, Lingyun sect, here. The people in the hall heard the sound and all looked over. Immediately, someone came forward to talk. Patriarch Du, don't come back while Du Kaiwei briefly answered 2 sentences and then closed her eyes in her seat. The crowd seemed to see that Du Kaiwei had no intention of conversing, so they didn't take the initiative to strike up another conversation. Meanwhile, within the Great Qian territory, a huge flying boat sped from the sky. The terrifying speed, instantaneous, screamed. The level of luxury was no less than that of a royal palace. At this time, within the flying boat, a purple-haired, purple-pupiled, stunningly beautiful figure stood proudly. A cascade of purple hair fell to her waist, giving off a mysterious shine. Barefoot and quite untouched by the smoke and fire of the world. Upon closer inspection, there was a red cord tied around one ankle with delicate, tiny bells hanging from it. Smell the wind and make a crisp, pleasant sound. There were extremely bizarre runes emanating from his body, and with his purple pupils, he looked exceptionally demonic. How long until we get to South Go Down? Back to the Holy Maiden. It will only take a moment. At those words, the corners of the purple-haired woman's mouth quietly rose. Luckily in time. Another muttered as he watched the landscape rapidly recede beneath his feet. Today is the day of your crowning, so I'm coming. And what she didn't know was that what she thought he was wasn't him. The Great Qian Palace, Jade Luan Hall. After a period of waiting, at this time, the number of people in the large hall began to slowly increase. Divine Sky Sect. Here. The crowd raised their eyes and looked. A middle-aged man with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes who was formidable and extraordinary, took his seat with 2 disciples. Its seat, on the contrary, was not far from the Lingyun sect. Prince of Dakian, King Ming, arrive. A slightly chubby-looking man wearing an augmented dragon robe came slowly, with a goofy smile on his face. He even waved and greeted the crowd as he walked. The crowd couldn't help but have some doubts in their minds. This is the Prince of Diqian. Looks, quite honest but whether they were truly honest or pretending to be, the crowd still had to get up and return the salute. After all, it was the royal family of the Southern Palace. The etiquette that should be there still could not be missing. The King of Brightness took his seat. Its seat was something that the Lingyun sect couldn't compare to, but it wasn't very forward either, and it was considered a middle-of-the-road position. Behind Du Kaiwei, Zhao Linger's big eyes darted around. Looking up at the top of the Great Hall, he realized that no one had taken a seat at the very front of the room yet, and the more backward seats were already full. Even she had no difficulty seeing that this order of appearance was based on strength, and was also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The first to go out, of course, is the weaker one. You can't make people strong enough to wait for you. Thinking back, when she came from the Lingyun sect, there weren't many people in this hall. For a moment, there was some minor upset. Unexpectedly, her hallowed Lingyun sect was actually not ranked here. As time passes, the population of the Great Hall grew larger and larger. In the end, there were only a few seats at the very front, which were unoccupied for the time being. Western Region, Quantum Heavenly Sect, present. As the eunuch guarding the gate shouted, the crowd rose in unison. Top power, as it should be. The young man and the immortal old man came slowly. The eyes of the crowd gathered on that youth, and that old man from the beginning to the end. All lagged behind the youth by 1 body position, all in a manner that the youth was the main one. There was no breath fluctuation on its body. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that the old man was originally immortal. Secondly, the cultivation was so strange that it was only natural that the crowd could not see through it. But this was simply impossible. People came from the Quantum Heavenly Sect. How could they be immortal? The only explanation was that this old man had reached a point where the crowd could not see him. This forced one to wonder just who this youth was to have such a terrifying protector of the way. No one was going to come up and climb in for a few minutes until they were seated. The gap in strength was like a chasm, dissuading the crowd from climbing. Chapter 14 Heavenly Demon. At this time in the Great Hall, everyone had already taken their seats. At the forefront were clearly the youth and the old man. The youth had a faint smile on his face, looking rather cynical. The old man stood silently behind him, his face expressionless, and across from them, there was the Golden Crow Demon, with a serious face that screamed fear. After them, there were the 3 imperial daughters, the 3 daughters of Nangong Zhantian. All of them have the appearance of a sunken fish and geese, and a closed moon in blossoms. Above the head, 2 figures suddenly flashed. The visitors were none other than Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian. The crowd raised their eyes and rose to their feet. Respectfully, we have met the Southern Emperor. Zhao Linger, who was behind Du Kaiwei, couldn't help but sneakily raise her head, wanting to see what her great Qian Emperor actually looked like. He was seen in a golden dragon robe, and his demeanor was so majestic that he couldn't help but make people stand in awe. Looking at Ji Qingxian beside him, she was dressed in a dazzling fire phoenix gown. Her demeanor was elegant and dignified, and her nobility was overwhelming. But for some reason, Zhao Linger always felt that she, the Empress of Dakian, had some familiarity between her eyebrows, as if she had déjà vu, but for a moment I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. Today, I Dakian Prince am the crown. All of you have traveled a long way to come, really hard, specially here to set up the wine. All of you drink. Above the head, Nangong Zhantian's majestic voice rang out. When he finished, he picked up the wine glass at the table and drank from it. The crowd thanked them and drank with them. I've long heard that my Daqian prince was born with a sword bone and has both talent and virtue, and now that he has been crowned into the Eastern Palace, we as Daqian citizens are deeply honored. Not bad. For Daqian to have his majesty as the ruler and the crown prince as the crown prince. This is the fortune of my Daqian and the blessing of Daqian's people. Within the Great Hall, the sounds of praise were endless. It's as if a tacit understanding has formed, with you singing on your side, and all without repetition, changing compliments. There was actually someone who said that he, Nangong Haotian, was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal king, to his great Qian to experience the red dust. And he Nangong Zhantian is the immortal emperor incarnation, destined to become the 1000 ancient emperor, the name of 1000 history. People go up, water goes down. After all, the opportunity is rare. This palace is not something you want to enter, and the Southern Emperor is not something you want to see. If you can climb on the high branch of the Nangong royal family, so some of the face do not want to be. However, there were exceptions, such as the youth of the Quantum Heaven sect and the Golden Crow demon of the Northern Realm Mountain, just sat there quietly, not saying a word, unusually cold. With an existence like theirs, there was no need to climb up to the Southern Emperor, such as that youth of the Quantum Heavenly sect, who originally just happened to be touring around Diqian. I happened to hear that the Nangong royal family had enthroned the crown prince, as early as when he was young. He had heard about the Nangong emperor's eldest son's 18 years of service as the country's hostage. This made him curious, so he wanted to come and take a look at this great Qian prince, but what he didn't know was that this prince was not the other prince. After all, it is the people of the western region, do not know much about the affairs of Dakian. Heard the prince, subconsciously thought it was the eldest son of the emperor of Dakian. Who would have thought that this Dakian actually in the case of the eldest son did not die? The crown prince position passed to the second son. Listening to the crowd slipping and flattering, Zhao Linger deflated her mouth in disdain. Quite a bit of a look at what the crowd was doing. Humph. A group of small people who climb up the ladder of power need to know that our generation should be self-improvement. Nangong Zhantian, who was sitting high above, his majestic face couldn't help but have a hint of an upturn at the corner of his mouth at this time. It doesn't matter if these people are sincere or not, but there was always no one to oppose it, and his Tiana was able to become the crown prince without any problems. In this way, we can live up to our plans. After some bragging, the crown ritual officially began. With a wave of Nangong Zhantian's hand, an altar appeared in the center of the hall. The palace maids carried the offerings and placed them on top of the altar. Prince, arrive! With a shout from the eunuch, the crowd was eagerly awaiting, wanting to see what this Dakian crown prince actually looked like. Maybe 100 years from now, it will be their emperor. It's best to make an impression and mix things up, only to see Nangong Haotian, surrounded by the crowd, with his head held high and wearing a splendid and dazzling Imperial Son's uniform, walking slowly from outside the main hall. The crowd could not help but sigh in their hearts. What a noble and unrivaled royal son. Above the high seat, Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian looked at the second son of theirs with a pleased expression. After so many years of hard teaching, today we finally see a rite of passage. At this moment, Ji Qingxian couldn't help but feel some moisture in her eyes. How much she paid for this scene, not hesitating to come down and make a play herself. Not hesitating to hide from her mother's family, not hesitating to spread rumors. Her other son has left home for this scene. A deep sense of helplessness rose in his heart as he thought of his eldest son. If only he had been more understanding, it wouldn't have gotten to the point of running away from home. But it was her son, after all. With a firm heart, when Tiana and his crown are over, he himself will go and retrieve Yuer and give him the treatment that a royal son deserves. Then he personally taught cultivation, and the secret methods of the Ji family were poured out. Although he wasn't qualified enough and wouldn't learn much, it was better than not learning at all. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, looked at Nangong Haotian with some doubts. Why? There's a familiar feeling again. Cocking his head for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of insight. Li Changcheng. Yeah, that's Evergreen Li. Like Evergreen Li. He also looked at Ji Qingxian, who was sitting high up in the seat. That's right, she's more like it. But, what do they have to do with each other? The big eyes looked straight at Nangong Haotian, nodded again. It does look similar, but it's just a very different vibe. This Diqian prince looked to give people a kind of noble and overbearing feeling. Compared to this Dakian prince, she still preferred Li Changcheng's kind of go with the flow. All beings are equal feeling, but I have to say, these two do have a bit of a resemblance between their eyebrows, so it's probably a coincidence. After all, one surname is Nangong, one surname is Li, one Dakian prince. One world traveler, cannot be a brother. Take the crown, change your clothes. Above the altar, a scribe official raised his voice and shouted. The palace maids immediately came forward and surrounded Nangong Haotian, removing the prince's clothes and replacing them with the prince's robes. Another palace maid, with her hands respectfully carrying a gorgeous and dazzling crown prince crown, slowly and respectfully, he put it on his head. A scribe official, holding a golden-colored booklet, read it out. On the auspicious day of your month, you will be added to the Yuan suit. Abandon your young aspirations, and follow your own path. Shuka Weiqi, Jier Jingfu. With the moment the crown and hat were placed on his head, he is the true crown prince of Diqian. Salute! Greetings to the crown prince. The crowd chanted along. We have met the crown prince. Listening to the crowd's chants, Nangong Haotian forced himself to hold back his excitement and first made a respectful bow to the couple on the high seat. The couple, with a relieved nod. Even Nangong Zhantian, who had always been unsmiling, also reported a smile. Afterward, he turned to the crowd. I am the Crown Prince. I will set out to open up the borders of the Great Qian, protect my people for 10,000 generations, and may everyone in my Great Qian be like a dragon. The Great Hall resounded with loud and prolonged applause. As for the young man from the Quantum Heaven sect, he was bored out of his mind as he looked at Nangong Haotian, who had a look of excitement on his face. This is the Prince of Dakian. It does not look good. Following that, he turned his head again and looked at the opposite Golden Crow demon with considerable interest. From the moment that Daqian Prince made his appearance, he had realized that there was something wrong with this Golden Crow demon. Looking at Nangong Haotian's eyes, it was as if there was a flavor of disbelief. Again, he was found scanning the entire hall as if looking for something. It intrigued him greatly. Was there something in between? Suddenly, Nangong Haotian's face changed. Raising his head, he looked above the great hall, his eyes seeming to penetrate the walls. On the side, Ji Qingxian, who had noticed his strange appearance, was just about to inquire, but she also jerked her head up and looked in the same direction. Following that was the old man behind the youth, and then the Golden Crow demon. In unison, they looked above the great hall. However, the Golden Crow demon reacted particularly violently and stood up violently, and the Nangong Haotian couple looked at each other and said at the same time, Sky Demon. Chapter 15 Wind Harvest Dragon. The word Heavenly Demon meant a great deal to his Nangong royal family. The Heavenly Demon lineage, in the Demon clan, was even more extraordinary than his Nangong royal family's position in the Human clan, the imperial family of the human race. He was not the only one in the Southern Palace, and the Heavenly Demon was unique amongst the demon race, royalty amongst royalty, born with an extremely powerful natural bloodline. As long as they don't fall, they can all become supreme. Unfortunately, for some reason, such a strong bloodline was difficult to reproduce. To the Heavenly Demons, they never worried about whether they were strong enough or not. They only worried about whether they could conceive an heir. And he, the Nangong royal family, had always been at odds with the Northern Realm Heavenly Demons. The feud dates back to ancient times, just like 18 years ago, when the country of Daqian was about to fall. Although the cause of civil unrest was also part of it, most of it was due to the Heavenly Demon. Ji Qingxian frowned and spoke in a grave tone. It's the old guy? Nangong Haotian slowly shook his head. No, the breath isn't that strong. It should be his children. This scene, which fell in the eyes of the crowd, was quite puzzling. Following their gazes, they only saw the gorgeous and dazzling roof of the Great Hall. This made the crowd even more puzzled. What was there to see on this roof? That youth from the Quantum Heaven sect also asked curiously. What's wrong? The old man behind him said. The scent of a Heavenly Demon. A Heavenly Demon is heading this way. At those words, the youth frowned slightly. Emperor Lin? The old man shook his head slowly. No, it should be his heir. The youth froze for a moment, followed by a laugh. Interesting. Northern Realm Heavenly Demon coming to the Southern God City? Oh, there's a good show to watch. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. Right at this moment, the crowd inside the Great Hall suddenly sensed that several powerful auras had erupted. The battle spirit was majestic. The fury was overwhelming. And it was not hard to tell from the aura that all of them were veterans who had been in the battlefield for a long time. The crowd was even more puzzled. Who dares to make trouble at this time? With a flash, Nangong Haotian appeared outside the Great Hall. The crowd followed. Coming outside the temple, the crowd looked up high into the sky, only to see that an extremely flashy flying boat was hanging over Nanhuang City. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, I recognize this flying boat. This is the Wind Harvest Ling Dragon of the Heavenly Demoness of the Northern Realm Mountain. Rumored to be transformed by a wind dragon in the ancient times, traveling 10,000 miles in a day and arriving in an instant. What? Sky Demon. Why did the Heavenly Demon come to the Southern God City? Does it want to start a war? At this moment, several war generals in ancient armor surrounded the flying boat. Above the flying boat, there were also several figures, emitting monstrous demonic auras to confront them. As the Golden Crow Demon looked at this scene, he immediately bellowed. Dare to disrespect my Northern Realm Holy Maiden. Get lost. A terrifying aura erupted around his body, and the crowd only saw a light as dazzling as the sun, charging straight at the ancient armored war general. The ancient armored war general did not show any weakness as well, sweeping his lance in his hand to meet the Golden Crow Demon. Bang! The violent collision produced an airwave that nearly toppled the crowd. After a short exchange of blows, neither side was able to gain an advantage. The Golden Crow Demon hung in front of the flying boat, protecting it behind him. Just as he was about to make another move, a cold voice inside the flying boat sounded simultaneously with Nangong Badalichan's majestic voice. Stop. Okay, stand down. Both sides stop. The Golden Crow Demon turned around and respectfully bowed to the flying boat. Golden Crow. Yan Quan pays his respects to the Holy Maiden. A figure with purple hair and purple pupils slowly walked out from within the flying boat. The crowd was shocked. Purple hair and purple pupils, unique to heavenly demons. Sure enough, it's a sky demon. 18 years ago, the heavenly demon that beat the great Qian nearly to death. The youth from the quantum heaven sect's eyes narrowed. Surprisingly, it's her. At this time, Nangong Haotian was also staring blankly at the heavenly demoness. So beautiful. There is actually such a beautiful woman in heaven. At the same time, a strong desire for possession surged through his heart. Such a woman should enter his East Palace, to be the supreme crown princess. The heavenly demoness looked at Yen Quan. How did you get here? Back to the Holy Maiden. By order of the Demon Emperor, I have come to congratulate the great Qian Crown Prince and his crown. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness nodded her head and didn't say anything more. Following that, he looked at Nangong Zhantian, late generation, Dao Shui, meet the Southern Emperor. At those words, the crowd was shocked. The Emperor's surname, that's not the same surname as the Northland Mountain Demon Emperor. Is it hard to be related to the Demon Emperor? Nangong Zhantian first frowned slightly, then nodded his head. If he had a point, is Emperor Lin's body and bones okay? Dao Shui smiled faintly. Although Grandpa has not fully recovered, but there is no big problem. Is that I do not know? Nangong Xingyi is still alive? The crowd was numb. It was actually really the granddaughter of the Demon Emperor. No wonder, it was called the Holy Maiden by that terrifying golden crow demon. But what was the meaning of the tit-for-tat remark? Is it going to be another war? June didn't see how horrible that big battle was 18 years ago. Several supreme masters of the Southern Palace imperial family were united in a fierce battle against the Northern Realm Heavenly Demon Emperor. Fighting in the dark, the mountains changed their appearance, and the rivers flowed backwards. In the end, it was the Heavenly Demon Emperor who was slightly better, killing several Nangong supreme warriors and crippling the contemporary Nangong family head, as well as the first emperor of Daqian, Li Changqing's grandfather, Nangong Xingye. The Heavenly Demon Emperor, on the other hand, was not doing well either, and was severely injured, and had not been out of the Northern Realm Mountain for 18 years. Is it possible that the fight is not enough and you have to fight again? The crowd couldn't help but think, if the Great Qian and the Northern Realm were to go to war again, then they should give it some thought. After all, the opponent was the North, so it was prudent to fight or not to fight, and how to fight. If you don't see it, your Nangong royal family has been beaten like that, although we are not bad, but that is a heavenly demon. No one wants the foundation that has been painstakingly built to be destroyed not. At those words, Nangong Zhantian's face was expressionless, but inwardly, he was actually very unhappy. He even had the idea of killing this woman here. But right now, it's not the time. Sharp teeth, just do not know. You come to my South God City for what? Not afraid of. Can't go back. Dao Shui smiled blandly. There is nothing in the world that I, the heavenly demon, can't return to. And as for why I'm here, naturally I'm here to congratulate the Crown Prince of Daqian and his crown. When the crowd heard this, they looked incredulous. The Holy Maiden of the North congratulates the Crown Prince of Daqian and his crown? Has Daqian come to such a pass? Following that, he turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian with a strange gaze. This Daqian prince is truly honorable. Even the Holy Maiden of a rival power had come to personally congratulate her without risking her life. As for Nangong Haotian, he was actually a bit confused inside. If he remembered correctly, he didn't know any Northern Realm saintess at all, but straightened up under the gaze of the crowd. The gaze towards Dao Shui was very satisfied. Regardless of the grudge between the two families, both came from far away to congratulate, is to give him the face of the Prince of Daqian. Since this was the case, it would be much simpler to convince father to marry Di Qingfan in the future. Thinking that she came here today, she should be admiring herself for a long time, or more or less. She is also somewhat in love with herself. Otherwise, as the Holy Maiden of the North, why would she need to congratulate him? Thinking about it, I can't help but feel more excited inside. Today is really a good day. Not only successfully inherited the throne of Daqian Prince, he may also become the Ant of the North in the future. In this way, the two top forces will all be in my hands, and I will be able to reign over the world in a matter of days. On the side of Nangong Zhantian, although there was no joy or sorrow on his face, but the heart was also extremely happy. My Daqian Crown Prince and his crown. The Holy Maiden of the North even came to congratulate me personally. Regardless of the purpose, this face he Daqian is really earned. The world will never again gossip that he Nangong Zhantian set aside the ancient law. Recluse the sky delusion. Abolition of the long and young. Chapter 16. Are you the Prince of Daqian? Ji Qingxian did likewise. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the look he gave his second son was incredibly gentle. After all, also the second son earned her face. What does it mean when the Holy Maiden of the North comes to congratulate her? It showed that she identified with her second son as the crown prince, and side by side, it showed that she, Ji Qingxian, had done the right thing with Nangong Zhantian. It's what the world agrees on. In this way, the mother's side of the family is also good to explain. Their own stubborn father, not to say anything more. In that case, let's enter the hall together. Nangong Zhantian left behind a sentence, then dashed away and disappeared. Jade Luan Hall. The crowd gathered again. Only on the seat that originally belonged to the Golden Crow Demon sat Dao Shui, and the Golden Crow Demon stood behind her respectfully. The crowd couldn't help but sneak a peek at Dao Shui. After all, heavenly demons were extremely difficult to see. Maybe after this, it will be difficult to see again. The Sky Demon is already rare. Many people have never seen it in their lives, not to mention the Sky Demon Saint Girl, that youth from the Quantum Heaven sect, however, frowned slightly at this moment, staring at Dao Shui without a word. He had thought that the heavenly demon had come to this South God City to cause trouble, but he did not expect that he had actually come to congratulate the Crown Prince and his crown. This forced him to re-examine this Diqian Prince. Is there a MO connection with the Holy Maiden of the North? If there really is a MO connection between them, then he would have to consider how he, the Quantum Heavenly Sect, should conduct himself. A great Qian Prince and a Northern Realm Holy Maiden. If the two top forces were to unite, then his Quantum Heaven Sect would be in a very bad situation. Although he, the Quantum Heavenly Sect, usually had no grudges with the various forces, but never underestimate the greed of man. The world is all about profit, and at this moment, the heavenly demoness scanned the grand hall with a slightly expectant gaze. It slightly lingered on Nangong Haotian, a slight frown. This person is gorgeously dressed, wearing a four-clawed golden dragon suit. I think he is a prince. It should be his younger brother, but the look in his eyes disgusted her. What she didn't know was what the human race's four-clawed golden dragon suit represented. After only a slight pause, he continued to scan the crowd in the great hall. Unfortunately, never got to see him. Slightly disappointed and a little puzzled. Isn't today his coronation? Why isn't he here yet? I wonder where the great Qian Prince is now. At those words, the crowd was quite puzzled. Isn't the prince always here? Don't they know each other? Then why did the Holy Maiden of the Northern Realm come all the way to the Southern God City? Hearing that Dao Shui was looking for him, Nangong Haotian straightened his body. Lone. It's none other than the Prince of Diqian. The Holy Maiden of the Northern Realm has traveled thousands of miles to come to my Southern God City. Lone. I'm very grateful. I have a sea of orchids in Diqian. This is the season of bloom. The flowers bloom for thousands of miles is very beautiful. If the Saint Girl does not mind, I would like to go with the Saint Girl. It was easy to hear from his words that these two were not acquainted, but this Holy Maiden of the North still came. Has she been admiring our Crown Prince for a long time? Could it be that the virtuous name of my Diqian Prince has spread to the north? At this point the crowd couldn't help but think in their minds, and this prince's words revealed the slightest hint of adoration. Could it be that these two will end up together? And at this moment, Dao Shui looked at Nangong Haotian with a puzzled expression. Delicate brows furrowed deeply. You are the Prince of Diqian? Nangong Haotian nodded again. He was just about to say something else, but Dao Shui had already turned her head, her icy gaze looking at Yanquan. In a deep voice, he asked, what the hell is going on here? When his own Holy Maiden became angry, Yanquan fell like an ice cellar, and his entire body appeared to be trembling. Back to the Holy Maiden. I don't know why. I was ordered by the Demon Emperor to come and congratulate His Highness Hong Yu and the crown. But, from beginning to end, His Highness Hong Yu never appeared. The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. What? This extremely powerful Golden Crow Demon had come to congratulate the Grand Imperial Prince? Then wouldn't his second prince become a clown? And doesn't he know that this Grand Prince has been abolished? Also, this hallowed heavenly Demon Emperor actually disregarded the grudges between the two families and sent someone to congratulate him. Could it be that this great prince, who was only known but not seen, was not as bad as rumored? That young man from the Quantum Heaven sect also frowned slightly as he looked towards Nangong Haotian. You are not Nangong Hong Yu? You, the Crown Prince of Dakian, are not the eldest son of the Nangong Emperor? At that, the crowd froze again. Oh, my God. This Western region Quantum Heavenly sect had actually come to congratulate the Grand Imperial Prince as well. Instead of congratulating him, the second son of Emperor Nangong. What's going on here? What's so special about the Grand Prince? It was worthwhile for the two top powers to come and congratulate each other. Dao Shui stared at Nangong Haotian with a frosty face. You are the Crown Prince of Diqian. Then what is Nangong Hong Yu? What have you done with him and where is he? And at this moment, Nangong Haotian's face was full of gloom and gritted his teeth. It turned out that they were here for that punk of a brother. Anger, extreme anger. I was so complacent that I thought I was the clown. On what grounds? He, Nangang Haotian, was born with a sword bone. His natural talent was unrivaled, and he was proud of his peers. No better than that punk of a brother. The couple on top of the head also had an ironic look on their faces. At first, he was still complacent. Not only did the Quantum Heavenly Sect come, but even the Northern Realm Holy Maiden came here in person, giving face to his Nandong royal family. Never in a million years would I have thought that they were actually here for that rebellious son. Isn't this a slap in their face? Isn't it a sideways indication that their Tiana is no match for that rebellious son? This was unacceptable to the couple, who had gone to great lengths to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest, only to have the second son be no match for the eldest? Isn't this telling the world that he and his wife have done wrong? Does he still want to lose his face as the Southern Emperor? As the eldest miss of the G family? Those who didn't know thought that the couple favored their second son and left their eldest son out in the cold. It was clearly he himself who was uneducated and self-absorbed, and was not capable of inheriting this throne of the crown prince. What's wrong with them for the sake of Diqian? The numbed crowd, at this time, also reacted and looked at Nangang Haotian, looked at the youth of the Quantum Heaven sect and Dao Shui. Following that, he turned his head to look at the couple on the high seat. This royal matter, when it is really complicated, meddling is not qualified to meddle, but it's always okay to look. The crowd was all over the place. I am who I am, Nangang Haotian, and also the crown prince of Diqian, not some Nangang Hongyu, and even more so, not a wastrel who has only built his foundation cultivation in 20 years. The furious Nangang Haotian had already disregarded everything. His aura exploded, and a piece of sword bone in his body erupted with dazzling golden light. Along with the rushing sword intent, it pressed down on the youth of the heavenly sect and Dao Shui. He desperately needed to prove to the crowd that he was born with a sword bone, and among his peers, he was proud to be the best of the best, not comparable to that waste of a brother. Originally, when he had faced Li Changqing's 4 divine swords last time, he had wanted to show the crowd how terrifying his sword bones were, but for some reason, when facing Li Changqing, no matter how much he urged the sword bone in his body, there was no response. Like a mouse seeing a cat, it hid and disappeared. The people in the Great Hall curiously looked at Nangang Haotian. Chapter 17 Born with a sword bone? This is the rumored sword bone. Unusual indeed. The youth of the Quantum Heaven sect frowned slightly, actually trying to overwhelm him with his aura. And he didn't say anything. Does this Diqian prince have irritability disorder? There was also a little bit of doubt. This sword bone is so weak, it shouldn't. As for Dao Shui, who was on the side, her face was already full of frost at this point. Icy cold eyes stared at Nangang Haotian. She now desperately wanted to know how Nangang Hanghongyu was now. Have they already been killed? Otherwise, why isn't the crown prince of Dakian him? And why didn't he show up? I have long heard that the royal family of the human race to fight for the throne. Everything is not exhaustive. Patricide kill brother is a common occurrence. Did he also? She, who had always been calm, was actually a bit flustered at this moment. Didn't we agree to wait for me? What is it now? As for the pressure released by Nangang Haotian, she didn't take it seriously at all. No longer hesitating, he slightly mobilized the breath in his body. Strange runes surged forth, and with a move of the driving hand, runes flowed in the sky, surrounding Nangang Haotian, who was emitting a heavenly sword intent. Within moments, the bizarre rune suppressed the sword bone. Keeps him moving. Nangang Haotian's face was horrified. How could it be? What kind of rune is this? It's so scary. The crowd looked at the suppressed Nangang Haotian and then at Dao Shui. The supreme sword bone had been suppressed in an instant. This heavenly demon was simply terrifying, taking what he gave you and denigrating him. And this is the good brother who gave everything? Dao Shui said in a cold voice. The crowd was a bit puzzled by the words. What do you mean by sending you something? The Quantum Heaven sect man's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt that there was a deeper meaning in Dao Shui's words. Slowly closing his eyes, when he opened them again, there was a haze of light flowing within his eyes, divine and incomparable, as if he could see through the illusion. With sharp eyes, he looked towards Nangang Haotian. A sword-shaped bone emanating a golden light was found on his chest. There was some confusion for a moment. According to the ancient records, the supreme sword bone was extremely powerful, and there were rarely any enemies among his peers. But why is so weak? Could it be that this Dao Shui was too strong? But among his peers, sword bone wasn't defenseless. Was he? Help me. The immortal old man behind him nodded his head slightly, and one hand quietly pressed behind him, and an even brighter light erupted in his eyes. When he once again looked at the sword bone inside Nangang Haotian's body, a cold smile hooked out from the corner of his mouth. So it is. You, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. At this time, Nangang Haotian, completely lost the momentum of the party. Eyes dodging, squared away. Dao Shui was about to speak, but he didn't expect the youth of the Quantum Heaven sect to jump ahead of him. Really? I would like to ask the Crown Prince, is this sword bone really born? When? Of course born with a sword bone. The youth smiled disdainfully. Oh, fine. Whatever you say, it's none of my business anyway. The crowd was in a fog. What strange words was this youth saying? Completely unnoticed, the couple on the high seat breathed an uncharacteristic sigh of relief. And at this time, Dao Shui is already impatient. She just wants to know as soon as possible that how exactly is it nowadays? An aura was no longer reserved. Strange runes surfaced and flowed crazily. Looking around, the Great Qian was already filled with profound and bizarre runes. Where exactly is Nangong Hongyu? Under this kind of pressure, Nangong Haotian trembled and desperately tried to upright his knees, but it still can't stop the downward edge. Inside, he was desperately yelling. Furious. Why? She'll be so strong. Why is she looking for that loser? Why can't she look for me? Obviously that's just a loser. Seeing that his own Tiana was about to be unable to hold on, Nangong Zhantian, who was at the head of the table, said in a deep voice, unbridled. A cold snort accompanied by a terrifying supreme majesty enveloped Dao Shui. Holy maiden! Yen Quan on the side was alarmed. With a flash, he blocked in front of Dao Shui. Bang! A mouthful of blood spurted out, but his stance did not retreat in the slightest. His eyes glared at Nangong Zhantian, who was at the top of the high seat. Dare to make a move against my Northern Realm's holy maiden? Do you want to be immortal with my Northern Realm? The crowd looked at Nangong Zhantian in surprise. Wasn't it a sparring match between juniors? How was it that as the Southern Emperor, he interfered, and the target was also the Northern Realm Saintess? Isn't it enough to fight? Have you forgotten the miserable state of the Namgung royal family 18 years ago? If you want to fight, you can, and it doesn't matter to your Nangong royal family, but just can you not bring us along? Everyone here who is not the backbone of their own forces. The family has an old and young. Out of what happened, how can they live And Nangong Zhantian's face was incredibly gloomy. He didn't want to make a move until it was absolutely necessary, but he couldn't just let things go on, or else the face of his Nangong royal family would be gone. On the day of my crown prince and his crown, daring to strike at the crown prince, do you all want to stay here? Oh, the Southern Emperor is invisible. We come from thousands of miles to congratulate, and you Dixian prince but delusionally want to suppress us. Only the strength is not good. Anti-suppression. How to turn back to blame us. The youth of the Measuring Heaven sect spoke out from the side. Long ago, when Nangong Haotian presumptuously tried to suppress him, he was already very upset. He only said a word. This Dixian prince is not crazy. Actually want to suppress him. Does he think he's easy to bully in the Quantum Heaven sect? Until now, he hadn't understood what kind of mentality this Dixian prince had. Isn't he a lunatic? If that were true, he would be quite happy instead. After the Stakian is handed over to this person, it is doomed to decline. The benefits of having one less top-tier power in the divine state were naturally self-evident to his Quantum Heaven sect. At those words, Nangong Wartime snorted coldly. You and others really come to congratulate me on my Dakian crown prince, are not bent on giving me Dakian embarrassment. Nan Huang, this is not right. Although our intention is not to come for the crown prince, but also for your Nangong emperor's eldest son, always come to congratulate the gift. And this is how you, Dakian, treat your guests? At those words, the people in the Great Hall nodded their heads. Either way, people are here to congratulate, albeit with the wrong target. But Nangong Hongyu is not your son? Regardless of whether it's the second son or the first son, isn't it all about giving face to your Namgung royal family? If you don't treat them well, why do you want to suppress them? The crowd's scrutinizing gazes looked at Nangong Haotian. Is it really possible to take on such a big job with such impulsive and irritable behavior? And it doesn't seem to be as gifted and talented as rumored, does it? Nangong Zhantian had a gloomy face, and his gaze toward the youth was cold and abnormal, and the youth smiled faintly, not caring. Others were afraid of him, the Southern Emperor, but he wasn't. Instead, it was the immortal old man who took a slight step forward and protected the youth behind him with a grave expression. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly as he looked at the old man. Who exactly was this person? And why could he have such a strong person defending him? Come here to congratulate. I naturally welcome. But today is my Dakian prince and the day of the crown. You and others came to congratulate that rebellious son, so that my prince face how to survive? At the words of the temple, the people have pondered. A rebel son? It seems this southern emperor has quite a problem with his eldest son. He went so far as to call him a rebellious son, and after Nangong Zhantian finished speaking, he had some regrets. In any case, this is a matter of his royal family, not enough for outsiders to know. It was just too much of an irritation to keep his old composure. On the contrary, he could not lay his hands on the other side. But the other side was not inferior to the two major forces of his great Qian. The youth smiled faintly. When I was young, I had heard that the eldest son of the Emperor of Dacian, using himself as a hostage, the northern border of the hostage for 18 years, only in exchange for Dacian's respite. At that time I was curious about this kind of person. Exactly what is the person? Chapter 18, Isn't you an invalid? The crowd was silent at the words. No one in the world knows about the 18 years of the great prince's hostage. Regardless of the great prince's character, his contribution to the great Qian is tangible and indelible. And yet they are treated like this royal. As for Ji Qingxian, who was on top of the first place, she couldn't help but see Li Changqing's determinedly departing back in her mind again. For a moment there was a bit of panic. So, not for the prince is just, how also become the southern emperor mouth of the rebellious son, the prince mouth of the waste, so really call people. After a pause, he looked towards Nangang Haotian, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There's no grievance, and you're actually trying to suppress me, so I don't mind adding to your frustration. Otherwise, the world would think that my measure of heaven's sect is easy to bully? Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with me. Today I wanted to meet the eldest son of the great Qian emperor, but today I saw great disappointment. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked oddly at Nangang Zhantian and Nangang Haotian. This youth, though seemingly saying nothing, however, both inside and outside of the words, they pushed the Nangang Zhantian family into the persona of overstepping the boundaries of the river and enmity. It can be imagined that this matter is spread to the outside. How the world will look at his Nangang royal family. Jun didn't see that Nangang Zhantian's usually majestic face was already so gloomy that it could drip water. If he could, he really wanted to kill this youth on the spot. That rebellious son did contribute a lot to my Dacian. But since the return of the northern mountains, all the vices are coarse. I am the empress of all kinds of teaching. I want to make it to know the way back. Even if the qualifications of the limitations, the cultivation of the bottom, but I see amount of resources. Hard heat can pile up a generation of strong, but never thought that this son not only do not know repentance, but instead of intensifying, do not learn, angry away from home, but also said out of this kind of words from the royal family, all the way to the face of the royal family with no regard for me. Such behavior, the 100 officials to death. I and the empress have no choice, but also for me to Qin dynasty prosperity for many generations, before the crown prince position passed to the days of children. Nangang Zhantian slowly said, and even shook his head inside in a helpless manner after saying that. It couldn't be helped. If he didn't say something at this time, he was afraid that his Nangang royal family would lose face. Although it was exchanged for Nangang Honyu's face, it was better than losing face for the entire royal family. The crowd couldn't help but nod at that. In that case, it's justifiable. And Dao Shui looked at Nangang Zhantian dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. Crude vices? How come she doesn't know? Qualifications? If he was limited by his qualifications, then what was he? Nangang Haotian? Rubbish? Or is it junk? Unexplained, but also a big sigh of relief. Hanging heart fell down. Luckily it was just a runaway thought. However, the gaze that looked at Nangang Zhantian was unusually cold. Is this the family you've been longing for? You're so stupid. Thinking of everything Nangang Honyu had done, she couldn't help but feel a twinge in her heart. Immediately afterward there was no more hesitation. Turning around, he prepared to leave, not wanting to say a word more. Since he wasn't here, there was no reason for her to stay on. Seeing the situation, Yan Quan hurriedly followed. Suddenly his footsteps paused, and he turned his head to look at Nangang Haotian, his clear and cold voice coming out. It's not yours. It's not yours after all. It's a waste to have this supreme sword bone inside you. After saying that, he disappeared into the great hall. At those words the crowd looked towards Nangang Haotian. What does the holy maiden mean by that? What isn't his? Sword bones? Didn't you say the prince was born with a sword bone? Could it be that this sword bone wasn't born to him? But how did this holy woman know? The confused crowd was in a daze. Some people laughed it off. This matter of being born with a sword bone was said by the southern emperor himself. And how could the southern emperor lie? There were also people who looked at Nangang Haotian with skepticism. How could the holy maiden of the north let it go missing for no reason? Only the youth of the measuring heaven sect smiled faintly, as if he was aware of it. Let's go too. There's nothing to see. Yes, young sovereign. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the back of the departing youth. He was actually the young master of the quantum heaven sect. No wonder he dares to do so he has something to rely on. After the two top powers left, the crowd in the temple was tasteless. Not at all as passionately exciting as when I was just eating melon. Nangang family, only this mess, and not much mood. Sketchy. Anyway, it's already crowned and the rest is optional. At this point, the ceremony of the Crown Prince of Dakian and the crown ceremony is over. Inside the palace hall, the Nangong couple, with gloomy faces, and Nangong Haotian on the opposite side, bowed their heads. You're impulsive, Nangong Jantian said in a rare icy tone. It was a momentary lapse of control on the part of my son. Nangong Haotian replied with a trembling voice. At this point he was a bit flustered, having never seen his father speak to him like this. Ai, Tian'er, you will be the future prince of Dixian and the future emperor. How can you make a move at the drop of a hat? Not to mention that's the Northern Realm Mountain and the Quantum Heavenly Sect, neither of which are to be messed with. On the side, Ji Qingxian also said, Yes, I'm sorry mother, my son knows he's wrong. Nangong Haotian had an aggrieved look on his face, but whether or not he really knew what was wrong, only he knew. Ji Qingxuan's heart immediately ached as she looked at his aggrieved appearance. It's all in the past, so next time remember, don't do it again. Nangong Haotian hurriedly nodded his head. My son knows he's wrong and will never do it again. Ji Qingxian smiled kindly. Good boy. You come here. On the side, Nangong Jantian suddenly said. At those words Nangong Haotian was flustered and looked blearily at Ji Qingxian. Battle heaven. Tian'er already knows he's wrong. Nangong Jantian slowly shook his head. Something else. Get over here. Nangong Haotian was still a little afraid, but he didn't dare to resist, slowly moving his feet and walking in front of Nangong Jantian, only to see that Nangong Wartime placed one hand on his chest, as if he was feeling something. To the side, Ji Qingxian looked on in confusion, not understanding what this meant. A moment later, Nangong Zhan Battle Sky slowly withdrew his palm. The gaze that looked at Nangong Haotian contained deep meaning. Honestly, who the hell does this sword bone belong to? At those words, Nangong Haotian's body shook, his face was pale, and his entire body appeared to be trembling. On the side, Ji Qingxian also fiercely looked at Nangong Jantian as if to confirm if he was joking. After a moment, he looked at his own son again, his eyes full of disbelief. Her own man, she naturally knew that at this point he was in no way joking, but she doesn't trust her own son either. But looking at him, the answer was obvious, and Nangong Haotian braced his inner panic. Father is joking. This, of course it's mine. Born with a sword bone. Well, Nangong Jantian shook his head. The supreme sword bone is extremely powerful, but you didn't utilize half of his power. This, possibly. Nangong Haotian stuttered and tried to explain, but was interrupted by Nangong Jantian. It's resisting you, so you can't utilize its true power. And, why is it full of that rebellious sun scent? At those words, Ji Qingxuan's eyes widened in shock on the side. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if it's not Tian'er's, it can't be Fei's. Isn't you an invalid? How could it be? It's impossible. Chapter 19. Digging up bones and giving them to his brother. Pride in his heart. As much as she hated to admit it, she had actually always despised her eldest son in her eyes. Even if his qualifications were poor, he still didn't want to get ahead, and as her son he was so bad. How could a supreme sword bone like this heaven-defying one be his? And her second son, who she was so proud of, had lied to them. Nangong Jantian looked deeply at Nangong Haotian twice, and then sighed afterward, saying rather forlornly, Supreme Sword Bone was born without showing. When you were 5 years old you suddenly told us that you awakened the sword bone. Your mother was very excited. I was also very happy. It means that your qualifications are unparalleled and you were born to be a supreme being, but you forgot to probe a bit, which caused you to deceive me for so many years. The lie was dismantled. Nangong Haotian did not have even a trace of guilty feelings. Instead, he was incredibly angry. It was all because of that Quantum Heaven Sect's young sect master, and that Demoness, and most hateful of all was that waste of a brother. If it wasn't for him, then the Quantum Heaven Sect's young lord and the heavenly Demoness wouldn't have come at all. Naturally, there is nothing behind it. He swore inwardly that he would make them pay dearly, but at this moment, facing the agitated Ji Qingxian and Nangong Jantian who had a forlorn look on his face, he panicked, afraid that his own father and mother would be disappointed in him, fear of losing the crown prince position that just came to him. This is something he can't take anymore. Put, bang bang bang, with his legs bent, he fiercely knelt on the ground, kowtowing his head and crying out in pain. Father, mother, my son, the sun servant is sorry. I am sorry that I only wanted to be the pride of your hearts, and that is why I lost my head and deceived my father and mother. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I am damned. I am damned. That voice was straight up earth-shaking. Tian'er. Seeing Nangong Haotian in such a state, Ji Qingxuan's heart ached beyond measure, bean-sized tears trailing down his cheeks, and although Nangong Jantian didn't say anything, His slightly trembling hands at this moment reflected the unsettledness in his heart. How could he not be heartbroken? That was his son that he had worked so hard and nurtured with so much effort for so many years. Seeing him in such a state, Ji Qingxian could no longer hold back. Rushing over, he tried to help Nangong Haotian, who was kneeling on the ground. Up, Tian'er, my good Tian'er, mother doesn't blame you. You'll always be the pride of mother's heart. But Nangong Haotian didn't get up, and still kept kowtowing to Nangong Zhantian. Ji Qingxian took a look and was instantly anxious, her reproachful gaze looking towards Nangong Zhantian, as if to say, if her Tian'er knocked out a good or bad thing, my mother will never let you go. Seeing this, Nangong Zhantian sighed. Hey, get up, father doesn't mean to blame you. Father, really? Nangong Zhantian slowly nodded his head. Nangong Haotian was moved and stood up. Tian'er, you tell father, who is the real owner of this sword bone? Is it that rebellious, your royal brother? At those words, Nangong Haotian tightened his fists. He hated it so much right now, when people brought up that punk of a brother in front of him, but at this point it was obviously impossible to hide it anymore, and with 1,000 reluctant nods. How? He's not. Although Ji Qingxian didn't finish her sentence, both of them knew what she wanted to say, and everyone in the room knew it by heart. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this supreme sword bone actually came from her eldest son, whom she had always despised. Nangong Zhantian was also unable to return to his senses for a long time, although he already had the answer in his heart, but hearing him say it himself, he still felt shocked and couldn't believe it. What the hell is going on? You tell me. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to hesitantly speak slowly. When I was 5 years old, that ruined imperial brother gave me a letter, said there is a gift to give me, as a congratulatory gift for my birthday. At first, I did not take it seriously, but, soon after, someone found me and gave me a box. Inside, Ji Qingxian frowned slightly. Feather wrote you a letter? Why didn't you give us? Before the words were finished, he and Nangong Zhantian exchanged glances, and some embarrassment surfaced in their eyes. Suddenly remembering, this eldest son of his, since the hostage northern border, almost every month, he would send a letter to the southern god city. At first, the couple patiently watched it through. Inside, it told of the many and varied trivialities of the northern mountains, almost all of them saying that they were living well in the north and telling them not to worry. Over time, somehow, there was no patience to watch anymore. He also specially instructed his subordinates to store future letters elsewhere and wait for the time to read them. But since then, the couple had completely forgotten about it, let alone bothered to look at it. That is to say, this supreme sword bone, which originally belonged to your royal brother, was dug up the bone, only to celebrate your birthday. Nangong Zhantian took a deep breath and said, why can he do so much? That is the supreme sword bone. He just gave away what others dreamed of. What the hell was he thinking? Disconcerted and at the same time somewhat relieved. Although he was stubborn and uneducated, he was still no match for Tian'er, and Ji Qingxian still couldn't believe it. Instead of disbelief, I can't accept it. The second son who has always been regarded as her pride, the most direct embodiment of her unparalleled natural talent, the supreme sword bone, is actually the eldest son that she doesn't look at and doesn't want. In her heart, although Nangong Hongyu is also her son, but she had always believed that the two gifts, being so different, could not be compared. Even she herself didn't realize that she had actually always despised her eldest son within herself. As the eldest miss of the desolate ancient family, she was actually more proud in her heart than Nangong Zhantian. As her son, the grandson of the desolate ancient Ji family, not to say that his talent was as one for all eternity and that he was proud of the crowd, but at least he should have few opponents in his generation, and his battle prowess was unrivaled. I never thought that there would be a man who was so vulgar and uneducated. It was embarrassing for such a proud woman, and even humiliating for her. And now, bipolar reversal. Such a huge contrast, how can she accept it? That's good. Since I gave it to you, this sword bone will be yours from now on. Remember, this matter must not be known by others. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian nodded his head twice fiercely. Just now, I was still worried that my father and mother, who had learned the truth, would make myself return this sword bone to that punk. What I didn't realize was that my own father and mother didn't think in that direction at all. A heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. It's just that this sword bone isn't yours after all. When these words came out, Nangong Haotian, who had already put down his heart, violently raised it again. On the side, Ji Qingxian was even more excited. No way. Absolutely not. This palace will never agree. This pain of digging up bones. How can Tian'er bear it? Which knew that Nangong Zhantian slowly shook his head. I don't mean that. I just want to say that this sword bone is not Tian'er's after all. unable to utilize its true power. And when it comes to 10,000 years later, how can my South God City be compared to the North Realm Mountain? At those words, Ji Qingxian fell silent. The scene in the Great Hall was still fresh in my mind. My own Tian'er catalyzed the sword bone, but was suppressed by that demoness with only her hand. Simply, there is no room for resistance. Chapter 20, I want. Although the opponent was the Northern Realm Heavenly Demon Saintess, it was justifiable to be stronger. But he, Nangong Haotian, is not an ordinary person. He is the Prince of Deqian, and she, the Heavenly Demoness, is of the same generation. With such a huge disparity in strength, wait until Nangong Haotian ascends to the throne as the Emperor in 10,000 years. She, the Holy Maiden of the North, commanded the demon race as Emperor. At that time, how could he, South God City, be compared to Northland Mountain again? What's more, the Southern Emperor and Northern Emperor were already feuding, so conflict was inevitable. How should he, South go down? Survive? Will they be completely destroyed? Or will they be sidelined, completely withdrawing from the stage of the top powers and lingering on? Father, please rest assured that in the future, I will cultivate diligently and ensure that I'm no worse than her Northern Realm Holy Maiden. Nangong Haotian swore with assurance. But Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian were still worried. Having reached their level, the naivety and frivolity of their youth had long since disappeared. What I am destined to do, need to know that no matter what era, it is not fair. The word fairness is inherently nebulous and unattainable. People, there are 3, 6, 9 classes. Some people are born with unparalleled talent, and even without hard work, they can reach a point that is beyond the reach of most people. Even after a lifetime of exhaustion, effort isn't everything. It might make a difference, but certain chasms are ultimately insurmountable. And to Nangong Haotian, the Northern Realm Holy Maiden was an insurmountable chasm. If there were no special encounters, without any surprises, he would have to be stepped on by the Northern Realm Holy Maiden for the rest of his life. Nangong Wartime was very annoyed at this time. He didn't expect the Northern Realm Holy Maiden's talent to be so good. What's more, I didn't expect my own prince to be as good as I thought he was. And it wasn't just the Northern Realm Holy Maiden. That young master of the Quantum Heavenly Sect was also extremely extraordinary, although he had never made a move. But what kind of person was he, the Southern Emperor, to secretly probe a latecomer with his hand in the air? If his own prince took on that young patriarch, there would be no surprises, and it would end in a crushing defeat. This divine state top forces them all over, surprised to find that, as if only their own descendants, the most. For a moment it annoyed him. Is there a way to completely fuse this sword bone? Ji Qingxian said in a deep voice. Apparently she agrees that the talent gap is not something that can be changed with hard work. The only way to turn the tide was to completely fuse the supreme sword bone. It's ironic to think that, after all, it's the eldest son who doesn't want the sword bone that he doesn't want that's going to turn the tide. Nangong Zhantian slowly shook his head. After all, it's not his own, and it's only 1,000 times harder to completely fuse it. At that Ji Qingxian also sighed. I'll go back to the Ji family, search for secret methods, and check ancient books to see if there can be a way to solve the difficulty of this sword bone rejection. Nangong Zhantian slowly nodded his head. There was nothing better to do for the time being. The Arakanji family, perhaps there was a way to do it. Suddenly, Nangong Wartime seemed to have thought of something. In a sharp voice, go, send someone to retrieve your. Nangong Haotian was stunned. Get that loser back? What do you mean? Didn't you leave the royal family? Why did you come back? Wouldn't that mean that my position as crown prince is not worthy of the name? Ji Qingxian looked at Nangong Zhantian in confusion. At this time, it's better to solve Tian'er's problem first. Retrieving Yor is not urgent. Nangong Zhantian smiled faintly. You forgot. The kid's sword case. At those words, Ji Qingxian suddenly came to a realization. A hint of excitement flashing in her eyes, but at the same time, she was a bit hesitant. Feather. May willingly. Are we doing this? Don't worry. Since he can give Tian'er the supreme sword bone, why can't he give Tian'er the sword box as well? I'm sure that after such a long time, that brat should have lost his temper. Ji Qingxian was still a bit hesitant. Ever since Li Changqing came to Kainan Huangcheng, she had been dazed from time to time. In his mind, there was always an unintentional surge of Li Changqing's determined back when he left. Thinking back, again, to everything that has happened since he returned home. He himself admits that he has neglected his eldest son somewhat since his return. But after 18 years of not seeing each other, some sense of alienation should be normal. And he had given Tian'er the sword bone, and the crown prince position to Tian'er, and now he really wanted his sword case? All of this, though, was a result of his own doing. But he's also his own son. Is it really right for him to do this? She was uncertain, hesitant. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. As a mom. On the side, Nangong Jiantian seemed to see her hesitation. This is what he, as the son of you and me, should bear, and we and he are not ordinary people. He is the eldest son of my Dacian emperor, and you are not only his mother, but also the empress of Dacian. For the sake of Dacian, sue some helplessness, he will understand. Nangong Haotian on the side listened to the clouds. Father, what are you talking about? What sword case? What will or won't? Nangong Jiantian looked at him. Tian, do you want your royal brother's sword box? A sword box? Which sword case is it? As if he had thought of something, Nangong Haotian's face was agitated, and his breathing couldn't help but be a bit ragged. As the first to see the terror of that sword box, he felt it deeply. If you don't see this supreme sword bone, you have to hide when you see that sword box, and it's still in the hands of that punk, and it's all so powerful. If he had that sword box, what heavenly demon, what young sovereign, all would be suppressed. I want it. Father, I want it. Nangong Jiantian smiled and nodded. As for Ji Qingxian on the side, seeing Nangong Haotian so excited, her heart was firm. That's right, this palace is not only a mother, but also the empress of Great Qian. As the eldest son of the Great Qian emperor, wasn't it proper for him to help his younger brother who was the crown prince? And it's all for the sake of the Great Qian. Good, when I find your brother, I will let him hand over the sword box to you. With the horror of the sword box, you only need to control it a little. You will be able to cross the level of victory. Even if there is no that sword bone is also no harm. Many thanks to father. Many thanks to mother. My son is grateful. Just that the abolition of imperial brother is willing? Looking at the excited Nangong Haotian, Ji Qingxian was also happy. Don't worry Tian, your royal brother can give you the sword bone. Think the sword box will not be stingy. Just your royal brother for you to pay quite a lot. Cannot be allowed to a mouth a waste. Called. Aha. Don't worry mother. If my royal brother is so good to me, I will naturally be good to my royal brother as well. Nangong Haotian hurriedly nodded his head and assured with an excited face, just what was in his mind, only he knew. At those words, Ji Qingxian revealed a pleased smile. We owe your royal brother a lot. When he comes back, you can't show your prince's might in front of him. You two brothers, you must work together to make Dacian an eternal dynasty. At this point, South Go Down, Deng Tian building, above the roof, a figure with purple hair and purple pupils stood proudly. The breeze came, the long purple hair swung with the wind, and the bells on his ankles, ling. This scene is like a picture in a dream. Like a dream. Chapter 21. You look like the Empress of Dacian, don't you? A pair of purple pupils look down on southern God City. This is the Deng Tian building, which is the tallest building in Nanwangqing besides the Imperial Palace. From here, one can almost overlook the entire South Go Down. She wanted to see the place where he was born. Holy Maiden. A figure that suddenly flashed into existence was Yanquan. Dao Shui nodded without looking at him and indifferently said, summon South God City and even the surrounding. All the secret agents. I want all the news of everything that happened after Nangong Hongyu returned to China. And Yanquan said with some hesitation, Holy Maiden, such a large-scale mobilization of manpower will definitely not be able to escape the eyes of South God City, and conflict will be inevitable at that time. Dao Shui looked at the South God City, a rather peaceful atmosphere, and faintly said, don't you think that he, Dacian, has been so peaceful for so long that he has forgotten who it was, who gave them peace? Yes, sir. At those words, Yanquan said nothing more and flashed away, and Dao Shui was alone, quietly looking at the South God City landscape, the foot of Lingyun Mountain. Brotherly, Li Changcheng, are you home? Come out. Li Changqing inside the house heard the commotion and pushed the door out. Looking up, three figures stood outside the courtyard. It was clearly the Lingyun sect's senior sibling duo, Brother Wu, Miss Zhao. Hey, Li Changcheng, we're back. Brother Li, this is our master and the head of our clan. Li Changqing was slightly taken aback, not realizing that their master was the sect leader of the Lingyun sect. Looking up, his stature was tall, and even though he was wearing a wide Dao robe, it was difficult to conceal that extremely prominent figure. The face was even more exquisite, with a pair of bright eyes that quietly surveyed Li Changqing. What a stunner! Li Changcheng, meet Patriarch Lingyun. Li Changqing simply saluted. After all, he would have to spend some time at someone else's place in a while. The proper etiquette is still in place. Du Kaiwei nodded faintly, her face expressionless, only slightly glancing at Li Changqing. There is some doubt inside. This person. It always feels a little strange, but I can't say what's strange about it. I heard my disciples say that you are a wanderer in the world. Would you like to join my sect? Zhao Linger winked at Li Changqing. Since Patriarch doesn't mind, I am willing. Du Kaiwei nodded. That's good. Follow me up the mountain. Li Changqing nodded his head and turned his head to shout at the house. Girl, let's go. Yes, young master. Not long after, Xiao Li appeared with a sword case on his back. Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger greeted Xiao Li. Xiao Li blushed slightly and hid behind Li Changqing. Embarrassed. This is my maid Xiao Li. A bit timid. Du Kaiwei faintly glanced at the sword case that Xiao Li was carrying and didn't say anything more. A little bit of weirdness. The strange young master. The timid maid. And the unimpressive black box. Also true. Weird. Nor did she think much of it. She had come here solely to fulfill the disciple. As for accepting disciples and whatnot, she didn't care. It was only 2 people. She could afford to raise them in the Lingyun sect. No harm done. Let's go. With those words, he headed out the door. Li Changqing was just about to move, which knew that Zhao Linger suddenly hugged her master's arm. Master, there's no rush. Why don't we have a meal before we leave? At those words, Du Kaiwei was slightly helpless. You just know how to eat. If only you could spend more time cultivating. Master, you don't know. Li Changqing cooks very well. Du Kaiwei shook her head helplessly and looked at Li Changqing. Rant. On the side, Wu Kuan also spoke out. Brother Li, let me help you. Evergreen Li, doesn't anyone ask my opinion? He and Li just ate and now they want it again? Too full to move a bit. There aren't many ingredients in the house. Touch. Evergreen Li, dumbfounded. He looked at the sheep-like creature of unknown name in front of him. A weird look was given to Wu Kuan. Brother Wu, you've changed. Even the ingredients were prepared. So I dare say it wasn't premeditated. Meeting Li Changqing's gaze, Wu Kuan was also a bit embarrassed. It couldn't be helped. Since the last time he had eaten a meal made by Li Changqing, he was surprised to find that other foods were simply hard to swallow and tasteless. Just one meal had spoiled his appetite. Whatever you eat, subconsciously compare yourself to it. In the end, it was found that the world's deliciousness was surprisingly only this Li Changqing family. Even the delicious food of that South God city could not compare to a meal of Li Changqing at the foot of this Lingyun mountain. Inside the bamboo courtyard. Okay, let's just have a roasted goat. There was nothing to be done. No more excuses to be made. Only honest resignation. The little departure was instructed to go and deal with the unknown whatever it was goat. After the last incident of Excalibur shaving the fish, Li Changqing gave this girl, instilled a lot of wealth is not white. The horseman is not guilty of harboring the crime of the reasoning. So this time, there wasn't any drama of Excalibur killing his sheep. And himself, in the yard, vacated a vacant seat in the. A shelf was erected with charcoal underneath and stones around it as a railing. After Li had handled the sheep, he put them through the rack and lit the coals. After being roasted by the charcoal fire, the entire body of the sheep began to nourish oil, and Li Changqing pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars and began to flavor it. The few people within the courtyard quietly watched Li Changqing roast the sheep. Du Kaiwei looked at the rather expectant Wu Kuan with some surprise. In her eyes, this disciple of hers has always been humble and courteous, and usually cultivates extremely hard. Not like someone who craves for food and drink. Why are you so expectant today? Is it really that good? And on the side, Zhao Linger's big eyes looked straight at Li Changqing. Too much like. The eyebrows are too much like which great Qian empress? The more you look at it, the more similar it is. By the time the sheep was roasted, a strong aroma wafted out. When the crowd smelled such an aromatic flavor, the taste buds in their mouths exploded and saliva couldn't help but start to secrete. Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger were looking forward to it. Especially Zhao Linger, with a pair of eyes looking straight at the golden and crispy roasted whole lamb. At this point, she had long since put the doubts in her head. Behind her, the sky is the limit, and dry rice is the biggest. Even Du Kaiwei looked at the roasted whole lamb in amazement. Why does this food smell so good? And what's with the flowery bottles and jars? Why the smell is so peculiar? As the Lingyun sect patriarch, he had seen many strange things, but the flavors were unusually unfamiliar and unheard of. What she doesn't know is that these are all Li Changqing's previous life. Cooking must have all kinds of seasonings. After roasting it, Li Changqing cut it into pieces and distributed it to the crowd, and taking a large leg of lamb for himself, he slowly started nibbling on it on the side. Wu Kuan Zhao Linger did not need to say much since he started to dry the rice fiercely. So delicious. Li Changqing, can you cook for me every day? Brother Li, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've grown in your craft. Li Changqing rolled his eyes and ignored it. Du Kaiwei is a little hesitant. First of all, this roasted sheep looks moist and bubbling with oil. Eat it is not full of oil? How could this be acceptable to her as the head of a clan? But the scent, again, made her want it. What should I do? I want to have a bite, but I am the head of a clan. How can I be so greedy as to disregard my image and have a feast? But they look like they're eating well, so why don't Just a taste? Eventually, I couldn't resist the temptation to take a small taste. It was as if some kind of switch had been flipped and it couldn't be stopped. Bite after bite, but overall better than two of his own disciples. The whole thing was elegantly eaten. But of course, it would have been perfect without the circle of grease at the corner of his mouth. Li Changcheng, has anyone ever said that you resemble our great Qian Empress? Chapter 22 Location Exposed. Great Qian is coming? Zhao Linger, who was fiercely drying her rice, popped out such a sentence for no reason. Li Changqing was also stunned, looking towards Zhao Linger whose mouth was full of oil. Don't look at this girl who is usually big-headed and clueless. But I didn't expect there to be such an attentive side. Can a real mother and son not look alike? Really, it would be an honor. The crowd had also looked at Li Changqing strangely, carefully sizing up Li Changqing. Don't say. They didn't notice it at first, but after Zhao Linger said so, the crowd suddenly realized that this Li Changqing really did look like the Empress of Dechen. But it didn't go as far as the two having anything to do with each other. After all, a great Qian Empress and a world traveler. What can it matter? Speaking of the Empress of Dacian, let me tell you, that day in the Great Hall, the Crown Prince and the Crown. A lot of people came. All over the world, a lot of people. Zhao Linger looked like she had opened her box of words and was rambling as she slammed dry her rice, and Li Changqing smiled faintly, not reacting much. And, do you know about the Measure of Heaven sect? Their young patriarch is here. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was slightly surprised. The Measure of Heaven sect? Why did they come all the way to the south go down? Is Deqian's face so big now? And also, the Holy Maiden of the Northland Mountain is also here. Only, upon hearing this, the eyes of Xiaoli on the side lit up, her bright eyes flickering as she looked at Li Changqing. And Li Changqing frowned slightly. Even she came? I'm afraid I don't know that this prince is not me. In case, the two knew each other, and Li Changqing naturally understood her. Nangong Haotian did not have such a big face. The only explanation can only be that she mistakenly thought that this and the crown prince is him Li Changqing. I also wonder how she will react when she learns the truth and if she will. Look for it. Li Changqing was somewhat distressed. He didn't know how to face her. After all, he wasn't the Nangong Hongyu of old. And how should the two of them deal with their relationship? It's just that none of them actually came to congratulate the crown prince, but rather the grand imperial prince. Only mistakenly thinking that the crown prince was the grand imperial prince before they came. Li Changqing was slightly puzzled. Dao Shui's coming was justifiable, but what's the deal with this Measure of Heaven sect? Don't recognize it, but I didn't expect them to actually fight. You are not aware. What's going on? Nangong Battletech made a move? Was she injured? Zhao Linger, who was chattering on, paused, stopped, and somewhat strangely looked at the somewhat agitated Li Changqing. In her eyes, Li Changqing had always been the kind of person who, as if he didn't care about anything, and appeared to be extraordinarily indifferent. What's going on today? The Southern Emperor seems to have struck out. But don't worry, the Crown Prince wasn't injured. He was just suppressed. At those words, Li Changqing frowned deeply. This Nangong Zhantian was truly shameless, striking out at a junior. As for Nangong Haotian, how could he hurt her? I am asking the Holy Maiden of the North. She should be fine. A big demon blocked it for her. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was relieved. Reacting, he realized that the crowd was staring at him strangely. Wu Kuan even spoke out. Why is Brother Li so concerned about that Northern Realm Saintess? I've long heard that the Northern Realm Holy Maiden is not only gifted, but also has an incomparable appearance, and I've admired her for a long time for her love of beauty. On the side, Du Kaiwei looked at Li Changqing strangely. On the subject of looks, I seem to be pretty good myself, so how come I don't see your admiration? Oh, so that's it, right. There's something even more outrageous. The rumored sword bone of His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't seem to be his own. Linger, don't talk nonsense, Du Kaiwei chided. Zhao Linger's small mouth flickered as Xiao whispered. Originally? Now people are rumoring that if he was born with a sword bone, how could he be suppressed by someone else's holy maiden with just her hands? Du Kaiwei frowned and looked at Zhao Linger in displeasure. Zhao Linger's neck shrank. Okay, I'll stop. When he finished, he buried his head in dry rice. After the meal, with a wave of Du Kaiwei's striding hand, a large, divine and extraordinary green bird that covered the sky landed outside the courtyard. Li Changqing was slightly startled in his heart. Tianqing Songluan. Unfortunately, if it could return to its ancestor, there would be hope that it could become a divine beast. The group went up to stand on the back of the celestial green Songluan. The heavily green Songluan let out a hiss, spreading its wings and rushing straight into the clouds. Xiaoli was a little scared and held onto Li Changqing's coat corner with a death grip. Through the clouds, a towering mountain emerged. There are countless attics in the mountains, and cultivators come and go. At the top of the mountain a large white stone hall stood. Looking closely around it seemed to have a haze flowing. Li Changqing raised his eyes and couldn't help but nod his head. Although it can't be compared to the top forces, it's still quite good. At least this clan protection array is quite strong. When the disciples in the mountains saw the arrival of Tianqing Mingluan, they said in unison, "We have met the patriarch." Du Kaiwei nodded her head faintly and walked towards the main hall. Li Changcheng, on the other hand, was arranged to handle all sorts of matters for entering the clan. 2 days later, South Godown Palace. At this time, Nangong Zhantian was discussing various matters of Deqian with Ji Qingxian. Suddenly, the eunuch came to report, "Your Majesty, we've found the Great Hall." At those words, Ji Qingxuan's face showed joy. "Come on, back to Empress Dowager." The Great Hall has now joined the Lingyun sect as a journeyman disciple. The couple frowned slightly in unison. Lingyun sect? Handyman? This rebellious son, as a royal family, joined the Lingyun sect even if, how become a handyman? Really disgraced my royal family. Nangong Zhantian had a displeased look on his face. On the side, Ji Qingxian also sighed. "Never mind. It's good that we found it. This palace will move and take your home." As the words fell, Ji Qingxian prepared to depart. "Slow down." Ji Qingxian turned around to look at Nangong Zhantian in disbelief. "What? That rebellious son left home in anger, and as the mother of a nation, if you go to fetch him in person, are you not showing that rebellious son that you are bowing down? And in case he comes back to intensify his behavior and become even more stubborn, what should we do?" Ji Qingxian frowned slightly. "What then?" Nangong Zhantian said after a moment of silence. "Let Huma go. Remember not to let her make a big fuss and make a scene. Just do everything in secret." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxian nodded her head and didn't say anything else. Lingyun sect. At this moment, near the sect gate, an attention-grabbing figure was hatefully holding a broom in her hand, roughly sweeping the floor. The incoming and outgoing disciples looked at Zhao Linger in disbelief. The sovereign's own heirloom, actually doing the odd job of sweeping the floor? Li Changcheng, damn Li Changcheng, you wait, I'll make you look good. Looking at the surrounding disciples talking about it, sweeping the ground, Zhao Linger felt a sudden loss of face. To think that she, the sovereign's own disciple, was actually taken by a miscellaneous disciple. How dare you make her work instead of him to get the good stuff? Shouldn't a journeyman disciple feel honored to cook for a pro-disciple? But to the contrary, Li Changqing didn't feel the same way, and had the audacity to threaten himself with no food if he didn't work. "I hate myself even more for being useless and not being able to resist the temptation of the food, and I am actually doing odd jobs here as a pro-transmitter." And at this moment, inside a mountain attic, Li Changqing was lying on the rocking chair with a peaceful face. The clothing on his body was also changed from a green coat to the uniform clothing of the Lingyun sect's handyman disciples. Since coming to this Lingyun sect and mixing up the identity of a miscellaneous disciple, although it was a handyman, Li Changqing was satisfied with it, making it convenient to bail out later. Come to think of it, no one should care about one less miscellaneous disciple. It's the usual odd jobs that need to be done, but being lazy myself, I can't do a bit of work. Luckily, there are a few tool people, so the days are easy. I have nothing to do, so I'm going to sign in and stuff. Not to mention, the hill is just so much better than the foot of the hill, and has signed out quite a few goodies. Cultivation speed has also accelerated quite a bit. Even if he doesn't use the sword box now, his general peers will never be his opponent. Sort of on the verge of making up for that 17-year window. Suddenly, Li Changqing frowned slightly if he felt something. Who? Chapter 23. For the sake of the people of Great Qian. Li Changqing's words fell. A beautiful figure outside the door pushed its way in. Looking at the visitor, Li Changqing's already tightly frowned eyebrows were even more deeply furrowed at this moment. The visitor did not speak either, first slightly surveying the surroundings, and then placing his gaze on Li Changqing in the rocking chair. Looking at Li Changqing dressed as a handyman, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The delicate lips moved slightly. "You live in a place like this? What's it to you?" At those words, the visitor frowned between his eyebrows and seemed to be about to have a fit, but then he thought of something and forced himself to hold back. "Why don't you go to Tendi and the crown?" "Why should I go?" The visitor didn't seem too satisfied with Li Changqing's answer and continued. "Because you're his royal brother." "Oh, did I not say that we are all decent people? Don't recognize your relatives." The visitor snorted coldly. His aura exploded, and some majesty assaulted Li Changqing, and Li Changqing did not move as if he was a mountain. Without any half effect, the visitor seemed to be a bit surprised and looked at Li Changqing rather puzzled. Tian Di was born with the supreme sword bone. He is more suitable than you. Li Changqing sneered. Supreme sword bone? Oh, so he's the crown prince now. Shouldn't you all be satisfied with that? Why come to me? The visitor was silent for a moment, and his aura was withdrawn. Because you're running the same bloodline as us, yet you've come to be a handyman. Aren't you ashamed? Bloodline? You don't think you're noble, do you? I'm to the contrary, ashamed of this rancid bloodline. And what's wrong with a handyman? A handyman at least knows how to be grateful. Do you? What about you? Oh, stinking toad at the bottom of the well, having to count yourself as a noble swan. Are you worthy? The visitor's chest rose and fell, obviously infuriated. Li Chongqing deflated with disdain. Go away if you don't have anything to do. It's annoying to see you. The visitor took a deep breath and forced down his anger. I recognize your devotion, but there are some things we have no choice but to do. And isn't it all your own doing? If you had been a million times better than Tendi, would all this have happened? You have to remember that we are born different and destined to do certain things. Not just thinking only about ourselves, but also thinking about these thousands of great Qian subjects. Li Chongqing laughed. Oh, what a grand statement. What a good for the sake of the great Qian. If you can be honest at all, I still look up to you. I know you far better than you yourselves. This day by day, I'm convinced that you guys, even if you lie to yourselves, what's important is that you've really fooled yourselves. At this point, I would like to call you Nangong as the king. The visitor couldn't stand it anymore and attacked Li Chongqing with a flash. Crude thing. Looks like we're going to teach you a lesson today. Li Chongqing was unperturbed as the sword box emerged in his hand. Seeing a big battle is inevitable. Suddenly, Brother Li, hearing shouts outside, the two men in the room were stunned and withdrew their hands. The visitor glanced at Li Chongqing and said rather disdainfully, with your qualifications, mixing with a handyman is already tops. I'm right here. When you figure it out, go back with me, and you'll enjoy glory and riches to the fullest. The words fell, and without waiting for Li Chongqing's response, he walked outward. Li, girl, you are? The visitor ignored Wu Kuan and only glanced at him lightly. Wu Kuan, what a beautiful woman. It seemed a little familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before, but I couldn't remember for a moment. Brother Li, Wu Kuan enters. Brother Li, you're home. Li Chongqing nodded faintly. And the woman is? Li Chongqing slowly shook his head. It's just people who don't matter. Yes? By the way, lately, are you used to it? Li Chongqing smiled faintly. This Lingyun mountain is so picturesque that it's an honor to live here. That's good. By the way, Brother Li, have you ever been to the Immortal Ascension platform? Li Chongqing was a bit puzzled. The Ascension platform. What's that? Brother Li doesn't know yet? Wu Kuan said with some surprise. Li Chongqing nodded slightly. Well, the Immortal Ascension platform is my clan's forefathers. I don't know where to move a piece of immortal stone, can measure people's root and bone, help people to realize the way. Every disciple has a chance to enter the Immortal Ascension platform, and the follow-up is the need for the clan's contribution to be able to re-enter. Since Brother Li doesn't know yet, and must not have been there, why don't you come along with me? It just so happens that I've had quite an epiphany recently, and I need the Immortal Ascension platform to help me have an epiphany. Li Chongqing frowned slightly. Measuring people's bones? Wouldn't that be revealing? No, absolutely not. AI. Truth be told, my qualifications are dull, born wasted. Such a divine object with me to use. Simply a waste. Brother Wu alone can go. Nevertheless, when Wu Kuan heard this, he looked at Li Chongqing with a displeased face. Li Chongqing was slightly stunned. This Wu Kuan has always been elegant and easygoing. Today how this expression? Did that offend him? Brother Li, I, a cultivator, fight for heaven's destiny and go against it, even if there is only a 1 in a million chance. I must rise to the challenge and go forward. In the past, when the koi turned into a golden dragon, how would you know that you are not that koi if you don't try and gamble? With such a chance in front of us, how can Brother Li be indifferent? Don't talk too much, quickly come with me. After saying that, in a swift manner, he pulled up Li Chongqing's hand and started to walk out. Clueless, Li Chongqing waited until he reached the Immortal Ascension stage still clueless. Looking in front of him, at the stone countertop that was emitting a strange light, Li Chongqing had a headache on his face. Turning his head to look at Wu Kuan again, he only saw him blocking behind Li Chongqing, as if preventing Li Chongqing from escaping. Inside, he was even more helpless. This Wu Kuan really is one of the few good old boys, although I know it's for my own good. I really don't need any enlightenment. Just enlightenment is all that matters. Why do they need to test the root bones? Senior. The two of them turned their heads and saw Zhao Linger walking slowly with a broom in her hand. Seeing Li Chongqing's eyes glaring, he flaunted his small fists. Evergreen Li, senior sister, you've come just in time. When I enter the Immortal Ascension stage later, help me keep an eye on Brother Li. We can't let him escape. Evergreen Li. At those words, Zhao Linger was a bit puzzled. Run away? Why run away? You don't know. Senior sister. This brother Li actually doesn't want to enter this immortal ascension platform. I don't know what he thinks, Wu Kuan said with some exasperation. The voice was unconsciously a little loud. The surrounding disciples looked up, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like, looking at Li Chongqing. Did I hear you right? There are still people who don't want to enter this immortal ascension platform? Ha ha ha, cutie. Big little cutie. Heavens, I've worked so hard to contribute to the sect just to get into this immortal ascension stage. Why wouldn't he want to get in? That's right, I came to this Lingyun sect, isn't it for the chance to get into the immortal ascension platform? If he's not willing to do so, I am willing to. Give me this chance. You deserve it too. Give it to me. I am the second elder's personal heirloom. No one can snatch it from me. Chapter 24, Wheel of Fortune? The surrounding disciples were talking. There were actually disciples who actually went up and approached Li Chongqing to strike up a conversation, ask for something in exchange for a spot on Evergreen Li, only to be glared away by Wu Kuan. The identity of the sovereign's own heirloom was still good. At the same time, one couldn't help but wonder a bit how this miscellaneous disciple could hook up with the two patriarchs' personal heirlooms. Just like this, Li Chongqing was pressed by the two, unable to move, until a disciple, lost in thought, came down from the ascension platform. Wu Kuan turned his head to look at his own senior sister. Senior sister, it's my turn. Keep an eye on Brother Li. When I come out, Brother Li will be next. Zhao Linger nodded earnestly and looked at Li Chongqing with her broom flauntingly, as if to say, if you dare to run, the broom in her hand will definitely not be polite. Li Chongqing rolled his eyes helplessly. Wu Kuan did not say anything more and slowly walked towards the immortal ascension platform. The figure slowly disappeared, and from the outside it was not possible to see the inside of the immortal ascension platform, nor did he know what kind of structure was inside. Zhao Linger slowly came up to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing, why don't you want to enter this immortal ascension platform? Li Chongqing didn't bother with her. The reason for this is not enough for outsiders to understand. Zhao Linger let out a cold snort of displeasure. Suddenly, the surrounding haze slowly began to spread. The immortal ascension platform erupted with a dense light, surrounded by immortal cranes and immortal birds, with few immortal auras. It was extraordinary. The group of disciples, however, appeared to be used to it, as if they had expected it. There was a lot of nodding at the ascension platform. It seems that Elda's senior brother has improved again in recent days. Yes, and I don't know when we can also have such a vision. That's easy. Go back to sleep and dream about everything, Zhao Linger said smugly on the side. How about it? My senior brother is awesome, isn't he? Li Chongqing nodded rather agreeably. Worthy of being the patriarch's eldest disciple, his talent was still very good. I just don't know if this kind of character, in this world, is good or bad. About 2 hours later, Wu Kuan slowly walked out of the immortal ascension platform, with a jovial smile on his face. It was clear that the harvest was not bad. Brother Li, please, Evergreen Li. With a silent sigh in his heart, he slowly walked into the immortal ascension platform under the gaze of the crowd. It was only when he came to the interior of the ascension platform that he realized that there was something else inside. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary stone countertop, plain as day, but the interior is a space of its own, isolated from heaven and earth, unable to feel everything outside. Above the surface of the stone, complex inscriptions were carved, profound and difficult to understand, but Li Chongqing read it. This is an ancient rotation formation, which, as the name suggests, converts something into something specific. From his usage, it is not difficult to see that it should be the efficacy of calming the heart and condensing the mind to help people realize the truth or something like that, but just don't know what it's paying for. I don't know who made this formation and what it is intended to do, but at least it shows that the person who laid this array must be extraordinary. Like this ancient array, there are very few people who can read and understand it, let alone laying it. Li Chongqing was also able to know about it only when he was in the Northern Realm. Looking through the Northern Realm's collection of books, a sudden flash of insight. This place is quite extraordinary, so why not sign in and give it a try? System, sign in. Ding, thousandfold strike signed in successfully. Location Lingyun Sect's immortal ascension platform. Obtaining the Qi looking technique. Thousands of times. Qi surveying? Li Chongqing was slightly shocked. This 1,000 times blitz, but it was the highest multiplier except for the Dakian Palace. I just don't know if the lookout is worth it. Receive a lookout. Li Chongqing closed his eyes as huge information flooded into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, a golden light surged in his eyes, followed by an extremely dazzling golden light that nearly blinded him. Hastily closing his eyes, he opened them slightly aslit and adjusted slightly before daring to open them fully. One could only see the arcane golden light surrounding itself, living as a light bulb in the darkness of the night. The blinding golden light made people afraid to look directly at it. Is this the luck of the air? Li Changqing couldn't help but sigh. This golden light of his is that metaphysical chi. Instead of its own chi, it is the chi of Dakian. Only that was before. No wonder the recent breakthrough was as simple as eating and drinking. It doesn't even require you to do anything on your own. It's natural and everything falls into place. The chi of the country of Dakian is so huge, and now half of it is on himself. And I don't know how that Dakian will be affected if it doesn't have so much chi. But it's none of your business anyway. Sweeping around, he suddenly realized that a strand of purple chi was slowly injected into this array of reincarnation. Li Changqing had a strange look on his face. It turned out that the sustenance of this formation of rotation was actually chi. In other words, as long as someone entered this immortal ascension platform, they were constantly consuming the Lingyun sect's chi. Li Changqing was filled with puzzlement. What kind of person could be so rich and generous as to use their chi luck in exchange for a momentary opportunity of enlightenment? And for the whole clan, he, a handyman, was able to enter this immortal ascension platform? So one could imagine the speed at which the chi was consumed. What clan can afford this? What's the matter with his Lingyun sect? After thinking about it, he took out his sword case and released a divine sword, preparing to destroy the inscription on it. Lingyun's sect treated him well. At least Wu Ku and Zhao Linger's senior siblings treated him well. Li Changqing is not his Nangong royal family, and he still knows how to repay kindness, but thought better of it. I don't know if the Lingyun sect itself knows or not, and I'm afraid that if I destroy it rashly, I'm going to be in trouble. It's better to wait to get out and find out what's going on first. Placing the sword case on the floor as a pillow, he laid himself down. It's impossible to be enlightened, so sleep first and go out at the right time. And what Li Changqing forgot was that although he didn't have enlightenment, the immortal stone underneath him didn't stop working. The function of this formation of rotation is to consume chi and help one's mind to be calmed and concentrated to aid one's enlightenment. Then the function of this immortal stone is to communicate itself and measure the human root and bone materialization. Just the moment Li Changqing fell asleep, the crowd outside suddenly felt a pang of alarm. It was as if countless sharp swords were hanging over his head, and the hairs on his body were sticking up. The crowd was horrified and puzzled, looking left and right, not understanding at all what was happening. Ah, my sword! Suddenly, a cultivator shouted. Looking for the sound, a long sword rushed up into the sky, leaving the cultivator dumbfounded in place. But that wasn't all. One after another, flying swords rose up in the air, as if summoned by something. All of them broke away from their own master's control and flew high into the sky. Immediately afterward, countless flying swords roared long and loud, seemingly cheering and leaping. With such a commotion, the entire Lingyun sect was startled. They all raised their heads to look above the ascension platform. Unexpectedly, they rushed in the direction of the immortal ascension platform. With a face of astonishing honor, Wu Kuan looked at the immortal ascension platform and muttered, "Li, brother Li, you have a dull qualification? Born wasted?" Suddenly, a figure flashed. "Master." Du Kaiwei nodded faintly. The eyes stared straight at the immortal ascension platform. "Who's in there?" Wu Kuan. Chapter 25, Sword Breath Long River 90,000 leagues. Who in the world doesn't know the king? It's brotherly. Li Changqing? Du Kaiwei froze, somewhat incredulous. Did he cause this 10,000 swords to roar? It's amazing that he has such a talent. At first sight, I just thought that this son's temperament was quite special. The cooking was extremely good. I never thought I'd pick up a genius. Looking at the Lingyun Sect's mountain, with 10,000 swords roaring, Du Kaiwei could not hide the excitement in her heart. This vision far surpassed that of his own great disciple, Wu Kuan. If she did not fall, she would certainly be able to lead her Lingyun sect to glory. It's really God's blessing on my Lingyun sect. Immediately afterward, several more figures flashed out, excitedly giving a slight salute to Du Kaiwei. "Sovereign, who caused this?" Looking at the several excited elders, Du Kaiwei smiled faintly. "A few elders take it easy. This son is named Li Changqing, a handyman who just joined our sect." Handyman. At those words, several elders stared with wide eyes. Looking at the immortal ascension platform, it was filled with disbelief. A handyman was actually able to invoke the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the crowd. A white dress, long hair to the waist, walking slightly, elegant and dignified, showing a sense of splendor. His brow was arrogant and he looked down on the crowd in a flat manner. At this moment, the woman looked at the vision above her head and muttered under her breath, 10,000 sword loan. Monarch of swords. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the tiny Lingyun sect. It's a waste for this person to stay in this tiny Lingyun sect. Why don't you join my princess's residence and be my vassal so that you can show off your talents? Wu Kuan, who was in the crowd, unintentionally glanced at this woman and was quite curious. Isn't this the woman who came out of Brother Li's house? With this kind of temperament, I think it must not be an ordinary person. At this moment, the long roar of the 10,000 swords on the mountain stopped. It began to move in an extremely regular rhythm, like 100 rivers gathering in the sea, a small stream flowing into a large river, and a long river flowing into the sea, running above the clouds, a show of cloudiness. The crowd's jaws dropped, filled with disbelief. Sword chi long river. Heavens, just a mere vision, but it can draw 10,000 swords into the river. This sun is truly as terrifying as this. It's still rising. It's already 40,000 miles. Another 20,000 miles. Won't it surpass the legendary sword god? No, it can't be. What kind of person is the sword god? That's a figure who invokes the long river of sword chi for 60,000 miles. As the leader of the sword Dao, how is it possible that there's still someone who surpasses it? 50,000 miles. At this point, all the long swords of the Lingyun sect were no longer enough, because the long river of sword chi was still rising. A steady stream of long swords from all around broke through the air and joined the queue, but it still wasn't enough, and there was a brief pause at more than 50,000 miles. As the Lingyun sect ran out of swords, the crowd was eagerly awaiting it, tense with anticipation. They were about to go beyond 60,000 miles, but were they going to be interrupted by it? Unwillingly, extremely unwillingly, even if the one who triggered this vision wasn't himself, but to be able to witness the existence of a transcendent sword god with his own eyes, I'm afraid that he would have no regrets even if he died. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of a sharp shot breaking through the air came. Raising his eyes, at some point, around the Lingyun mountain, densely packed long swords, as if on a pilgrimage, wrapped in the sound of the wind, shot up and joined the 10,000 miles of river. 60,000 miles. It's really 60,000 miles. My Lingyun sect has surpassed the sword god, truly surpassed the sword god. The crowd was excited, as if the one who surpassed the sword god was themselves. Even Du Kaiwei, at this moment, was also extremely excited, her delicate face filled with redness. The great elders looked up to the sky and roared. Their Lingyun sect had produced an existence that surpassed the sword god. When this son grows up, his Lingyun sect may not necessarily not be able to become a power that is comparable to South God City's North Realm Mountain. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position, and the honor goes with him. Zhao Linger looked at her own senior brother in confusion. Senior, is this Li Changqing? I don't know. At this moment, the white-clothed woman in the crowd looked at the 10,000 mile long river of sword chi in shock. She had thought that 10,000 long swords was already the limit, but she never expected that he would actually be able to induce endless long swords and gather the long river of the sword Dao. What's more, I didn't expect that it could actually surpass the sword god. This person's talent, I'm afraid that it's even better than my own imperial brother's supreme sword bone. This person must serve my great Qian. How can the small Lingyun sect tolerate such a demon? After saying that, she stared intently at the entrance of the Immortal Ascension platform. She wanted to see just who it was that could cause such a vision. And the vision didn't end there. 60,000 miles was clearly not the limit. Why? He hasn't stopped. Isn't that enough? Finally, under the unbelieving gazes of the crowd, the long river of sword chi came to 90,000 li. And at this moment, within the Immortal Ascension platform, Li Changqing rolled over, his eyes slowly opening, stretched out, should be able to get out. Saying that, he put away his sword case and headed out. With Li Changqing waking up, the long river of sword chi, which was still surging, stopped without warning. It was like losing power and free falling from a height of 10,000 feet. The crowd panicked, not bothering to think about why exactly they had stopped. Hurry up and run your mana to shelter yourself. The power of countless long swords falling could be imagined. Quickly, follow me with the sword. Du Kaiwei hurriedly greeted the group of elders to control the flying swords, but ultimately, there were too many, and a small number were not controlled in time, resulting in a number of disciples were injured. But fortunately no one died. After all, they are all cultivators. The long sword in no one deliberately control cannot cause much damage. Wubi, what's going on here? Li Changqing stood at the entrance of the Immortal Ascension platform, dumbfounded as he looked at the mess that should have been a field of long swords. There were also a number of disciples who had been wounded. At the sound of the voice, the gazes of the crowd converged on Li Changqing, who was standing at the entrance. This is the youth who triggered the river of sword chi for 80,000 miles? After this, who in the world does not know the king? Wu Kuan looked at Li Changqing with a bitter smile on his face. Brother Li, you've tricked me so hard. At those words, Li Changqing's heart thumped. It's bad. It's not going to do itself, is it? What talent can he not know himself? It was only the Nangong family that treated him like a piece of trash. A slow sigh. After all, he was still exposed, and he had intended to just sign in secretly and get stronger honestly. This is how you can protect yourself in this world. Now that the talent is exposed, all sorts of trouble ensues. A slow sigh. It seems that this Lingyun sect signing in have to speed up the process, and strive to finish signing in early, and pull out early. It's not a good place to stay. Suddenly, it felt like his hand was firmly pulled by a big rough hand. Fixing his eyes on the white-bearded old man from nowhere, his eyes burned into his own. Li Chongqing unconsciously took a step back. Your name is Li Chongqing? Li Chongqing nodded. Good, good, good. Would you like to worship me as your teacher? I am the third elder of the Lingyun sect. If you join my disciple, I will teach you everything. Before Li Chongqing could even say anything, another person flashed to the side. One pushed away the third elder. Evergreen, don't pay any attention to him. He's an alchemist. How can he be your master? Surname Zhang. What do you mean? I can't be his master. But you, a refiner, can? Humph. I can pour out my resources for him and create a divine sword for him. I can also refine pills for him, helping him cultivate by leaps and bounds. Chapter 26. Is it hard to admit you have no talent? Don't argue, all of you. My majoring in the sword Dao is what suits him best. You fit in my ass. I, Evergreen Li. And at that moment, the white-clothed woman in the distance had a scowl written all over her stunning face. Looking at Li Changqing's figure, his eyes were filled with incredulity. How could it be him? How could it be him? It won't. Absolutely not. He's a piece of. How could one have the ability to cause a long river of 90,000 miles of sword chi? Yes, must have used some kind of blindfold. Knowing that he was here, he deliberately used this method to get his attention. You're trying to tell us you're not a loser. Trying to tell us you're better than Tendi. Unfortunately, your acting is full of holes. I can see through it at a glance. You're not only a loser, you're a hypocritical loser. You'll never be as good as Tendi. At this moment, the woman's chest rose and fell violently as she looked at Li Chongqing and gritted her teeth. It was quite an exasperation. It was tempting to rush up and dismantle him, but looking at the large number of people here, he could only force down his anger and turn away. And Li Chongqing was quite annoyed at this time. A few elders you fought over, all wanting to accept themselves as disciples. But he didn't intend to become a disciple of anyone. He's fine on his own. Li Chongqing. Upon hearing this, several elders stopped from arguing and looked at Li Chongqing and then at Du Kaiwei, shaking his head helplessly. In terms of who in this Lingyun sect was the most qualified to take Li Chongqing as a disciple, I'm afraid it was only the patriarch. It was fine if they didn't open their mouths, but once the patriarch opened his mouth, it wasn't good for them to fight for it. Li Chongqing turned his head to look at Du Kaiwei. Will you be my disciple? Du Kaiwei had a pair of beautiful eyes that looked at Li Chongqing expectantly. Who wouldn't want to be a disciple with such talent? If he could accept Li Chongqing as a disciple, then it would be considered to have tied him completely to the Lingyun sect. Such a heavenly talent. In the future it will be extraordinary, and her Lingyun sect will be able to rise up. On the side, Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger also looked at Li Chongqing with an expectant face. Without so many twists and turns, it was just a simple desire to become a master and brother with Li Chongqing. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Li Chongqing slowly shook his head after a moment of silence. Du Kaiwei's pupils were slightly darker. Although it was expected, it was still hard to avoid feeling sorry for it. Although her Lingyun sect is good, but such a heavenly pride. Think more toward the top power like the Nangong royal family. It's a real shame. Thanks to the sovereign's good intentions, but I have no great ambitions in my heart. I have no ambitions. I just want to be a peaceful salted fish. If I become a sovereign's disciple, the many troubles will be countless. I think that a handyman is quite good. The crowd only felt their scalps go numb. Don't even know what to say. Such talent actually settled in the status quo. Shouldn't it be ambitious? Motivated to become the strongest? Peerless? Brotherly? Wu Kuan was just about to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Chongqing. Brother Wu, people have their own aspirations and cannot be forced. Wu Kuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he just sighed. Seeing that Li Chongqing's meaning was absolute, Du Kaiwei shook her head with a bitter smile. In that case let it be. But since you are a disciple of my Lingyun sect and have such talent, naturally you can't waste it. From now on it will be in your treatment as a protege. The words fell, and without giving Li Chongqing a chance to refuse, he flashed away. The crowd looked at Li Chongqing and didn't know what to say for a moment. Today was just too exciting and a little hard to take, so I'll have to go back and slow down a bit. And Li Chongqing, against the gazes of the crowd, quickly left. leaving behind a crowd of people who looked at each other in disbelief. In the evening, Li Changqing's master and servant, watching the moon in the courtyard. As always, Li Changqing was lying down on a homemade rocking chair, rocked back and forth with a peaceful face, and Shaoli moved a small stool and sat next to Li Changqing. His mouth kept eating something. Young master, this is delicious, try it. Li Changqing smiled faintly. I'm full, help yourself. Turning his head to look at the little girl, he scanned, again, slightly, this small, newly moved-in yard, and then looked up at the oversized moon. I have to say, the moon is really big in this world. And this courtyard was also prepared by someone from the Lingyun sect. It was still built according to the one at the foot of Lingyun sect's mountain. I can't say it's exactly the same, only identical. And there's no one around. It's clean as a whistle. Very much in line with Li Changqing's favorite type. Totally exemplifies the saying, what is of value, deserves to be treated as such. It's realistic and harsh, but that's the way the world is supposed to be. Li Changqing, who was enjoying the moon, suddenly realized how there was an extra figure on this moon. When he saw the visitor clearly, Li Changqing frowned. The visitor was dressed in white with long hair. This person was Nangong Yanyan, Nangong Batanshan's third daughter, Nangong Honyu's third imperial sister, and the great Qian princess. According to memory, this Nangong Yanyan is not simple. A cultivation is definitely not weaker than Nangong Haotian. He, Nangong Haotian, was nothing without the supreme sword bone. And these three sisters, they are solidly gifted excellence. Only the Nangong family has always favored sons over daughters. And the outside world does not know much about the three princesses of the Nangong family. And after Li Changqing returned home, all kinds of treatment. Nangong Yanran was more or less involved. Even Li Changqing suspected that she was involved in the poisoning. Otherwise, with Nangong Haotian, it would not have been possible to be so secretive. Nangong Yanran slowly walked into the small courtyard, and Li was so confused that when she approached, she realized that there was an extra person in the yard. Seeing the visitor clearly, he was shocked. The food in her hand also dropped to the ground, and she fiercely got up, her petite body blocking in front of Li Changqing. You, what are you doing here? Nangong Yanran first looked at Li Changqing and then at Shaoli, suddenly feeling displeased. What a thing to get in her way. Raising her hand, she was ready to strike down. This ungrateful maid. You lay a hand on her and I'll make sure you don't walk out of here. The voice was flat as water, devoid of emotion. However, Nangong Yanyan was as if she had fallen into the nine ghosts, looking blankly at Li Changqing, only to see, at some point, Li Changqing's hand, resting on an unimpressive black box, was watching her icily. She was instantly annoyed and had the presence of mind to strike, but her body was somehow palpitating. After hesitating for a moment, he finally did not make a move. Look at its unimpressive black box. Is this your sword case? What's it to you? After a moment of silence, Nangong Yanran turned around, facing Li Changqing sideways. Today, I saw it. It's none of my business what you saw, and you don't have to make a point of telling me. I beg you to stay away from me. The sight of you bothers me. Nangong Yanyan forced down her anger and said, is it fun to engage in such tricks? Is it hard to admit that you don't have any talent? Even though I don't know where you got the vision from, do you think you can really fool me? And father and mother? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was dumbfounded. Chapter 27. Hand over the sword case. What is she talking about? Why can't you understand a word of it? Seeing that Li Changqing didn't say anything, Nangong Yanran thought that her guess was correct, and looked at Li Changqing with disdain in her gaze. And, what? You can't take it when you're caught in a lie? Li Changqing froze in place without making a sound. Sword Qilong River 90,000 Li. If there really is such a person, what kind of stunning and outstanding talent is it? As for you, and how could it be such a person? Li Changqing revealed an expression that showed that this was the case. A look at a little cutie. Look at Nangong Yanran. Forget it, you are already hypocritical to the core. I don't want to say anything more. This time I came here, I was ordered by my father to bring you home. Pack up and go with me. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing looked constipated, as if he was disgusted by something. Shaoli, on the side, looked at his young master with a nervous face. Apparently she doesn't want to go back. What? You haven't had enough? Nangong Yanran, on the side, looked at the unresponsive Li Changqing and couldn't help but frown and said, he had already put himself down to pick him up, so what could he possibly have against it? When her father asked her to pick him up, she was reluctant in every way. Why would she, as a princess of Diqian, pick up a waste, even if this waste was her own brother? Li Changqing took a deep breath and said slowly to Nangong Yanran across the table, my name is Li Changqing, not surnamed what Nangong, and your Nangong royal family, former present past future. Almost must not have any relationship. I don't know what's wrong with all of you surnamed Nangong. All TM with can't understand human words. You, South go down, are not my home either, and you are even less my family. Can you understand that? At those words, Nangong Yenran frowned at Li Changqing. I didn't realize this punk hadn't had enough. At the same time, it was secretly a blessing. Make a scene. Make a scene. It's best to completely anger father and mother and expel him from the Nangong royal family. Having a waste as a younger brother, she felt exceptionally humiliated. Fine, since you don't want to go back, I will truthfully report to father and mother. But you need to give me this sword case, Nangong Yenran said as she looked at Li Changqing, the endless sword box that she was holding in her hand. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing revealed a wisp of a cold smile. He, I said why did I let you come to me? So it's because I want the sword case. Let me guess. This sword case is meant to be taken to your T-honor. Did you suddenly realize that T-honor, who you have high hopes for, is actually a waste, even with the supreme sword bone? Now you need this sword box to fill your strength? Li Changqing looked at her with a smirk, and when she heard Li Changqing's words, her eyes erupted with a stern gaze, staring fiercely at Li Changqing. His body's aura erupted and he said angrily, "You punk, how dare you call Tiandi a waste? Cut the crap and hand over the sword box. He's a waste in your hands. Only in Tiandi's hands can it shine as it should." Li Changqing snorted coldly. "If I don't hand it over, are you going to rob it? Not handing it over? He is the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty and your younger brother. You can't be ignorant of the role played by this sword box in his hands. De Qian, what's it got to do with me? Brother? You've seen that brother poison his brother." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yenran stared at Li Changqing with wide eyes, incredulously. "How do you? Your bull ting me." Li Changqing looked at Nangong Yenran playfully. "How do I know? He. So you know it too, but you neither said it nor stopped it. You are wanting me to die or you are simply an accomplice." At those words, the color of panic on Nangong Yenyan's face flickered. "What are you babbling about? Tian'er is your younger brother. How could he poison you? Even though I don't like you, but how can I say that I'm also your older sister? How could I want you to die?" Li Changqing sneered. "You say you guys are not ridiculous. Both look down on me, but also want my sword box. Both want me to die, but also beautifully named. Want me to think for the sake of the great Qian. You Nangong family is really ridiculous." After a pause and said, "You say this poisoning thing, if by that couple no. Well how? By the way, Nangong Haotian is favored and is now the crown prince, so it probably won't be anything. But you would be different." At that, Nangong Yenran was full of anger, and there was a little bit of fear after a closer look. "Damn trash. How dare you talk nonsense? As a royal sister, I will teach you a lesson today." When the words fell, he no longer hesitated. His breath soared, and he attacked Li Changqing with a palm. Li Changqing's face showed disdain, slightly adjusting the evergreen chi in his body. A gentle spiritual force swept Shaoli away, and he himself met Nangong Yenran with a palm. Bang! As the two palms clashed, the aura swirled in all directions, and the newly built small courtyard was destroyed. Nangong Yenran took 3 steps back while Li Changqing took 5 steps back. Looking blandly at Nangong Yenyan, he shook off his somewhat numb palms. In his heart, he said that after all, it is a 17-year window period, and it is still difficult to compare in terms of cultivation, so it is good that the evergreen law is special. Even without using the sword case, he could still beat her, only with some trouble. As for Nangong Yenyan, her face was full of shock and disbelief as she looked at Li Changqing. It took a long time to come back. Was that an illusion? How is he going to block his own slap? Is this him? What kind of loser is this? Why was it able to repel itself? No way. Absolutely impossible. Damn punk. What kind of machinations did you use? With a furious roar, a snow-white longsword emerged in his hand. A half-moon chopping strike was delivered to Li Changqing as he drove his sword, and Li Changqing smiled blandly. Using a sword in front of him? Using his finger as a sword, he casually waved his hand, and an even more terrifying chopping strike, accompanied by a sword intent that rippled like a great river, rushed towards Nangong Yenyan. Touch! The two chopping strikes collided, and Nangong Yenyan's chopping strike was consumed in an instant. As for Li Changqing's chopping attack, it went unabated and attacked Nangong Yenran. Nangong Yenyan only felt like a speck of dust in a large river, at any time at risk of being overturned. No longer hesitating, his eyes stared, and a blossom appeared in front of him, parrying the blow. Li Changqing cursed. Trouble. Leaning forward, he tangled with her. What the two didn't know was that a beautiful figure in the shadows was quietly watching the two entangled. This person was clearly the Lingyun sect patriarch, Du Kai Wei. Sword chi was in the air, and smoke filled the air. Li Changqing didn't use the sword box, and used all his own strength to tangle with it. As for Nangon Yanyan, the secret method was powerful, but it was also useless and could not effectively strike Li Changqing. The two of them couldn't do anything about it for a while, fighting from the ground to the sky. At this time the two, slightly some gasping, Li Changqing's chest received a palm, some pain, secretly running the evergreen law, only to be able to calm down. And Nangon Yanran wasn't much better. Her long hair was disheveled, and she completely lost the pomp and circumstance she had when she first arrived. She stared blankly at Li Changqing, who seemed to be smiling in front of her. She didn't understand how he could be so strong. I can't even help myself. At the same time, she was also unusually annoyed that she, a great Qian princess, was actually beaten up like this by a punk. How could this be tolerated by such a proud heart as hers? Looking at Li Changqing, who seemed to be mocking her, she said with hatred, "Although I don't know what method you've used to be able to have such battle power, but to try to win against me based on this is simply a dream. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. I'll let you know how terrifying my Nangon bloodline really is, and that you're just a waste of space, never qualified to awaken the power of your bloodline." As the words fell, his hands clenched in an obscure manner. At the same time, the surrounding aura was restless, like something terrifying was reviving. As for Li Changqing, from the beginning to the end, his face was indifferent. Chapter 28, Nangon Divine Art. Past life. It's as if you're watching a clown, just quietly watching you perform. When everything was ready, above Nangon Yanyan's head, a huge golden wheel appeared. It exuded an aura of terror and a bit of reincarnation. Du Kaiwei, who was in the dark, stared blankly at the huge wheel and muttered to herself, "Nangon Divine Art, the wheel of life." And Li Changqing smiled bashfully. "This is your proudly gifted divine art? Today I will use your proudest means to defeat you." As the words fell, Li Changqing pinched out the same spell with both hands. At the same time, the aura of heaven and earth was wildly extracted, and the wheel above his head became even more dazzling. Nangon Yanyan's face twisted, her eyes full of incredulity. "You, how can you awaken? It's impossible. You're just a loser." With a roar, the overhead roulette wheel began to slowly turn and creak. A dazzling light, with a bit of reincarnation, shot out from the wheel and attacked Li Changqing. Li Changqing did the same, pitting chakra against chakra, divine art against divine art. Bang! After the huge glow dissipated, Nangon Yanyan is not fully clothed, and some fragrant light appears. Dull face, dull eyes, and most importantly, she, old, obviously just now was a wonderful woman. This moment, as if pale 10 years old. A head full of green silk has gray hair, stooped posture, like an old man on the verge of death. This was the terror of the Nangon family's divine arts. On the contrary, Li Changqing's face was indifferent, and the two of them's divine art blasts did not cause any substantial damage to him. Ahem, poof, a mouthful of blood was spat out. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. The vitality in her body was being constantly worn out by the wheel of the past life. Even if she couldn't believe it anymore, she had to accept that she had lost. He lost to the divine art he was most proud of, and to the brother he despised the most. Hurriedly taking out a large handful of pills, he swallowed them all in one unimaginative gulp. A full head of gray hair gradually turned back to green, and the wrinkles on his face were erased. Looking at her appearance, Li Changqing let out a dark sigh. After all, her cultivation level was still slightly lower, or else she wouldn't even have the chance to eat the pills. I have to say, this Nangon family's divine art is really something, specializing in damaging people's lifespans. He's actually not as good as he looks in his own right. Just now, with that counterblast, 1,000 years of lifespan was gone. Except that he seemed to have somewhat restrained this divine art. His evergreen method, not to mention anything else, just on longevity, far beyond his peers, are close to catching up with some old guys. The two stood high in the air. Li Changqing was unperturbed and plain as water, and in Nangon Yanyan's eyes, it was obscure and rather complicated. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. How can you be so strong when you've obviously always been a loser? I heard my father say to be careful with his sword box, but he didn't use it. All on their own strength they outwitted themselves. And who is he? Although it cannot catch up with the natural sword bone that demonic, but it is also young to awaken their own natural divine arts. You can imagine the talent, but why can't you beat him? Could it be that 90,000 miles of Sword Qilong River is really him? Is he not a loser? Instead, a true genius? But he is a waste is not the consensus, right? The consensus of everyone, the consensus of the Nangon family, and even the consensus of the entire South God City. But it's as if this consensus is in error. As soon as the thought popped up, he suddenly felt a pang of panic. If he's not a loser, why is he called a loser? Is it the crowd? Or is Purposefully. And what exactly is the intent? If she remembered correctly, when this brother of hers had returned home, it was her other brother who had first called him a waste, and his own father and mother did not say anything, as if, default. By now, for some reason, rumors were spreading, and the entire palace, and even the entire South God City were rumoring that the eldest prince was a waste, and she herself was merely going along for the ride, with the words of countless losers reaching her ears, impairing them with all sorts of absurdities since his return. So far, he sat in her mind the fact of waste, not only just waste, but also coarse and uneducated. It made her feel disgusted for a while, and she even wanted him to die there and live to disgrace the Nangong family. But how about him again? He is the emperor's son is the emperor eldest son is for the country hostage 18 years of the emperor eldest son even if he was really a waste. What kind of people would dare to call him a waste? Her mind was in turmoil at the thought. Unprecedentedly, he felt a trace of guilt towards Li Chongqing. The eyes that looked at Li Chongqing were complicated, and Li Chongqing laughed. This Nangong divine art is not bad, but also divided into people. You use it to feel average, but you can rest assured that this Nangong divine art is your Nangong family. Up to this point I will not use it again, and also just you take it as a treasure. At those words, Nangong Yenren looked deeply at Li Chongqing. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth. I recognize that you're not a waste, and I also recognize that you're qualified to be my royal brother. Now all you need to do is follow me back to God City and hand over the sword box to Tian Di, and you'll still be the eldest son of the great Qin emperor. At those words, Li Chongqing was simply speechless. At a time like this, why are you still thinking about the sword case? Good. You don't want the sword case? I'll give it to you, but you can catch it. As the words fell, the driving hand made a move and the endless sword box appeared in his hand. Slightly urging, the sword box slowly opened a corner, while the horrifying sword intent leaked out, calling out to heaven and earth to lose color. Nangong Yenyen's eyes widened. Was this his sword case? Just a wisp of sword intent leaking out. Was this terrifying? Du Kaiwei, who was in the dark, looked at the unimpressive black box with horror. Inwardly, she couldn't help but think about what kind of person she had picked up. Li Chongqing pinched his fingers. Wind tears, frost arrives, 9 divine swords flew out in a row, hovering around Li Chongqing. Each exuded a different terrifying sword intent. Some, like the gale, were harsh and unusual. Some of them, like the frost that will come, are cold and piercing. Some, like a great river, are choppy. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at Nangong Yenyen. Nangong Yenyen, who was locked by the tip of the sword, only felt that her body was falling into the 9 hells and her torso was chilled. Panicked, he yelled, "What are you doing? Don't you want the sword case? You can catch it." Li Chongqing stopped talking nonsense and drove his hand to point. 9 divine swords, moving at the sound of the voice, entrained with brilliant momentum, shot out sharply, attacking Nangong Yenyen. Panicked, Nangong Yenyen hurriedly urged her own natural divine art to resist, but in just a moment, the huge wheel was chopped to pieces. The divine art was broken, and Nangong Yenyen spat out another mouthful of blood. Hurriedly, she tried to escape in the air, but Li Chongqing dodged and stopped in front of her. A kick came out and hit her straight in the stomach, sending her flying. Bang! Smashing a large crater in the ground. Nangong Yenyen, who was in the pit, spat out another mouthful of blood and just wanted to get up. A large foot, enlarged in her pupils. Without the slightest bit of compassion, he stomped her delicate face under his feet. One side of his face was pressed against the ground, and on the other side of his face was Li Chongqing's big foot. Chapter 29, If you want the sword case, take your life in exchange. She was going crazy. When had she, as the princess of Diqian, been treated like this? Damn it! God damn it! God damn it! So what if you're not a loser? So what if everyone misunderstands you? So what if someone did it deliberately? You just deserve to die. At this moment, the hint of complexity also disappeared. In exchange, endless anger welled up. How dare you humiliate me? Li Chongqing sneered. The humiliation is yours. What are you going to do? Wait for me. I will kill you. I will kill you. Nangong Yenyen yelled without regard for her image. Only the words spoken were ambiguous. With your half-assed past life wheel? What are you going to kill me with? I will kill you. I will kill you. Nangong Yenyen was still yelling madly. Li Chongqing revealed a cruel smile. One hand took her right foot and pulled it hard. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream. Her right leg was deeply pulled off by Li Chongqing, and blood dyed the ground red. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The immense pain nearly drove her into a coma. But when she reacted, she was actually plucked and broken by her own brother. How could she stand it if she was called a great Qian princess? Li Chongqing let out another cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, A sword light flashed. Ah! Her left arm was decapitated. The cut smooth as a mirror, and blood spurted out. So great was the pain and humiliation that she couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Li Changqing instilled a strand of evergreen chi inside her to keep her awake. And the waking Nangang Yanyan no longer dared to curse Li Changqing. Looking at Li Changqing's icy gaze, she knew, if she dared to scream again, he wouldn't mind killing her. It was not until this moment that she realized that Li Changqing had long since stopped treating her as a family member. Long ago, he was no longer the punk brother who bullied himself as he pleased, who didn't return blows or curses. Li Changqing reached out a hand, cupped her head, and brought it to her ear. Go back and tell Nangang Wartime that if you want the sword box, you can. Take your life for it. Letting go, Nangang Yanyan collapsed helplessly to the ground. Turn around and leave. Nangang Yanyan was left alone lying weakly on the ground, full of resentment. Du Kaiwei, who was in the dark, didn't show up. It had been quietly guarding beside Nangang Yanyan. In her current condition, even a random mountain beast could kill her. And if she could actually use the Nangang family's gifted divine techniques, then it was bound to be the Nangang family bloodline without a doubt. That day the prince and the crown. I had the honor to see a glance. Therefore, she must not be allowed to die in the Lingyun sect. Otherwise, her Lingyun sect would be in great trouble. As for Evergreen Li, still don't know exactly what his identity is, but actually will also be the Nangang divine art. That must also be a person of the royal family. Definitely not surnamed Li. It should be a Nangang side branch. That is, the descendants of the major princes. She hadn't thought about the royal eldest son. After all, it was rumored that the royal eldest son didn't have any qualifications, whereas the qualifications that he, Li Changcheng, had shown had already surpassed his peers. The quiet vigil lasted all night. Only then did he see Nangang Yanyan wobbling up, pick up the broken legs and hands that have been flung aside. A mouthful of elixir went into his stomach, and his leg, which had been torn off raw, healed again. But the severed arm could not be restored. The cuts have a destructive sword-like quality that prevents healing. After resting slightly in place, he took a hateful glance in the direction that Li Changqing had left, and flashed and disappeared. Du Kaiwei, who was in the dark, was relieved and disappeared as well. When Li Changqing returned to the small courtyard, he saw Xiaoli and Wu Kuan waiting anxiously. Seeing his arrival, Xiaoli rushed forward. Young master, are you all right? Li Changqing smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm fine. On the side, Wu Kuan also stepped forward and asked, Brother Li, what happened? Li Changqing looked at the ruined small courtyard with a bitter smile. Don't mention it. Here comes a madman. Crazy? Wu Kuan was slightly puzzled, but seeing that Li Changqing didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more questions himself. By the way, Brother Wu, do you know the origin of this Immortal Ascension platform? Immortal Ascension platform? I'm not very clear about it, but I've heard from seniors in the clan before that this Immortal Ascension platform was something that the clan's oldest ancestor sought out from beyond the heavens. Old ancestor? Beyond the heavens? Then who made this formation? Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan looked at Li Changqing suspiciously. Formation? What formation? By the look of him, it did seem like he didn't know. Otherwise, it would not have allowed this formation to operate. Truth be told, within this Immortal Ascension platform, there is a formation engraved. A rotation formation, which consumes chi luck in exchange for a moment of epiphany. What? At those words, Wu Kuan let out a cry of surprise. Brother Li, is this true? Li Changqing nodded. Wu Kuan was silent for a while and asked, but my clan's chi? Li Changqing nodded again. Wu Kuan took a deep breath. The always elegant Wu Kuan had an angry face at this moment. Who dares to harm my Lingyun sect like this? The chi of luck is mysterious and indistinct, but no matter for any person any power. Its importance is self-evident. Li brother, thank you for informing, although I do not know exactly what your identity, but this favor in mind. In the future, but wherever useful to me Wu Kuan place, but speak no harm. A world traveler can have such a divine sword? Can a world traveler be so stunningly talented? He is not a cutie pie. All the details reveal that this brother Li is extraordinary. Li Changqing smiled faintly. Rather, it doesn't have to be. Wu Kuan nodded slightly and clasped his fists towards Li Changqing. Brother Li, this is an urgent matter. Wait for me to report to my master. South go down. Ascend to the sky building. Dao Shui stood on top of the roof. A figure flashed into existence, and it was Yin Quan. Holy Maiden. This is all the news from His Highness Hong Yu. After his return, Yin Quan respectfully held a booklet in both hands. Dao Shui nodded and took the booklet, turned to the first page and started watching. When he finished reading the first page, he frowned hard. On one side Yin Quan stood quietly, trying to make himself as non-existent as possible. It was as if he could anticipate the reaction of his own saintly daughter after reading it. At the moment, he tried to make himself as transparent as possible, preferably disappearing. He'd read the contents of the above long ago, and they were, well, just outrageous. Never thought that the Nangang lineage, which is on a par with his northern realm, would be this outrageous. As a great demon, it was as if he had seen a human for the first time, and was refreshed by such outrageous things. At the same time, he was also somewhat glad that although he sympathized with His Highness Hongyu, the two sides were after all hostile forces. The fact that His Highness Hongyu was not the crown prince was nothing short of a welcome sight for him. Northland Mountain. Nangang Hongyu Northern Border Mountain Proton for 18 years. He has seen this person's stunning and absolute talent, and in favor of the family closest to him, who treated him like crap. He also persecuted him in 100 ways, and God knows how furious his own holy maiden would be if she looked at it. He was aware of the relationship between his own holy maiden and His Highness Hongyu. It can be said that, if the two families have not been feuding, I am afraid that it has long been to the point of talking about marriage. Fruity. Chapter 30, Sending Another Hostage to the Northern Realm. The more Dao Shui looked, the more alarmed she became. Delicate frowns were furrowed and an ominous aura emanated from his body. Yan Quan on the side was like falling into the nine ghosts, kneeling on the side with his head lowered, not daring to say more than half a word. In the end, Dao Shui still didn't dare to finish reading it. With a casual wave of his hand, the booklet burned out in the air, turning into a bit of fire. A cold and piercing voice came out. True enough, the Nangang family, has been peaceful for too long and dares to bully him like this. Although Yan Quan had expected it, he couldn't help but be emboldened when the moment actually arrived. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen the Holy Maiden so angry. Pass on my holy order. The agreement between the Northern Realm and Nangang Hongyu is null and void. Take back the 16 states of Tianyuan immediately, and if you encounter any obstruction, kill without pardon. Yan Quan trembled and wanted to speak. What? You dare to disobey? Back to the Holy Maiden. If this is really, it is tantamount to going to war. War? This Holy Maiden is the one who wants to start a war. I'll ask him, De Qian, to send another hostage to my northern realm. I'd like to see, besides Nangang Hongyu, who else is willing to be this hostage? Yan Quan, obey the holy order. When the words fell, he was ready to get up and leave. Slow down. What else does the Holy Maiden want? Dao Shui said after a moment of silence. Where is he now? The spies have ascertained that His Highness is now in the Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect? South go down. The Imperial Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, Nangang Zhantian was discussing matters of state with Ji Qingxian. Only the two of them frowned. In recent days, the demon race has been frequenting my southern god city. What are they looking for? Ji Qingxian asked in disbelief. They're not looking for anything but investigating that rebellious son. Feather? What does Feather have to investigate? Nangang Zhantian shook his head rather tiredly, stating that he wasn't very clear either. To be able to mobilize so many demons and sneak into my city without fear of life or death, other than Emperor Junlin, it's that sacred maiden of the north. Hearing this, Ji Qingxian pondered for a while and said in a somewhat strange manner, don't you think that this northern realm holy maiden has a very shallow relationship with Yuer? First, for Yuer's sake, she came thousands of miles to congratulate her, and then she went out of her way to use a large number of demon clans to investigate Yuer. What exactly is she up to? And what's her relationship with Yuer? It might have been that rebellious son who made the acquaintance when he was in the north. After all, it was there for 18 years. Nangang Zhantian rubbed his temples, quite a bit exhausted. Seeing him in such a state, Ji Qingxian was heartbroken as she came behind him and massaged him. You also need to put some power out of your hands. De Chen is so big and there are so many affairs of state. How can you handle it alone? Nangang Zhantian smiled and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, this matter is still not difficult for me. It's just that, I don't know why, but lately the state seemed to be a bit unpeaceful, with frequent incidents and natural disasters. At those words Ji Qingxian frowned slightly. Why is that? Nangang Zhantian shook his head. It's strange, it doesn't always feel as smooth as it used to, Ji Qingxian said after a moment of silence. It seems that it's still necessary to go back to the Ji family and ask for father's advice. Nangang Zhantian nodded. By the way, I'll inquire again to see if there's a way to solve the problem of Tianer's sword bone, in case it can really be solved. At that time, Tianer's sword bone sword box will be in his hands, and it will be hard to find an enemy among his peers. Ji Qingxian first showed excitement on her face. What could be more proud than her own son having a good career? But suddenly, a plain, green-clothed back appeared in his mind. A smirk seemed to taunt her. She tried to reach for it, tried to explain, but he walked away without looking back. Gone so far that one can never find it again. For a moment, his face went white, and his heart clenched violently. What's wrong? Nangong Jiantian sensed her difference and opened his mouth to inquire. War, battle sky. But you're... Upon hearing this, Nangong Battletech was also silent for a while. You don't have to worry too much. With his qualifications, if he was born in an ordinary family, I'm only afraid he would live out his short life in mediocrity and muddle. And we can give him heavenly treasures and ageless pills, glory and wealth to enjoy. What is there for him not to be satisfied? He is for me Dakian, has done many contributions, but we have not sorry him. Give him the identity of the prince, by 10,000 people. He should feel honored. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxuan's emotions were still a little less than high, but in the end, she nodded her head and didn't say anything else. Lingyun sect. It was only after the sun had risen that Li Changqing slowly got up. Li covered her stomach and looked at him with a grimace, slightly embarrassed. He made some food with his hands and coaxed the girl to be happy, while he himself wandered around. Good day, Senior Brotherly. Ah, well, where are you going? Senior Brotherly, do you need me to take you there? Ah, no. Evergreen Li. Along the way, the various disciples were extremely enthusiastic and made Li Changqing whole. When did he, a handyman, become a senior brother? Uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Transporting his body, he fled in a hurry. The crowd only felt a breeze blowing by. Looking around suspiciously, he found nothing and had to settle for nothing. An out-of-the-way place. Li Changqing looked around curiously. It was quite strange to see bamboo gardens all around. Never been here myself. Just happened to sign in. After this half a month down, this Lingyun sect was almost signed a poo by himself. There's not much else to sign up for other than a few special places. Wandering aimlessly, he suddenly heard the sound of water in the distance, and Li Changqing curiously searched for the sound. A pool of water surfaced. The water was clear and unusually cool. Squatting down, he washed his face with water and was instantly refreshed and cooled. Ah, yes. Suddenly, a pair of waves met her face. Li Changqing froze. That's what it is. Why was it more choppy than his great river sword intent? In looking upwards, he was greeted by a pair of pupils. The four eyes looked at each other without words. When I say I didn't see anything, you believe that? Duchess, turn around. In a flash of lightning, Li Changqing violently turned around. Listen behind you. The sound of rustling water, and the sound of dressing. Li Changqing was flustered as hell. How about running? Just pretend I wasn't here. You haven't seen me. I see you even less. That's good. Just as he was about to give action, a white dress stood in front of him. Evergreen Li. Before the words were finished, a palm strike came at him. Li Changqing narrowly dodged it, and the water pool behind him set off huge waves. Have a conversation. Don't make a move. But it was not heeded. Another sword attacked. Li Changqing similarly swung out a sword blade to counteract it. I was wrong. Sister, don't do it. Chapter 31, wrong? Still ignored. She didn't even say anything and kept attacking Li Changqing non-stop. Li Changqing resisted with difficulty. Almost done. I'm going to return the favor. Responding to him was another sword. Li Changqing fled in haste. He fled and she chased. Since he was in the wrong, he didn't fight back. And Du Kaiwei, for some reason, didn't lay a hand on him, as if teasing him. The result is that Li Changqing's nose is blue and swollen. Looking at the pig-headed Li Changqing, Du Kaiwei seems to have dissipated her anger and is not making any moves. This purple bamboo garden is forbidden to anyone but me. Don't you know? Li Changqing nodded. He really didn't know. Had he known she was in there taking a bath, he wouldn't have come if he'd said anything. It's not really worth it to get beaten up like that for that amazing moment. Du Kaiwei glared at Li Changqing before asking again. Why don't you use that weird sword box? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing looked at Du Kaiwei oddly. The sword case, how would she know? If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. Who exactly are you and why have you come to my Lingyun sect? Li Changqing said with some silence. Would you believe me when I say I'm just here to stay for a while? So the formation of rotation is real? Du Kaiwei asked again. Li Changqing nodded. Is there a way to break it? Simple. Just destroy that formation. And how can you tell? Li Changqing frowned slightly. This woman was annoying. I have a method to observe a person's fortune. Du Kaiwei was silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Changqing, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. This woman. There's nothing wrong with her, is there? I can go now. That, or I'll go. Du Kaiwei quietly looked at Li Changqing and didn't say anything. Straight away, Li Changqing looked at him. This woman. She's not going to make me responsible for her. Just a couple of glances. Not so much. No matter what. You are considered to have saved my Lingyun sect. So since you want to stay, you can stay. But I want to know exactly what your identity is. and make sure that it's harmless to my Lingyun sect." At those words, Li Changqing sighed. "Just one of the world's wanderers. I'll be leaving soon. I shouldn't cause any harm to your Lingyun sect." Seeing that he still refused to tell the truth, Du Kaiwei was slightly disappointed. Heavenly Wanderer to have such an odd sword case? Can a wanderer in the world have such a stunning talent? A heavenly wanderer who knows the Namgung family's unique magical arts? I know that your identity is extraordinary. Since you do not want to say, I do not ask. Today's matter. I get it. God knows. You know. I know. Oh no. I don't know. And I didn't see anything either. Duchess. After coming out from the purple bamboo garden, Li Changqing slightly operated the evergreen law, and his pig-headed face was immediately restored to its original appearance. This woman, the hand is too hard, is not just accidentally looked at it, and will not lose a piece of meat. Move a what hand? Sure enough, women are no good, cursing all the way back to the small courtyard. At this moment, in a secluded place in Lingyun sect, Nangong Yenran was lying in a cave with a weak face. Although the arm was connected by her with a divine medicine, she was unable to move it for the time being. Thinking of the scene where she was brutally beaten by Li Changqing, she had a face of anger. Not only did this punk of a brother beat her, he had the nerve to humiliate her like that. She vowed that when she was healed, she would retaliate back with a vengeance. But when he thought of his terrifying battle power, a wave of powerlessness and impotence struck him. And there was that weird sword box. He was even more defenseless. She didn't understand how in the world he had become so strong. Obviously his cultivation was pitifully low when he first returned. Did he not even practice in the north? If it was true that he hadn't cultivated for 18 years in the northern realm, then how long had it been since he had returned to the country? To be able to have such a cultivation level, was this demonic talent really him? She didn't know, but she understood that if she didn't work hard to cultivate herself, it would be impossible for her to surpass him in her life. Without further hesitation, running the power of his own bloodline, another golden chakra appeared above his head, the wheel of life. Not only can you send someone to the afterlife, but you can also reverse the wheel and heal yourself. In the past, awakening her own gifted divine art, she was very proud. But now, he was defeated by the brother he despised the most, using the means he was most proud of. And he didn't seem to care very much about it. Such a powerful innate divine art. It's amazing that you can say something that you won't even use again. Was her Nangong family's gifted divine art so unappreciated by him? She felt ashamed, and she wanted to prove that her natural divine arts must not be inferior to his. Under the treatment of the Wheel of Life, her health gradually improved. However, the strand of sword intent that remained on his arm could never be eradicated. It caused her to not be able to move her arms at all. Why? Why is that? Why was his own proudly gifted divine art unable to eradicate even a wisp of his sword intent? She can't take it. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. Third sister, the power of the wheel of the past life. Never in and there is no how strong the power of Kung Fu, but in and its disregard for the defense, the unique power of the past life. Loss of human life blocked. Third sister, you refining the wrong direction. In the long run will be out of the question because of the... That's what Li Changqing used to say to him. At that time, he was cultivating the wheel of life, but he suddenly appeared and had the audacity to tell him what to do, and said that he was cultivating in the wrong direction. At that time, it only felt that he was obviously just a waste, and it was obvious that he would never be able to awaken their family's gifted divine arts in this lifetime. He actually dared to speak up and teach himself to cultivate. At that time, she was very angry and felt that she was underestimated by a punk. How could this be tolerated by the proud woman? So, despite his explanations, he hung him upside down from the gate of his princess's house for 3 days and 3 nights, for viewing and ridicule. But at this point, she hesitated. Is it possible that you are really refining in the wrong direction? She wasn't sure and couldn't accept it. But, ghostly, he runs the wheel of the past life in the way he says, a trace of the aura of life, which was diametrically opposed to the loss of one's lifespan, merged into her arm. That wisp of sword intent was also dispersed. The arm is back though, but her heart was in disarray. Panic. If, on the other hand, he was right, then what was all the pride he had felt all these years? Is it self-righteousness, or is it clowning around? If, on the other hand, he was not a waste of space, then what was he doing what he was doing for? For Diqian? Wrong? She didn't know, wasn't sure, and a twinge went through her heart. It was obvious that he was right, and he refused to believe it, not even wanting to try, and did so to him, but even so, he kept persuading himself. He never complained about the numerous beatings and insults he suffered as a result. Even though he himself found out that someone was trying to poison him, he didn't dare to say anything and even covered for him, because that man is his other brother. the one he spends his time with. Chapter 32, rob if you don't give, steal if you can't. And he actually found out a long time ago. Then why didn't he say anything? It's broken-hearted? Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears slipped down. Yeah, it breaks my heart. His own brother was trying to kill him, and his own sister knew all about it, but watched and did nothing. What could be scarier than that? She, lost in thought. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The already pale face turned even paler. Brother. South go down. The Imperial Palace. Nangan Yanyan returned to her princess residence in a state of disorientation. Didn't tell anyone. At this point, she had long forgotten that her father had given him a mission. She didn't understand the mission and what the point was. Princess? Princess, what's wrong with you? The palace subordinates looked at their own princess, pale and pudgy, suddenly frightened. The subordinate anxiously inquired. But Nangan Yanran just didn't say a word. She didn't know what to say. Go inform His Majesty. Don't go. All of you. Stand down. I want to be quiet. The crowd had no choice but to retreat, not daring to disobey their orders. And Nangan Yanyan just sat there quietly for the whole day. In the back of his mind, he kept asking himself what went wrong. Why would a person with unrivaled talent be called a waste by the crowd? Did someone do it on purpose? There were a few who might not be concerned about his status as a prince. Could it be his other brother? By the way, it doesn't seem like a surprise to be able to poison and defame him. But is he that powerful on his own? She didn't understand. She was messed up and confused. It suddenly occurred to me that he had been back in the country for so long that he didn't seem to know him very well. All because I heard people say he was unqualified, coarse, and naughty. Could all this be fake? She didn't know, and she wanted to find out. Would love to see what kind of person he really is. Is the misunderstanding of him anything other than qualifications? Come on, man. Immediately, someone stepped forward. What is it? Princess, take me to the Grand Prince's residence. At those words, the subordinate was confused. What? Back to the princess? The Great Hall doesn't have a residence. At the same time, that servant couldn't help but think in his heart that it wasn't common knowledge that this Grand Prince didn't have a residence. How could the princess not know? At those words, Nangan Yanyan froze. No mansion? How? So where does he live? Back to the princess. The Great Hall has always lived with maids. Nangan Yanran froze. A prince living with a maid? Show me. Nangan Yanran stared blankly at the humble hut in front of her, and her heart was a bit flustered. This is where he lives? Can this be inhabited? If she had not come here today, she would not have known that there was such a humble place within the palace. He's a prince, no matter what. The heart sighed, growing more and more remorseful. Go down, all of you. Yes, pushing the door open. The dim light made her a little uncomfortable for a moment. The house was dusty and obviously hadn't been cleaned in a long time. At a glance, there was little furniture. 2 modest cribs with a suitcase next to the bed. And that's about it. This refreshed her 3 views. I thought, no matter what, she is also a prince. Life can at least get by. But I did not expect a prince actually living with a maid. The only tool for storing items is actually a box. There was no way she could understand it. Can't we find a decent place to live in the hallowed South go down? Could it be that a good top power is too poor to take out a storage treasure? What are father and mother doing? At this moment, she couldn't help but blame them a little. Ming's other brother's mansion, with its countless servants, was gilded with splendor, and as a royal son, he was even inferior to the lives of ordinary people. What kind of a prince is he? Lift and walk over to the box, sweep the dust off of it, slowly open. Crunch! The old crate made a single, sour-toothed sound. When Nangan Yanyan looked around, there were only some rough clothes. There are also some wooden dolls. A few flashes of familiarity flashed in his eyes as he picked up the rough clothing. These are all his clothes. The lines on the top of the dress were unusually zippy when stroked slightly. Is it really what a prince should wear? Not even the common people. And I can't believe I never realized it. Yes, I hate to stay away from him every time I see him. And how could it have been discovered? Another picked up a couple of kitsune dummies that were sitting off to the side. It's blurry up there and you can't tell who it is. But from the outline, it should be himself and his father and mother and second sister. I can't believe he even tried to poison his brother. As to why it's fuzzy, I think it was carved when I was in the north. After all, he was so small when he was sent to the north. But it is burdened with the hope of saving the country from falling. Strangely enough, each dummy was covered, more or less, with blood. I think he accidentally hurt his hand while carving. At this moment, could not help but weep. Sitting on top of the bed with his clothes in his arms, his eyes were empty and he could not return to his senses for a long time. Come on, man. The underling pushed his way in. Princess, go and find out who lives here in the neighborhood and call him. Yes, Not long after, a courtesan scowled and entered the room. New slave girl meets the princess. That courtesan appeared to be cowering. In front of her was the third princess of Great Chien. A palace maid of her rank would never have the honor of meeting a princess in her lifetime without an accident. You live around here? Back to the princess. The slave girl does live not far away. On a regular basis. Have you ever seen the Grand Prince? Ha! That courtesan froze, obviously surprised that this princess suddenly asked about that famous and untruthful prince. Let me ask you, have you ever had any contact with the Grand Prince in your day-to-day life? At those words, that courtesan was flustered beyond measure, and flung herself to her knees. Princess, spare your life. Slave girl usually, absolutely did not have over and over with the Great Hall. At most just more than a couple of eyes. Why are you so excited? I just wanted to ask what the Grand Prince does on a regular basis. The Great Hall. Weekdays. Nangon Yen frowned. What happened to weekdays? Speak properly. Weekdays. Basically don't leave the house on weekdays. Has it ever been noticed that he has acted inappropriately? Bad move? This is not found. Except that the maid beside the Great Hall, who often steals our herbs. At those words, Nangon Yen couldn't help but think of the tiny maid who dared to stand in her way. Small body, but quite bold. Stealing herbs? Why steal herbs? This slave girl isn't very clear. I just heard that it's to heal his young master's injuries. In the beginning, approached us to borrow, and when we didn't give, she robbed, and when she couldn't, she stole. Chapter 33. It's us who have the problem. Healing? Stealing herbs? If you don't give, you rob. If you can't rob, you steal? Why was he, a maid to a prince, reduced to stealing herbs? But gets hurt a lot? The courtesan nodded. It is true that His Highness has often been seen returning from injuries, and several times he has fallen into a coma, and it was the maid who carried him back. And many times he came back from injuries and didn't go out again for days on end. And the maid was mad with anxiety and begged for medicine everywhere. At those words, Nangon Yen's heart clenched. Why does a royal son get hurt so often? But suddenly he was shaken. She suddenly remembered that she usually treated him, either by hitting or scolding him. Even when he was in an irritable mood, he barely kept his hands to himself. At that time, what kind of cultivation level did he have? How could he withstand it? And why isn't there a doctor to treat her? And you need a maid to beg for medicine for him? What the hell is this hospital doing? Why don't you call the doctor? Back to the princess. Slave girl. The slave girl doesn't know. Go, call the people from the Imperial Hospital. Not long after, a white-bearded old man hurriedly arrived. The Imperial Hospital, Zhang Jiwei, have met the third princess. Nangon Yen looked at him icily and asked in a deep voice. The Imperial Prince was injured. Why did you not see your Imperial doctor? And why did you neglect your duties at the Imperial Hospital? That eunuch was stunned. Your Majesty. Injured? Back to the princess. Unjustly accused. If His Highness is a little bit uncomfortable, there will be a great person from my Imperial Hospital waiting outside the door. At that Nangon Yenran was puzzled. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Whenever we purchased precious medicinal herbs, we sent them to the East Palace first. Why would we neglect our duties? Please rub it in the princess's name. At those words, Nangon Yenran was stunned. Was Tian Di treated so well? What about him? I'm talking about the Grand Prince. Nangon Hongyu. The eunuch was stunned, and was first a bit puzzled. Nangon Hongyu? Can he be considered a prince? This third princess? What's wrong with her today? Why is she suddenly asking about that trash? Didn't they never care about that loser? There was a panic immediately afterward. No matter what, the fact that he was a royal son could not be changed. No matter how many people hated him, loathed him, and disliked him, he was the eldest son of the Deqian Emperor. It's okay that no one asks. Everyone is in the clear. Today, however, it was put into the open by this third princess, so for the sake of the royal face, how many people's heads could not be saved? When he thought of this, he had an old face that was filled with panic. Cowering, he fell to his knees. Princess, spare your life. Princess, spare your life. Nangon Yen's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. Say, why did you not treat the emperor's son? Why did you leave my eldest son of the great Qian emperor with no cure for his illness and no treatment for his injuries? I am a minister of. Don't dare to say it. Princess, let the old minister go. At those words, Nangon Yen's anger rose from her heart. The aura of an upperclassman erupted. If you dare not speak, I will let your head fall to the ground. Princess, spare your life. Princess, spare your life. The eunuch, who kept kowtowing, but just refused to say the reason for it. When Nangon Yen saw that he still refused to speak, Her heart was actually clear. How dare a Thai hospital treat the emperor's son in such a way? And her own hall of third princess, so forced to ask him. He even dared not say. Then it means that the person behind this, then she is only higher than not lower. Ha ha ha. She laughed and laughed and laughed and cried. No wonder he was leaving, willing to give up everything, the crown prince position, and the identity of the eldest son of the emperor to cut ties with them. It turned out that he had long known that this crown prince position would not be his at all, regardless of qualifications, regardless of the elders and youngsters. He knew it, but he put up with so much. Perhaps in his heart, he didn't care about the throne of the crown prince or the emperor, and what he cared about most was her. His family, blood thick as water. But here, no one likes him, no one cares about him, no one cares enough to even try to hurt him. It's desperate, isn't it? She didn't understand what was going on. Obviously not a loser, but called a loser? Called a waste by all court ladies, eunuchs, 100 officials, and family whose blood is as thick as water. What the hell is going on here? Why did it turn out like this? Is it the crowd? Or is, purposefully? And what exactly is the intent? If I remember correctly, when this brother of his returned home, the first one to call him a waste was his other brother, and his own father and mother did not say anything, as if, default, even, without even a talent test, it's, default. Up to this point, for some reason, rumors were spreading, and the entire palace, even the entire South God City, was rumoring that the eldest prince was a waste, and she herself was merely going along for the ride, with the words of countless losers reaching her ears, impairing them with all sorts of absurdities since his return. So far, he sat in her mind the fact of waste, not only just waste, but also coarse and uneducated. It made her feel disgusted for a while, and she even wanted him to die there and live to disgrace the Nangong family. But how about him again? He is the emperor's son. Is the emperor eldest son. Is for the country hostage 18 years of the emperor eldest son. Why be treated like this? It was a moment of repentance for her. Turns out, it wasn't him who had the problem all along, but us, all of us. Her body was trembling, her three views were being reshaped, and her Dao heart was crumbling. Princess! The crowd was panicked and alarmed, and she, taking the cool dummy of herself, slowly surged into her arms. The slightest bit of peace of mind made her raise her gaze and look icily at the eunuch. As the imperial doctor, you neglected your duty. Do you recognize it? I recognize. As the imperial doctor, the imperial son is injured and not given medical treatment. Can you recognize it? I recognize it too. Instigated by someone, targeting the eldest son of the emperor, deliberately making things difficult. Do you recognize that? I'll recognize. Good. Since you've admitted it, I'll grant you to fly in ashes. What else do you have to say? At those words, that eunuch dropped to the ground, his face full of stagnation. I have nothing to say. I only beg the princess not to implicate my family. As you wish. With a wave of his hand, the eunuch turned into ashes and dissipated into the sky, as if he had never come. The people were emboldened and helped to their knees. Nangong Yenyen, lost in thought, walked out of the house. At this time, within the grand hall, the Nangong Zhantian family of three were having their meal. Warm and unusual, Nangong Yenyen came with a despondent face. Third sister, you're back. How is it? Can imperial brother come back? When Nangong Haotian saw his third sister, he immediately took an arrow step forward and asked. Nangong Yenyen froze and looked at this, her beloved brother. The light and darkness in his eyes were mixed and complicated. Seeing him looking around as if he was expecting something, Nangong Yenyen suddenly felt ridiculous. Do you expect your royal brother to return? Or do you expect him to return with the sword case? Or only the sword case? At those words, Nangong Haotian froze, looking at the third sister in front of him with disbelief. Chapter 34. You have another son. For some reason, it always felt like she was looking at herself differently than before. Third sister. What are you talking about? Of course I'm hoping that imperial brother will come back. Nangong Yenyen suddenly felt that he was hypocritical. It's clear that he's going to be poisoned, and he's expecting him to come back. It better be. Nangong Haotian, Yenyen is back. Sit down and have a meal together. This is the land of the extreme north, a rare divine medicine that can help one cultivate. On the side, Ji Qingxian also hurriedly said as she watched her own daughter arrive. Nangong Yenran raised her eyes and looked at the round table made of jade, on top of which were placed all kinds of heavenly treasures. Each exuded a divine aura, and a single sniff could refine one's cultivation. But what about him? Does he live in a house like that and have such wonders? The heart was momentarily mixed, and the ghost said, Father and mother, can you also be like this, and dine with UD? At those words, the people in the hall both froze. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. Ji Qingxian suddenly turned pale, and her hand, which was just about to clip the food, froze in midair. Nangong Haotian looked at this third sister of his with disbelief. At this moment the temple was terribly quiet. There were no words for a long time. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Nangong Haotian immediately jumped out and said, third sister, where's royal brother? Why isn't royal brother back? Yes, Yen Yen, where is your? Tell him to come along for the meal. Nangong Yen Yen smiled to herself. She herself had, before, done this to him, and who was she to blame them? He probably won't be coming back. The crowd froze again. Nangong Wartime, who had been frowning, spoke up. What nonsense! He'll come back when his anger subsides. Where else could he go? Ji Qingxian also chimed in. Yes, Yen Yen, you shouldn't worry too much. Yuer was confused for a while. When he figures it out, he'll naturally come back. And Nangong Yen Yen just shook her head. Non-stop, frantic yelling. What is he coming back for? Come back to be bullied. Come back to be despised by you. Come back to leave his life here. The couple looked at her in shock. Rebellious daughter, what are you babbling about? He's your brother. He's my royal bloodline. Are you letting him stray? Nangong Yenran didn't reply, but only looked at Nangong Haotian in a complicated manner. She was tempted to tell him about the poisoning, but, seeing his flustered face, he finally went soft. Although he was now the crown prince and was favored by both of them, such a scandalous matter as poisoning his own royal brother, if it was exposed, he would have to take off his skin even if he didn't die. Intolerance. Following that, he turned his head to look at Ji Qingxian. Mother, there are some things for which it is not too late. You have more than one son. You have a son. Your own son. The one conceived in your womb. At those words, Ji Qingxuan's face turned pale and her eyes were lifeless. Unconsciously, that one determined figure appeared in his mind again. He opened his mouth to say something, but there was nothing to say. He was trembling and nearly fell over. On the side, Nangong Zhantian hurriedly supported her. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Yen Yen angrily. Rebellious daughter, what's wrong with you today? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will never forgive you lightly. Nangong Yen Yen smiled to herself again. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Turning, he headed out the door. Slow down. Nangong Yen Yen's body paused and did not turn around, waiting quietly for the following. I heard that the Lingyun sect has produced a supreme genius who has 90,000 miles of sword chi. Is this true? Yes, just talent vision. Can summon 10,000 swords? Group sword chi long river 90,000 miles. This sword talent. Who in the world dare to use the sword in front of him? The words fell, and he left completely. Father. Sword box. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. I didn't realize that he didn't come back. That son of a. What do you want? Haven't you had enough? Do you have to go and bring him back yourself? There is also that Lingyun sect sword Dao demon. This son's talent is simply terrifying. Staying in a small Lingyun sect is not condescending. Tian'er, don't panic. Your royal brother will come back sooner or later. There's no need to be too anxious. At those words, Nangong Haotian's face showed reluctance, but he didn't say anything else. Don't panic. Don't panic. How long has it been? Why hasn't the sword case arrived yet? I guess I can't count on them. I have to rely on myself. And Ji Qingxian hadn't returned to her senses at the moment. In her mind, the words of Nangong Yenran kept ringing out. Lingyun sect. Evergreen Li continued to look for a place to sign in as usual. Coming to the back of the Lingyun sect's mountain. This place hadn't been visited yet. System check-in. Ding. 100-fold strike signed in successfully. Obtaining the blood burning method. The blood burning method? Trading longevity for a brief burst. It's always pretty good. And it works when you're fighting for your life. Signing off. Nothing much to do when one of those sneaks. It was a handyman, but clearly, different from the others. He doesn't have to do any work. He has nothing to do all day. After wandering around the backwoods for a while, it suddenly gave him an odd feeling. With a leap, he arrived at a height of 10,000 feet and looked down at the entirety of the Lingyun sect. Frowning, he looked at the overall layout of the Lingyun sect. The more I looked at it, the more wrong it became. And as for that wrongness, I didn't get it for a while. With a flip of his hand, a roulette wheel appeared in his hand. He looked at the roulette wheel and then at the Lingyun sect, narrowed his eyes. It's not right. It's very wrong. The figure flashed again and came to the ground. Walk around with a roulette wheel. Good day. Senior Brotherly. Evergreen Lee. What's wrong with Senior Lee? I don't know. Like he's looking for something. Seriously. Holding the roulette wheel all the way, he looked around at the setup, every now and then checking the wheel. Without realizing it, He had come to the purple bamboo garden again, and he didn't even know it yet. It wasn't until a sensation of icy coldness through his body came over him that he suspiciously checked his surroundings. Familiar smells, familiar scenes, a familiar plot? When he saw the water pool, a snow-white figure was watching him with a frosty face. Evergreen Lee. I didn't see anything. You believe it? What responded to him was a sword blade. Sinning. It was too late to explain. Turn and run. But Du Kaiwei was in hot pursuit. The sky is falling all the way to the ground, compared to the last time. Obviously, there was no intention to spare him lightly this time. Once you can call it a coincidence. What about the second time? Definitely on purpose. Denizen prodigal son. Stop right there. The response was a frantic fleeing back. He didn't even explain. He turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Li Changcheng, who was frantically fleeing, suddenly realized that the shimmering light of the roulette wheel in his hand flickered. Not bothering to run away, he stopped and gazed at the roulette wheel. You run. Why don't you run? I'll see how you can weasel your way out of this today. Chapter 35, Don't you dare beat my ass. Du Kaiwei was gawking from the sidelines, while Li Changqing was fully concentrated. The wisp of shimmering light flickered away. Can't pinpoint the location yet. What are you doing? Don't think this can be muddled by pretending I don't exist. I'm telling you, whoever you are, this. Li Changqing frowned slightly. It felt like there was a fly in my ear, buzzing and annoying. Pow! Duchess. Her whole body was frozen to the spot. He dared to beat my ass. Ashamed and angry. How dare he? Suddenly, shimmering light flickered here and there. Where? Saying that, the whole person disappeared, leaving Du Kaiwei alone. She was messed up in the wind. He just left? You're just going to beat my ass and leave? Without even saying a word. You're leaving? Succubus. Where to go? After saying that, the whole person also disappeared and chased after him. Back in the mountains, in a dense forest, Li Changqing looked around suspiciously. There was nothing else but a big tree and a big rock. Du Kaiwei followed closely behind, catching up with a sword. Li Changqing frowned slightly and dodged sideways. Stop it. There's business. She was going to be pissed off. It wasn't enough to look at her body once. How dare you look at it a second time? And dare to spank her. He was playing with his own ice-clear body so much. How could she stand it? Raising his hand, he was ready to give him another sword. But then he saw Li Changqing take out that weird sword case. He was shocked, but he had sacrificed 9 divine swords in this sword box, and he had broken the Nangong divine art. That was a Nangong divine art, and although she wasn't afraid of it, who knew that inside there were a few divine swords like that? Just as he was about to pull away, he saw Li Changcheng just sacrificing a divine sword and chopping at that big rock. Dang! A sound of steel meeting steel rang out. The divine sword was shaken away, but the boulder was intact. Sure enough, it was as if Li Changqing had expected it, while Du Kaiwei looked at the boulder suspiciously. When did she have such a hard stone in Lingyan sect? How come she doesn't know? And why did Li Changqing attack that stone? What are you doing? A pair of beautiful eyes stared angrily at Li Changqing. Li Changqing glanced at her and laughed lightly. What? No hands? Upon hearing this, Du Kaiwei's feeling of shame and anger, which had just slightly dispersed, once again surged to her heart. Looking angrily at Li Changqing. How dare you? Seeing that she was eager to try, Li Changqing hurriedly said, No more. Let's get down to business. Du Kaiwei snorted coldly. What the hell are you doing? There's something weird about this place. Creepy? After thinking about it, Li Changqing added. No. Correctly speaking, it's your Lingyun sect that's a bit weird. Du Kaiwei scanned the surroundings and saw that there were trees all around, and the only strange thing was this big rock. What is the meaning of this? Li Changqing pondered slightly for a moment. Don't you think that the overall layout of your Lingyun sect is a bit strange? Strange? What's strange? Li Changqing shook his head. I don't know. It just feels like a big formation. A big formation? Could it be a spirit-gathering formation? Li Changqing nodded. It is indeed a spirit-gathering formation. But the strange thing is that I can't actually find the eye of the formation. What's so strange about that? Are you a master of formations? Li Changqing smiled faintly. Although I'm not a formation master, 80% of the formations in this world are in my head. At those words, Du Kaiwei looked deeply at him. The mind couldn't help but wonder even more who he was. Could this stone be the eye of the formation? Li Changqing shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. By the way, who made this spirit-gathering formation in your Lingyun sect? It is rumored to have been laid by the old ancestor of my Lingyun sect. Sunga? You're a patriarch who doesn't know anything. Li Changqing blankly glanced at Du Kaiwei. Du Kaiwei blushed a little and was quite embarrassed. My Lingyun sect was more than that, but I don't know why. But more than 100 years ago, All of the ancestors in the sect disappeared into thin air overnight, and that's when I had to take over. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing bowed his head in deep thought. In that case, you're just a dying man. A proper tool man. What's a tool man? Not important. Duchess, why is it that in front of him, one seems to know nothing? Am I not the patriarch? Li Changqing took a serious look at her, hesitated, and still said, to be honest, I think this Lingyun sect is not simple. First of all, the formation of the rotation of the immortal ascension platform, without that little cutie, sect, would use the power of Qi to exchange for a moment of epiphany for all the disciples. The advantages and disadvantages of this, I will not say more. You should also be able to know, as well as this weird gathering array. Just like what? Du Kaiwei asked rather nervously. The safety and security of the clan was at stake, so there was no room for sloppiness. It's like an illusion, one that was purposely made to hide the real formations in it. A general clan spirit gathering formation will not purposely cover the eyes of the formation, and even if it is intentionally hidden, it won't be too hard to find. Whereas I used the Northern Realm's unique method of detecting formations, but I only found such a stone, combined with the formation of rotation, if it was made by the same person. I'm only afraid that the person who made this formation is not very friendly to your Lingyun sect. At those words, Du Saiwei's delicate brows furrowed deeply. If it is really as he said, the person who set up the formation is only afraid of being very big. Perhaps it would become a disaster for her Lingyun sect. But you don't have to worry too much. After all, it's been more than 100 years. Even if there are any terrifying formations, they might have fallen into disrepair over the years and are no longer functioning properly. Du Kaiwei shook her head. The matter was important. It was better to be careful. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Li Changqing, obviously so much younger than her, yet he knew so much. Who the hell was he? What do you have in mind? Li Changqing pondered slightly. Easy. Here, take it. Cut him. Li Changqing took out a divine sword that emitted a terrifying coldness and put it into her hand, pointing at the boulder in front of him. Receiving the divine sword, he only felt a rushing frosty sword intent that enveloped his entire body, as if he were being driven by his arm. It was at this moment that she realized what he really had in this sword case. Absolute divine weapons. And like this he even had 9 of them. I'm too low in cultivation to cut. You do it. What happens when you cut it? Du Kaiwei was a little hesitant. That's unclear. Nothing may happen. If there really is a hidden formation I hear, it may also activate the formation. But your Lingyun sect spirit gathering formation will surely be destroyed in this way as well. Upon hearing this, Du Kaiwei said with some slight contemplation, the spirit gathering formation is not in the way. The big deal is to cloth it again. But, what if it's some kind of terrifying killing formation inside? If it's really some kind of terrifying killing formation, based on the scale of your spirit gathering formation, this killing formation must be extraordinary to think about. 10,000 times no. I have so many disciples in the Lingyun sect. How can I put the safety of my disciples at risk? Chapter 36, you negate me. Then there's no way out. This stone 80% has something inside. If you want to find out what's going on, you can only cut him down. I don't care. You absolutely can't joke with the lives of all the disciples. You have to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing stared wide-eyed as if he was seeing her for the first time. Aren't you the patriarch? What are you trying to do with this little woman's gesture? Pretty patriarch. Your persona is falling apart. Greeting Li Changqing's gaze, Du Kaiwei had a touch of redness that climbed up her absolutely beautiful face. No, this sister. I just came to stay temporarily for a while. There's no need to get involved in something so dangerous. Big deal. I don't live here anymore. I'll go okay. Li Changqing spread his 2 hands and turned around to leave. After everything, he felt more and more that this Lingyun sect was definitely not simple, and he might even have gotten himself hitched. There's no point in putting yourself in danger when you've already returned the favor anyway. At most, it would be worthwhile to remind Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger that they had known each other for a while. You're just going to leave? If you're not going, you're buying me dinner? You did this to me. Just go away? At those words, Li Changqing turned around violently. What do you mean? No, tell me clearly. How did I treat you? Don't talk nonsense. It seems like we've had something going on. A hint of cunning flashed out of the corner of Du Saiwei's eye. Purple bamboo garden. Stop. You're being unkind. Didn't I just look at you twice? It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. Can you bring that up? Du Kaiwei snorted coldly. Then I don't care. If you don't help me, I'll release the news that you, Li Changqing, are negative to me. At those words, Li Changqing was dumbfounded. Do you want to hear what you're saying here? When did I ever do anything to you? Hey, not right. Why should I negative you? Also not right. I talk about negative you a word? And let's see the world. whether it believes in you or in me. Li Changqing looked around her again and again. I just realized today. Why are you so shameless? You're the hallowed Lingyun sect patriarch. Don't you want to lose face? Humph. Whatever you say, do you help or not? Li Changqing let out a light laugh. In terms of shamelessness in this world, if I, Li Changqing, say second, no one dares to say first. Whatever you say, goodbye. You, Du Kaiwei never expected. Originally thought that people like her. I think it must be an extraordinary status. Should be extremely important to reputation is. But I did not expect. He did not care. A moment of shock and anger. But nothing to do about it. And Li Changqing was just about to dodge away when a figure with purple hair and purple pupils suddenly appeared in his mind. The body lurched. If she does ramble and she hears it, then, he couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that furious look. After much hesitation, he walked back again. A hint of surprise flashed in Du Kaiwei's eyes. Pow! Unbeknownst to her, Li Changqing, under her unbelieving eyes, once again slapped her on her arse. It's interest, for threatening me, and don't tell me, it feels good. You, but Li Changqing had already disappeared, leaving Du Kaiwei alone and frozen in place with shame and anger. His own body, which had been guarded for 100 years and was ice clear, was not only looked at, but also repeatedly slapped by him. And the target was a junior of her apprentice generation. How does that make her acceptable? South go down. Queen's bedchamber. Ji Qingxian sat dumbfounded in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside, not knowing what she was thinking. For the past few days, she hadn't stepped out of her chambers. Something my own daughter said kept coming to mind. You have more than one son. You have a son. Your own son. The one conceived in your womb. And the determined back of the eldest son as he left. From now on, my name is not Hongyu. My surname is not Nangong. My surname is Li and my name is Evergreen. For some reason, the mind is in turmoil. Thoughts that couldn't help but go back to his early childhood. He was young then, not yet as tall as her thighs. As her first son, as the eldest grandson of the Nangong Emperor, she was very fond of him, not wanting to part with him for half a moment. Whether eating or sleeping, he will always be cuddled up next to him. Teach him to read and write. Teach him to speak with his teeth. Teach him to call himself mother. I remember one time, holding him on my lap, he suddenly babbled and called out for his mommy. Despite the ambiguity, she was overjoyed. Looking at his budding appearance simply melted her heart. But when he was a little older, the war happened. The Great Qian and the Northern Realm were already at odds and had always had a grudge. Nangong was even feuding with the Heavenly Demon for generations. Border clashes, intensifying. The Heavenly Demon was too powerful, and De Qian was at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the feudal lords of various parts of the Great Qian wanted to take their place. It is not too much to say that the country is about to fall. Given the internal and external problems, a haze hung over the entire South go down. Being the crown princess, she, and the crown prince, he, spent the whole day exhausting his thoughts and worrying. Just when De Qian needed someone to save the day the most, his own son, so young, stepped forward. The Nangong Emperor's eldest grandson stepped forward. Mother needn't worry. My child is willing to go to the Northern Realm, in exchange for mother's peace of mind and long happiness. Although the Great Qian is decadent, but the bottom is still there, and the North does not want to lose both. At this point, Great Qian and the Northern Realm have made a truce. Nangong Emperor's eldest grandson protege of the North for 18 years. Nangong Wendian also ascended to the throne as emperor. She herself was elevated to the throne of the queen, but he was not happy, and he missed his eldest son immensely, counting the days and looking forward to the day when he would return. Finally, it was time for him to return. But I don't know what happened to myself, but I've been distancing myself from him, intentionally or unintentionally. Has mother ever had a meal with Yudi like this? Yeah, never before, never before. Obviously, having meals with his second son became a family affair, but he had not been with him once. Not once. Obviously it's just a meal. Obviously he's his son too. What the hell is wrong with myself? Why won't I even do something as simple as this? She didn't understand it, didn't understand why it was happening. Her mind was a mess and she needed to think it through. Eastern Palace. Nangong Haotian's face was gloomy. Why hadn't he gotten his hands on the sword box that he had been longing for? Nangong Yanyan is also a waste. Can't even get a sword case. At this moment, he had a tyrannical look on his face. A stark contrast to his previous good behavior. Come on man. A figure flashed. What are the prince's orders? Go to the Lingyun sect and find Nangong Hongyu. Retrieve the sword box, and kill him if necessary. But, never expose it. Your obedience. With a flash of black shadow, the man disappeared, leaving Nangong Haotian behind. He smiled maliciously. My good royal brother, don't blame me. You forced me to do this. He didn't want to do that until he had to. It was easy to expose himself, but he couldn't wait a moment longer. He needed to get stronger. So strong that he was invincible in his peer group. He desperately needs to prove himself and break the rumor mill. The matter of the sword bone was known only to him and his wife, though, but there were already rumors among the populace that his sword bone was not natural and that he was in fact a waste. How could this be tolerated? Chapter 37 Killing for Treasure? Lingyun Sect. It was slightly cooler into the night. Li Changqing was bored and alone, wandering blindly in the back of the mountain. Suddenly, eyes narrowed slightly. Fellow Daoist, is this a sight for sore eyes? Won't you come out for a chat? In the shadows, an ink-colored figure slowly emerged. Humph, you are the eldest son of Emperor Nangong? At first sight today, it seems like you're not a waste either. The voice was hoarse, obviously deliberately concealed. Li Changqing let out a light laugh. It seems, this Taoist friend really can't see people. This night color is hazy, still need to cover the face to see people. I'm afraid that is not want to do that kill and set fire to steal chickens and dogs thing. That ink-colored figure, intentionally or unintentionally, blocked Li Changqing's best route of escape. Li Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. It seems that this night's matter cannot be good. Killing and setting fire is not so bad. You only need to hand over that sword box, and you will be let go peacefully this night. It seems that this fellow Taoist knows quite a bit about me, both knowing that I have a sword box and coming here for it. I guess that kid must have asked you to come. If this seed wants to come, it's coming. There's no point in talking more. If you don't hand it over, you'll die. At those words, the man's eyes chilled slightly as his aura exploded. This seed has its own means to save its life, so I don't know if your highness will hand it over or not. Under the pressure of his aura, Li Changqing's face sank slightly. Confirmation that it's someone who can't be beaten. At the same time, I can't help but be a little surprised that people's villains don't always, from weak to strong appearances, serve as millstones for the protagonist. Why come to me and give me straight to hell difficulty? Do we have to fight for our lives again? Hand it over. Why don't you hand it over? You've called yourself this seat. If I don't hand it over, won't I brush you off? Come on, catch it. The sword box appeared in his hand, not needing too many movements. The strike was full force. 32 divine swords came out in unison. In an instant, they formed horns and attacked the man. The man was slightly stunned, feeling the monstrous sword intent emanating from these divine swords, each of which was a supreme divine weapon, and for a moment he forgot to block. Although he had seen divine weapons, he had never seen out of the blue 32 handles. Simply inhuman. No wonder His Highness covets this sword case so much. It was he who had the thought of grabbing this sword box and going far away. While slightly stunned, the 32 divine swords had already arrived in front of them. However, he didn't panic in the slightest, and with a wave of his driving hand, a curtain of light stood in front of him, blocking the divine sword half a foot in front of his body. He was not allowed to advance an inch. Looking back, where was Li Changqing's figure? Humph, crafty boy. With a slight curse, his figure then disappeared. In front of Li Changqing, who was running wildly with his life, a void crack suddenly appeared, and a figure slowly stepped out from it. Seeing this, Li Changqing stood still and did not try to escape again. Still running away? The man smiled smugly. To be able to dominate the body and death of the eldest son of the great Qian emperor, it's really enjoyable. Trouble. As Li Changqing's words fell, a divine sword like a blazing sun shot up into the sky, emitting a sword intent that burned everything, appearing particularly piercing in this silent night. At the same time, the rest of the divine swords attacked the man. In the face of the divine sword's divine might, the man snorted. If you want to call for help, you have to be able to hold out. As the words fell, he casually slapped his hand, and the divine swords flew apart everywhere. In an overhead palm, it struck at Li Changqing, entrapping a monstrous power of kung fu. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Li Changqing hardened his head and took one against him. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Li Changqing flew out backwards. Brace yourself. The urge to spit blood. Call back an Excalibur and stand it above your head. The hand strangled the spell, and the divine sword grew against the wind until it changed into a huge sword that could split mountains and stood 10,000 feet in the air. Li Changqing's eyes condensed, and his sword intent rushed to the 9 heavens. Drop! The giant sword fell at the sound, swirling up the surrounding wind and clouds, carrying the brilliant sword might, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the ink-clothed man. The man felt the terrifying sword intent and smiled instead of being shocked. Good Nangong Hong Yu, to be called a waste with this kind of talent. Your Nangong family is really interesting. Saying that, he leapt forward to meet the monstrous sword, all the while enduring the harassment of the various divine swords, but they were all slapped away by him and inserted into the ground. It's useless. The difference in cultivation between you and I is too great. To be able to do so, You're enough to be proud of your peers. As for Li Changqing, he didn't care, still controlling the divine sword and kept on meriting, until the man's punch collided with Li Changqing's huge sword. Bang! Put! Li Changqing could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The man, however, was intact, except for the hand behind his back, where a drop of blood slid off. Looking at the youth in front of him, the man's heart shook tremendously. Since he was injured, he was actually injured by someone whose cultivation was inferior to him by an unknown amount. This son's use of the sword is truly terrifying. If he is allowed to grow, I am afraid that he will eventually become the next sword god. However, he didn't have the chance anymore, and he was excited beyond measure to be able to end a supreme demon with his own hands. Die! With a flying leap, he rushed towards Li Changqing, and Li Changqing clutched his sword case. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Is it really necessary to? Running out of time. Looks like it's still. Slightly lifting a mouthful of evergreen chi and pouring it into the middle of the sword box. Some sort of prohibition was being slowly opened. The one who was rushing towards Li Changqing suddenly felt something in his heart as an intense crisis struck him. The body couldn't help but lurch. It was with such a lurch that a long sword crossed between them. Stop! A bellowing cry came. Only to see that, at some point, Du Kaiwei blocked in front of Li Changqing, and at the same time, the long sword in her hand, chopped at that person. The man missed the blow and drove his body to dodge Du Kaiwei's sword, slightly retreating. Patriarch Du? Coming to mind your own business too? Who are you, daring to injure someone from my Lingyun sect? At the same time, a group of disciples from the Lingyun sect also arrived. Brotherly, Li Changqing, what's wrong with you? Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger came to Li Changqing one after another, wanting to check his injuries. Li Changqing shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. The spells in his hands never stopped, and he didn't know what he was doing. Ha ha ha, someone from your Lingyun sect? Don't joke, Patriarch Du. I'm only afraid that if he dares to enter your Lingyun sect wouldn't dare to accept him. I advise Patriarch Du to be sensible and mind his own business. This matter is not for you, Lingyun sect, to meddle in. At those words, Du Kaiwei glanced at Li Changqing. I don't care what his status is. He's only a disciple of my Lingyun sect now. Toast to toast. I'd like to see what strength your Lingyun sect has. As the words fell, he threw a fist in the air and smashed it at Du Kaiwei. Du Kaiwei's imperial sword resisted? Dang! The long sword sounded empty, and Du Kaiwei retreated back and forth, a pair of beautiful eyes, shocked, looking at the ink-colored person in front of her. So strong, not generally strong. At least one is never a match. What's more, he didn't expect that Li Changqing would actually be able to hold out for so long in this person's hands. Take the sword. Help me block it for a while. Receiving Li Changqing's divine sword, Du Kaiwei nodded. With the help of the divine sword, he himself was not false to him. At the same time, he called out, all disciples, listen to the order. Evacuate this place. It was no longer a fight they could engage in. Might as well get the hell out of there and save any casualties. Sovereign, leave quickly and save yourself the trouble. The disciples had no choice but to leave. Li Changqing, beat him hard. Zhao Linger even waved her fist at Li Changqing as she left. Evergreen Li. Although she knew that Li Changqing, his identity might not be ordinary, but what should be done was still done, without a bit of distance. Instead, Wu Kuan looked at Li Changqing meaningfully. Brotherly, be careful. Li Changqing nodded and didn't say anything more, eyes fixed on the two men fighting. Even though she had the help of the divine sword, Du Kaiwei was obviously not a match for that person yet. Many close calls. Li Changqing quieted his mind, and a trace of evergreen chi merged into the void. Communicate with the divine swords scattered everywhere. And the man seemed to sense something unusual and couldn't help but get a little anxious. He repeatedly tried to come over and interrupt Li Changqing, only to be stopped by Du Kaiwei. In the end, the man was furious, and Win spelled out an injury for an injury, allowing Du Kaiwei to slash at his shoulder with his sword. The might of the divine sword proved to be something that not everyone could resist, as one of his arms was chopped off. At the same time, he also hit Du Kaiwei with a palm and sent her flying out spitting blood. There was no time to check for injuries, and taking advantage of this gap, he immediately drove himself forward. A punch was slammed down at Li Changqing. Look out! Seeing that it was too late to stop it, Du Kaiwei could only remind, brother, but not before an unexpected figure arrives. At the same time a golden chakra appeared above Li Changqing's head and helped him block the blow. Chapter 38. It's more than enough to behead you. Seeing the visitor, Li Changqing frowned slightly, but he didn't pay any attention to it at the moment. The man's blow fell short and still refused to give up. With his ghostly speed, he bypassed Nangon Yenran and struck Li Changqing with a palm strike. The power of the palm was so great that the surrounding void was vaguely unstable. Seeing that she was too late to stop it, Nangon Yanyan was furious. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill him, my Southern Palace royal family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. That person, however, didn't pay any attention to it and continued to kill Li Changqing. However, it was stopped by a sword aura from Du Kaiwei who had slowed down. The man was forced back and didn't attack rashly, confronting him 3 feet away. Frowning, he looked at Nangon Yanyan, who had the past life wheel above her head. The delay had been long enough, and after much hesitation, it was decided that it would be better to withdraw first. Counting on your life, I will definitely come to get your sword case some other day. The words fell, and he tried to leave. At this time, Li Changqing let out a light laugh. Now that you're here, don't go away. At those words, the man turned around and looked at Li Changqing rather disdainfully. What? Just you? Or you guys, want to keep me? Li Changqing slowly wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed lightly. Stay or not? You won't know until you try. As the words fell, his hand clenched a spell, and the divine swords that had been knocked down around him chimed slightly. Upon closer inspection, they echo each other in an intricate pattern. The man, suddenly a sense of crisis surged through him. Vigilantly, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but he was cut off by the infinite sword intent. Alarmed, what have you done? Li Changqing smiled playfully. You guess. The man gave Li Changqing a ferocious look and was about to shatter the void. However, no matter how much he pushed his spiritual energy, the surrounding void was unusually sturdy. It's no use. This formation has been formed. This place is controlled by me. You can't escape. Then I'll kill you first. As the words fell, carrying a terrifying aura, he charged straight at Li Changqing. Brother! Li Changqing! Nangon Yanyan and Du Kaiwei on the side exclaimed. And Li Changqing was indifferent. I have the endless sword. I can form an endless formation, and the sun and moon can be cut down. As the words fell, it was as if this area of heaven and earth had been chopped off by something, forming a bizarre place that emitted an aura of silence. Infinite sword intent rushed into the clouds, and the 32 divine swords echoed each other in this formation. The sword intent that was very different in the past was miraculously fused together at this moment, as if it was capable of beheading an immortal. Li Changqing lightly lifted his finger, and the surrounding sword intent coalesced at one point. Enclosed man, dead soul, without the slightest hesitation, the body essence blood crazy burning, with a blood-colored light curtain coalescing in front of his body. Li Changqing pointed out a finger, and the sword intent gathered into a line and shot out. Silence, unbelievable silence. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost their colors, and the only thing that was left was that one sword intent converging into a straight line. There was not the slightest sound, not the slightest obstruction. It went through the light curtain, through the center of the brow, and through the divine soul. He stood for a long time before slowly collapsing. His face was horrified and his eyes were wide as if he couldn't believe it. The remnants of his consciousness muttered, God's soul, can't even escape in time? Under the two women's shocked gazes, Li Changqing slowly came to his corpse. A storage bag was searched, but it was forbidden. A sword intent struck in and the ban was broken. Checking it out. That's a lot of good stuff. Thanks so much. Glancing at his body again, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. It seems that this cottage version of the endless sword formation is more than enough to chop you up. You're not useful either. What else do you call this seat? Brother, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing frowned slightly and looked at Nangon Yanran with eyes full of disgust. What are you screaming about? Looking for a fight? Du Kaiwei was on the side, looking blankly at Li Changqing and then at Nangon Yanran. The heart raises a huge wave. Nangon Yanyan she recognized, the third princess of Diqian. Her status was honorable, and she called him, brother? The prince of Diqian? Or, the eldest son of the great Qian emperor? The great Qian prince, whom she had met at the crown ritual. Excluded. Then it's only the eldest son of the great Qian emperor. But rumor has it that the eldest son of the emperor of Daqian is not a loser? But, does he look like crap? She was a little unsure. Even if he was the eldest son of the great Qian emperor, how could he come to her Lingyun sect and work as a handyman? And looking at Li Changqing, he seemed to deny it. Could it be that between them, there was some kind of misunderstanding? Brother, I just wanted to see you. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing had an uncomfortable look on his face. Can you not disgust me? Go back where you came from. You're a pain in the ass. Nangon Yanyan's heart was like a knife, and she forced herself to resist the urge to shed tears. Brother, it's me who's wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Come home with me, okay? I'll explain everything to father and mother. In the past few days, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep at night, and every time she closed her eyes, it was all the things she had done before. There was also that cry of Imperial Sister, which was like a nightmare. tearing her insides apart. Say what? That you poisoned me? That you watched me die? Li Changqing said in a cold voice. At those words, Nangang Yanyan was a little unsteady on her feet. Both sides were her own brother, and if she protected one, she would have to hurt the other, and she couldn't make a choice. I'm sorry. I will protect you well. No one can hurt you in the future. Please, come home with me. You are my royal. I won't watch you wander. At those words, Li Changqing's brows furrowed as the sword intent in his hand gradually condensed. To shut her up, he didn't suggest crippling it again. Right. What kind of person is this? And why did they take a shot at you? Seeing Li Changqing's stupidity, Du Kaiwei on the side hurriedly spoke out. Although it was still not quite daring to believe that Li Changqing was the eldest son of the great Qian emperor, but come to think of it, the two had a great relationship, and it was feared that there was some kind of misunderstanding, afraid that the two of them would make another move, and also afraid that Li Changqing, in a rage, would really beat her to death. Then her Lingyun sect would be considered to be in great trouble. June did not see. Under this array enchantment, she could not block, which hurriedly diverted the topic. Li Changqing didn't make a sound. What man? No need to guess. He knows. Nangang Yanyan, on the other hand, was furious. No matter what he is, I will definitely execute his 9 clans and destroy his entire family. Li Changqing, on the other hand, sneered. Destroy his whole family? You think you're a millionaire? At those words, Du Kaiwei looked at Li Changqing oddly. This Li Changqing, when he was really weird, spoke without boundaries. Nangang Yanyan, on the other hand, was violently stunned. How many forces in this great Qian can invite a great power of such cultivation? Her Nangong royal family definitely ranked at the top, and this person's goal is clear. To take the sword box and come, that must know his identity, but still dare to lay down this kind of dead hand. Chapter 39, The Poison of Heaven's Failure. Is that him? Could it really be him? It's obvious that he's already forced him away. So what does he want? Did he have to die? They were brothers. How could he be so brutalized? At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She did not expect her brother, whom she had loved for many years, to be so ruthless. Obviously he's already the crown prince. Why won't he let him go? At the same time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. How could he protect him? Although she was the third princess of Great Qian, the daughter of the Nangong family, she was only a daughter's body. Nangong lineage, patriarchal thinking, deeply rooted. Do not look at her. Although she is the third princess of the Great Qian dynasty, the body is honorable. But there wasn't really any say in the matter, or else her truly amazing big sister wouldn't have traveled to the border and never returned. Although his own talent was very high, he had not yet reached a level that could threaten his position as the crown prince. If not, I am only afraid that I, like my elder sister, will be far away from the border? As if there were no such person. How could he himself keep him safe under? Well, him. The gaze that looked at Li Changqing was filled with helplessness. She didn't want him to wander the world, and she didn't want to lose this brother. But she couldn't do anything about it. Li Changqing coldly looked at her and said, ********. Then, he looked at Du Kaiwei again. Let's go. Du Kaiwei hesitated slightly. Lingyun sect Du Kaiwei. Meet your highness the third princess. Slightly saluting her, he then followed Li Changqing away. Nangang Yanyan was left alone, despondently looking at their silhouettes. Du Kaiwei looked at Li Changqing's back and wanted to speak several times. In the end, he didn't hold back and went up to be side by side with Li Changqing. Are you really the eldest son of Emperor Nangong? Nangong Hongyu? Li Changqing's face was expressionless. My name is Li Changqing. Du Kaiwei was slightly speechless and gave him a blank stare. At a time like this, is there any need to hide your identity? Is that your royal sister? It's your royal sister. Duchess, why don't you recognize the identity? Du Kaiwei didn't stop. Like a curious baby, she kept asking questions. Li Changqing turned his head, glanced at her with a dangerous glint in his eyes, and slowly raised a hand, waving it in front of Du Kaiwei. Seeing this, Du Kaiwei felt bad and subconsciously protected her arse. Women, don't get too curious, don't get yourself hitched. You dare to hit my. Again I will not let you go. Li Changqing deflated with disdain. Che, look at it all. What's wrong with a little fight? It was exchanged for an angry look from Du Kaiwei. South go down. Nangang Yanyan lost her mind and returned to her princess residence, looking in the direction of the Eastern Palace for a long time. In the end, he couldn't hold back and headed for the Eastern Palace. Standing in front of the majestic and ornate gate, slightly looking up one could see, above the door plaque, 2 large characters in dragon and phoenix. Looking at the word Donggong, Nangang Yanran's heart was momentarily complicated. How many people have fought over those 2 words? How many people have killed their brothers and fathers and worn out their humanity for that position? Favorably, this brother of his was one of them, though he couldn't believe it himself until now. There was every indication that he was involved in everything his brother had suffered. What's even more ridiculous is that she was also an accomplice, helping him to brutalize his own brother, helping him to take the crown prince position that belonged to him, helping him to drive him away. She was to blame for all of this, all without her helping from it. Every time she thought about it, she was heartbroken and wanted to make amends, but he couldn't even see himself. It was too late to repent. How she wished she could start the time over. She swore she would definitely protect him, and even if she wasn't the crown prince, no one would dare to brutalize him. I just don't know what role her father and mother played in this. Adjust yourself slightly. Stepping into the Eastern Palace, seeing her frosty face, the subordinates did not dare to stop her. The journey was unhindered, and in the Great Hall, he was seen. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes, enjoying the courtesan's service, with a plate of exotic and precious fruits in his hand. Opening his mouth slightly, the courtesan immediately handed him one and put it in his mouth. Nangon Yanyan's heart was even more unfavorable. It was obvious that he was wandering the world while he was enjoying everything that ordinary people could not enjoy in their lifetime. Your Highness. Upon hearing the words, Nangon Haotian violently opened his eyes. Seeing her arrival, Nangon Haotian first froze, and then immediately replaced with a cordial smile, waving his hand to dismiss the crowd. Third sister, why are you free to come to my Eastern Palace? Nangon Yanyan ignored it, her face full of frost, but her footsteps did not stop. Coming straight to him, he raised his palm. Pow! Nangon Haotian was dumbfounded and froze, covering his red and swollen face, looking at Nangon Yanran with a face of disbelief. Sister, you? Nangon Yanyan's eyes were icy cold as she looked around and said in a cold voice, get down, all of you. When the subordinate heard this, he hesitated and timidly looked at Nangon Haotian. Nangon Haotian came back to his senses. First a trace of mischief flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed well. Although I don't know why my sister, who usually loves herself, came up and smacked herself in the face in. Still, he nodded, and seeing this the subordinates left, leaving only the two of them in the Great Hall. Huang, Imperial sister, did Imperial brother do something wrong? At those words, Nangon Yanyan snorted coldly. Did something wrong? You're so wrong. Imperial sister. I don't understand. Please tell Imperial sister. Imperial brother will definitely know his mistakes and change. You don't understand? You understand too much. I warn you, if you dare to strike at him again, I will definitely tell father what I know through and through, even though you are the crown prince. But if you are so vicious, I think father won't forgive you lightly. At those words, Nangon Haotian's panic flickered, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Sis, what are you talking about? Why can't Lone understand? Seeing him like this, Nangon Yanran's eyes, unprecedentedly colored with a touch of disgust. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. It's good to know what you've done. I'm reminding you that the poison of heaven's failure is incredibly vicious. It's better for you to use it sparingly. At those words, Nangon Haotian's cold sweat broke out, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. See him so look. Nangon Yanran's face cannot hide the color of disappointment. As a prince, no city, panic all written on the face. The answer is even more obvious. How can such a look be worthy of being a king? Unconsciously, contrasting with that green-clothed figure, the highs and lows are immediately judged. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this younger brother, who he had regarded as his pride since he was a child, seemed to be no different from ordinary people except for the fact that he was born with a sword bone, obviously enjoying the topmost resources of Diqian. But her cultivation was still a long way behind her. She now wondered what this born sword bone really meant. Wasn't it recorded in the ancient books that the supreme sword bone was born as a supreme, with an overwhelmingly high natural talent? But removing the honor that came with the name born sword and bone, he really seemed to be nothing. Could it be that the ancient books were wrong? Chapter 40, Don't you want her as your mother? In this moment, she couldn't help but begin to question what she had grown up knowing. In the past, when she heard that her brother was born with a sword bone, she assumed that his talent was bound to be unusual. It wasn't just her. Everyone thought so, to the point of overlooking his cultivation, overlooking his battle prowess. Just like that day in the crown, the sword bone was a moment of shock, but was suppressed by the backhand. She thought that her heavenly brother wasn't serious, or that the heavenly demoness was too strong. Nowadays, it really seems like a rarity. Gave him a cold look. If you want people not to know, unless you do not do it, you are already the prince. There is no need to rush to the end of the world. I hope that you will be good. With that, he turned and left. Looking at Nangon Yanran's departing back, his face could no longer hide his anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn, damn, dare to hit me, I will make you look good. An angry growl resounded through the great hall. When had he ever been so angry after being favored since he was a child? Even if this person was his own sister, he couldn't stand it. But after the anger, there was a strong pang of fear. She knows? She knows. How could she know? Sweat dampened his brocade finery and he dropped to the ground on his butt. Endless panic attacked. This matter if the father and mother know, even in favor of him, will not forgive him lightly. If his waste of a brother died okay, then there is a male member of his own Nangong family left. Although there is no less than a punishment, but for the sake of the Nangong family orthodoxy, said nothing will not abolish himself. But if that waste brother, still alive, then his situation will be very bad. Maybe it is hard to get the crown prince position, gained back to lose, then be abolished is their own. He couldn't accept it, not in any way. His heart was in turmoil, and he suddenly remembered. Some days ago, the assassin he had sent there. The math should have been done a long time ago. Why haven't you come back yet? Come on man. Somebody. The eunuchs outside the temple arrived at the sound of the voice, and when they saw their highness in such a state, their entire body looked cautious and trembling. Your highness, what are your orders? Go. See why Luo Shao hasn't returned yet. Obey, obey. The eunuch retired, and in a short time returned in great alarm. Your highness, it's not good. Luo Xiao's soul light is out. Dead, dead. At those words, Nangong Haotian's brain shook. Dead, dead? Are you kidding me? Your highness, I have checked several times, and the soul lamp has indeed gone out. How? Luo Xiao is a great power with a vast sea realm cultivation. Even if he can't go all out to hide his identity, he won't be able to be killed back by a punk. What the hell is going on here? Nangong Haotian was incomparably angry. I thought he was foolproof. Never thought that the sword box did not arrive. But in turn, he took himself in. Doesn't that mean that his punk-ass brother isn't dead? If he's not dead, he's in danger. Unlike in the past, he thought that no one knew what he did. But now Nangong Yanyan knows. It is hard to say whether to help him hide it or not. His position as the crown prince was like a sword hanging over his head, threatening to fall at any moment. No, it can't be so. It absolutely can't be so. Sword case, to the scabbard. Take his scabbard and kill it, even if father and mother know about it. So what? At most, a heavy punishment. I am still the Prince of Dakian. This whole Dakian is still in my pocket. After he had figured everything out, he gritted his teeth and walked out of the Eastern Palace, heading towards his father and mother's chambers. What Nangong Yenran didn't expect was that she had thought she could knock the mountain down so that he wouldn't dare to strike at him again. But I didn't realize that. In turn, it drove him to become even more crazy. Father and mother, my son begs to see you. It's Tian'er. Come on in. Nangong Zhantian's voice came from within the hall. Nangong Haotian walked in slowly, and saw the couple, sitting high in the first place. Nangong Zhantian still had that majestic look. His face was expressionless, but he could feel that his eyes looking at himself revealed a bit of doting. What made him strange was that his mother, Ji Qingxian, seemed a bit different from the past. The eyes were lifeless and looked a little haggard, not even half reacting to his arrival. Although he felt strange, he couldn't care about that much right now. He just wanted to quickly get the sword case and quickly send that punk on his way. Father and mother, my son has recently been unable to sleep at night whenever I think of my royal brother's departure, and I have no desire to cultivate. I really miss him a lot. So I still ask my father and mother to retrieve my royal brother and relieve my son's pain of missing him. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhantian, who was seated high up, nodded his head in relief. Tian'er can be so hung up on your royal brother. My heart is very comforting. It's excellent that you two brothers can be so amicable. But in recent days, your mother's heart has trifles. It's better to wait for your mother to get better and then say it again. Nangong Haotian's heart is not willing, but also told him to wait. Wait until the east window. He is no longer able to wait a little. Father, the emperor's brother has been wandering around for many days. I think the days must be bad. Every time I think of it, I don't feel like it. Please father as soon as possible to find the emperor's brother. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhantian hesitated a bit and looked at Ji Qingxian to the side. Seeing that she still had a vacant look on her face, he couldn't help but sigh. In recent days, she didn't know what was wrong with her, but she was often dazed and double-minded. Calling her didn't answer, which worried him quite a bit. Qingxian? Still no response. Seeing her in such a state, Nangong Haotian couldn't help himself. Mother, imperial brother is still out in the world. I think it's better for us to seek him out as soon as possible. At those words, Ji Qingxuan's godless face finally had some slight movement. Feather, Yuer is still wandering around. Right, to find Yuer, Must find your. I'm going to find your. I'm going to find your. In recent days, she kept echoing in her mind what her own daughter had said, having the same dream over and over again. In her dream, the young Nangong Hongyu, with a cute smile on his face, stumbled towards her with his short legs. He himself gladly opened his arms and embraced her. But the picture turned. He has grown up and is taller than himself. But, instead, he walked away. His own son walked away. Didn't look back. Didn't even look at her. Walked away with such determination that no matter how much he called him, he didn't turn around. It was as if they had discarded her and didn't want her. Awakening from her dream with a pang of fear, she suddenly began to wonder if it could be that he really was leaving. Rather than having a tantrum and really wanting to cut himself off from her as a mother, will he really not come back? Really never come back? Don't her as a mother and queen anymore. Chapter 41 Master Lingyun, Lu Fei Yang. At this moment, she really panicked a bit. She didn't understand why she had such dreams over and over again, but she was afraid that the dream would come true, that her son would really never come back. Seeing her in such a state, the corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked out a cold smile. As long as we can father and mother, we can definitely get the sword box back. But he knew how much this brother of his listened to them. After retrieving the sword box, he only needs to quietly finish him off, and then both the sword box and the crown prince position will be his and only his. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhantian could only nod his head in agreement. I will go and bring him back when I have taken care of all the business. Lingyun sect. How? May there be a way? Li Changqing nodded and shook his head again, handing him a topographical map of Lingyun sect. There are a few dots circled above. There's no good way to do it. Besides that stone, these locations are quite suspicious, so let's check them out one by one. Du Kaiwei nodded. Suddenly, he thought of the formation that Li Changqing used that day. That formation was so powerful. I thought that even if there was some kind of killing formation, it should be able to handle it. That formation of yours is so powerful. Why don't you cloth it in my Lingyun sect? Just in case? Li Changqing slowly shook his head. That's just a pirated version. Probably not even a pirated version. I just modeled it after his original appearance and got a rough idea. And it's not as powerful as you think. Even though the kung fu is unparalleled, the range is extremely small, and it's not very useful in relation to the current situation. Piracy? What is the meaning? It's just fake and salvaged. At those words, Du Kaiwei nodded her head. Then why not cloth really? Evergreen Li. The gaze that looked at Du Kaiwei was tinged with suspicion. How did this chick become the patriarch if she's so stupid? Are you 100,000 reasons? That's a no-brainer. Of course I can't straighten it out. Upon hearing this, Du Kaiwei slightly blanked Li Changqing, quite dissatisfied with Li Changqing's attitude. He was the patriarch himself, and he actually dared to talk to her like this. The two men came to a place marked by a map. There was silence all around, a somewhat terrifying silence, and it always felt that the aura fluctuation was abnormal. Being within the Lingyun sect, the aura fluctuation was actually quite normal, but this aura was extremely subtle, as if it was deliberately hidden. Frowning slightly, he scanned the surrounding area warily. The evergreen method is extremely sharp and is by no means empty, like Du Kaiwei, but did not notice anything. However, seeing Li Changqing's cautious appearance, he also pulled out a long sword in case of any mishaps. Suddenly, a strange fragrance came, and Li Changqing inhaled his nose as a feeling of dizziness hit him. The evergreen law in his body protected his master on its own, running for a week and a day, and that feeling of dizziness dispersed. Look out! But it was too late, and Du Kaiwei collapsed limply to the ground. The sword case instantly appeared in his hand, and he was just about to call out the divine sword. But suddenly, a large hand, probing out from the void, slashed at the back of Li Changqing's neck. Li Changqing fell down in response. A figure stepped out from the void, frowning as he looked at the fallen Li Changqing. This kid is a bit peculiar. This seat, this soul-mesmerizing incense, is actually useless to him. Looking again at the unimpressive black box. What is this? After picking it up and studying it slightly, I didn't see the point. Then wanted to first income their own storage ring before saying, but was surprised to find that this strange black box actually cannot be income. Frowning slightly, it was clear that he had seen the boy conjure from the void. The instructions can be included in the storage ring. Is it possible that this object is quite spiritual and can recognize the owner? A hint of excitement appeared on the man's face as he thought about it. If this is true, it means that this object is definitely extraordinary, and it seems that he has picked up a treasure. Finally, he looked at Du Kaiwei, a hint of lechery surfacing on his face. Kaiwei, my good disciple grandson, it's so big yet. It's time for you to repay this seat. Lift one in one hand and vanish into the void. Li Changqing woke up leisurely, and a huge pain came from the back of his neck. Hiss. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch it, but realized that he couldn't actually move his hand. Not just his hands, but his entire body was chained by chains emanating dots of divine light, unable to move. On the side, Du Kaiwei did the same, only to wake up long ago and be trying to break out of the chain's confinement. After some fruitless attempts, he sighed and looked at Li Chongqing, as if inquiring, what can be done? Li Chongqing rolled his eyes. What could he do with this cultivation level? Subconsciously, he wanted to call out the sword case, but he realized that it was lost. Mildly surprised for a moment, not very worried. As he said, the only person in the whole world who can activate this sword box is him, Li Chongqing. Looking around, he was in a cave, with an abundance of spiritual energy, more so than the Lingyun sect ever had. It seems to be a cave opened by that great power. I just don't know where the guy ran off to. Speaking of Cao Cao, an old man with a withered description walked slowly with a sword case in his hand. Li Chongqing raised his eyes and looked at him. His body was thin and weak. His face was wrinkled, like an evil ghost in hell. His appearance was extremely scary. One look and you can tell that this person is nearing the end of his life, and his days are numbered. No wonder, with a strange cultivation level, he still needed to put on a mesmerizing incense. I just don't want to get my hands dirty more than necessary and hasten my own demise. And at this moment, Du Kaiwei stared at the old man with wide eyes full of disbelief. Seeing her look like this, Li Chongqing was a bit puzzled. Did she recognize it? You guys are awake. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing didn't say anything, pondering on an escape method in his head. As long as the sword box was nearby, the chain wouldn't be able to trap him. It was just that this old man was a nuisance. Not wanting to do it is not preventing you from doing it. The back of his neck was still raw from that hand slash. Master, Sifu, Li Chongqing? Li Chongqing looked at Du Kaiwei with a questioning face. What did she just say? Sifu? Lingyun sect master ancestor? Lu Feiyang, the founder of the Lingyun sect? Still alive? His brows were deeply furrowed, recalling the formation of reincarnation, as well as the Lingyun sect's bizarre spirit-gathering formation. If it was him, then all of this could indeed be done quietly and concealed from the Lingyun sect for so many years. But what does he want? Figure the Lingyun sect is getting worse and worse? Kaiwei, you've grown up. You've even been born so watery. Why didn't I see it before? Lu Feiyan looked at Du Kaiwei's delicate figure and an evil smile appeared on his face. Evergreen Li. This master doesn't look like a serious man. Ancestor, where have you been all these years? Disciples thought you were dead. Master Ancestor, someone wants to target my Lingyun sect. Please come out and save my Lingyun sect. Master Ancestor. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang smiled and didn't say anything. Li Chongqing sighed. Are you stupid or not? All bundled up here for us. Surely his intentions are wrong. Maybe that formation of rotation is his doing. Du Kaiwei looked at her own Master Ancestor dumbfounded, not reacting for a moment. Instead, Lu Feiyan looked deeply at Li Chongqing twice. Kid, who the hell are you? And how did you find out about this rotation formation? Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing secretly sighed. It's really like that. But what the hell is he doing this for? What was hidden in that spirit-gathering formation that went out of its way to hobble its own clan? As well as that? Chapter 42, Master Ancestor wants to double cultivate with apprentice grandson? What is he after? Du Kaiwei, on the other hand, was in disbelief. Master Ancestor, is this true? Why are you tying us up here? And that formation of rotation, is it really your doing? Sifu smiled softly. Kaiwei, don't blame the Master Ancestor. My generation of cultivators, with the sky to fight, with the life of the resistance, towards asking although death is enough. Back then, when I founded the Lingyun sect, this seat was also harboring a passionate heart, vowing to create a power on par with the northern realm of the great Qian dynasty. But in the end, it is the lack of heritage, the limitations of natural talent. So this is already the limit. I'm not willing to go through all the trouble of building a force, but can only be affiliated with the great Qian. Why? With a heart full of grief and anger to the point of death, I entered the heavens beyond the heavens to seek transcendence. But after entering the heavenly beyond, I realized that I was actually like a mole cricket, living in humility and seeking to survive for decades. And at that time I swore that I would have to ascend to the top of the heap, and no matter what method I used, and no matter what the price I paid, I would seek the method of transcendence. Finally, I found the opportunity to escape and stole this formation of rotation. Upon hearing this, Du Kaiwei's eyes were lifeless. She couldn't believe that the Master Ancestor who used to love her would turn out to be like this. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, pondered slightly. This formation of rotation, although it is marvelous, it can't directly multiply your strength. I'm only afraid that there's more to it than just this formation of rotation. Lu Feiyang smiled and took out a blood-colored bead that emitted a bizarre aura while he looked at the bead in his hand with a maniacal expression. Not bad. Of course, more than that. This formation of rotation can only be a supplement. Only for you and other cultivation assistants. Not knowing that the higher your cultivation, the deeper your understanding, will become my better nutrients, adding bricks and mortar to my ascent to the top. Li Changqing frowned slightly. So what exactly is hidden in that spirit-gathering formation? Lu Feiyang sneered. You little waif. Really extraordinary. I didn't expect this to let you see it. To be honest, I don't know what formation he is, but he will be able to blood sacrifice all of you and the others into nutrients to contribute to this bead, and this bead will also feed back to me, and at that time, pulling up my qualifications and filling my dried-up blood chi. Following. Extinction is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing couldn't help but sigh. When it is really ruthless, actually want to blood sacrifice the whole clan. Wrestling that is not possible. But are there really such amazing beads? It's not really difficult to fill the dryness of chi and blood and increase longevity. If you don't see, Nangong Yanyan and Li Changqing's past life will blast it against each other. And in an instant she had very little of her lifespan left. A partial mouthful of elixir pulled her back again. Only for ordinary people, it is really difficult. Ageless divine medicine. Exotic treasures. How precious. Afraid that only the great Qian, such a top power, can carry with them. But is pulling up qualifications really possible? This kind of thing is usually born destined, never heard of. Who can also change later? To his words, Li Changqing maintained a skeptical attitude, and Du Kaiwei was filled with stupefaction, looking incredulously at her own master ancestor. Your own master is going to blood sacrifice the whole clan? You, how could you do that? Those are all your disciples. They are all disciples of my Lingyun sect. Humph, what do you know? So what if I'm a disciple? As long as I can ascend to the top, everything can be thrown away. At that time, I can still create countless Lingyun sect. Stronger Lingyun sect. At those words, Du Kaiwei was completely speechless. Her master ancestor was clearly not the same master ancestor as before. For a moment, her heart was like ashes. What was her effort for so many years? What were her forefathers' efforts for so many years? It suddenly occurred to her that he wasn't the only one who disappeared together that year. There were numerous clan elders, including her own master teacher. You, what have you done with my master and the others? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang laughed maniacally. Why? Of course they became my sustenance, and thanks to them I am alive now. But don't be in a hurry if you wait. It'll be your turn soon. You deserve to die. You return my master's life. Du Kaiwei struggled violently, but to no avail. The chains on her body were getting tighter and tighter. Lu Feiyang paid no attention and let out an evil laugh. Kaiwei, it's time for you to repay Master Ancestor. I've also acquired a dual cultivation method from the heavenly beyond. Master Ancestor raised you so well. It's time for you to repay the favor. As the words fell, he flexed his fingers and a pill flew into Du Kaiwei's mouth. Du Kaiwei hurriedly tried to spit it out, but the pill melted in her mouth. What did you feed me? Lu Feiyang let out an evil laugh. Of course it's something that makes you happy. At those words, Du Kaiwei's eyes erupted with fire. You deserve to die. I'll never let you get away with this. After taking a deep look at Li Changqing and working his spiritual energy, he wanted to cut himself off from this. Li Changqing was startled. So rigid? And what does it mean to take a last look at me? He was just about to open his mouth to dissuade him, but he didn't expect Lu Feiyang to be faster than him. A finger pointed out and a spiritual force imprisoned her. Want to die? It's not that easy. You killed me. I'll never let you get away with it. Never. Humph. Noisy. Silence. Another finger pointed out, and Du Kaiwei could no longer make a sound. Once I figure out what this is, I'll come and enjoy your taste. Following that, he turned his head to look at Li Changqing and lifted the sword case in his hand. What the hell is this and why? Li Changqing first glanced at Du Kaiwei, confirming that she was fine before letting out a light laugh. Why did the divine sense go in and get chopped up, is it? Lu Feiyang didn't say anything and considered it as acquiescence. He was indeed curious beyond measure, and after checking it out and seeing nothing, he separated a strand of his divine sense and probed. While Nangong Zhantian was still able to take a sweeping glance, while he hadn't even had a chance to look at it yet, he only felt that it was chaotic inside. He didn't expect to be decapitated in a matter of moments, making his already parched body even worse. All you have to do is tell me what it is. Sword case. What else could it be? Li Changqing said indifferently. Sword box? Hearing that, Lu Feiyang was slightly disappointed. Just a sword box? I haven't heard of any great sword box treasures. What does it do? Roll? That's a big one. Other than that, it's a great thing to use to cut things. As long as you have enough cultivation, there's nothing he can't cut. At those words, Lu Feiyang frowned slightly. Didn't believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The kid looked a little different, obviously subdued by him, but with a bland look, as if it wasn't him who was tied up. Fine. In terms of containing endless space within, there are endless divine swords. As for how many there are, I don't know. There are too many for me to count, and they can also form endless sword formations. If you can really conjure up the endless divine sword and form an endless sword formation, then I can only say that you're invincible, and this world is as big as you want it to be. Lu Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly. As for what Li Changqing said, he wouldn't believe a single word. You expect me to believe that? Chapter 43, Shadowless Sword. Shadowless and invisible. Li Changqing sighed. No one believes in telling the truth these days. What can be done? If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Hey, it's a pity that you missed the chance to reach the top. Hearing the word overwhelming, a trace of longing flashed in Lu Feiyang's eyes, and his gaze towards Li Changqing was filled with skepticism. But in the end, he couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation to open his mouth and ask, "Kid, how do you conjure up the divine sword? I advise you not to make any small moves. If not, I will immediately take your blood sacrifice. I'm all tied up and can't move. What little action can I still engage in? I only ask that after you become a Jedi, you let me live. As for this woman, it's at your disposal." On the side, Du Kaiwei stared at Li Changqing with wide eyes and a look of disappointment. Only the cheeks grew redder and redder, adding a bit of seductive color. "Humph, as long as what you say is true, I can consider thinking about letting you go. Quickly say, how to conjure up the divine sword. Listen to me in detail. If you want to call out Excalibur, then you have to say the catchphrase, and the catchphrase is 'I'm an idiot.'" Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang looked puzzled. What kind of language is this and why have I never heard of it? You don't know this, do you? This is an ancient divine language that has long been lost. Lu Feiyang nodded without dwelling on it too much. After a few hesitations at the sword case, he finally said carefully, "I'm an idiot. Yes. It's just a little small and needs you to be louder." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang frowned as he looked at Li Changqing, always feeling that that wasn't right, but he couldn't tell why. "I'm an idiot." The moment he said it aloud, the sword box shimmered and a divine sword emitting a heavenly sword intent hung in the air. Lu Feiyang's eyes widened as he took the Excalibur and carefully examined it. Divine soldier. The absolute divine soldier. Since it's real, I'm an idiot. Whoosh. Another divine sword flew out. "I'm an idiot. Whoosh. Ha 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 ha." Lu Feiyang laughed maniacally, looking at the 9 divine swords suspended around him, as if he saw himself standing on top of a high mountain, looking down on the multitudes. After a moment of excitement, he turned his gaze back to Li Changqing. "Kid, I really have to thank you for sending me such a divine artifact, so in order to repay you, why don't I send you to hell right now?" Li Changqing was shocked. "Didn't you agree to spare me?" "Spare you? I'll spare you now." As the words fell, a divine sword stabbed towards Li Changqing's heart, and it was about to hit, but the tip of the sword deviated and chopped towards the chain that bound him. But unexpectedly, a large hand probed out and imprisoned the divine sword. Lu Feiyang sneered. "Kid, do you really think I'm going to believe you?" Li Changqing smiled instead of being shocked. "It's already too late if you believe it or not." As the words fell, the chains that bound him looked like they had been chopped off by something. Lu Feiyang was shocked. "Kid, what have you done?" Without hesitation, Li Changqing dodged, took air in his hand, and chopped towards the chain that bound Du Kaiwei. Lu Feiyang was furious. "No matter what you've done, you think you can get away with it?" A palm strike attacked Li Changqing. Li Changqing didn't dodge and resisted his blow, stifling a grunt as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Dang! Obviously he had nothing in his hand, but chopped on the chain, but sent out a sound of metal impact. The chain should sound and break. Picking up the limp Du Kaiwei, he turned into 2 streams of light and flew into the sword box. The name of this sword is Shadowless. Without shadow. Li Changqing's words echoed within the cave, and Lu Feiyang's face was terribly gloomy. I didn't expect to be fooled by a junior. Looking at the odd sword case made him furious. There was a thought of destroying the sword box and forcing him to come out, but in the end, he gave up. He had tried earlier, attempting to blast open the sword box, but no matter how much he destroyed it, it was still intact. "Humph. Don't come out for the rest of your life if you have the guts." Inside the sword box space, Li Changqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as white as snow. "This old monster is really scary. If it is not the evergreen method is miraculous. I am afraid that one time, we'll be killed on the spot." But he couldn't resist the immense pain, and in the end, he couldn't hold back and fainted. Li Changqing. On the side, Du Kaiwei rushed forward to check, strongly holding back that feeling of agitation in his inner body. He separated a strand of aura and merged it into his body, probing his injuries. What is it? It was amazing to realize that the chi of his inner body didn't seem to be the same as normal people. It was filled with thick vitality and was constantly repairing his injuries. What kind of secret method is this? It's so divine. With the help of this secret method, I think he is unhindered. After the worry, that's when he started checking out his surroundings. Do not know without looking. I'll look startled. It turns out that here, a piece of heaven and earth, vast and boundless, cannot see the edge, also cannot see the end, as if another world. There was nothing else in it but endless divine swords, gathered into countless long rivers of sword chi, wandering through the 9 heavens, living and flowing, and at the bottom of their feet was a long river of sword chi, with countless divine swords roaming and rushing through it. The top of his head was even several long rivers of sword chi, as dazzling as stars. Here, this thing, Excalibur, suddenly became worthless, for it was like water in the sea, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Turns out there really is an endless divine sword. She had thought that endless Excalibur was just an adjective describing many things, but in the end, there was a number, which knew that the endless divine sword he belonged to said was really endless, and on top of that, there were 9 black holes, high in the sky, without the slightest breath leakage, and she didn't know what it was. Maybe only he himself knew. As he sighed, another intense feeling of dryness hit him and screamed out in shame. Her cheeks were bright red, and it was as if there was a wild beast inside that was stirring. The gaze that looked at Li Changqing was scorchingly hot. Snapping out of it, he bit the tip of his tongue forcefully to regain some clarity. No longer hesitating, he transported his energy to resist. But in the end, he was powerless to resist, and that desire, as time went on, grew stronger. Knowing that he had the heart and could not do anything, he stopped resisting, and with the last clarity, he looked at the fainting Li Changqing, and his pupil light was complicated and incomparable. Somehow, deep down, there was no sense of rejection. Leaning down, he looked at his clear face, showing a rare hint of tenderness. Though I don't know what has happened to you, exactly, but I know you, and not like rumors that bad. You are gifted, but treat all beings as equal, the identity of the noble, but did not regard themselves as superior. Obviously a look. What things do not matter the look, but many times to help me Lingyun sect. People like you, I have never seen before, and, a man like me, I think, is not worthy of you, and if we both live afterward, I shall not pester you. I will watch you silently from the shadows. Only two, if you are king of the world and still remember me, then come and marry me. Chapter 44, The Black Hole Opens. One by one, the Dao clothes slipped off, and in the end, only a delicate body remained. At this moment, the Lingyun sect was staging a tragic scene. The originally colorless and invisible spirit gathering formation had suddenly turned into a blood-colored barrier that enveloped the entire Lingyun sect. The people of the Lingyun sect were uncertain. Some disciples attempted to touch the barrier, but in an instant, they were turned into a mass of blood and water, terrifyingly incomparable. The crowd felt bad, and the great elders dodged and appeared, attempting to blast the barrier, but to no avail. Call the patriarch, one of the elders yelled, although he didn't know what was happening. This situation was never good. Elder, the patriarch has disappeared. A disciple rushed in panic. What? Wu Kuan, do you know where your master is? In the crowd, Wu Kuan frowned. Elder, these past few days, master has been spending a lot of time with brother Li. Li Changqing, where is he? Senior brother Li's person has also disappeared. Another disciple reported. What the hell is going on here? One of the elders roared. Elder, master's disappearance. There must have been some kind of accident. This difference must be a demonic person who wants to misbehave against my Lingyun sect. It's better to activate the sect protector formation first, Wu Kuan said hastily. The elders nodded their heads and simultaneously threw a token in the void, which erupted in a burst of light and connected to each other, forming a blue barrier that enveloped the crowd. However, compared to the blood-colored barrier that enveloped the entire Lingyun sect, this clan protection array was slightly insignificant. All disciples listened to the order. We elders go to find the patriarch. You and others all mobilized by Wu Kuan. Remember not to act rashly. When the elders left, a figure suddenly appeared in the high sky. Beside him was a blood-red bead, emanating an ominous aura, and an ink-black box. Zhao Linger, who was beside Wu Kuan, pulled on the corner of her own senior brother's coat. Senior brother, look. Who is that? Why does he have Li Changqing's sword box? Wu Kuan was silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Senior sister, stay by my side. Don't run around. This person is not coming from a good place, since they don't know who this person is and what he intends to do. The disciples are just watching, and no one dares to make a move at will. and high in the air, Lu Feiyang moved, urging the blood-red beads to. The beads slowly rotated, emitting bloodlight, while within the blood-red array, blood-colored smoke began to fill the air. Everyone be careful, don't get blood mist, Wu Kuan shouted hastily. Although he didn't know what exactly this person was going to do, it must not be a good thing to see. Elder, who are you and what do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang ignored it and prodded the bead on his own. Wu Kuan looked around and saw that the blood mist was increasing. Suddenly, a disciple let out a miserable scream. The crowd looked in search of the sound and felt their scalps numb, only to see the disciple's blood mist wrapped around his body's essence and blood dissipating as far as the eye could see. Help me! Help me! Another disciple stepped forward, intending to help him dispel the blood mist, but instead, he himself was entangled in the blood mist and let out a wail of pain. Seeing this scene, no one dared to go forward. Watching two flesh and blood disciples turned into a dry corpse, the disciples panicked, looking at the growing mist of blood in fear. Master, Senior. At this moment, Zhao Linger's small face was white. How had she ever seen such a terrifying scene? Wu Kuan had no choice but to protect his own senior sister behind him and look around vigilantly. At this moment, high above the Lingyun sect, a few guests came. A dragon robe, head wearing a jade crown, mighty and extraordinary. It was clearly Nangong Zhantian. On the side, Ji Qingxian stood side by side with him, with Nangong Haotian, Nangong Yenran behind him. Seeing this scene, several people frowned. What's going on with Battle Sky? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth to inquire. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. Array of blood sacrifice. Someone is going to blood sacrifice the Lin Lingyun sect. At those words, Nangong Haotian and Nangong Yenran behind them had different expressions. Nangong Yenran looked worried and searched for Li Changqing's figure, but she only sought his sword case and didn't find him. And Nangong Haotian eyes lit up. Blood sacrifice? Blood sacrifice is good. It is best to put that waste brother high blood sacrifice. So just need to obtain the sword box. Simply do not be too simple. Father, the sword case is in that man's hands. Hurry and fetch it. Hearing this, Nangong Zhantian said softly, there's no rush. Let's see it first. A hint of haze flashed in Nangong Haotian's eyes. Obviously the sword box is right in front of his eyes. Just fetch it and give it to me. What are you looking at? Even though his heart was anxious, he could only watch with bated breath. He himself did not have the strength to seize the sword box. Who is it that dares to blood sacrifice my people of Diqian? Ji Qingxian was slightly angry. As for Li Changqing, she was not worried. A supreme powerhouse like them, with a fallen heir, must feel something. This person is somewhat familiar. It seems to be called What Lu Yang. If I remember correctly, he is due to be the founding ancestor of the Lingyun sect. I did not expect that today, but want to blood sacrifice their own clan. But also interesting. At those words, Ji Qingxian also nodded. It seems like there is such a person, but I didn't expect that with his qualifications, he could actually survive until now. Father, where's Yudi? Upon hearing this, Nangong Battle Sky shook his head. Don't worry, he's fine, but he doesn't seem to be here. Nangong Yenyan sighed in slight relief and spoke again. Then should we help this Lingyun sect? Nangong Zhantian pondered slightly. There's no hurry, since he's chosen the Lingyun sect. I'd like to see what's so special about it. At those words, Nangong Yenyan didn't speak again. After all, it was just a Lingyun sect. The figures of a few people were hanging high in the sky, but no one was able to discover them. Inside the sword box space, Li Changqing woke up leisurely. His body still had some slight pain, but it was not a big problem. On the side, Du Kaiwei had long since woken up, fully dressed, sitting quietly next to her. You're awake. Li Changqing stretched his waist. Quite strange. How to faint for a while, but also broke the realm. But also why the whole body aches and pains? How does it feel? Like fighting someone for 800 rounds? Duchess. Although it was a bit strange, Li Changqing didn't care. Well, how's it going out there? Du Kaiwei slowly shook her head. I don't know. I can't get out until you're awake. Li Changqing waved his big hand, and the picture outside emerged. In his eyes was Lu Feiyang. Li Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. This old thing, who was still in vague pain from hitting him, was bound to spare him. Immediately after the scene turned, Lingyun sect was enveloped by a blood mist, with disciples constantly dying in the blood mist. Seeing this scene, Du Tsaiwei's eyes were enraged and she stood up violently. Let me out now. Li Changqing, however, was indifferent. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Going out there now isn't a death sentence. Death is death. Do I have to stand by and watch as the disciples are all sacrificed in blood? Li Changqing was helpless. Okay, got it. Just give me a second. Then, he looked towards the 9 black holes in the sky. with a few hints of excitement in his eyes. I thought that it would take a while, but who knew that Halo would break the realm in one go, just in time to meet the conditions for opening. Slowly stretching out a hand, he pointed it at one of the black holes and slowly turned it, and that black hole actually followed Li Changqing's movements. Chapter 45, The lingering wind rises and sings the great wind. It eventually turned into a ray of light and merged into Li Changqing's forehead. Go! With a big wave of his hand, the two disappeared into the swordbox space. High in the sky, two figures emerged. Patriarch, look, it's Patriarch. Great! The Patriarch has returned. The disciples of the Lingyun sect cheered as if they had met their savior. Humph, kid, you finally came out. I thought you were going to hide in that sword box forever. Li Changqing didn't take it personally and ignored it. As for Du Kaiwei, she looked at Lu Fei Yang with extreme complexity. Master Ancestor, stop. These are your disciples. Lu Fei Yang laughed. Since you are my disciple, isn't it more than appropriate to do your part for old ancestor me? Besides, as long as there is me, the Lingyun sect won't die, and when I become the best, I can build another Lingyun sect, a stronger Lingyun sect, a Lingyun sect that doesn't need to depend on any force, and you all, as disciples of my Lingyun sect, you should be honored to serve as my sacrifices. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lingyun sect were dumbfounded in unison. This old man was actually their ancestor, and he was going to blood sacrifice them? You are unbelievable. Du Kaiwei was furious. What's the point of wasting words? Anyway, today it's either this old den dies or we die. As the words fell, he took out a divine sword and handed it to her. You take the top while I get something ready. Duchess, you'll have to hurry. I may not be able to hold it for long. Don't worry, it won't take long. Remember, don't die. Just drag it out. Du Kaiwei nodded and killed Lu Feiyang with her sword, and several Lingyun sect elders, at this time, returned together, having the intention to inquire, but now was obviously not the time to speak. With a slight hesitation he followed his own patriarch and surrounded Lu Feiyang together. The great battle was imminent. Lu Feiyang alone against the Lingyun sect's top combatants, without losing the slightest bit of ground. A handful of strikes is shocking. Du Kaiwei with all the elders to fight to the death, but the gap in the realm, it is difficult to make up for it. The deaths and injuries are heavy. Feather, Ji Qingxian, who was in the distance, looked at Li Changqing's figure and froze. Father Emperor, UD is in danger. Please father, take action and save UD. Nangong Zhantian said after a moment of silence. There's no rush. Let's see what he wants first. Hearing this, Nangong Yenran didn't say anything else. She knew her own father's strength. As long as her father was here, this Lingyun sect, this world, how many people could move him? As for Nangong Haoqian, he was disappointed when he saw Li Changqing's figure appear. Looking at the sword case beside him, it was filled with greed, only it was well concealed. As for Li Changqing, he summoned a few divine swords and landed around the disciples, using his sword intent to turn into a barrier, briefly suppressing the spread of the blood mist. But after all, the scope was limited and could only cover a portion of the disciples, and the disciples didn't have time to sigh. Where did Li Changqing get so many divine swords? They scrambled to the range drawn by Li Changqing. Brotherly, what the hell is going on here? Seeing Li Changqing arrive, Wu Kuan hurriedly inquired. Too late to explain. Does Brother Wu have any wine? Wu Kuan nodded and immediately took out the altar wine from his storage bag. Although he didn't know what he was going to do, he trusted Brother Li. That's all I have here. Is that enough? Li Changqing shook his head. It's not enough. More is needed. Please help Brother Wu to find some for me. Wu Kuan nodded and didn't say anything more. Leaving his own senior sister behind to stay with Li Changqing, he himself went to search the disciples. Dun. Li Changqing picked up a jar of wine and desperately poured it into his mouth. Zhao Linger on the side looked at, with wide eyes, Li Changqing, who kept drinking. Li Changqing, what the hell are you doing? What time is it now and you're still in the mood to drink? Upon hearing this, the corner of Li Changqing's mouth hooked out a smile and didn't explain anything. Thus, a bizarre scene was formed. In the middle of high school, fighting for their lives. The disciples were taking casualties, fleeing, and were fortunate enough to make it alive to the circle drawn by Li Changqing, and also looked at Li Changqing in disbelief. And Li Changqing was drinking. The distant Nangong battle heaven frowned slightly. What in the world is this rebellious son doing? No one answered him back, and no one knew what he wanted. Aya, Li Changqing, what the hell are you doing? Master teacher is injured. Go help her. Zhao Linger, on the side, looked at Li Changqing and said impatiently, but Li Changqing still ignored it and kept pouring wine. Good. If you won't help, I'll go myself. After saying that, he took out his long sword and prepared to help his master. Li Changqing rolled his eyes. You are a little girl. What can you do by going up? The aftermath of the battle can shock you to death. Flexing his fingers, he condensed a sword intent and imprisoned her. Aya, Li Changqing, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. I'm going to help master. Brotherly, the wine is here. Elder brother, look at him. Even if he doesn't help himself, he won't let me go. Wu Kuan glanced faintly at his own senior sister and, like Li Changqing, ignored her. Meanwhile, the battle high in the sky had reached a watery stage. Lu Fei Yang choked an elder's neck. A blood mist flowed out of his body, and that elder unwillingly turned into a dry corpse. And Lu Fei Yang showed a hint of enjoyment as his breath became even more terrifying. With blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, Du Kaiwei faintly scanned her surroundings as a sense of sadness struck her. Half of the disciples were dead or injured. The elders had fallen, and he himself was seriously injured, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a single move. After this battle, Shi Lingyun clan, completely reduced to the ranks of the uninitiated, for fear that even affiliated with the qualifications of the Great Qian are not. How sad it was to favor this, or to have it done by one's own master ancestor. The eyes gradually became firm. To be able to die in battle for the clan, it would be worthy of the master's trust. Just, looking downward at Li Changqing, there was quite a bit of reluctance. Sighing, his trembling hand, he gripped the divine sword tightly, fearlessness in his eyes, and his breath skyrocketed. I was just about to lay down my life for a fight. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent came. Looking downward, Li Changqing was slightly more at ease. Nangong Zhantian frowned deeply and looked at Li Changqing, not knowing what he was thinking. Ji Qingxian, on the other hand, was also staring blankly at this eldest son of hers, with a sense of uncertainty in her eyes. Lu Feiyang also looked at Li Changqing and saw that around him, a sword intent, if any, was very unstable but dangerous to the extreme. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. The blood mist flowed around his body, and one hand probed out, attacking Du Kaiwei. In the face of this powerful blow, she was no longer able to block it and could only watch. At this time, Li Changqing also staggered and put down the wine altar. Hiccup, his face was red with wine, and his body swayed as if he could fall at the push of a button. With a strange inclination of his head, he looked towards Lu Feiyang, who attacked Du Kaiwei. In his hand, a divine sword, emanating a gale-like sword intent, appeared, complementing his own sword intent that was, if anything, complementary. With eyes slightly chilled, he leapt forward, and a fierce wind rose up. I have a sword that rises in the wind, and a strong man sings a great wind towards the sky. Chapter 46, Boundless blood mist slumping down, endless divine sword pulling heaven down, borrowing the momentum of heaven and earth and the intent of the gale, a sword dipper, chopped towards Lu Feiyang. Lu Feiyang was shocked, and without the slightest hesitation, he stopped attacking Du Kaiwei. Blood mist filled the sky, enveloping him. Ah! The sword dipper whistled past, and the blood mist in the sky was blown away, revealing Lu Feiyang's broken body. Bathed in blood, countless wounds were seeping blood outward, and upon closer inspection, above the wounds, there was a wild wind flowing, constantly tearing his body. Dumbfounded, the crowd looked at the staggering figure as if it was about to fall the next second. But it was him in this state that was able to deliver such an appalling strike. If you don't see, the Lingyun sect's elders and Du Kaiwei combined their efforts, but they hadn't injured him in the slightest, and he was able to injure him like this with just one strike. The ones who were most surprised were still Nangong Zhantian and the others. How could they have thought that their eldest son, who had always been regarded as a waste by them, would be able to have such an affinity with the way of the sword? Nangong Zhantian's eyes were dark and obscure. Being a supreme powerhouse while he was, he could better understand how terrifying that sword was. June didn't see that sword rise, incorporating the might of heaven and earth, the intent of the gale. The surrounding wind seems to recognize him as a king. Let him drive. Can be said that only with this sword? Who among his peers can block? He couldn't help but think that if he was in the same realm as himself, this sword, could he block it? And this kid's realm, why is he refining so fast? Obviously, when he left home, he was only at the tiny foundation establishment stage. How long has it been since you've had this kind of cultivation? Is this still him? Obviously without the sword bone. The sword way was still so terrifying. So what would it be like if the sword bone was still there? At this moment, he was suddenly a little messed up, being his father but not knowing him at all. Moreover, it was even inexplicably a bit troublesome. Obviously one should be happy that one's son could be so talented. Kid, how dare you hurt me like this? Take your life. Strongly enduring the tremendous pain, his body transformed into endless blood mist and attacked Li Changqing. His head was even more dizzy. His vision was a little blurred, and what was clearly one person changed to several in his eyes. But it doesn't matter, just chop them up together. Li Changqing in this state could not think too much. Fearless and forward, without so much thought. He chopped when he wanted to. Hiccup. With another hiccup, the Excalibur in his hand transformed into a body that was white and crystal clear, like it was made of cold ice. At the same time an extremely cold sword intent came out through the body. The sun and moon changed, changing heaven and earth, obviously in the hot place of Dakian, but it is bizarrely floating up the sky ice crystals. I have a sword that falls into a cold pool. Summer goes to winter and frost fills the sky. As the sword cut out, endless coldness flowed, freezing 10,000 miles of emptiness. Lu Feiyan didn't have time to scream miserably before he was swept away by the endless coldness, and in an instant, he was reduced to an ice sculpture. The crowd stared blankly at Lu Feiyan, who had turned into an ice sculpture. While not daring to believe it, joy surged through his heart. It's already turned into an ice sculpture. Does that mean it's dead? But Li Changqing cocked his head and looked at the ice sculpture, in which there was still blood mist flowing, and in the next moment, the divine sword in his hand transformed once again. Unlike in the past, there was no tearing sensation of the gale, nor was there that extreme cold. Instead, a softness that didn't feel like it was killing anything, but it had a sense of shock and awe. I have a sword that wraps around my fingers, and the water of the great river comes from the sky, and then a sword chopped out, the feeling of breaking waves to meet, as if in 10,000 feet in front of the huge waves, and as if he became a lonely boat. At any time there is the possibility of being overturned. At this time, Lu Feiyan broke through the ice and came out, not having time to check his injuries before meeting the arrival of the 10,000 foot giant wave. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he urged that blood-colored bead with all his might to stand in front of his body and blossomed with blood-colored light. When the wind and waves calmed down, Lu Feiyan was already bruised, panting like a cow, trembling, and the beads in front of his body were dimmed. Li Changqing didn't make a move either, tilting his head and staring straight at the blood-colored beads. Baby, it's mine. In his drunken haze, he didn't have that much to bend, and wanted it. He was just about to make a move to grab it when Lu Feiyan said, "Slow down. You and I don't need to die for each other. Just step aside. After I have blood sacrificed them, you and I will share the power of this blood sacrifice, and this bead will have half of you. How about that?" Li Changqing really cocked his head and thought for half a day. This thought of his scared the Lingyun sect's crowd, seeing that they were about to get out of their misery. If Li Changqing left them alone, then they would surely die. No good. It's too troublesome. Why don't I just kill you and naturally it'll be mine? Upon hearing this, the Lingyun sect's crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief and looked at the staggering Li Changqing with gratitude. And Lu Feiyan looked at Li Changqing mischievously. His ugly face was twisted. Never thought that this kid would be so powerful, obviously so much lower than his own cultivation. But what's with that terrifying sword intent? Surprisingly, it was able to curry against the current. I wanted to stabilize the kid and clean him up afterwards, but he didn't go along with me. If he couldn't blood sacrifice the crowd, his lifespan was already about to end. Plus he had a great battle with Li Changqing. His chi and blood were exhausted. If he couldn't get any replenishment, he wouldn't be able to make it through the night. So no matter what, he had to blood sacrifice the crowd to have a chance of survival. Good, brat. Since you won't let me live, I'll spell out my life, and I won't let you live. As the words fell, he rushed straight up high into the air, roared, and his body exploded into a blood mist that merged into the blood-red beads. The crowd couldn't believe that not only did he want to blood sacrifice them, but he didn't even spare himself. My old ancestor of the Lingyun sect is actually a madman. In the next moment, the blood-red bead hung high in the sky. Its bloodlight flourished and rotated crazily, followed by the emission of endless blood mist, stretching for 10,000 miles, enveloping the entire Lingyun sect, covering the sky from top to bottom, like the end is coming. Under the illumination of the bloodlight, the crowd's scalp went numb, and some people fell to the ground and kept shouting for help. Some people, with their eyes blank, gave up struggling and waited for death to come. Someone ran wildly, trying to escape from the Lingyun sect, but with such a range of blood mist, how could he escape? The Nangong family, too, was under the shroud of blood mist, but they were not panicked in the slightest. Ji Qingxian spoke with some concern. "Warrior Sky, you are as afraid that she won't be able to stop it. Do it." And Nangong Wartime frowned and pondered. "It's better to wait first. I always feel that this kid still has some tricks up his sleeve. Don't worry, I'll step in when it matters." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxian nodded and didn't say anything more. And behind her, Nangong Yanyan, looking at the green-clothed, staggering figure, only felt incomparably proud. That's his brother. It's his Nangong Emperor's eldest son. At the age of youth, he had bucked the old ancestor class, rare in the world. This is her brother, Nangong Hongyu. And at this moment, Li Changqing looked at the endless blood mist spreading down with no ripples in his heart. No matter how much you flood the sky, No matter how much you missed of blood, I can cut it down with one sword. If not, then 2 swords. With his hand clenching the spell, the sword box opened slightly, and a divine sword, emitting monstrous sword intent, rose up into the sky. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 100 handles. I have an endless sword that can cut through all things. Chapter 47, What feather? That child? Hundreds of divine swords, emitting varying monstrous sword intent, rose up into the sky, meeting that boundless blood mist. The two collided in silence. The Lingyun sect's crowd couldn't help but pray. If even Li Changqing couldn't stop the blood mist from falling, then who else in the crowd would be able to live? The monstrous sword intent kept wearing down the blood mist, and the boundless blood mist was also consuming the sword intent. Seeing that the blood mist was still slowly falling, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Could they not be stopped after all? As for Li Changqing at this moment, he once again took out an altar of wine and poured it into his mouth in a bold manner. The sensation of the sky spinning around was becoming more and more powerful, but the sword intent all over his body was becoming more and more terrifying. It wasn't a sword move or a divine ability, but a state of mind. Inside the black hole of the sword box space, the intention was obtained that the swordsman was fearless and unafraid. The use of a sword needs to have the courage to cut down all things. Even if there are millions of people in front of me, I can cut them down with one sword. It is also necessary to have a mind free of distractions, and when you cut a sword, that is all that is in your mind. However, he had misgivings in his heart and was not able to master this mood very well. Drinking was just an aid, not directly enhancing his battle power, but a means to reach that perfect state of mind. Under this state of mind, his sword strokes, sword intent, and everything related to the sword increased exponentially. Dun 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 dun. With 3 jars of wine down, Li Changqing's brain was drowsy, knowing that he couldn't drink anymore, and if he did, he would be disconnected, not to mention the mood, feeling, for a moment, his own sword intent that was intense to the extreme. He raised his head to look at the boundless blood mist. His fluttering eyes were full of disdain, and at this moment, he was not only fearless, but also gave people an extremely wild feeling. With a lifelong leap, he transformed his body into a sword, and the sword pointed at the boundless blood mist. The crowd couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That was a horrible blood mist that turned people into dry corpses in a matter of moments, and he just went straight through. What do you want? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he rushed into the blood mist, which couldn't hurt him in the slightest. All of them were blocked out by his sword intent, and hundreds of divine swords also erupted with monstrous sword intent, and the boundless blood mist was actually forced back by them alive. The Nangong family, in the distance, quietly watched the scene. Ji Qingxuan's eyes were incredibly complicated. She actually didn't know that this eldest son of hers had such a talent. Was this something he could do at his level of cultivation? Crossing the line shouldn't be such a stretch. Nangong Haotian's eyes were on fire as he looked at the hundreds of divine swords, and his desire for the sword case became even stronger. I thought that the sword box was strong, but I didn't expect that it would be so strong. If he owned it for himself, he thought it would be no worse than him. Li Changqing, as if he had already seen himself, a sword came with a cry, and countless divine swords came out in unison, cutting down all the enemies in front of him. He himself sits high above the throne, proudly looking down on the world, and Li Changqing rushed straight to the origin of that blood fog, that blood-colored bead that the boundless blood fog couldn't block. Soon he reached the beads, and after first slightly surveying them, he reached for them. However, the bead seemed to have a spirit and did not want to be acquired by Li Changqing, turning into red light and trying to vanish. The treasure in his hand, how can he just let him disappear? With a wave of his driving hand, hundreds of divine swords instantly arrived, blocking this void, and without the divine swords block, the boundless blood mist outside slowly fell once again. The Lingyun sect's crowd was beyond despair. The divine sword had disappeared. Did that mean Li Changqing was dead? Wouldn't they be sure to die then? Seeing that death was imminent, while the boundless blood mist slowly dissipated, the blinding sunlight shone back on the faces of the crowd. The crowd looked up high in the sky in disbelief as the blood mist dispersed. They're alive. There was no excited yelling or out-of-control frenzy after the robbery, just calmly looking at the figure standing high in the sky. It was a day that was destined to be remembered by them for the rest of their lives. It's also unforgettable for a lifetime. First, an old man from nowhere wanted to blood sacrifice them. The patriarch and Li Changqing then appeared, and it was only then that they learned that the one who wanted to blood sacrifice them was actually his Lingyun sect's old ancestor. They simply didn't know what to say. How could any old ancestor blood sacrifice their own clan? They were also encountered. I thought they would die, but Li Changqing, who is a handyman, did not know where to get an unattractive sword box. The most important thing was that there were actually so many divine swords in there. using hundreds of divine swords to pull down the tilting of the heavens and cut down the old ancestors. Since when can a handyman behead an old ancestor? What kind of handyman did their clan produce? At this moment, Li Changcheng, who was high in the sky, held the blood-colored beads in his hand and cocked his head, full of doubts. In his drunken state, he obviously couldn't comprehend what the hell was in his hand, but his subconscious told him it was a treasure to keep. Suddenly, several figures surfaced high in the sky and stared at Li Changqing from afar. Li Changqing unsurprisingly surfaced in disgust. Even drunk, it was still extremely upsetting to see this scene, and the crowd of Lingyun sect disciples, seeing this scene, their eyes widened and they fell to their knees. Long live the emperor! The entire clan, without exception, performed the ritual of kneeling. His Lingyun sect was originally affiliated with the Great Qian, or to be precise, the Nangong royal family, and it was only right that they, as subjects of the Great Qian, should kneel and worship their own emperor. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could the hallowed southern emperor condescend to come to his Lingyun sect? Li Changqing was the only one, standing high in the sky, his posture straight, without the slightest intention of saluting. The crowd couldn't help but feel worried for Li Changqing. It wouldn't be possible that he was going to be suppressed and killed here by the southern emperor after just saving their lives, right? Feather. Ji Qingxian took a few steps forward, her eyes full of complexity as she looked at this eldest son of hers. The previous scene was all fresh in her mind. Her son, not a waste, but a true demon, the demon that crowns the world. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment, both happy that his son's talent was unmatched and proud of it, but she wasted him with her own hands. She, who was a mother, united with his father to waste him, abolished a demon who had been the country's hostage for 18 years, abolished a demon who could lead her Dakian to new heights. What should the world think of her husband and wife? At this moment, for the sake of Deqian, no longer becoming an excuse, how should she choose? The Lingyun sect's crowd, on the other hand, was filled with stagnation. Feather? What feather? That one? Nangong Hongyu? The emperor's eldest son? Li Changqing is Nangong Hongyu, the eldest son of the emperor? At this moment, the heads of the Lingyun sect's crowd were a blur. Master Li is Nangong Hongyu, the eldest son of the emperor? And he came to work as an errand boy for the Lingyun sect? It's not. What virtue and ability is it to be master and brother to the emperor's eldest son? Also, isn't it rumored that Nangong Hongyu is a loser? That punk, swimming against the current, beheading the old man? That punk holding a sacred sword to save the sky? You were born with a sword bone, but that's about it. Is that what your royal trash looks like? Wu Kuan and Zhao Linger glanced at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Emperor, imperial brother, we're here to pick you up. Come home with us. Chapter 48, what are you barking at? Nangong Haotian said with a happy face. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing cocked his head and looked at him, only feeling sick to his stomach. In the next moment, without hesitation, he waved his hand and chopped a sword dipper towards Nangong Haotian. In this state, he didn't have the slightest hesitation in making a move, and chopped when he wanted to. As for Nangong Haotian, he only felt that he was locked by the endless sword intent, and his torso was chilled, as if he had fallen into the nine ghosts. He had the intention to escape, but he couldn't move. He wasn't an old ancestor of the Lingyun sect, and this sword would be able to decapitate him. Seeing that he was immediately going to be killed, Nangong Zhantian moved. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the sword dipper that Li Changqing had chopped out. His eyes were slightly angry as he looked at Li Changqing. The crowd, uncertain. How this family even started a fight? And no mercy. Adverse son, how dare you make a move on your brother? Li Changqing looked at him with a crooked head and raised his hand as a sword dipper chopped at him. The crowd was dumbfounded. How could they still dare to make a move against the southern emperor? Nangong Zhantian was even more furious, casually overriding the chopping sword diameters. Adverse son, how dare you make a move against me? What responded to him was another sword astral. You! Li Changqing didn't even think of stopping. The divine sword was summoned by him and stood in front of his body flowing. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at Nangong Battle Sky. At this time, he didn't think about whether he could win the fight or not to mention that he didn't care who you were, so he could just chop if he wanted to. A figure, strangely appeared beside Li Changqing, tapping on his forehead. The alcohol dissipated, and his fluttering eyes, gradually became clear. Seeing Ji Qingxian standing beside him, she even stretched out her hand as if she wanted to touch herself. Without the slightest hesitation, he backhanded a sword and his own figure retreated violently. This sword, of course, couldn't hurt her, nor was it expected to. Feather. Ji Qingxian stood still, a little incredulous. She did want to touch his face after she had just woken him up. for it seemed she had never seen him properly up close since his return from the north. She suddenly realized that he had changed little from his youth and was very similar to herself. But she never expected that her son would not hesitate to use his sword against her. Why it had come to this, she didn't understand. She couldn't figure it out. Why are you so close to me? It's like we're on good terms. Sober Li Chongqing. Speech is gradually normal. Only the head is still a little painful. Rebel son. How dare you lay hands on your own mother? Li Chongqing turned his head and looked at Nangong Zhantian, whose eyes were filled with anger. What are you barking at? Have I said it 100 times? My name is Li Chongqing. I have nothing to do with you guys. Can you understand? The crowd went numb. How dare he? Said the South King barks. Nangong Zhantian's eyes were slightly chilled as he tried his best to suppress his anger. Ji Qingxian stared blankly at Li Chongqing, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Imperial brother, please don't blame father and mother. It's all my fault. Blame me for stealing your crown prince position. If you want to blame me, father and mother were also forced by the 100 officials and had no choice. Imperial brother, just stop making a scene and go back with us. Listening to some of his words, the crowd suddenly realized that the original is a royal drama for the crown. However, it is also true that, obviously, the eldest son of such a demon, and for the country's protagonist for 18 years, so actually be abolished. Change who also cannot accept Is that so? Then I was wrong about you guys. Okay, I'll stop. I'll go back with ye. At those words, the Nangong family froze in unison. A trace of doubt flashed in Nangong Zhantian's eyes. As for Ji Qingxian, she was first stunned, then with a face of ecstasy, she dashed to Li Chongqing and held his hand with a gentle face. Fair, you can think so really good. This palace and your father also do not do well. Ignored you. When we go back, what you want, all with the mother and your father will meet you. Right, war days? After saying that, an excited gaze was directed towards Nangong Battletech. Although Nangong Zhantian had doubts, he still nodded his head. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think like that. Li Chongqing nodded. There's nothing I want, so why don't you let Tian Di return the sword bone to me? At those words, the crowd was stunned. Sword bones? Isn't it a bit too bold? How can someone be willing to give away a sword bone when it's such a divine object? And, why use return? As expected, Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly, and Nangong Haotian even looked at Li Chongqing maliciously. Ji Qingxian hesitated, her eyes dodging. Feather. This. Nonsense. How can such a divine object as a sword bone be taken out so easily? On the side, Nangong Zhantian frowned. Ji Qingxian hurriedly agreed. Yes, you were. The sword bone is knotted after all. At those words, Nangong Haotian, whose body was tense, let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be asked to return this sword bone, and if he did not have it, then Imperial brother, if I could, I would be willing to gift it to you, but this sword bone is something I was born with, so I'm afraid it's difficult to take it out. No, I don't want it then. Seeing that his eldest son was so understanding and didn't break it down, Nangong Zhantian nodded in relief. In that case, let's go back. Wait a minute. Feather, is there anything left to do? I still want to roam around a bit first. I don't want to go back just yet. I'll go back myself when I've had enough. At those words, Ji Qingxian was a bit hesitant. In the end, it was Nangong Zhantian who nodded. In that case let him be. Don't play for too long. Soon the divine state genius battle. You need to hurry up and cultivate. Ji Qingxian nodded reluctantly. A few people then prepared to leave, but Nangong Haotian's footsteps, however, never moved by half. Tianer? Ji Qingxian looked at Nangong Haotian in confusion, and after all, Nangong Haotian was unable to hold back and stepped forward, saying to Li Chongqing, Imperial brother, I see that your sword case is quite divine. Can you lend it to me for some time? Li Chongqing smiled faintly. Ask for the sword case. Looking around, he looked at Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian. What do you think? Ji Qingxian hesitated, but in the end, she didn't say anything, and the Nangong warrior Sky only hesitated for a moment. As the crown prince, your royal brother needs divine objects to strengthen his strength, so why don't you hand over that sword box to Tianer? Li Chongqing laughed lightly and looked at Ji Qingxian, who was silent on the side. You feel the same way? At those words, Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Li Chongqing turned his head and stopped looking at her. What about me? There was a silence from the crowd. Your royal brother is the crown prince, so you can just keep a divine sword for defense. In the end, it was Nangong Zhantian who stepped forward and said, Snap. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing lightly laughed and applauded. Seeing him in such a state, Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly, always having a bad feeling. As for Ji Qingxian, her eyes fluttered, not daring to look at Li Changqing at all. Li Changqing let out an evil laugh and looked at Nangang Haotian. You say that this sword bone is what you were born with? Chapter 49 Emperor Nan. Emperor face? This, Nangang Haotian stammered, unable to speak, and looked towards Nangang Zhantian with pleading eyes. Feather, if you have anything to say, go back, Nangang Zhantian said in a deep voice, the warning in his eyes speaking for itself. Li Changqing sneered and continued to look at Nangang Haotian. I'm asking you if the sword bone was born to you, Emperor, Imperial brother. What are you talking about? Isn't it well known? Feather. Ji Qingshuan's pair of phoenix eyes looked towards Li Changqing in supplication. The Lingyun sect's crowd looked at this family in disbelief. Why did they always bring up the matter of the sword bone? Moreover, this senior brotherly, as if he was extremely skeptical about the matter of his sword bone. After the prince and the crown of the one after the prince sword bone so weak, and ancient records do not match. Folk rumors have long been. If something went wrong with the prince's sword bone, or if it wasn't his at all, but was transplanted later in life, then it was normal for him not to be able to utilize the sword bone's power. Could the rumors be true? Surprised to look at Nangang Haotian. If the rumors are true, then this prince is not a person who sells his name and reputation, and their southern emperor and empress, still helping to hide it? Nangang Yenran froze and looked at his father and mother, and then looked at Nangang Haotian swallowed the look. The mind was in shock. As for Li Changqing, his aggressive gaze was still looking at Nangang Haotian. Seeing this scene, Nangang Zhantian's eyes were slightly chilled and stupid. He had the strength to instantly subdue Li Changqing, and as if Li Changqing had anticipated it, the sword box emerged beside him, and a wisp of evergreen chi merged into it. Nangang Zhantian was shocked and just wanted to strike, when Li Changqing sneered, interrupting his thoughts of striking to subdue him. What? Want to do it? It's too late. The ban has been opened. If you move me, you will all be buried here with me. This time is not the other time. As Li Changqing's cultivation grows, the control of the sword box becomes more and more comfortable. Opening the prohibition is not very laborious, but the endless sword array is still out of reach. What the hell do you want? Nangang Zhantian said angrily, slightly regretting in his heart that he had known that if he had made a timely move to subdue him before he had taken out his sword case, he would not have let the situation get out of control. Even though he was the southern emperor and his cultivation could reach the heavens, his heart still felt a sense of powerlessness in the face of that odd sword box. What do I want? Take a look at this southern emperor can be really good at talking. I think that on the day I left, I had already made it very clear that there is no longer any relationship with your southern palace royal family. Your family is full of stupid hangers-on who have to be, 3 times over, trying to take my sword box. You tell me, who am I to give it to him? Does he deserve it? Do you? Do you deserve it? Rebel son. He's your brother. Li Changqing sneered. Brother? Don't be ridiculous. I don't have a brother who's such a loser. Even if I do have such a loser brother, why should I give him the sword case? The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Taking my sword bone and still wanting my sword box. Your Nangang family is really a bit of a face don't want crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, being ungrateful. I won't say. How did your family treat Nangang Hanyu? Don't you have any pussy in your own hearts? Still dare to lick your face and come over to ask for the sword box. Just you step on the horse and still call yourself the Southern Emperor. I think it's more like you call yourself the Face Emperor. Li Changqing had no worries. A meal output. Finished only to feel a burst of heart. Although he is not Nangang Hanyu, the memory inheritance empathizes. Nangang Zhantian's face was as black as charcoal, and he couldn't say a word in anger. Ji Qingshuan's body shook and her eyes were lifeless because she couldn't even find a reason to retort. But she couldn't believe, didn't want to believe, that she had become such a face without realizing it. In the past, they could still use for the sake of Diqian as an excuse. But now, her eldest son, proved himself not to be a loser, but a one-in-a-million genius. Even without a sword bone, he could still stand proudly against his peers, and this was the bottom line of being born a supreme. And what should she, now, use as an excuse? The Lingyun sect's crowd only felt the sky spinning. He is the most powerful person in the world, the Emperor of Diqian, and is honored as the Southern Emperor. How dare he scold him like this? Even if you are his son, this is too much of an offense. Don't you have something to rely on? And according to him, what does it mean to cross the river and be ungrateful? Taking my sword bone is reconciliation again? Can't it be that this sword bone really is not Prince Shanghav? But, no matter what they thought, and Nangang Haotian only had one thought, and that was to get him killed. That mouthful of trash pierced his heart deeply. Most importantly, he had dared to nearly explode the matter of the sword bone. Is he really not afraid that his father and mother will never forgive him again? Is he really willing to give up? The identity of the emperor? Obviously. He used to be just an obsequious waste of space, and to his own father and mother, he was even more obedient. Never dared to return a word, let alone disobey his father so much. The evil eye looked at Li Changqing. Royal brother. I respect you before I call you a royal brother. This sword bone is what I was born with. I didn't expect you to talk such nonsense, turning black and white, slandering me even. How dare you still be so treacherous and insult father? You are so reckless. Are you not afraid that father and mother will never recognize you as their son again? Hey, imperial brother, it's not too late for the prodigal son to return. As long as you admit your mistake now and admit that you've spoken out of turn, I'll plead for mercy from father and mother. Father and mother think also will not blame with you. This matter as did not happen. You are still my great Qian prince identity, glory and wealth, cultivation resources will not be less you. Li Changqing laughed lightly, listening to his words. It seemed that although they were persuasive, they were mixed with many threats. Li Changqing simply wanted to laugh. How is it that it's come to this? Why does anyone still think that I care about his bull ****** queen of the south? Since you're not in your right mind, let's help you clear your head. My dear Odudo, since you say this sword bone was born to you, do you call it, and does it oblige? Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, not understanding what the hell he was talking about again. My sword bone? Certainly not to the hand and foot. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing laughed out loud. My hypocritical Odudodo, since you don't call it that, I, being an Onizan, will do a trick for you. So watch and learn. As the words fell, he stretched out a hand and pointed it at Nangong Haotian's chest. Although he didn't know what he was going to do, when he saw him move, Nangong Haotian felt bad and looked at Nangong Zhantian for help. Seeing his pitiful gaze, Nangong Zhantian was unwilling to give up in his heart and just wanted to move his hand to interrupt Li Changqing's movements. However, he didn't expect that Li Changqing would take a step ahead of him and sword guide Gong Zhantian. There was madness in his eyes. If you dare to obstruct, I'll lay down my life today, and I'll behead you here. Chapter 50, The Real Sword Bone. Hearing his words, the crowd froze. He's going to kill the Southern King? He can kill the Southern King? He, the Southern Emperor, was not the Lingyun sect's oldest ancestor who could be chopped off just because he wanted to? How many people in the world would dare to say such a thing? However, with the crowd's understanding of Li Changqing, it was not like the person who lost this for no reason. Did he really have any means to threaten the Southern Emperor? If that's true, it's a little too scary. Nangong Zhantian also froze, never expecting that as a son, he would dare to speak words that would behead his old son, but seeing that there was madness in his eyes, not like he was scared of him, he froze in place for a moment, not daring to make a move. If he really drove him crazy, he didn't have the slightest certainty that he would be able to leave here alive. And with a whole family of his own here, it would be a big joke if he didn't get reunited by his own son. Seeing that he didn't do anything, Nangong Haotian was filled with helplessness. He never expected that his father, who had always favored him, would not choose to help him this time. And what can he do? He can't do anything. All helpless, he turned his attention back to his mother. But Ji Qingxian still had that same godless look, as if she was caught up in her own world. Not the slightest feedback was given to him. He despaired, although he didn't know what Li Changqing was going to do. He thought it wasn't good. Li Changqing placed one hand against his chest and slowly closed his eyes. The crowd was curious. What kind of trick was he going to do? But Nangong Haotian's eyes snapped open, and he lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. There was a sword-shaped bone there, shimmering, glowing, responding. Li Changqing snapped his eyes open and shouted, "Come!" Boom! Ah! Nangong Haotian's body floated, and the sword bone in front of his chest erupted with endless light, shooting straight into the sky, the clouds that run through the sky. At the same time, the rolling sword might, swept in. It was as if proclaiming to the world that this was the true supreme sword bone, the true innate sword Tao of infinity. Countless great powers, through billions of miles, peered at De Qian. Under his breath, he muttered, "Great Qian, supreme sword bone," between South God City and Lingyun Sect's road. On top of the wind harvest Ling Dragon, Dao Shui fiercely raised her head and looked towards the light in the sky. It's him! It must be him! Lingyun Sect. The crowd stared blankly at Nangong Haotian's floating figure. At this moment, not much explanation is needed. It's obvious at a glance who this sword bone belongs to. June not see. He Nangong Haotian catalyzed the sword bone. Simply weak. And he, Li Changqing, was able to trigger such monstrous power of the sword bone. Do you need to explain too much? No. All explanations pale in comparison. All lies do not break through. No wonder he was able to induce a long river of sword chi for 90,000 miles. He is the true born supreme. Senior Li is a born supreme. Someone in the crowd of the Lingyun sect couldn't help but hit the roar. The crowd cheered. Li Changqing was not only a disciple of the Lingyun sect, he had saved the lives of their entire clan. But whenever someone takes a disciple to task in the future, he, Lingyun sect, would only need to say my sect has produced a supreme being. The custodian told the man to be speechless. It's just that. Didn't this prince say he was born with sword bones? How? I didn't expect this. Actually became a prince. Hey, I see that Tiqian has this. Dakian is in danger. Not bad. This kind of, how do you deserve to be the crown prince? You guys just don't realize that the southern emperor and the empress look like they should have known everything long ago. And yet, the crowd whispered and broke off, wanting to speak but not daring to. And after their excitement, they were afraid that they had forgotten that everyone here was a cultivator. So how could they escape their ears? Wu Kuan stared blankly at Li Changqing and muttered, "Brother Li, you are always so unexpected." Nangong Zhantian's face flushed red as he looked at the crowd with an unusually icy gaze, quite a bit of annoyance and anger. And Nangong Yanyan first did not dare to believe it, and then looked at Nangong Haotian with a complicated gaze. At this time, Nangong Haotian could not care too much. The sword bone in his body was slowly breaking away from his control, wanting to break out of his body. It was accompanied by a burst of severe pain that called to him in agony. "Ah! Father! Mother, save me!" Hearing his own son's cries for help, Nangong Zhantian's heart ached. Angrily, he looked at Li Changqing. "Adverse son! Stop it! Stop it!" Li Changqing gave him a cold look. "Try moving if you dare. You, Feier, let your brother go. Your brothers." On the side, Ji Qingxian heard her son's cries for help and woke up with a jolt, looking at Li Changqing with a supplicating gaze. Li Changqing didn't even look at him as he continued to call out the sword bone. Seeing Li Changqing's lack of oil and salt, Nangong Zhantian was furious and unforgivable. "Adverse son, do you know the consequences of this?" Li Changqing was just about to reply, but to his surprise, a familiar voice stole the show. "Consequences? What consequences there are? The North, will take them all." The crowd froze, looking for the sound. I do not know when. The sky, a purple hair, purple pupil figure proudly stood. Behind the station, a tall and strong man. You're here." Li Changqing looked at the figure and didn't know what to say for a moment. And Dao Shui's icy cold eyes looked towards him, slowly approaching him. Seeing her look like this, Li Changqing suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as she approached, a jade hand was placed by his ear as well. "Did you wait to be bullied to death before you would tell me this? I'm not doing so well here. Gu, you don't grab. There are many people I don't want to lose face off." Dao Shui snorted coldly and blankly glanced at him, but in the end, she still lowered her hand. Then he turned his head to look at Nangong Zhantian and the others. "I wonder what consequences the Southern Emperor is talking about, and whether I, the Northern Realm, can afford them?" There was no hint of total respect between the words. The crowd looked at Dao Shui curiously. This person had such a peculiar appearance, and his speech was even without respect for the Southern Emperor, and he didn't know what his identity was. Du Kaiwei saw Dao Shui and Li Changqing behaving so close to each other. She had met Dao Shui and knew that she was the holy maiden of the Northern Realm. "I'm only afraid that only a heavenly pride like her would be worthy of him. What does my Nangong family affairs have to do with you in the north?" Nangong Zhantian frowned as he looked at Dao Shui. When she was crowned, this woman came to look for that rebellious son, and now it seems that the relationship between the two is definitely not ordinary. "The affairs of Nangong Hanyu are the affairs of my Northern Realm. My name is Li Changqing." "Shut up!" Dao Shui glared at Li Changqing, who immediately stopped talking and focused on calling out the sword bones. Nangong Haotian screamed even louder. Mother begs you, don't continue. Tianer can't stand it anymore." Seeing her son, wailing in pain, Ji Qingxuan's tears came to her eyes. Chapter 51, Return of the Swordbone. "Kill your people, slaughter your royal family." Dao Shui looked at Ji Qingxian, who had a supplicating face, and then at Nangong Haotian, who was wailing in pain. A soft chuckle escaped. "The original is heartbroken son. Is that I do not know Nangong Hanyu returned to the country on the occasion of no one to welcome? Rags into the city of God. With the palace entrance for 3 days and 3 nights shall not enter. Does it hurt your heart that 100 officials turn a blind eye?" The eyes that looked at her were unusually cold. At those words, the Lingyun sect's crowd stared at the couple with wide eyes. Proton 18 years of the first son of the emperor returned to the country. Should not be 100 officials thousands of miles to welcome. After all, 18 years of the prince, but for his Dakian, no matter what, always have to go out of the city to welcome it. How also fell into a situation where no one cares at the entrance of the palace. Nangong Zhantian's anger slightly subsided, and his expression was complicated. And Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but in the end, She didn't know how to explain, or perhaps there was no way to explain at all. Without waiting for her to finish, Dao Shui continued. This waste of a second son, under the pretext of practicing the name of sword, stabbed Nangong Hongyu. No one to give medical, no one to give medicine. Your heart does not heartache? At the word, the crowd was again shocked. The royal son only to fight, but it is common. But you have no one to heal and no one to give medicine is what is going on. He's a prince, even if he's no better, right? All of this is still just the tip of the iceberg. What I found out is just the tip of the iceberg. What you've done, only you know best. No, I don't know. I don't want to either. Ji Qingxian desperately shook her head in denial. Dao Shui's eyes flashed with a cold aura. When she got this information, she also couldn't believe that there was actually such a mother in this world. Favorably, that person is still Nangong Hongyu. Bullying anyone is fine. It can't be him. Taking out a pamphlet. She knew that this approach would surely enrage Nangong Zhantian, but she was not afraid of the Northern Realm. Don't know? It's okay. I have a part of my demon clan's secret agent to ascertain. A scene from Blood Lin Lin on this. If the Empress can't remember, I can help the Empress recall the memories. After saying that, he threw the booklet at Ji Qingxian. But Ji Qingxian froze on the spot, not picking it up, or not daring to pick it up, as the booklet crossed her side and landed on the Lingyun sect crowd. Du Kaiwei dodged and took the pamphlet, and Zhao Linger, who was lively around her, was the first to rush up. So she and Du Kaiwei looked at it, but only after reading the first page. Originally lively and curious little face. Instantly no smile, a dead silence. With watery eyes, she looked at Li Chongqing. After briefly reading 2 pages, Du Kaiwei slowly closed the booklet with a trembling hand and looked at Li Chongqing with eyes full of heartache. On the side, Zhao Linger had long since turned her face away, not daring to look again. Seeing them look like this, Wu Kuan was also very curious and went forward to receive the booklet and watch it with the disciples. Without exception, they have read a page or two and then dared not look at it again. For the first time, they felt that it was kinda nice to be an ordinary person, to be a prince, to be like Li Chongqing. There is no one else. No wonder they were disowned and no wonder they were cut off. This queen of the south is really wasted as a human father and mother. There were sympathetic gazes towards Li Chongqing. Evergreen Li, why doesn't the Empress look? Are you afraid to look? Or do you already know everything in your heart? At those words, Ji Qingxian was silent. That's right. What kind of cultivation is Empress Nan Huang? And how could she escape your eyes? You have only acquiesced to all of this, and even pushed the envelope by intentionally leaving the eldest son out to dry at the palace gates, and intentionally spreading the rumor that the eldest son is coarse, uneducated, and an invalid. You have to tell the 100 officials that you don't value the eldest son, and hope that they don't stand on the wrong side of the line. But even more so, you don't hesitate to go down to the stage and make a play in person, forcing the eldest son to give up his position as the crown prince, so that the second can rightfully succeed the great tree, and you can preserve your own reputations as well. After all, Dang Nang Huang Dangji family miss, and how can I do that? Words are not trustworthy. Ungrateful people. Am I right, Empress? Ji Qingxian didn't answer, or didn't dare to answer. The crowd looked at her like that, and with the pamphlet, the answer was self-evident. Looking at the couple with extra surprise. Nonsense. You're a demoness from the north. How can you know what's going on in my Nangong family? What you said is all your personal speculation. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will definitely cut you down here. As the words fell, a supreme pressure struck. The crowd only felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs and could not move an inch. Dao Shui strongly resisted the terrifying pressure, and a cold smile ticked out from the corner of her mouth. Don't you like faces? She just wanted to make the face of his Nangong royal family known to the whole world. To make him the Southern Emperor. To make her Miss Qi family lose her face. A figure flashed out and blocked in front of Dao Shui. It was Yin Quan. Southern Emperor. If you dare to make a move against my Northern Realm's holy daughter, I, the Northern Realm, will bring up 1,000,000 demonic soldiers to trap your godly city, slaughter your people, and kill all of your Nangong royal family. At those words, the hearts of the crowd trembled. This isn't going to devolve into, like, an all-out war between the two top powers. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. Nangong Zhantian's complexion was incredibly gloomy. Not only did that rebellious son dare to disobey himself, even this demonic girl did not put herself in her eyes. When had he ever been so angry with the Southern Emperor? An aura, more and more terrifying. The crowd doubly felt tormented. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, and it looked like a big battle was inevitable. Nangong Haotian held on for a while, and finally couldn't hold on any longer. As the sword bone in his body broke away from his control, penetrating through his chest and rushing up into the sky. Tian'er, Ji Qingxian, seeing her Tian'er, with a large hole broken in his chest, screamed and rushed over to hug Nangong Haotian. Waving his hand, several beads of ageless divine medicine surfaced to heal him, and with a wave of Li Changqing's hand, the sword bone emitted divine light and fell into his hand. Adverse son, how dare you? Nangong Zhantian's eyes were red, just like an angry lion. How dare you? What is not daring? It was originally mine, and now it's merely a matter of returning it to its rightful owner. What? You have a problem with it? You look at you like that bear, except for putting harsh words. You come over to grab it. No, my sword bone. That's my sword bone. Give it back to me. Give it back. On the side, Nangong Haotian yelled madly, rushing at Li Changqing with his teeth and claws open. If it wasn't for Ji Qingxian pulling him, I'm afraid that he would have already disregarded everything and rushed up. How much honor did the existence of the sword bone give him? Let him become the child of someone else's family. And when he was mentioned, Nangong Haotian was all praise. Born with sword bones, born to be supreme. How terrifying is the talent. And now, with the sword bone gone and the glory gone, he was knocked back to the bottom of the mountain from the highest mountain peak in one fell swoop. His high and proud heart could no longer be high. How could he take it? How could he take it? Mother, kill him, quickly help me retrieve the sword bone. Father, please, he stole my sword bone, help me kill him. Seeing her own Tian'er in such a state, Ji Qingxuan's heart ached, and her bean-sized tears kept flowing. Rebel son, quickly return the sword bone to your brother. Chapter 52, The Fall of the Supreme Being. Universal sorrow. Mother begs you. Tian'er can't be without his sword bone. The crowd sniffed and sort of had a new perception of this couple. Of all people, that's not even favoritism anymore. That's complete and utter shamelessness. Li Changqing sneered. Give it back to him? May I ask who this sword bone belongs to? At those words, Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, speechless. He's your brother, not an outsider. So what's the harm in giving him the sword bone? Nangong Zhantian said angrily. At those words, Li Changqing took a deep breath, simply not knowing what to say. This Nangong family, simply refreshing the lower limit of shamelessness. Slowly, he raised the sword bone in his hand. The crowd watched with bated breath as the hole became sword-shaped, with a golden body and a divine light flowing outside. This is the supreme sword bone, born synonymous with supremacy. If not unexpected, must be proud of their peers. Against the stream of felling up, is not impossible. Countless people cannot be sought by the gods. Just like this quietly presented in front of the eyes, the breath cannot help but aggravate, especially Nangong Haotian. The longing in his eyes had reached its peak. He didn't know if he didn't use it, but only after he used it did he realize that even though the sword bone rejected him and he couldn't use it at full strength, it could still exert a heaven-shaking power. With the sword bone, he would be able to confront Dao Shui for a moment or two. If not, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of her. Please, you're already gifted and you don't need a sword bone, so why don't you just let your brother have it? Ji Qingxuan's face showed a pleading expression. Yes, it is me and your mother who have neglected you. When you return, I will immediately build you a prince's residence, comparable to that of the Eastern Palace. With your talent, coupled with my Dakian resources, your cultivation will be able to soar. And why the need for the sword bone? The future you and Tian'er attached and a martial arts. My Dakian can be stabilized for 10,000 years. On the side of Nangong Zhantian, a rare suppression of anger. To understand the feelings of the reasoning, Li Changqing laughed lightly, glancing at the couple and finally looking at Nangong Haotian. Want? At those words, Nangong Haotian first froze for a moment, not understanding how he suddenly popped out such a sentence. This was immediately followed by a burst of ecstasy and a violent nod. Brother, I know, I've done a lot of things wrong, but believe me, in my heart I've always treated you as my own brother. As long as you return the sword bone to me, I'll listen to you in everything. That's fine. You tell me first, the poison of heaven's failure, who gave it to you? At that, a wave of confusion went through the crowd. Poison? Why are you talking about poison again? The poison of heaven's failure. What is it? The couple couldn't help but frown, not understanding why this eldest son of theirs was involved in such a horrible poison. Nangong Haotian's face was pale, and the same with him was Nangong Yenran. Dao Shui violently rushed to Li Changqing, her jade hand resting on him. Li Changqing shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Silently, he looked at Nangong Haotian, waiting for his answer. Brother, what poison? I don't know what you're talking about. Nangong Haotian tried his best to hide the panic. Li Changqing glanced at him and then at the couple. He came to his ear and whispered something with the method of sound transmission. Nangong Haotian's face was hesitant for a while, but in the end, he slowly spat out 2 words. The crowd frowned for a moment, wondering what the brothers were doing. Li Changqing took a deep breath and looked at him calmly. Seeing that Li Changqing didn't say anything, Nangong Haotian was unusually anxious. Brother! Sword and bone. Li Changqing sneered and slowly placed the sword bone in his hand in front of him. Nangong Haotian's excitement was hard to hide. This feeling of being lost and found was really marvelous. But it doesn't matter. As long as you have a sword bone, nothing matters. Even if you betray your loved ones, what's the harm? Excitedly, he raised his hand and was ready to receive the sword bone. But Li Changqing's aura suddenly erupted and his hands built up strength. Seeing this, the crowd was uncertain. Only Nangong Jiantian felt bad and hurriedly roared. What do you want? Stop it. Ha ha ha. Li Changqing laughed maniacally. The world wants this sword bone, but unfortunately, he's dirty. No. Nangong Haotian roared as he tore his heart out. Boom. The sword bone was in Li Changqing's hands, and in front of Nangong Haotian's eyes, it turned into a little bit of powder and drifted everywhere. The divine light returned to heaven and earth until it disappeared. The originally silent heaven and earth seemed to revive. Dark clouds covered the sun, and heavy rain came suddenly. The Tao of divine light then appeared in the sky along with gusts of angry thunder, as if weeping, rolling winds, whistling past, as if in mourning. When a supreme being falls, all of heaven mourns with him. Ah! Nangong Haotian shouted out of control. It was right in front of him, right in front of his eyes, and it was obvious that if he reached out, he could touch it. But it's gone, but it's gone. It's gone right before his eyes. He couldn't accept it, didn't want to accept it, had to accept it. Ji Qingxian stared at the arrogant figure with wide eyes, opened her mouth to say something, but she was never able to say anything, slowly closing her eyes and shedding tears silently. Nangong Jiantian looked at Li Changqing incredulously, his eyes filled with disbelief. How dare he? This is the supreme sword bone. He's just ruined? The crowd looked at Li Changqing with the same incredulity. Is this the supreme being? Is the supreme being out of his mind? What's the point of destroying a good sword bone? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. A rebellious son, adverse son. You, how dare you destroy it? Li Changqing deflated with disdain. My own sword bone. I can do whatever I want. What do you care? You rebellious son. You ah. Nangong Jiantian extreme anger, always majestic. He always joy in anger. But at this moment it is completely broken defense. Who would have thought that he could destroy the sword bone? Even if you don't give it to his brother, you can't ruin it. This kind of divine object, in the present world, has not been heard of. There is a second person who possesses it. I kill you. I'll kill you. I'll absolutely kill you. The out-of-control Nangong Haotian, regardless, rushed towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing smiled contemptuously, flexed his fingers and flicked his fingers. The Tao sword intent imprisoned his limbs, making him unable to move. Kill you. I'll kill you. He was still growling and had an extremely fierce look on his face, but he just couldn't move. Quite a bit of impotent rage. Li Changqing slowly walked to him. You don't think you're good, do you? You really don't think you're good? At your level of cultivation, what can you do? Are you so poor in Diqian that you don't get any cultivation resources? Are your father and mother petty? Obviously your own cultivation level is so high, but they don't even give you a tiny bit of resources? Hey, you are his Nangong family's person well. Although his Nangong family are all shameless, but at least the talent are not to speak of. How come when it comes to you, it doesn't work anymore? How old are you? Where's your Nangong talent aptitude? Use it. Why don't you? Family, why don't you have a picture? Get some pictures. I'm a groundhog and I love to watch. Ask for a little reward, boys. Can't afford to eat. Chapter 53, a head full of green silk becomes white hair. I want to draw my sword to cut down the southern emperor. At those words, Nangong Jiantian's eyes were slightly cold, as if a storm was brewing. Ji Qingxian watched the two of them silently weep. Nangong Haotian had a pair of eyes that looked at Li Changqing with mischief. He had been born a proud son of heaven. When had he ever been spoken of in such a manner? Although he really didn't know the Nangong divine art, no one had ever dared to mention it in front of him, and he favored breaking it down on the spot. If eyes could kill, Li Changqing would have died 800 times already. Why are you glaring at me? You won't be able to awaken the divine power even if you stare at me anymore. You need to stare at yourself. Take a good look at why you can't awaken your divine abilities. And take a good look at what a waste you really are yourself. Nangong Haotian's face twisted and trembled as he stared dead at Li Changqing. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Li Changqing smiled disdainfully. Kill me? With trash like you? Without your sword bone? What are you? Tell me yourself. What else can you do? What makes you different from those below you? Other than your status as prince? Crowd? Why is it even about us? I always feel offended. However, There is a saying that this prince of the legendary horrible talent, today's glimpse is also not good, with their cultivation is not very different. This is a little intriguing, obviously enjoying the most in other top-level resources in Diqian, but now this is the way. Is it possible that this great Qian prince is not only a waste of time, but also a complete and utter waste? The crowd's skeptical gazes looked towards Nangong Haotian. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Nangong Haotian's face reddened immensely. He was the crown prince. How dare these pariahs look at him with such eyes? I wanted to do something to prove myself, but I couldn't move my whole body. One could only glare fiercely at Li Chongqing. ******ing punk. You wait for me. One day, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. I am the crown prince of Diqian. So what if your talent is strong? So what if your sword box is terrifying? You're still just a human being. A waste that no one cares about. If I want to kill you, there will be thousands of strong men swarming around. What can you do to block it? Nangong Haotian, who had lost his mind, yelled madly, all without regard for the image that has always been in disguise. The crowd took Nangong Haotian in shock, and even Ji Qingxian and Nangong Zhantian looked at him with disbelief. In their eyes, their second son has always been a well-behaved, kind and refined good boy. How did you suddenly become so tyrannical and cruel? The couple unanimously looked at Li Chongqing. Yes, it must have been this eldest son who drove him to this. First, he destroyed his sword bones, and then he humiliated him like this. How could poor Tian'er stand it? Adverse son, let go of your brother. Look at what you've driven Tian'er to. You're on the verge of destroying your brother. As an older brother you can't let your younger brother be a little more tolerant. Mother Queen begs you, stop it. Apologize to Tian'er. Your brother knows his stuff and will surely forgive you. At those words, the crowd opened their mouths wide and looked at the couple in amazement. Until this moment, the crowd really understood what Nangong Hongyu, the eldest son of Nangong Emperor, had endured. This can't even be considered favoritism. It's all sick and crazy. It's all out of whack. As expected, 18 years of suffering as a hostage can't be compared to the favoritism of being with one another night and day. As for Li Chongqing, his face was unperturbed as he quietly looked at the hideous Nangong Haotian. He knew better than anyone what the couple was like, even better than they knew themselves. No surprise that they could say that. And he didn't care. All he could think about at the moment was how he could karma this pussy. Several times he had tried to kill himself, and he was no great benefactor. So how could he let him go? Only if they wanted to kill him. Ji Qingxian and Nangong Zhantian were the hurdles they couldn't move past. Don't look at the fact that they hadn't made a move from the beginning to the end. They were just jealous of the sword box. If he really wants to move his beloved Tian'er, you'll see if he moves his hand. Unless, he looked at Dao Shui, who had been protecting his side, and then at the Lingyun sect crowd. Li Chongqing hesitated inside. Try it, just in case. No longer hesitating, the divine sword emerged in his hand, and sword intent flowed around him. What are you going to do? How dare you? Feather! Don't! Li Chongqing didn't pay any attention and chopped at the immobile Nangong Haotian with his sword. Nangong Haotian was enveloped by sword intent. His body was cold, and a sword dipper enlarged in his pupils. First, he was shocked that he dared to behead me in front of his own father and mother. I'm the crown prince of Diqian. How dare he be so crazy? Doesn't he want to die? The sword dangles were getting closer and closer, and the threat of death came from him. As the prince of Diqian, he felt the threat of death for the first time. Trembling with fear, the liquid in his lower body could not help but flow out. At this moment, he suddenly had some regrets about messing with this crazy person who didn't want to die. The crowd was also scared. If he really beheaded the crown prince, it would be a big deal. I'm afraid that none of the people present would be able to leave alive. How dare you? Seeing that his son was about to die under this sword. At this moment, Nangong Zhantian could no longer hold back his anger. With a flash, he dispersed Li Chongqing's sword and raised his hand to slap the air. Li Chongqing flew out backwards, blood spilling out. Hong Yu, Li Chongqing, brotherly, feather. Dao Shui had a nervous face as she helped Li Chongqing up. How are you doing? Li Chongqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Face expressionless, he looked at Nangong Zhantian. A figure blocked in front of Li Chongqing. Facing Nangong Zhantian, the southern emperor has gone a bit too far. Dao Shui frowned slightly. Sizing up Du Kaiwei. Nangong Zhantian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Du Kaiwei expressionlessly. Who are you to talk? Du Kaiwei was just about to say something, but was interrupted by Li Chongqing. What's the matter with you? Off. Du Kaiwei didn't move a muscle. I told you to get lost. I didn't hear you. Seeing that she was still unmoved, Li Chongqing raised his hand a few sword chi to force him away. Raising his face, he looked at Nangong Zhantian expressionlessly. One mouthful of rebellious son. One mouthful of rebellious son. Who is your rebellious son, asshole? If you hadn't made a move against Tian'er, would I have made a move against you? I really didn't think that you could even lay a hand on your own brother. You're too much of a disappointment to me. No matter what. He's your own brother. How can you do such a poisonous thing? Ji Qingxian also cried out from the side. Lose your head. Silly dog thing. People want to kill me. I want to kill people. It's him I'm killing. What are you going to do? As the words fell, Li Changqing's breath raised violently, and his body's longevity burned crazily. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Feather. Don't. Nangong Hongyu. Stop. Li Changqing still didn't care, running the blood-burning method, exchanging his evergreen method's long lifespan for a brief outburst. In just a few moments, his lifespan of nearly 30,000 years was reduced to just 10 short years. A breath of terror high, a head full of green silk into white hair, but the body is still the original appearance. A head of white hair fluttered in the wind as he looked expressionlessly at Nangong Zhantian. With Excalibur in hand, the swordsman will guide the emperor. Come and fight. Chapter 54, Jingo Timely Battlehoon. I borrow the moonlight to chop the golden wheel. The crowd looked at Li Changqing in shock. That white hair. That biting battle spirit. That skyrocketing sword intent. It's not hard to see that this is the secret method with endless consequences. Some people shook their heads in regret. How could a born supreme be forced into such a situation? What a shame it would be to stop there in the future. Followed by a look at the couple with more than a little contempt. How fortunate to have been blessed with a supreme heir, but bent on having only that second son of unknown talent. A good hand of cards played badly. And Ji Qingxian was incredulous when she saw this look on Li Changqing's face. She did not understand. Just ask you to apologize. Why use this secret method? Why this? Why this Compared to Ji Qingxuan's disbelief, Nangong Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. The Li Changqing in his eyes was like a supreme divine sword. Proud of this heaven and earth. That rushing sword intent actually gave him a sense of danger if nothing else, which caused him to be moved. Who is he? He is the Southern Emperor, the most powerful of the current generation. And he, Li Changqing, is only how old? And his cultivation is even more inferior to him by 100,000 miles. What exactly was the secret method that could bridge this horribly unattainable gap? And what secret method could be so strong? This is simply incredible. He realized that he really didn't know the eldest son at all. And where does he know? The blood-burning method is not at all what extremely strong secret method. Strong is only that. Nearly 30,000 years of horrible longevity. Even less would he have thought that with Li Changqing's cultivation, he could have a lifespan of 30,000 years. Nangong Hongyu, you don't want to die. With a furious cry, Li Changqing's stern sword momentum instantly disintegrated. Evergreen Li, turning his head, he saw Dao Shui, glaring at him with an angry face. Seeing her in such a state, Li Changqing was quite a bit vain. Don't worry, allow some longevity. I have my own considerations. Dao Shui still glared at him with dissatisfaction, but she didn't say anything else. A breath surged and runes flowed around his body. Yan Quan, seeing his own holy maiden, looking like this, immediately transformed into a blazing sun and hung in the sky. The Lingyun sect's crowd at the bottom were also dumbfounded. Li Changqing was somewhat helpless. The opposite side was the Southern Emperor, not some cat or dog. With this kind of strong person, it was useless to have more people, and it also made him tied up. No need. I'll just do it myself. Dao Shui also knew what he meant and nodded after some slight contemplation. Don't be a hero. Li Changqing nodded his head and looked towards Nangong Zhantian, raising his hand to try the water with a Dao chopping strike. Nangong ducked slightly to avoid it. Adverse son, do you really dare to fight me? Against your mother's stinking high. The crowd no longer cared about the two men's verbal sparring, and looked behind Nangong Zhantian, at the trail of heaven, only to see the distant sky. As if it had been chopped through by something, an overwhelming chasm appeared, and heaven and earth were on a line. Then recalling Li Changqing, that casual strike just now, covering his mouth in disbelief. What kind of combat power is this? Was that really a casual hit? Is this Li Changqing a human being or not? Is his cultivation real? Is this something that can be done at this level of cultivation? I know you can go against the tide, but you can't be that far off. It was obvious that he already felt horribly strong, so why could he be even stronger? Stop it. You can't beat your father. On the side, Ji Qingxian saw that the father and son were really moving, so she quickly opened her mouth and said. Responding to him was one of Li Changqing's sword diameters, which chopped at her without the slightest hesitation. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he still brought Nangong Haotian to dodge. On the way, Nangong Haotian's face turned red, and the puddle of water in his pants leg could no longer be pocketed and flowed out. Tian'er Yu. Ji Qingxian was shocked and somewhat speechless. This is sweat. The crowd also looked at Nangong Haotian strangely, and when they saw the thin running water between his legs, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Li Changqing looked at Nangong Jiantian with some amusement. Your son is quite a talent. Nangong Jiantian narrowed his eyes and took a look at Nangong Haotian, slightly helpless. He's your brother. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing's eyes glared as he clenched his hands. It's your brother. The divine swords of the sword box, gushing out ceaselessly, were densely packed and covered the sky. Monstrous sword intent swept through this heaven and earth. With Li Changqing's current battle power, he could summon up to tens of thousands of divine swords. Nangong Jiantian's expression was quite a bit grave as he said in a deep voice, "You really must." Li Changqing sneered. "That's what I'm going to do." "What are you going to do?" Nangong Jiantian's eyes were slightly chilled. "Good. Then I will fulfill you and let you know that the gap between you and I is not something that can be bridged by any secret technique. If I were to wait for you for another 1,000 years, I would really be jealous of you for 3 times. But unfortunately, you are ultimately too young and your cultivation days are still shallow. To presume to challenge me now, you're still too young." As the words fell, Nangong Jiantian's aura erupted, and endless imperial pressure poured down. Li Changqing's sword intent flowed around him, unaffected by it, but it was the Ling Yun sect's crowd that suffered, and those with weak cultivation were simply unable to survive this kind of pressure. Seeing this, Du Kaiwei hurriedly led the crowd, avoiding the front line for the time being and retreated into the distance. Seeing his aura, Li Changqing frowned slightly. Aura on the pressure head. Have to admit, although he does not want a pussy face, but on the strength of this aspect, is really did not speak. His own 30,000 years of longevity enhancement could only manage to defend himself under his mighty pressure, which was a bit terrifying. It seems that if you don't move something real, you're not even qualified to make a move. The hand strangled the spell, and the 10,000 swords moved with his heart, standing in the sky dome to roam, and the long river of sword chi emerged, compatible with the 10,000 divine swords, and the aura was even better. Nangong Jiantian quietly watched, and did not make a move to stop. He would like to see this eldest son, how far he could go. Seeing that he was able to induce a long river of sword chi with a wave of his hand, he was quite surprised in his eyes. Suddenly remembered, rumor has it that the Ling Yun sect did not produce a sword chi long river 90,000 miles of demon. Is that him? Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anyone else but him. Even he, the Southern Emperor, had to sigh that this son's talent was so strong that it was truly beyond one's reach. If only I were like Tian'er, obedient and understanding, not allowing him to think too much. Li Changqing renewed 10,000 swords and converged the long river of sword chi rushing in. Under this long river of sword chi, his human stature was slightly insignificant. Feeling the endless sword intent enveloping him, he let out a light laugh, not panicking in the slightest, only reaching forward with his hand, majestic spiritual energy swarming out. A golden disc, in his hands appeared. It is the Nangong Divine Art past life poem size. Plain and strange. However, the long river of sword chi was blocked out and could not advance an inch. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing was very upset. Seeing as how he looks like he did it and then like he didn't. Look down on who? Looking around slightly, I wondered when the sky and the earth had darkened and the moon was high in the sky, just as I wanted it to be. With a wave of his driving hand, a divine sword that quietly emitted a faint white light entered his hand. Sword intent surged wildly all over his body, complementing the bright moonlight. Nangong Jiantian frowned slightly and glanced faintly at the highly illuminated crescent moon. The heart can't help but sigh. This son's sword path is truly terrifying, and the great power of heaven and earth can be used by him. I have a sword that can borrow the moon's splendor and cut down your golden wheel. Chapter 55 Endless sword formation rises. Southern Emperor loses his guts and wants to flee. The divine sword in his hand. Its light flourished, and under the illumination of the moonlight, it was even more divine. Li Changqing's white hair flew, waving his hand to gather the power of the moonlight, and chopped out a sword across the sky. The high crescent moon flickered slightly, spreading a faint glow that fell on this sword, helping its power to be even better. Nangong Jiantian's face was as colorful as water, without any ripples. Still only having his hand on the golden wheel, he wanted to see if this sword could really break his golden wheel. Boom! As the two collided, endless waves of air swept in all directions, and the wind dispersed the clouds to avoid them. Fortunately, the Ling Yun sect's crowd had left early, or else under the aftermath of this strike, it was feared that it would be difficult for any of them to survive. Even if he was far away, he could still feel the terrifying power. Nangong Batantian frowned slightly as he watched the golden wheel in his hand, crumbling inch by inch. The gaze towards Li Changqing was more or less unbelievable. Even the weak golden wheel he had casually condensed should not be something he could break, but he really broke. Not far away, Ji Qingxian was also looking, incredulously, at this eldest son of his. What strength was her own man? Could she not know? And how could it be that he could be shaken by this age and this cultivation level? The difference between the two is like a gulf. But he managed to do it. Who would believe it? Surprised and a little uncomfortable at the same time. Though her eldest son was strongly gifted and she was happy and pleased. After all, it was a great joy to have a supreme heir. But wouldn't the stronger his talent mean that she and Nangong Jiantian had no eyes? So this is not the eldest son for the crown prince. In favor of that abolition of the long-standing young move. Set up the second son for the reserves. How would the world view her? Those who didn't know would think she ignored her eldest son and favored her second son. Following that, when he looked at Nangong Haotian, who was protecting her behind her, there was a bit of a hard-to-name meaning in his eyes. If he had never abolished the eldest and established the youngest, and he was the crown prince, would it not have come to such a pass? Wouldn't everything be different? Always determined. She couldn't help but begin to wonder if she was doing the right thing at the moment. As for Li Changqing, he couldn't help but curse a few times in his heart as he looked at the unharmed Nangong Jiantian. The golden wheel brake was broken, but it was only broken and did not injure him in the slightest. This was a bit outrageous. One had spent such a price and still couldn't hurt him a bit. At this moment, he sort of had a new perception of the southern emperor. His eyes slightly glanced at Nangong Haotian, who Ji Qingxian was protecting behind him. How can we take his life? And let's not forget that this Ms. Ji never made a move. The desolate ancient Ji family was beyond the world, and she was the eldest miss of the Ji family, so she was not an ordinary person. Enough fooling around. The gap between you and me is not something that can be made up by any secret method. With the current you, there is no way you can hurt me. Go back with me. I will find a way to remove the aftermath of your secret method. Nangong Jiantian stood with his arms folded and said indifferently. Li Changqing frowned as his aura erupted once again. I'm not happy to see you pretending. The hand pinched the spell. Scatter. A command. The divine swords in the long river of sword chi dispersed in all directions, landing in all parts of this heaven and earth. Seeing him in such a state, it was obvious that he wasn't going to stop. Ji Qingxian said in a hurry. That's enough. You can't beat your father. Don't continue. Li Changqing still didn't care. The divine sword kept falling on this heaven and earth. Nangong Jiantian frowned slightly, quietly watching as the roiling divine swords dispersed and the long river of sword chi disintegrated. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he was all fearless. With tens of thousands of divine swords, they had merged into heaven and earth. This side of heaven and earth suddenly became subtle. Nangong Jiantian's divine sense unfolded and faintly felt it. However, it was astonishing to realize that a grain of earth, a wisp of wind, and even a leaf in this heaven and earth all carried a vast sword might, and it was dumbfounded by his divine sense, as if it was just waiting for an order from its master to attack it in a group. It was too late to be surprised, and then he heard Li Changqing let out a long roar. Up! The divine swords scattered everywhere chirped slightly, erupting with a faint luster. They echoed each other, forming a bizarre pattern in this part of heaven and earth. In the next second, the sky was extinct and universal. The sky became gray, the land became gray, and everything became gray, except for Li Changqing who remained the same. Nangong Jiantian and Ji Qingxian were shocked beyond measure, glancing at each other with horror in their eyes. Divine sense couldn't be unfolded, the void couldn't be vanished, and even his strength was suppressed by the bizarre sword intent. What's going on here? With their cultivation level, it was not difficult to see that this side of heaven and earth had become a Jedi, but Li Changqing slowly shook his head. Not enough. Still not enough. Take out an altar of fine wine and drink furiously. Wine over 3. Slightly drunk. Li Changqing nodded with satisfaction. Not drunk. Not losing his mind. What have you done? Li Changqing raised his head and looked indifferently at Nangong Jiantian. Endless sword formation is just that. What? At those words, Nangong Wartime was greatly shocked. This kid really wants to die together. At this moment, even though he was the Southern Emperor, he panicked. He had to panic. Even though he was the Southern Emperor, he was afraid of death. That sword box in the shocking moment, to the present is still fresh in the memory. Not the slightest sub-resistance to the idea. The first thought in his head was to run away, as far away as possible. Battle tech. It doesn't seem to be. After Ji Qingxuan's reminder, Nangong Jiantian was slightly at ease. Yes, although the formation was terrifying, it didn't give him a fatal feeling. Li Changqing sneered in his heart. A fake is just a fake. See how scared you are. What's the point of wasting words? Come and fight. Li Changqing raised his hand. Wind. Chop. With a casual wave of his hand, between heaven and earth, the wild wind transformed into a chopping strike that cut towards Nangong Battletion. There was no breath leakage, just a flat and unimpressive chop. However, Nangong Jiantian did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and his breath was like an abyss. The first time a blade appeared in his hand, It was a divine sword with a golden yellow body, and it was also an absolute divine weapon. Li Changqing's eyes lit up. If you're playing with swords, then I'm not going to be polite. The sword box emerged in his hand. Nangong Zhantian, who was preparing to defend himself with his sword, let out a long cry with the divine sword in his hand and flew towards Li Changqing. To be precise, it was the sword box in his hand that slightly opened on one side, and Nangong Zhantian's divine sword flew in and completely disappeared. Li Changqing's face was unruffled and remained cold, as if nothing had happened. Nangong Battle Sky. Ji Qingxian. The frozen Nangong Zhantian could not say anything in time. Seeing that the chopping attack had already arrived in front of him, there was no time for him to think more. Without a blade in his hand, he could only go into battle with his bare hands, gathering endless spiritual energy to blast out with a punch. It counteracted Li Changqing's chopping blow, but there was a hidden pain in his hand. Horrified eyes looked at Li Changqing. Just as he was about to say something, Li Changqing didn't give him that chance. Raising his hand, an endless divine sword shadow coalesced behind him. Flexing his hand, the endless divine sword smelled the wind and moved, chopping at the Nangong Battletech like a tidal wave. Nangong Zhantian's eyes condensed, did not dare to be careless, and condensed a huge golden disc above his head. Compared to Nangong Yenron's past life wheel, one was like a glowing fire and the other was like a white moon. Not comparable. Li Changqing eyes slightly cold, finally willing to move some strength. Before that insult who? Chapter 56, a little handshake, a little bend. The endless divine swords colliding with the golden wheels should have been loud and powerful, but with this formation, it was silent. The divine sword was crushed away, and the golden wheel broke apart inch by inch. Nangong Battletech's face flushed red. Clearly this strike was not a good one for him. Looking at the white-haired Li Changqing, he didn't even know what to say. Where is the limit of this retrograde sun? First, there was the secret method that spanned an enormous amount of time, which was simply unbelievable. And then there was this bizarre formation, overwhelmingly suppressing himself with no mercy. This was simply refreshing his three views. Li Changqing, on the other hand, sighed and was quite dissatisfied with the results. It's almost emptied the family coffers, but that's as far as it goes. This southern emperor really wasn't just a name for nothing. What's more, Ji Qingxian on the side hadn't even made a move from start to finish. The gaze that looked at Nangong Haotian was cold and abnormal. How difficult it is to kill this pussy, but it's not a bad idea to give it a try with all your might. Looking toward Nangong Zhantian, the cold light in his eyes increased. I have one more sword. Can you take it? Nangong Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a rare hint of seriousness. He had to admit that the Li Changqing at this time was indeed qualified to challenge himself. He hadn't done anything serious in a while either, and as the oldest son, he can't be defeated by his son. Go ahead and try. Battle heaven. On the side of Ji Qingxian, see the father and son this serious, cannot help but start to worry. The heart of the hand are meat. Which side is injured? She does not want to see. Seeing her worried look, Nangong Zhantian gave her a reassuring look, signaling that she was in control. Li Changqing revealed a disgusted expression. Without any further hesitation, his eyes condensed, his sword fingers pinched with one hand, and his white hair flew behind him. Infinite sword intent rose up to the sky, and the momentum of heaven and earth rolled on, using the divine sword as a bridge to communicate with the heavens and the earth, and using formations as a supplement to control the heavens and the earth. The forces of this heaven and earth are all for me, and all are called my honor. At this time, Li Changqing did not need the divine sword. A grain of earth, a wisp of wind, a leaf can be a sacred sword. The power of heaven and earth continued to coalesce, and above Li Changqing's head, it formed a 10,000-foot giant sword. Sword chi infinity rises up to the 9 heavens. There was even divine light, like a dream scroll. Seeing this scenario, Nangong Zhantian was appalled and did not dare to be arrogant. Vast divine might poured out, and the golden giant wheel emerged in front of his body. But this he wasn't satisfied with. The endless spiritual energy condensed once again. Miso. Ninefold, the ninefold golden wheel, standing in front of his body. A vast and ancient aura came from him. It's like an infinite mountain standing in front of you. I don't know what can shake it. The two distinctly different auras collided, forming waves of air that stretched for miles and miles. The crowd of the Lingyun sect in the distance. Their scalps tingled as Du Kaiwei panicked and commanded the crowd, retreating a few more miles. Yan Quan looked at the distance in shock. As early as Li Changqing's white hair, he had already brought his own saintly daughter and moved away from the battlefield. But I didn't realize that it was still a battlefield. I didn't expect that His Highness Hong Yu would have this kind of strength. Then, he looked at his own silent saintly daughter. Holy maiden, this place is dangerous. We need to retreat again. Within the holy temple of the northern realm mountain, a mighty and domineering man violently opened his eyes. Look to the south as if you can penetrate billions of miles. Nangong dog thief. Sword god? No. With a little bit of doubt, he hesitated for a moment and disappeared into an aurora borealis. Far to the east, by the blue water lake, an old fishing man slightly skimmed towards the south, and then paid no attention. In the quantum heaven sect, a sword-browed, starry-eyed middle-aged man similarly looked to the south. A light chuckle. I am not alone in my ways. Lingyun sect. Nope. It's gone. The mountains and rivers have changed. The landscape has changed. And the Lingyun sect has become a legend. High in the sky, two figures, facing each other from afar. One person had a giant sword on his head, while the other had a ninefold golden wheel in his hand. Not far away, Nangong Haotian, who was being protected by Ji Qingxian, first looked at Li Changqing with disbelief. Since when has he been able to be equal to his own father? On a par? Is this still human? This was followed by a change to a jealous and mischievous expression. Obviously, he had this strength, yet he was unwilling to give him the sword box. Not only did he not give it, but he also destroyed his sword bones. He secretly vowed that from one day, he would get back everything that belonged to him. Suddenly, a sensation of being cold from head to toe hit me, but it disappeared in just a moment. Puzzled, he looked around and realized that there was nothing out of the ordinary. This sword of mine is my full strength. Do you dare to take it? Li Changqing looked ferociously at Nangong Zhantiandao, but there was always a cold smile if nothing else at the corner of his mouth. Nangong Wartian snorted coldly without speaking, and the light of the 9 heavy golden wheel in front of him flourished. The meaning is self-evident. Who he is the Southern Emperor, the king of a country. He had absolute confidence in blocking this sword that ascended to heaven. Li Changqing no longer hesitated and drove his hand into a sword. The giant sword above his head was driven like an arm. Then you can catch it. With a loud roar, his arm chopped down, and the giant sword above his head erupted with divine light as the infinite sword might swept down. That huge sword also chopped down along with Li Changqing's arm in general. On the side, Ji Qingxian nervously watched the father and son. I just hope that after the sword, all will be safe. Nangong Haotian, shaking his head uncertainly. Why is there always an ominous premonition? Could it be the aftermath of losing the sword bone? And the one who was the most nervous was, of course, him, Nangong Zhantian. Only by facing this sword directly would one realize the terror of this sword. Even if he was as strong as he was, he would have to pay a small price to fully receive this sword. This rebellious son is really a bastard. And he can be so heavy-handed to his own father. But he didn't have time to think about that much. The sword, close at hand. He stood with his hands in front of his body, the 9 golden wheels, like a copper wall, welcoming this sword with all his might. When Li Changqing saw how serious he looked, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but flash a cold smile. If you can't deal with the old, can't you deal with the young? With this sword, he never intended to behead him. Nangong battled heaven, knowing full well that even if he put his life on the line, at most he could only lose both of them. What was the point of beheading him? The small hand was slightly off-kilter. The giant sword that was gradually enlarging in Nangong Zhantian's eyes, however, suddenly turned a corner. Nangong battle sky. Why is he gone? No more beheading? I'm all set. You're not going to play? Not far away from the Nangong Haotian, but the body icy cold, sweat hairs all over the body. The threat of death shrouded the whole body. In his eyes, it was clear that the sword was chopping at his father. How did it come towards him? Not allowing him to think too much. He couldn't move under this sword. One could only watch, as the huge sword gradually enlarged in his pupils. Don't you dare! Reacting to the Nangong Zhantian, instantly furious. Never thought that this rebellious son even shook him a hand. On the surface, imposing to decapitate himself. It was to make himself wholeheartedly resist this sword of his, so that you don't have time to react. For just beheading his brother. That was his own brother. How could he do that? Chapter 57, The Final Curtain. To die or not to die? Seeing this sword, it was right in front of him. Nangong Haotian's entire body was dumbfounded, never feeling that death was so close to him. The strong desire to survive made him tighten his head and cower behind Ji Qingxian. Ji Qingxian herself was confused. Who was this shocking sword meant to cut? Doesn't he know that his mother is also under the shroud of this sword? Do you want to behead his mother and brother together? How can this be? Does he really not care at all about his mother's death? She couldn't think. She couldn't understand. She didn't have time to think about it much. The sword that cut the sky was right in front of her. If she didn't do something, not only would her second son die, she might also fall. This sword was frighteningly strong. After a slight freeze, a wave of panic came over him. She wanted to take her second son to vanish and escape, but she was locked by the biting sword intent, and the sword was unavoidable. Coupled with the array enchantment, the void could not be vanished, and she could not escape. Can only panic royal up secret method? Hastily formed a protective shield. but even the Nangong battle heaven, all have to wait for the shocking sword, and is not her panic can block? The moment it slashed the shield, a terrifying wave of air spread out. Endless sword intent surged wildly, and it was at this moment that she realized just how terrifying this eldest son of hers was. The protective shield instantly ruptured, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The phoenix crown on her head was lifted off by the strong airwaves, her long hair danced wildly, and her long dress of a fiery phoenix was also cut and tattered by the sword chi. At this moment, she was completely devoid of her usual grace and splendor, and looked extremely wretched. With the slight blockage of the shield, she could have escaped, but she couldn't. There was her son behind her, needing her shelter. This sword, even she can chop, not to mention him Nangong Haotian, afraid of 10,000 him, are not enough to chop this sword. In a panic, from his arms, he took out a string of beads with a faint divine light emanating from it, and imperiously resisted Li Changqing's sword. It looks quite extraordinary. Li Changqing's eyes narrowed and he sighed in pity. Why not a sword? The moment the bead touched this sword, an intense divine light erupted, and a golden dragon manifested from the bead, biting down on the divine sword. However, it was useless and was cut down by the sword god, followed by the manifestation of a fire phoenix, divine koan, and a white tiger to block the sword. Li Changqing frowned slightly, flexed his finger as a sword and made a stroke in the air. The sword intent surged wildly, and the various illusory divine beasts were instantly decimated as the sword went on its way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You seek death. Nangong Zhantian was furious, probing out a large hand. The void also condensed a large hand, and slapped his palm fiercely at Li Changqing. Li Changqing was fully focused on his sword and was caught off guard, failing to avoid this anger-laden strike, and was slammed into the ground with a palm strike. The ground was dented and a large crater was smashed out, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The smoke screen dispersed, and blood seeped from the corner of Li Changqing's mouth, but he sneered. Chop! No! Nangong Zhantian turned around violently and looked at the mother and son. Just seeing that sword, the divine light was so great that the string of beads could no longer be blocked and was chopped into powder. Just in the nick of time, Nangong Zhantian couldn't stop it in time, and could only scramble above the mother and child, coagulating a golden disc. However, it was still chopped and crumbled inch by inch, and even though Ji Qingxian tried desperately to stop it, the sword finally chopped down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. After all, she was the Ji family's young lady. Her strength was unfathomable, and this sword didn't take her life. But Li Changqing sneered. He never expected to be able to decapitate the couple. He had only one purpose from the beginning to the end. Ah! Nangong Haotian, who was behind Ji Qingxian, let out a miserable scream that tore through the heavens, and then his body smashed heavily to the ground, no longer making a sound. Even though most of the power of this sword was blocked by Ji Qingxian, the Nangong Haotian behind her was so weak that just the remaining wisp of sword power was not something he could resist. Honor! Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian roared their hearts out. At this moment, he was no longer the great Qian emperor, but just a father, and she was no longer a Miss Ji, just a mother. Both rushed to him, looking at a huge sword mark on his chest, more than skin and flesh, even the internal organs of the canna clear. The couple's hearts were broken, panicking about various divine medicines and various secret methods to heal his injuries. Li Changqing, who was in the pit, spat out another mouthful of blood. His head of white hair dyed red frost. Strongly bracing himself, he stood up, just to make sure, whether he was dead or alive. But a feeling of weakness came. The skin around his body was covered with cracks, and blood continued to gush out from it. Noticing his physical condition, he smiled to himself. After all, it's the end of the line. It's such nonsense. How did it get to the top? I don't know if that punk is dead or not. Hopefully it's all not in vain. Intense drowsiness set in, and, unable to hold on any longer, he fell headlong to the ground. Honor, don't scare mother. Wake up, mother begs you. Ji Qingxian had a face of despair, tears streaming down her face. Even though she had extraordinary strength and all kinds of secret techniques in turn, the terrifying sword intent in his chest was still destroying him, his already breathless body. On the side, Nangong Zhantian was also sweating profusely. It was hard to imagine that the Southern Emperor could even sweat. No way. This won't work. You'll die. Honor will die. Force yourself to calm down. Right. Go to the heavens beyond. To the Ji family. Ji Qingxian also jolted awake. Father. Right. Father must have a way. The two no longer hesitated, picked up Nangong Haotian, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, and disappeared without the slightest hesitation. The night breeze was cool, the ground was full of sores, and there were no living things around for a long time. Only Li Changqing was lying quietly in the pit, as desolate as possible. In the distance, Dao Shui kept looking at the place where the battle was taking place. The eyes snapped shut. The fighting seems to have stopped. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. Li Changqing woke up leisurely. Raising his eyes was the crying and pearly Li. Seeing Li Changqing waking up, a small face hurriedly came to Li Changqing's front. His mouth pouted fiercely, as if tears could break the dike in the next second. On the side, Dao Shui's stance trembled slightly, but she still turned her back to him, clearly not ready to give him a good face. Li Changqing was helpless and touched the girl's head with his hand. Don't worry, young master is fine. Young master, your hair is gray and you still say it's fine. Xiao Li looked at, with a face full of aggression, Li Changqing's white hair. And, it's only temporary. It won't take long to recover. It's just a small thing. Seeing how easily he said it, Dao Shui turned around with an angry face. A small matter? Do you know that your body is about to split apart? Using such a huge power, do you think that with your body can withstand it? Li Changqing smiled lightly. I'm not doing well. If it weren't for that green aura in your body, do you think you'd still be alive? Chapter 58, The 16 States of Tianyuan. Don't think it's for you. Li Changqing smiled awkwardly. Of course he knew the consequences of doing so, and with the special evergreen law, it could keep him from dying, and longevity and, well, that thing just needs to be cultivated and the realm raised as much as it needs to be. Suddenly his body shook, and aside Xiao Li immediately looked at Li Changqing nervously. Young master, what's wrong with you? Dao Shui also looked nervous and was about to come over to check. Li Changqing, however, waved his hand and refused. He had just taken an internal look at his physical condition. It was amazing to realize that the longevity that had been lost was slowly, albeit slowly, being restored. This had to surprise him, originally thinking that the evergreen method only increased huge amounts of longevity when he broke through, but now it seems that it's much more than that. Like an all-powerful perpetual motion machine, as long as the state of the body has not reached a critical level, it can help you recover. Whether it is an injury or longevity, it is just a matter of time. It's kind of scary as hell. By the way, is that kid dead yet? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li didn't have much of a reaction. She also didn't know who was the brat that her young master was talking about, but it doesn't matter, as long as the young master is fine. While Dao Shui was slightly surprised. You still really want to kill him from the Southern Emperor? Ha, why not? That kid tried to get me killed 3 times. There's nothing wrong with me getting him killed, right? At those words, Dao Shui rolled her eyes. He clearly had the wrong idea. I don't know. You were alone there when I rushed over. Li Changqing nodded slightly. Under that sword, with his weak cultivation, 80% of him would not survive. The thought was much more soothing. Ha 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 ha, you kid finally woke up. Tell me, how did you do it? Suddenly, outside the house walked into a mighty middle-aged man. Purple hair and purple pupils, a breath introverted. Looks like an ordinary person. Behind Yan Quan, respectfully followed behind. Dug out. What are you doing here? When Li Changqing saw the visitor, he couldn't help but burst out. Humph. What? Schwerer can come, but this emperor can't? How can that be? It's just that you haven't traveled out of the northern realm in how many years, and you've suddenly come to this Diqian. What's the reason for that? Upon hearing this, Emperor Junlin looked at Li Changqing with a displeased expression. Humph. It's not you, brat. If it wasn't for you, would Schwer have risked coming to Diqian? And what's with the strength of yours? I thought he, the Nangong dog thief, had ed with the sword god. The conversation between the two couldn't help but cause Yan Quan behind him to break out in a false sweat and look at Li Changqing with a weird and unusual look. Nandong Hongyu's good relationship with his own holy maiden was known throughout the northern realm, but he didn't expect that his own hallowed demon emperor, even in front of him, didn't have a single frame, as if he was a peer. Li Changqing hemmed and hawed. Secret spells, secret spells. Emperor Junlin was slightly speechless. What secret method could be so strong? Knowing that he didn't want to talk about it, he stopped asking. Complex gazes were cast at Li Changqing, followed by a bland smile. Your Nandong family dog thief is really blind. This kind of long sun not use, but that recluse delusional behavior. Engage in what abolition of long-standing young. Ha ha ha. What a slip of the tongue. What a joke. What a laugh. At those words, Li Changqing was slightly offended. You're the Nangong family. Your whole family is the Nangong family. At those words, Yan Quan broke out in a cold sweat. How can this still be a curse? This is the demon emperor. He was very hesitant to stand up and heckle himself. However, he saw that Emperor Junlin didn't care and laughed cheerfully a few times. Well, 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 What responded to him was Li Changqing's blank stare. Just as well. Since his Nangong family doesn't want you, you can simply join my northern realm. And with your talent 1,000 years from now, you will be able to stand proudly with Shuer in the world. At those words, the side of Dao Shui slightly inclined her body, not allowing the crowd to see her face, and Li Changqing was silent. Going to the North Realm is of course possible. It's on the same level as South Go Down. It's bound to sign something good. Admissible. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Dao Shui on the side turned her head slightly, her eyes like sharp swords. Li Changqing's heart snapped and he felt bad. Oops. Hungry for dinner. The strong desire to survive made Strong brace his broken body and was about to head out of the house. Xiao Li, who was at the side, hurriedly supported his young master. Emperor Junlin snorted coldly. Kid, I know you've been a hostage for 18 years and suffered a lot before you met Shuer, but if you're going to negatively impact Shuer, this emperor will not be able to spare you. As the words fell, the entire person disappeared into thin air, followed closely by Yanquan. Li Changqing didn't dare to say a word more, as if he didn't hear it. When he reached the outside of the house, he realized that the outside of a hut in this unknown place was surrounded by the Lingyun sect crowd. When Li Changqing came out, they all looked at him with complicated faces. Li Changqing froze. What are you all doing gathered here if you're not going home? At these words, the crowd threw him sultry glances. Evergreen Li? Dao Shui slowly came to his side and stood side by side with him. Where are they going to go back to when you've lost their home? Li Changqing turned his head to look at her in surprise. What do you mean? Suddenly, it occurred to me that I was so focused on the fight that I didn't seem to care about any place. The sin is great. Knocking out the clan that people rely on for survival. What to do? Hesitantly, he looked at Dao Shui. How about? I don't keep people in the north. Evergreen Li, what do you mean? I'm not human? This made it difficult, and more or less embarrassed. He looked at the Lingyun sect's crowd, seeing that they were all looking at Li Changqing with bated breath. Now that's even harder. You're alone, plus a little girl, and you can't take this group with you everywhere you go to sign in, can you? People who don't know think you're shaking people dry. Moreover, rebuilding the clan was not too realistic, not to mention whether he, with his Lingyun sect, could build it with his current strength. The point is that this Diqian is no longer suitable for them to continue to stay here, more or less offending the southern emperor. Whether they can be accommodated is still unknown. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sighed. The small hand slightly tugged at the corner of Dao Shui's coat on the side. A head of white hair came up to his delicate ear. Give a face. A hint of cunning flashed in Dao Shui's eyes. You have no face with me. Evergreen Li, take another deep breath. Good share. Dao Shui, a touch of redness climbed onto her cheeks, slightly blanking Li Changqing before saying, the 16 states of Tianyuan, which are about to be recovered, can be allocated a place for you, and you need to come back to the northern realm with me. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was slightly surprised. The 16 states of Tianyuan? What? If he, the Nangong family, treats you like this, do I still need to honor your contract with me? That doesn't matter. It's just that. Another war? At those words, Dao Shui's eyes chilled slightly. Dakian is too peaceful for too long. Forgetting. Before the words were finished, he turned his head to look at Li Changqing. Don't you dare think that it's for you. Li Changqing was clueless, that's for sure. Humph. Somewhat exasperated, he glared at Li Changqing and turned to leave. Evergreen Li? Chapter 59, War is coming. Outside the sky. Not dead but wasted. Meanwhile, the 16 states of Tianyuan, Dakian border, this is the northern border. But I do not know why. The demon race suddenly withdrew. The huge 16 states, actually do not want. Dakian look, there is a cheap not to take advantage of is a bastard. From now on this place belongs to Dakian. And today, a demonic aura filled the city, and millions of demon soldiers were ready to attack. Above the city head, a valiant woman, wearing dark gold armor and holding a cold light painting halberd. The whole person appeared to be heroic and womanly. The expressionless face looked at the millions of demon soldiers under the city, and his lips moved lightly. Your demon race, are you here today to start a war with my great Qian? The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. In the middle of the demon race, a figure rose up into the sky. So what if we go to war? This seat is under the order of my demon race's holy maiden to lead 1,000,000 demon races to retake the 16 Tianyuan states. Demon holy maiden? Could it be that your holy maiden doesn't know that the Green Jade Palace is about to open? And all the geniuses in the divine state are flocking to it. And at this time, if you and I make a big deal out of it, won't it give the forces a chance to take advantage of it? Then I don't care. My holy maiden said, Yu Diqian has been peaceful for too long, forgetting who exchanged them. and wanting you Qian to send another hostage to my northern realm. At those words, Nangong Baya frowned slightly. Proton? More protons? Nangong Hongyu protege 18 years has been enough to let the great Qian shame. If another. You are delusional. De Qian, will never, ever again have the shame of a hostage. That's not up to you. Demon child. Who? Kill. Millions of demon soldiers rushed the city. The sound was earth-shattering, and under the demonic aura sweeping around, the city of Mingzhou was in a precarious position. A golden light cut through. Nangong Baya holding a painting halberd. A sweep in the air. A large swath of the demon race cut down to the waist. Raising his hand again, the golden chakra crushed down in the high sky, and pieces of the demon race were crushed into dregs. Several demonic figures emerged and surrounded Nangong Baya. Grand Princess Nangong truly lives up to her name, but unfortunately, it's only a daughter's body. At those words, Nangong Baya frowned slightly. These people were all great demons, with a demonic aura all over their bodies, and even for her, it was quite troublesome to deal with them. After a hard fight, Mingzhou City was riddled with holes, and the bodies of countless human and demon races were piled up like mountains. Nangong Baya was drenched in blood, and a terrifying aura of fury surrounded her. But the good thing is that this Mingzhou City is defended, and I don't know if the demon race will come back. Report! Sangzhou City, Liuzhou City, and Duannan City have all been attacked by the demon race, and Sangzhou and North Prefecture have fallen. What? At those words, Nangong Baya rose violently. Has he gone crazy in the north? To make such a big fuss? Does he really want to start a full-scale war? No one could answer her question. This demon race's sudden and massive attack caught them off guard. Nangong Baya, frowning deeply. What exactly happened between De Qian and the north? Not shy of all-out war? If you win, it's okay, but if you lose, do you really want to send Nangong Hongyu as a hostage again? She never believed that a war without a reason. The demon race went to war must have had some kind of change. Send a message to Huanqing for father's quick support. Days beyond days. This place is isolated from the world and has become a dayland of its own, and the average cultivator doesn't even know that there is such a place. Inside were all the desolate ancient families, behemoths that transcended the world. The two Nangong couples, holding Nangong Haotian, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, hurried to a hanging mountain. Father! Father! Someone looked for the sound and saw the couple anxious. Miss, why are you back? Father! Where is father? What's going on? Suddenly, a white-clothed old man strangely appeared out of thin air. When the couple saw the old man, it was as if they had seen a savior and rushed forward. Father! Save Tian'er! Tian'er is dying! Ji Qingxian hurriedly said with a sniffle and a tear. At those words, the old man frowned slightly and looked towards Nangong Haotian in her arms. Seeing that his chest was no longer human, the whole person was as if he was swimming in air, relying on the divine medicine to renew his life. What a powerful sword intent! Who dares to kill my grandson? Father, it's better to save Tian'er quickly. The old man nodded slightly and took over Nangong Haotian and flashed and disappeared into thin air. The husband and wife hurriedly followed. Ji Family Hall. The two couples waited anxiously. 3 days later, the old man brought the weak Nangong Haotian with him and dashed in front of the couple. The moment they saw Nangong Haotian, the couple couldn't help but weep. Ji Qingxian even rushed over and hugged her son. Tian'er, great! You're scaring mother to death. Nangong Zhantian also walked up to the mother and son and embraced them in his arms. What the hell is going on here? Why was Tian'er injured like this? The old man on the side frowned and asked. At those words, the couple both shuddered, and the color of anger on Nangong Zhantian's face was hard to hide. Ji Qingxian sobbed silently. Nangong Haotian had a mischievous face. There was still a vague pain in his chest. Recalling that sword, he really thought he was going to die. He never thought that he would really dare to kill himself in front of his own father and mother. Most importantly, he didn't have a sword bone anymore. His sword bone was destroyed. Proud as he was, how could he accept it? Grandfather, it's my royal brother. My royal brother. He's trying to kill me. Please grandpa, judge me and return justice to me. What? At those words, the old man's brows furrowed as he looked at Nangong Haotian. Feather? Why would Feather want to kill you? My royal brother was jealous that I stole his crown prince position, and destroyed my sword bones, humiliating me in every way. As he said this, Nangong Haotian gritted his teeth. Stealing your crown prince position? Could it be that this crown prince is not your? This, seeing that he could not speak, the old man looked at the couple. What the hell is going on here? This, Nangong Zhantian was silent, and Ji Qingxian hesitated. Say, the old man's eyes stared, and Ji Qingxian trembled. I don't think that feather is suitable. Inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? This, Ji Qingxian was completely speechless. Seeing her appearance, How could the human old man not understand? Not to mention the G-clan ancestor who had lived for several epochs. Good. Feier's been a hostage for 18 years, and when he came back, you guys wasted him, right? How dare you hide from me how I have raised children like you? The old man looked at Ji Qingxian with a disappointed expression. Nangong Zhantian on the side couldn't help but open his mouth. But that's no reason for him to kill his own brother. The old man turned his head violently, his icy cold eyes looking at Nangong Zhantian, a monstrous pressure coming from him. Nangong Zhantian was like falling into an abyss. It was too late to react. His body was hanging in the air, and his strength was not half effective. The old man grabbed him by the neck and lifted his like a chicken. My G family's daughter marrying down to your Nangong family is a great honor for you. And now that it's created a hand-to-hand situation, what do you have to say about it? Chapter 60 Green Jade Hall, Dragon Pool. Father, don't. Ji Qingxian rushed over and pulled her father back. The old man looked at her angrily. Father, please. Seeing her in such a state, the old man finally softened his heart and let go of Nangong Zhantian. Take a deep breath. Where's Feather? At those words, the couple looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. I'm asking you guys, where's Feather? He's not coming home with us right now and I don't know where. The old man was so eager to speak that he simply didn't know what to say. Is this sword wound really made by you? When did he have this kind of strength? The couple looked at each other, a little less daring. Grandpa, why don't I have any cultivation? Suddenly, Nangong Haotian let out a shout. What? On hearing this, the couple rushed to check it out. A trace of spiritual energy was poured into his body, and it was shockingly discovered that within his body, the sea of qi was dried up and his meridians were damaged. Father, what's going on here? Two major surprises for couples. The old man sighed. His cultivation level is too low. Under this kind of sword intent destruction, the sea of qi has been destroyed, and his meridians have even been twisted and rotted by the sword intent. It's already good to be alive. What? At those words, Nangong Haotian's face was filled with stagnation, unable to believe his ears. Not only is the sword bone gone, but you've become an invalid? He couldn't believe it. Proud as he was an invalid? The Crown Prince of Deqian is an invalid? The people of this world, how should they think of him? Yesterday was obviously still in his mouth, the absolute genius, born to be the supreme, and now he's an invalid? How could he accept that heaven had gone to hell? His pride, his sense of superiority, all of a sudden gone. It was worse than killing him. No way. I'm not an invalid. I'm a genius. I'm a born supreme. How can I be an invalid? He shook his head frantically, desperately, and the tears kept pouring out like a little cutie. Tian'er. Seeing him in such a state, Ji Qingxuan's heart was like a knife in this case. Father, you must have a way, right? Nangong Zhantian excitedly asked the old man. The old man said after some slight contemplation. Inside the Green Jade Hall, there is a dragon transformation pool that can reshape the sinews and bones, and that sword bone of yours can be recast as well, but the cultivation needs to start from scratch. Tian'er, did you hear that? It can be recovered. We can definitely recover. At those words, Nangong Haotian's eyes reawakened the dawn. Right, I can recover. I can still recover. There's still hope for me. But Nangong Zhantian still frowned. But father, Tian'er has lost his cultivation, and this Green Jade Hall, we can't enter it. So I'd like to ask father to send out the G-clan's heavenly pride to help Tian'er. The old man nodded. He's my grandson too. I'll do my best. But don't forget, Yuer is also your son. If you don't retrieve him, don't come to see me. I, Ji Xianling, can't afford to lose that person. As the words fell, the entire person disappeared. Lingyun sect ruins. Several flying boats docked. It was filled with the Lingyun sect crowd, watching reluctantly. A ruin. I've been living there for so long at least. It's kinda sad that it's suddenly gone. Hopefully, I will have the strength to revisit the site in the future. Immediately afterward, he looked at the green-clothed figure. In just a few short months, it was as if a lifetime of unbelievable things had all been experienced. Nangong Emperor's eldest son ran to his Lingyun sect as a handyman. Rumor has it that the waste of him, Sword Qilong River 90,000 miles, powerful battle against the Southern Emperor, not the slightest bit weak, although in the end lying in the pit, but you cannot deny his strength, is not it? Such a rumored character had actually crossed paths with him, and the honor of calling him senior. He is a dream. They also know that the Lingyun sect's temple is small and can't accommodate this big Buddha. He should belong to a more expansive heaven and earth. Brother Li, once we say goodbye today, I don't know when we'll meet again. Li Changcheng, you can come to my Lingyun sect and cook for me. Li Changcheng smiled faintly. Brother Wu, Miss Zhao, farewell. The two left one after the other. Seeing another figure, Li Changqing had wanted to say hello, but she did not stay, and went straight away in her boat. Evergreen Li. It's just a couple of glances. As far as that goes, cut, turn around and leave. But he didn't know that she had finally turned back and stared blankly at Li Changqing's distant figure. Girl, let's go. Coming, young master. Wind harvest Linglong on. As usual, Li Changqing was lying on the homemade rocking chair, rocking and swaying. A fresh breeze was blowing, and behind him, Shaoli combed his gray hair. Goo, girl, you lighten up. Your little hand is not light or heavy. Shaoli beamed with dissatisfaction. And on the side, Dao Shui slowly came to Shaoli's side, with a slight glance at Li Changqing and then at his white hair. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Gently, he took the comb from Li's hand. Sky, void. Shaoli, who was just about to make a sound, was interrupted by a movement from Dao Shui and consciously stepped back to the side. Hey, that's right. Soft and gentle. Comfortable? Not bad. A small shock when I looked up and opened my eyes. It's you. Dao Shui broke his head upright and continued to comb his gray hair. The Green Jade Hall is about to open. What are your plans? Green Jade Hall? Oh, that thing's pretty dangerous. Don't really want to go. Reason? Evergreen Li. I thought I said it was dangerous. You're afraid of danger? Why do you dare to fight the Southern Emperor if you're afraid of danger? That's not holding back. I'm not happy to see him act like a pussy. Dao Shui viciously pulled his white hair. Can you have some decency? Li Changqing didn't say anything. It was really because that one hurt a bit. I'm not normal, am I? There was a long silence. I want to go. Tao Shui. Once again, he pulled his hair. Li Changqing sucked in a mouthful of cold air, dared to be angry, and silently switched both himself and the rocking chair to continue to rock. But I didn't expect her to catch up. You stay with me. No. What's there to go to then? Isn't it just divine weapons, ageless divine medicines, heavenly treasures, heavenly divine techniques, and all sorts of strange encounters? There must be something divine in there to cure you. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing sighed heavily. How come no one believes that he's really okay with himself for a long time? Really? Guys, I'm sorry I'm late. Don't ask. If you do, you're screwed. Chapter 61, wouldn't it be too cheap for him to die? Dao Shui nodded seriously. Li Changqing was helpless. Okay, just go. What a heavy bane. Suddenly, Li Changqing felt an extremely heavy baleful aura. Coming to the side of the flying boat, he looked down and surveyed the area. Amazingly, the city below was found to be filled with smoke and the sound of killing. On the side, Dao Shui nervously surveyed Li Changqing's complexion. It was a relief to see him frown only slightly, but he knew that in the 18 years of the hostage, how much he valued De Qian, more than his own life. Nowadays, however, it was only a slight frown, and yes, under that kind of treatment, a person would change drastically, right? At the same time the heart could not help but, at the same time, feel a pang of heartache, and Li Changqing frowned slightly. Looking at that one, the figure with the golden wheel in his hand killing in all directions, with such strength, coupled with the Nangong family's unique divine techniques, that must be his big sister that he had never met. The original body had no memory of her, basically, only hearing her name, not seeing her face. Ever since she could remember, she had been sent to the border by Nangong Wartian to guard the border all year round. Aha! Suddenly, I don't know whether it was killing madness, or what, a lance actually came towards her. This wind harvest Linglong. Li Changqing raised his hand and sent a sword chi, knocking away the lance. Wind will Linglong. It's the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden is here. Protect the Holy Maiden. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Several figures immediately jumped out of the battle circle and protected in front of the flying boat. Respectfully, he said to Dao Shui, we greet the Holy Maiden. Dao Shui's face was expressionless as she nodded slightly. How did it go? Back to the Holy Maiden. The 6 states have been retaken. Only, Dao Shui's gaze was slightly cold. Speak. Nangong Baya is difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, Dao Shui pondered for a moment and turned her gaze towards Li Changqing. Evergreen Li, look at me for what? Feel free. Dao Shui was just about to speak when a figure flashed into existence, and it was clearly that Nangong Baya. Protect the Holy Maiden. A few strong demon race members immediately drove themselves forward. Nangong Baya, with a sweep of the painted halberd in her hand, pointed at Dao Shui. Demon Sacred Maiden, it is unwise to go to war with my great Qian at this time. So what? I will fight if I want to in the Northern Realm. And if you, De Qian, are capable, you will try to defeat me in the Northern Realm. If there is not that ability, Yu Diqian is not newly registered prince. Oh right, also do not know whether it is dead or alive. You'd better pray that he's not dead. If he is, it would be too cheap for him. If he's alive, send him to my northern realm, a hostage, for life. Emperor Ao Shui sank his voice. His tone is extremely cold. His husband and wife are not cool to love that second son. Then let him taste Nangong Hongyu endured, to see if he suffered, to see his husband and wife, to see if they are not willing to give up. Since learning of his misery upon his return, she was enraged to the point where she was the only one who could bully him. No one else. As for the people who had bullied him, how could she let them go? Death was too easy. Sometimes it was a relief instead, and she would make them beg for it. At those words, Nangong Baya frowned deeply. Listening to her tone, it seemed that she was targeting her own crown prince brother. But when did they ever cross paths? Saintess of the demon race. For a personal grudge, going so far as to start a war between the two families, causing hundreds of millions of human and demonic beings to suffer. Is it not too much of a child's play? Dao Shui sneered. The demon race, do as I please. If I want to, then I'll do it. What can you do about it? At those words, Nangong Baya's eyes were slightly chilled. This demon race saint daughter was also too arrogant. At least she was the princess of the Nangong family. Simply too much to put her in her eyes. The painted halberd in his hand was crossed. Good demonic holy maiden. Obstinate. I'll behead you here today. Bold. Dare to disrespect the holy maiden. Dao Shui have not yet said anything. The sight of the demon clan great powers, the first can not endure, swarmed up. Swords and swords were in a battle. You're not helping? Li Changqing looked at Dao Shui. No. He can't do much for the war effort on his own. All right. Wind Harvest Linglong crossed the battlefield and headed towards that endless mountain range. During this time, there were also human cultivators who tried to stop them, but unfortunately, they were all stopped by the demon race in droves. Nangong Baya was unwilling to let the demon race holy maiden go just like that, but she was pestered by several demon race great powers, and there was no way to get away for a while. He could only take the time to slash out a chop at Wind Harvest Linglong. Li Changqing looked at Dao Shui and saw that she was indifferent, so he could only take out a divine sword himself and cut out a sword aura to counteract it. What amazing sword intent! Nangong Baya frowned as she looked at Li Changqing. What kind of person is this white-haired youth? And the Tao of the sword is so terrifying. After Li Changqing and the others left, Nangong Baya struggled to repel the demon race. How are the dead and wounded? Nangong Baya asked rather helplessly, a trace of fatigue flashing between her brows. The demon race attacked more and more fiercely in the past few days, and it was getting harder and harder for them to resist. Back to the princess. There are less than 30,000 capable fighters. Words. Nangong Baya sighed deeply. Shimingzhou City hundreds of thousands of generals. Just a few days. Go down hasn't come to help? This. What? Huangcheng came to the letter. Just. Southern Emperor has disappeared, and the 100 officials are wavering and do not dare to make a decision. What? At those words, Nangong Baya stood up fiercely. How could father disappear in good time? This. Subordinate is not sure, and the city of God has not explained it. Nangong Baya frowned deeply. What really happened in God's city? Why did father disappear for good? First, the North made a sudden attack, and then father disappeared. It's been an eventful year, and it always feels like things are not going well. So how can this be? Hurry up and send a message to Huangcheng. Regardless of whether father is present or not, the 100 officials must reinforce the 16 prefectures of Tianyuan. 3 days. Hold on for 3 days at the most. If reinforcements are not forthcoming, this Tianyuan 16 prefecture is considered lost. Out of the Tianyuan 16 states, it is the chassis of the Northern Realm. Originally Tianyuan 16 states is also the Northern Realm chassis, only because of Nangong Hongyu. He briefly belonged to the Great Qian. Li Changqing looked on with some complexity. This Northern Realm of rolling hills, because there's really not much to see, except for the big rolling hills. Unlike humans, who like to build houses, here, most of the mountain spirits and wild monsters, they like to find a hole to drill into, and the folk are tough. As for himself, he was a hostage at the age of 4 and had spent most of his life here. In fact, he was more familiar with this place than Nan Huangcheng. But, 18 years as a hostage, 17 years like hell. Dao Shui was right. The demon race is rash. It sounds and feels personalized, but in fact, it is brutal and careless. Chapter 62, Signing to the Northern Realm. Body transformation of the ancient world, especially the low-ranking demon race, not as complex as the human mind, looking ahead and backward, and still retains part of the animal wildness. And he, Nangong Hongyu, knew it well. He, a hostile country's protege, had no one to shelter him, no one to care about him before he met Dao Shui. What would you do when faced with an enemy prince? Or a prince who kills your friends and family? The enemy's family, but you can't kill him? This is also the point that Li Changqing, unwilling to recall the memory of the original body, knife carving and axe, empathy, couldn't tell if it was him, Nangong Hongyu, or him, Li Changqing. However, none of it mattered. He was just Li Changqing now. As he lamented, the excitement was unmistakable. The Northern Realm is not the Lingyun sect. In the distance, an aurora borealis raced by. A hint of helplessness flashed in Dao Shue's eyes. A figure with purple hair and purple pupils appeared, accompanied by a burst of aroma. And that appearance comes with special effects. And the sky is filled with flower petals, showing the state of flirtation. Li Changqing hold big speechless. Ao Shue's sister, you have finally returned. Since you left, I have been guarding this sea of flowers day after day just for you. Why are you here again? Did Qian sent you as a hostage again? Evergreen Li. So I go? That's great. Go go go. I'll give you a ride. And I'll even lend you my flying boat so you can hurry back to your Diqian. No need to return it. After saying that, he was about to pull Li Changqing far away. There. Dao Shui interrupted in a deep voice. Ao Shue's sister. Why is he here again? Did he lose the war again? Not I say. He is now at least also the crown prince of Diqian. How to come again as a hostage? He Diqian is no one else? Who told you he was here to be a hostage? The man froze. It's not a hostage. That's all the more reason why you shouldn't come to my northern realm. You're a prince in good standing. What's the point of running away scared for nothing? He's not a prince either. The man froze for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands together. I see. You're the emperor now, right? The southern emperor has abdicated. You are now the emperor. That's not right. The southern emperor is in his prime. It shouldn't be? Li Changqing and Dao Shui tacitly chose to ignore him. Li Changqing smiled. He was still the same as before. He liked to chatter. Just ignore him or it won't end. One could tell by looking at his appearance that this person was also a heavenly demon. The name is Emperor Hongtu. The name is quite domineering. Hongtu Bei. How majestic. Unfortunately, the enchanting batch gave off an air of gloom. It is said that it is still Dao Shue's so-and-so brother. But exactly what brother? Li Changqing does not know. His lineage of heavenly demons has a messy relationship. Sprinting all the way, he finally arrived at the real Northland Mountain, towering like a pillar in the sky. The demonic aura was so thick that it did not lose out at all to the grandeur of South God City, except that one was a city and the other was a mountain. We have met the Holy Maiden. Seeing Wind Harvest Linglong's arrival, the demons hurriedly saluted. Dao Shue's face was expressionless as she led Li Changqing straight to the iconic building of the Northern Realm Mountain, the Holy Temple. Li Changqing silently followed her, unable to hide his excitement in his heart. I don't know what good things I can sign. The surrounding demons, shocked, looked at Li Changqing. To them, Li Changqing was more than familiar. Because of him, Northland Mountain was bloodied by the Holy Maiden. That day the blood flowed into the river. All the demons chilled. From then on no demon dared to do anything to Nangong Hongyu. Never would I have thought that I would actually see him again today. And how would he appear in the north again? No one could answer them, and they were afraid to ask. In the middle of the holy temple, Dao Shui and Li Changqing slowly entered. The high-seated Emperor Junlin slowly opened his eyes. Coming. Li Changqing didn't answer, forgot to answer, and was immersed in the system. System. Check-in. Ding. Signing in location. Northland Mountain Sanctuary. Billion Storm signing in successfully. Obtaining the Heavenly Chance Jade Plate. Body transformed into the Ancient of Days. Billion. Times. Another billion times. Kid? Boy. Li Changqing woke up with a jolt. Looking up, he saw the two men looking at him with puzzled faces. What are you doing? Oh, I was just thinking about something and got sidetracked. What's wrong? Emperor Junlin stared at him with a displeased expression. On the side, Dao Shui gave him a blank look, but still patiently explained. Grandpa wants you to help him within the Green Jade Hall, to retrieve the demon-invoking coil. Demon-inviting coils? What the hell? My demon clan's secret treasure. Then how did it get to the Green Jade Hall? At those words, Emperor Junlin was quite a bit embarrassed. When this emperor was young, he went to the Green Jade Hall and forgot to bring it back. Li Changqing looked at him with skeptical eyes. Sure it's forgotten? That's not important. You're just responsible for retrieving it. What you're saying is, your demon clan's secret treasure. Can I find it? At those words, Emperor Junlin sighed. Just do your best. It's been lost for so many years anyway. Also, although there are endless opportunities within the Green Jade Hall, there are also many dangers, so the two of you need to be more careful. Li Changqing nodded his head. This old man was good to him. This Green Jade Hall was such a precious place. he didn't hesitate to give it to himself. It wouldn't hurt to find something for him, but only if you can find it yourself. Okay, you guys go. Li Changqing and Dao Shui walked out of the holy temple. Head on, he ran into the sneaky Emperor Hongtu. Nangong Hongyu. Li Changqing frowned slightly. Next time, you can call me Li Evergreen, please. Evergreen Li? Why? Don't ask so many questions. Just scream and be done with it. Groundhog's map nodded, though he was puzzled. Something wrong with you? You know about the Green Jade Hall opening soon, right? Li Changqing nodded. It wasn't a secret. Reveal, Yu Diqian or all those geniuses ah. How am I supposed to know that? At those words, Di Hongtu froze slightly and looked at Li Changqing oddly. You Dakian Emperor? You don't know? Not for a long time. Di Hongtu was even stranger. No, what does it mean? I didn't get it. Literally. He is now my man in the north. On the side, Dao Shui interjected. At those words, the two of them looked at Dao Shui oddly. When did I become your man in the north? With my permission? And he, Li Changqing, would never, ever stay in one place for a long time. The world is a big place and there are plenty of places to sign in. That said, I don't know what I just signed up for yet, so I guess a billion times is definitely not bad. All he wanted to do now was find a place where no one was around and work on it. Di Hongtu was also confused. The Dakian Emperor, the eldest son of the Nangong Emperor, became a man of his northern realm. Are you kidding me? Could his Nangong family agree? Could his southern emperor agree? Family, amazingly high 5.2 out of 5.2. Ha 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 ha, have mercy. Chapter 63, The Future Itself. All because of you guys. This is just off the charts. You guys talk, I'll go first. Li Changqing left a sentence and then hurriedly left. Coming to a secluded place, an exquisite attic emerged. It was the last year of his protégé's residence, and it was out of place in his northern style. It was built by Dao Shui according to the preferences of the human race. I don't know how many times better than his residence in South Godown. Obviously as the great Qian Emperor, the northern realm was more like his home instead. Li Changqing shook his head slightly. It was really a case of making things happen. Pushing the door, the house was clean and spotless. Obviously someone cleaned it regularly. Sit on your knees. System. Claim your reward. Ding. Receive successfully. Obtain the heavenly chance jade plate. Can explore heavenly chances. Peep at yin and yang. Tend to good fortune and avoid evil. And search for dragons to share gold. A white jade will the size of a palm appeared in Li Changqing's hand, exuding an obscure aura. Li Changqing didn't understand for a moment what the purpose was, but just by a sentence that can explore the sky. It should be a rare and divine object. Ding. Obtaining the extreme realm avatar. The body transforms into 10,000 ancient times. Transforms the avatar. Transforms 10,000 laws. Comprehending the extreme. Can transform the future into the ancient and modern times. Whoa grass. Li Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this a little too much? Does it mean that I can be transformed into my own future peak fighting power? Who else can be defeated by this? One's own evergreen method is cultivated all the time. The endless swordbox God's sharp weapon. The work is unparalleled. One's own future. How terrifying is that? Strongly holding back his excitement, he operated his divine ability and attempted to communicate with the future. A feeling of false nebulousness came cluelessly. A full head of white hair, rotating between black and white. Li Changqing's entire person, all turned unusually illusory, trembling, as if he was suffering great pain. It seems to be on the verge of disappearing into this world. The face was sometimes ugly, sometimes clear, like a split personality. There was a divine light flickering in front of his chest that appeared to be there. Li Changqing felt bad, only feeling that he was about to be pulled into the river of time and completely dissipated, and immediately withdrew his divine ability. Aqua, fishing, and on the occasion of the clearing, but suddenly without reason, he broke off and said this. Who? The avatar was withdrawn. Li Changqing's body was no longer illusory, and he let out a big breath of shock. Careless shouldn't have been so reckless. With his current mastery of divine abilities, he simply couldn't do it across the long river of time. Almost played myself out. But what does blue water fishing mean? Li Changqing frowned slightly. He knew that it was some kind of hint, but the meaning was so generalized that it was hard to understand. After some slight contemplation, he began to utilize his divine abilities again. Weird runes surged around his body. Li Changqing faintly felt it. It wasn't the least bit worse than what she, Dao Shui, had utilized. Li Changqing was slightly shocked that even his heavenly demon lineage, the unique bloodline aptitude, could be transformed. Laughing softly, it was still strange to use a divine power to turn a divine power into a divine power. In the meantime, in Nanhuangchang, the couple returned to the palace with Nangong Haotian with tired faces. Tian You take a good rest during this period of time. Soon after the Green Jade Palace opens, I will seek some heavenly pride to escort you all the way to find the dragon transformation pool and recast your muscles and bones. Yes, T-Honor. Your grandpa will also seek out some heavenly pride, which will definitely help you recast your muscles and bones. Nangong Haotian nodded woodenly. A series of things really hit him a bit hard. But, I don't have a sword bone. At those words, the couple looked at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Sword bones are different from mortal objects. Even if his couple's strength is heavenly, where can they get him another sword bone? Although the dragon transformation pool could recast the tendons and bones, but he didn't have any himself, so how could he recast them? Seeing the two men silent, Nangong Haotian's eyes were filled with unwillingness, while his hatred for Li Changqing reached its peak. Along with that, he was quite upset with the couple. What makes you think that you can bring your own sword bone if you give birth to that loser, but not him? Moreover, if it wasn't for them, who had been letting that punk do whatever he wanted, and had taken action earlier, would his sword bone have been destroyed? Are you that afraid of the casket? This is good. Originally wanted to take the sword box. The sword box did not get, but also the sword bone screwed up. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Since that dragon transformation pool could recast sinews and bones, couldn't the sword bones be recast as well? Father and mother, if Imperial Brother can also enter the dragon transformation pool, can that sword bone be recast? At that, the couple's eyes lit up, but then they thought of something else inside. T-Honor, since your royal brother is not willing to give it to you, let's not have it. When these words came out, Nangong Haotian incredulously looked at his mother. Was this still the same mother who loved her? How could she say such biased words? Facing her second son's gaze, Ji Qingxian didn't even dare to meet it, although he also wanted his second son to be able to possess a sword bone. But there's nothing she can do about it. If the eldest son won't give it to her, can she kill him for his bones? And, after the last battle, it's not certain who killed who. She finally realized that the eldest son was not hers to do with as she wished. If he gets mad, he'll really cut her. He'll kill her even if he has to. Most importantly, if this matter continued, if father knew the truth, what a horrible scene it would be. T-Honor, although the sword bone is good, it's not yours after all, so why don't you cultivate diligently, and you'll be able to achieve something in the future. On the side, Nangong Zhantian also spoke out. Nangong Haotian looked at the couple dumbfounded, holding on to his last glimmer of hope as he asked, what about the sword case? Can I have the sword case? Nangong Zhantian was speechless, no longer as confident as before. The eldest son, who had always been rebellious and obedient to his own words and had never dared to defy himself, suddenly became this tyrannical, laying down a deadly hand at the drop of a hat. Will he still hand over the sword case? He wasn't sure, he didn't know. I got it, Nangong Haotian said in a godless manner and left in a disoriented state. Nangong Zhantian shook his head and sighed when he saw his disoriented appearance. Ji Qingxian sobbed in a small voice. This rebellious son, how could he become so crazy? Nangong said angrily. When he thought of that unforgiving and shocking sword, a burst of anger rose up in him. Because you guys forced it. A calm voice came from Nangong Yanyan as she slowly came from the distance. The couple looked up at her. What are you babbling about? When did we force him? Nangong Wartime frowned. Nangong Yanyan shook her head in disappointment. This crown prince position, the sword bone, and the sword box, were all originally his. He has obviously all but surrendered the crown prince position and given the sword bones as you wished. So why are you still not satisfied and still want his sword box? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth to explain, but there was no way to do so. T-Honor is your younger brother and the crown prince. Needing divine objects to establish authority is good for the country and the people. Such a simple truth. Don't you understand? Nangong Zhantian said angrily, a pair of tiger eyes filled with frost. Chapter 64, For the Country and for the People, A Passenger in the World. Tears slipped from the corners of Nangong Yanyan's eyes. T-Honor is a younger brother and your son. You is not a younger brother and not your son. Nangong Yanyan roared sadly. Such a poor excuse when it comes down to it. If you are for your country and for your people, by reason, in grace and merit, shun the ancient law and honor the mandate of heaven. He should be the crown prince. There is no one better than him. He was born supreme, and with the loss of his sword bone, he can still induce a long river of sword chi for 90,000 miles. The talent is unprecedented, and there is an endless sword box that claims to be his master. When he grows up, who in the world will be able to rival him? What force would dare to violate my great Qian? This is what you call serving your country. You guys aren't ridiculous. A flurry of roars, or venting, shook Ji Qingxuan's face full of stupefaction. Nangong Zhantian's chest rose and fell violently, and his tiger's eyes widened. You, You rebellious daughter. He's going to kill your brother. And you still dare to speak for him. Kill? Ha! He's only trying to kill someone who's trying to kill him. What's wrong with him? That's just something Tian'er said in anger. How can it be taken seriously? She said nothing more, lost in thought, tears on her face, and slowly turned around. But still, I can't help it. Here it is. Father, mother, a multitude of people, a passerby. She left, crying, leaving behind the stupefied Nangong Zhantian and the sobbing Ji Qingxian. The two were speechless for a long time. War, battle sky. Will still come back, right? Ji Qingxuan's eyes were lifeless. It was asking Nangong Zhantian, and it was also as if she was asking herself. Nangong Zhantian opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to reply. Ryoga, I don't know. In the dark, Nangong Haotian slowly left, muttering to himself all the way. No sword bones for me? No sword case for me? He's gifted for the ages? There's no one better than him to be the crown prince? You want him to come back when he's about to kill me? Come back? Come back for what? To make him the crown prince? Abolish me? Ha ha ha. A burst of maniacal laughter. A palace maid passed by and was startled by his maniacal appearance, falling to her knees in fear. Nangong Haotian raised his hand, but she was unharmed. Picking up a rock on the side of the road, he headbutted the courtesan who didn't dare to resist. The courtesan fainted, and he continued until she was completely disfigured. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. How? What's going on? Nangong Zhantian was breathless. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. The Northern Realm has suddenly struck out, wanting to map the 16 states of Tian Yuan of our great Qian. The Grand Princess has already called for help several times. Due to His Majesty's absence, we officials do not dare to carry out the decree on behalf of His Majesty. What? At those words, Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxian exclaimed in unison. Ji Qingxian couldn't care less about her sadness at this point and wiped her tears. How could the North go to war at this time? We wait. Nor do I know. Is he North Realm crazy? Wouldn't starting a war at this time give the forces from all sides a chance to take advantage of it? Nangong Zhantian said angrily. Could it be because of feather? To the side, Ji Qingxian asked out loud. Nangong Zhantian frowned deeply. Although the Northern Realm and Dacian had always been at odds, they would never go to war rashly. This kind of top power, pulling one hair and moving the whole body. This move must have a reason, but to say that it was for his Nangong Hongyu alone, he didn't quite believe it. Although the Northern Realm Holy Maiden and him seemed to have a good relationship, it couldn't possibly be to the point where they were not willing to go to war. Could it? Only unlikely. Rubbing his brow slightly. I don't know why, but ever since that rebellious son left, I've always felt that things are not going well. How was the battle? Back to your Majesty. Several states have been lost, and just the other day the Grand Princess sent an urgent report, limiting us to send troops to support within 3 days. What day is it now? Back to your Majesty. Exactly 3 days. Is it out of the way? No. Nangong angrily swept a glance at the 100 officials, but understood that this was not the time to dwell on it. Passed the order to reorganize the 3 armies and set out at once. Nangong Yanyan, disoriented, returned to her princess residence, clutched tightly in his hand. The fuzzy wooden doll resembled her in a few ways. Tears kept flowing from his eyes. His mind was filled with that green-clad figure, and the wrong things he had done. I'm sorry. She wanted to see him, but she knew that he didn't want to see her, and was even annoyed to see her, staring blankly at the wooden man in his hands. Suddenly, an idea popped up. It was nice to meet him as a kid. The woodman was the guide. A secret technique was performed, and a section of the image was revealed. A small figure, sitting quietly by the river, though the clothing wasn't very flashy and tattered. But from the back, it gives the impression of being quiet and well-behaved and understanding. Nangong Yanran couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. This is her younger brother, Nangong Hongyu, who was also born supreme. But when the image surfaced of his face, she could no longer smile. Wide-eyed and with his hands over his mouth, he couldn't stop the tears. Silent crying. The tender little face was wasted and thin, and it was covered with scars, branding marks, knife marks, dense and hideous. No one could believe that this was the face of a child. The same small, scarred hands, laboriously carving unrecognizable wooden figures. Third sister, you're supposed to look like this. It's been so long I've forgotten. So this is where you're hiding. A voice came from behind him. The tiny body shivered, but there was no fear on his face. Calmly, he placed the still uncarved wooden figure in his hand, into his arms. Ready? Tiny, he didn't say a word. The visitor was covered in a demonic aura, and his limbs still retained some demonic features. Before him rose a stove with coals burning and a red-hot soldering iron, slowly surveying his body. Today, where is good? He didn't say anything, just sat quietly. Arms it is then. One yanked his arm over, rolled up his sleeve, and pressed the red-hot branding iron on it. The thin little face kept trembling, his eyes were violently turbulent, his teeth were locked, and he just didn't say a word. A short while later, an aroma of meat came. Little body, all wet with sweat. Ha ha ha, this is the Southern Palace royal family? The Nangong royal family that killed so many of my clansmen? You're not much better. Beg me and I'll let you go. His eyes were lax and he was clearly nearing his limit, but his stubborn little face, hard as it was, didn't say a word. Soon the pain diminished, and a wave of dizziness came over the weakened body. Seeing him in such a state, the demon snorted coldly and finally stopped his hand. A pill was fed in his mouth to keep him from dying. The demon departed, and with an expressionless face, he used the fresh water from the river and cleaned his wounds. Everything was so natural and sparse. Continue to sit by the river, staring blankly south. The 9 realms of Lower Xian, Qi practicing, foundation building, God concentration, heavenly Xian, knowing life, vast sea, transformation of mortality, transformation of void, and ascension to God. Currently Li Changqing belongs to the late stage of heavenly Xian. Chapter 65 Great Demon Stygian Tiger thinks he's weak. Nangong Yanyan had long been sobbing uncontrollably and no longer had the courage to look on. That abuse was her brother. Her own brother. It's amazing how he was treated in the north. But he had, however, never told them, and all of his own people had not asked. Simply because he is a hostage. Is the unforgivable past of Diqian? Is a shame. She fell to the ground, hugging her head unimaginatively. Grabbing a dagger, he desperately stabbed himself in the leg in an attempt to ease the pain inside. Blood flowed along with tears of remorse. I don't know how long it took, but she sat up leisurely, her lifeless eyes gradually becoming firm. Northland. Li Changqing sat cross-legged, his body exuding a mysterious aura. Unlike the evergreen method, this body transformation of the ancient world really has to be cultivated on its own. Touch. Suddenly, the door was violently blown open by a demonic wind. Li Changqing opened his eyes expressionlessly, seeing a demonic youth standing outside the door, surrounded by demonic aura, was looking at him with an angry face. Li Changqing frowned slightly. Seeing him like this, 80% of his visitors were not good. I'm a little weirded out. We didn't mess with anyone else, did we? Something wrong with you? I will challenge you. Evergreen Li. I concede. You win. You can go. Demon youth. You. Outrageous. You. A Southern Palace royal family. Why did you come to me to steal my Northern Realm quota? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing sighed slightly. I knew the spot wasn't that good. This matter was decided by your demon emperor. It's useless for you to look for me. Why don't you look for your demon emperor? Maybe there's still a turnaround. Li Changqing sincerely admonished. That what the Green Jade Palace you really do not want to go. Honestly here to cultivate the divine power is not good? In case the future incarnation came one day, wouldn't he be invincible? You, the demonic youth was speechless. If the demon emperor had listened to him, he wouldn't have been pushed out of the quota. I advise you to be sensible and get the hell out of my Northern Realm Mountain. My Northern Realm Mountain is not for your human race to come to. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing let out a light laugh and slowly stood up. But I'm just here. What are you going to do about it? The demonic youth's aura exploded. Li Changqing frowned slightly. The realm of knowledge of life. One realm higher than him. It looked like it was also the pride of the demon race, or else it wouldn't have been chosen to go to the Green Jade Hall. I'm going to give you one more chance to get out or not. At those words, Li Changqing pulled out his ears and ignored it. When the demonic youth saw Li Changqing's appearance, his anger rose from his heart. The killing machine wrinkled. No longer hesitating, his hands transformed into a pair of tiger claws and rushed towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. Those who kill people are always killed. Using his finger as a sword, the sword light flashed as the two swapped positions. Li Changqing looked at the blood on his hands with some surprise. The young man of the demon race behind him collapsed in response to the sound, his body transforming into a tiger corpse. Li Changqing went up and took a look at the tiger corpse. So weak? He used heavenly Xian to kill knowing destiny without the slightest pressure, as if it was a game. People are at least the pride of the demon race. It turns out that playing more at the high end of the game can give me the feeling that I'm weak. Once again, he looked at the tiger corpse. This can't go to waste, can it? Or should we stew it? Thought better of it. It was more or less a bit disrespectful to stew the pride of the demon clan's heavenly pride in the chassis of the other demon clan. The demon emperor treated him well, so give him some face. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Enough watching, come on out. At those words, Emperor Hongtu, who was in the shadows, revealed his figure with a horrified expression. Nangong, Li Changqing, What's wrong with you? Where did you get this strength? There was no room for him not to be surprised. Obviously on the eve of his return, he was still a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Why was it possible to raise his cultivation to such a level in just a short period of time? And this battle power was too terrifying? And how did you find me? Li Changqing smiled bashfully. I can smell your Thai breath from afar. Di Hongtu glared at him with flair, then looked at the tiger corpse. You're done. You're in trouble. How? Li Changqing said indifferently. This tiger demon's grandfather is a great power of my demon clan. For your own good, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Li Changqing looked at him with amusement. When it's really for my own good, there's no other reason? That's for sure. You and I know each other. Li Changqing didn't pay any attention to him and kept to himself, pounding the tiger demon corpse to see what treasures were there. Say, why don't you go? You hurry up and go. Who dares to kill my grandson? Suddenly, a roar came from outside. Li Changqing and Emperor Hongtu looked at each other in unison. Look, what I'm saying. Let's go. Let me see your demonic power. The two of them came outside, only to see a grey-robed old man emanating a terrifying pressure high in the sky, deadly staring at Li Changqing. He was slightly stunned when he saw Di Hongtu on the side. Immediately, he flew down and gave a slight bow to Emperor Hongtu. Underworld Tiger Zhao Lang. Meet young Master Hongtu. Di Hongtu nodded his head slightly and looked away, with an air of unconcern. Dare I ask young Master Hongtu if my poor grandson was killed by him? Zhao Lang pointed at Li Changqing and said. Di Hongtu spread his hands. Don't ask me. I don't know. Ask him. Zhao Lang's pair of tiger eyes stared fiercely at Li Changqing. Li Changqing smiled faintly. He wanted to kill me. So he died. At those words, Zhao Lang's strong strength exploded. Robbing my grandson's quota and decapitating my grandson. Even if you're from the Nangong royal family, I'll never leave you behind. I can remind you one thing. This person has a great relationship with the Holy Maiden. You are not unaware of the last bloodbath in the North Realm Mountain. I suggest you throw him out of the North Realm. The farther away the better. Just as he was about to make a move, Emperor Hongtu spoke out from the side. At those words, Zhao Lang hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth. Thanks to young Master Hongtu for reminding me. After I kill him, I will ask the Holy Maiden for forgiveness. Di Hongtu snorted slightly. Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. Immediately afterward, he stepped aside, in an attitude of watching the show. Zhao Lang's biting aura pressed towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing frowned slightly. This person's realm was too high to see his cultivation, and he didn't know if he had broken through the lower Xian 9 realm. Obviously, another high-end game. The sword box emerged in his hand. His fingers pinched, and 100 divine swords shot out. Standing behind him, under the backdrop of the terrifying sword intent, he was like a sword immortal on earth. Zhao Lang looked in horror at the hundreds of divine swords behind Li Changqing. If I'm not mistaken, they're all great swords? So many? Emperor Hongtu, who was ready to watch the show from the side, looked at Li Changqing with the same shock. Knowing that you are the Nangong royal family, there are 1 or 2 sacred swords. That is not unusual, but you have so many. Are you emptying your Nangong royal family? Chapter 66, What did Qian can't give you? I'll give you in the north. Immediately afterward, the two of them coincidentally looked at the unimpressive box. What is this box? It can hold so many divine swords, and its aura actually doesn't show at all. Shocked, he actually forgot to make a move. Sister Aoshue. Suddenly, Di Hongtu let out a cry of alarm. The crowd looked over, only to see Dao Shui slowly coming in the distance. After looking at Li Changqing, he returned his gaze to Zhao Lang. You want to exterminate the clan? The face is expressionless and cloudy. Li Changqing silently withdrew his divine sword and looked fearfully at Dao Shui. This woman, but she is ruthless. Zhao Lang trembled and fell to his knees with a plop. Underworld Tiger Zhao Lang. Pay respects to the Holy Maiden. I'm asking you, do you want to exterminate your family? Little demon wouldn't dare. It's just that His Highness Han Yu killed my grandson. Zhao Lang trembled. Where was it killed? Back to the Holy Maiden. It's right here. What is your grandson doing here? Dao Shui continued to ask. At those words, Zhao Lang was speechless. Dao Shui took a deep look at Zhao Lang and then turned her gaze back to Li Changqing. What do you want? Li Changqing shrugged. I don't care. If he wants to kill me, then I will kill him. What about you? Are you still killing? Little demon wouldn't dare. Che, count your blessings. There's no more fun to be had. To the side, Emperor Hongtu interjected. Zhao Lang didn't dare to raise his head. Dao Shui pondered slightly. 2 choices. From now on, you, the Underworld Tiger Clan, swear by your blood to call Li Evergreen your master, slave and servant. Or, I'll slaughter your entire clan. Zhao Lang was puzzled and had a head full of questions. Dare I ask the holy maiden, who is this Li Chongqing? Evergreen Li. Just him. On the side, Di Hongtu pointed at Li Chongqing. Zhao Lang's puzzled eyes looked at Li Chongqing, greatly puzzled. Remember correctly, this is not in his northern realm of hostage for 18 years of the Nangong Emperor's eldest son. Nangong Hongyu? Why are you called Evergreen Li now? But now is obviously not the time to ask why. Compared to the slaughter of the whole clan, what is it worth to be a slave girl? Seeing his intention, Li Chongqing on the side was ready to open his mouth. He didn't need any slaves. The whole thing was still weirdly uncomfortable for him. But when the words reached his mouth, he was glared back by a look from Dao Shui. Underworld Tiger. Zhao Lang. In the name of the head of the Underworld Tiger clan, the entire Underworld Tiger clan swears by blood to serve Nangong. Li Chongqing is their master, and to watch over them for generations. The heavens can tell if their master loses his slaves and dies. The covenant is generated in the underworld. On the side, Li Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. This heavenly demon was truly an absolute emperor in terms of the demon race. Dao Shui nodded. Since then, you Underworld Tiger clan, you can my name line in the demon race. I should protect your clan's safety. Help me to bring a word. Delusional. Good riddance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lang was overjoyed and kept kowtowing in excitement. Thank you, holy maiden. Thank you, holy maiden. My entire clan of Stygian tigers, I wish to serve His Highness Hongyu for generations, and I will never have second thoughts. Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Chongqing, on the side, frowned slightly. Why do they sound like there's something else going on here? And targeting just himself. It was as if this Undertaker tiger's grandparents and grandchildren were pawns. This was very puzzling to him. He had just entered the Northern Realm and didn't seem to have caused any trouble. Hong, Lord, could you hand over my grandson's body to me? Li Chongqing trembled and his sweaty hairs stood up. 1 second. You're shouting at yourself, and the next you're shouting at your lord? It made him very uncomfortable. It's in the attic. Get it yourself and don't forget to wash the floor. Zhao Lang left, taking the corpse of his own grandson with him, presumably to their entire clan, to announce the good news. Li Chongqing looked at Dao Shui and wanted to speak. Di Hongtu chirped around Dao Shui, Ao Shui's sister long, Ao Shui's sister short. The sound and the 5 senses that were finally sealed by Dao Shui. He didn't resist either, and remained there with all sorts of attentions. Li Chongqing shook his head helplessly. Licking dog 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 licking to the end. Nothing. That. No. What did you get me those servants for? Or a whole pack? Eventually, I couldn't hold back the question. Dao Shui looked at him seriously. This is what you should have. What he, De Qian, cannot give you, I, Northern Realm, will give you. Li Chongqing opened his mouth and eventually fell silent. It was most difficult to accept the grace of beauty. How should he return such a generous love? How could he not understand her heart? But he is not On the side, Di Hongtu, seeing the two interacting like this, was in a hurry, prejudiced and unable to speak out, open-mouthed. By the way, what's the deal with the grandparents? At those words, Dao Shui rarely fell silent, and a few points of panic surfaced in her eyes. Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Chongqing turned his gaze back to Di Hongtu. This one is obviously in the know as well. Unfortunately, the 5 senses were blocked, so even divine sense transmission couldn't be done. Li Chongqing looked at Dao Shui. His meaning was self-evident. Dao Shui said after a moment of silence, I'm different. I can make my own decisions about my affairs. Dropping a sentence, which made Li Chongqing puzzled, he left. Phew, it's suffocating me. Sister Ao Shui, wait for me. He was just about to leave as well when he was stopped by Li Chongqing. Wait, you explain it to me. Stopped by Li Chongqing, Di Hongtu helplessly sat aside. He Underworld Tiger's grandparents and grandchildren. And not stupid. Knowing that you have a great relationship with the Holy Maiden, how could he dare to foolishly rush over? Li Chongqing nodded slightly. So he had someone behind him that he couldn't resist and had to come over and take a chance even knowing that he might get killed for it. Emperor Hongtu nodded. Then the person behind this, who is it? And who has so much energy to make a clan's patriarch all volunteer to die? In this northern realm, I'm afraid there are only heavenly demons. Emperor Hongtu nodded. You know it all. Why are you asking me? I'm leaving. I'm going to look for Ao Shui's sister. Seeing him get up to leave, Li Chongqing once again pulled him back to his seat with one hand. Who is it? This. At those words, Di Hongtu hesitated. Li Chongqing let out a light laugh. You don't dare to say it. Di Hongtu's eyes glared. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I am a heavenly demon. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. So tell me, Di Hongtu, AI. You don't understand. In my heavenly demon lineage, although my bloodline is powerful, it is inherently difficult to conceive an heir, and they don't want the bloodline to spread. In short, the relationship is intricate. Sometimes there aren't even many heavenly demons among their peers, and it's not uncommon for them to be related to each other. At those words, Li Changqing frowned. I know what you're saying, but what does it have to do with me? It's not like I can make your bloodline. Halfway through speaking, remembering something, Li Changqing fell silent. Chapter 67. A head full of white hair becomes green silk. People like river carp chasing fame. Self in this northern realm. Certain heavenly demons are a threat to the heavenly demon bloodline. But is that all there is to it? While thinking about it, Emperor Hontu spoke up again on the side. The Holy Maiden is of great significance to my heavenly demon, and in the future will surely be the one to inherit the entire northern realm. Therefore, he who gains the Holy Maiden gains the north. Li Changqing interjected. Di Hontu nodded. You could say that. So it's better for you to leave. Although with the Holy Maiden protecting you, no one would dare to touch you in the open. But in the dark it's inevitable that they won't make a move. Li Changqing was silent for a moment and smiled bashfully, not saying anything. Seeing his disinterested face, Di Hontu shook his head and left. Soon after, Zhao Lang went and returned with a bunch of clansmen, saying that he had come to serve Li Changqing. Li Changqing words refused. Zhao Lang helpless. Can only be placed around the attic some manpower guards? After all, the slave has to have a slave look is not. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Between the north and the Great Qian, the border is like a hell on earth, and the suffering is unbearable. Overall, it was still the northern realm that had a slight upper hand, and the 16 states of Tianyuan were about to change hands. Everyone in Daqian is in danger, and after the north obtains the 16 states of Tianyuan, it will be able to drive straight into the hinterland of Daqian. As if history repeats itself once again, it cannot help but remind the people of Daqian, the eldest son of Emperor Nangong, Nangong Hongyu, if he lost another battle, would he still stand up like he did last time? Or what about Nangong Haoqian, who was the crown prince? And it was in this tense situation that the Great Qian and the North suddenly and marvelously stopped fighting. It was as if the two sides had agreed to reach some kind of tacit understanding, and coincidentally, they both called a truce and did not violate each other. Only because the Temple of Green Jade is open. Not only was he in the northern realm of the Great Qian, but the Quantum Heavenly Sect in the western region, and the motley assortment of forces in the east were all fully preparing for the battle against the Green Jade Palace, and had no time to care about anything else. On this day, Li Changqing cultivated in the attic, a body of evergreen qi, operating on its own, as if it had reached some sort of critical mass, broke through. At the early stage of knowing life, his longevity grew insanely, and his head of white hair once again turned into green silk. You broke through? Dao Shui walked slowly and couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising as she looked at Li Changqing's head full of green silk. His talent, even his own, cannot look forward to. Obviously 17 years of window period. A short period of time but can swim upstream against the current, catching up with the heavenly pride. Appalling, unprecedented. Not bad for him. Li Changqing nodded calmly. Like he said, it's just a few years of life. What's the big deal? The realm of knowing life, unlike other realms, is about building up and polishing your roots, so it's good to stay as long as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing's face looked odd and appeared to be in some difficulty. This matter of cultivation, he cannot make the main the evergreen law to break through. He cannot suppress for a long time. However, he didn't need to have to suppress it. Every realm was perfect, and this was the unique advantage of the evergreen method. Go, Dao Shui added. Li Changqing nodded and looked at Shaoli, who was cleaning at the side. Girl, stay here honestly, don't go out and run around if there's nothing going on. He didn't intend to bring Shaoli with him. The Green Jade Palace had both opportunities and dangers. With Shaoli's cultivation, it was no different from sending him to his death. Speaking, this girl's cultivation is not moving at all. It is still only a refining period, which makes Li Changqing very depressed. At those words, Shaoli smiled sweetly. She was happy here. Got it, young master. Li Changqing nodded and left with Dao Shui. Northland Mountain, all kinds of flying boats and birds, rushing up to the sky, dense, covering the sky, so spectacular. On top of a huge and mighty and domineering flying boat, heavenly demons, which were usually rare to see, were actually surprisingly abundant here. Li Changqing was of course on it, only with a head of green silk. He looked out of place with those guys with purple hair and purple pupils. This was the seat of Demon Emperor Di Junlin. The top is full of demonic pride. Emperor Junlin is also on it. After all, the entire northern realm, the top battle force of the latter is all on it. If anything happens, there's no place to cry. Li Changqing stood on top of the flying boat, with Dao Shui standing beside him. Seeing this roiling sky of substitute walking spells, not only the North Realm Mountain, but also the surrounding North Realm Mountains, there were countless substitute walking spells that rose up into the sky. Li Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, I visit the world in a lightboat, and people are like carp chasing fame. To the side, Dao Shui glanced at him. Yes, even if there is no quota to enter the Green Jade Hall, it's still like crossing the river to go to the periphery to wrestle for that slim chance. Such a scene has been staged in all the major powers. Not only the big powers, even some small powers and small clans had done so, and the location of the Green Jade Hall was located at the junction of the 4 major powers. Usually do not show. Every 10 years show once. Each show always born many strong, but also many pride fell here. The road was long, and Li Changqing's rocking chair reappeared, with Dao Shui quietly accompanying him on the side. Sister Ao Yue. Li Changqing opened his eyes, only to see a purple-haired, purple-pupiled heavenly demon holding a feather fan with a gentle smile on his face. Laughed. Dao Shui frowned slightly. What is it? On this trip to the Green Jade, we heavenly demons should work together. Why don't Sister Ao Shui enter with us and take care of each other? No need. Being rejected unceremoniously, the man looked as poised as ever. So much the better. The man left, and as he walked away, he gave Li Changqing a deep look. On the side, Di Hongtu sneakily stepped forward, came to Li Changqing's side, and patted Li Changqing's shoulder if he had deep meaning. Evergreen Li. 3 days later, Li Changqing, who was in cultivation, was woken up by Dao Shui. Arrived. Li Changqing nodded, got up and walked outside, came to the edge of the flying boat and was shocked by the scene in front of him, only to see that the surrounding area was densely packed with various kinds of walking spells, countless and unusually spectacular. At the same time an astonishing sword intent was internalized, but as a fellow sword cultivator, Li Changqing felt it exceptionally clear. Looking by sense, on top of a flying boat, a sword-browed, starry-eyed white-robed Taoist happened to be looking at him as well. The two men's gazes met, and both could feel the endless sword intent on the other. Ha ha ha, after so many years, the sword god's elegance is still the same. Emperor Lin stood in the void, facing that white-robed Taoist. The white-robed Taoist shifted his gaze to Emperor Junlin. The demon emperor doesn't lose back then either. After a pause, he looked at Li Changqing again, his heart greatly puzzled. Why would a human race appear in the demon race's fleet? It's still a human race with a heavenly sword path. While in doubt, the crowd gushed and another group of people came in the distance. Leading the way was the Nangong family's iconic warship, the cloud-piercing shuttle. Li Changqing frowned slightly as he looked at a figure behind Nangong Zhantian. Since this kid isn't dead, this can even be saved? Nangong Haotian suddenly felt an icy chill, and when he saw Li Changqing, he instinctively hid behind Nangong Zhantian. On the side, Ji Qingxian looked at Li Changqing with complicated eyes, seemingly having 1,000 words to say. Nangong Zhantian slowly stepped out and stood in the void, his terrifying aura exploding. His eyes looked coldly at Emperor Junlin. Seeing him in such a state, the demon emperor was similarly unable to show any weakness and turned around with his runes stirring, forming a confrontation with Nangong Zhantian. Chapter 68, Entering the Green Jade Palace. The wonderful use of Qi Fortune. The pressure of the two supreme beings made the surrounding thousands of cultivators uncomfortable and abnormal, have a hard time speaking. This Nangong and the heavenly demon were truly mortal enemies, and they were going to start a fight as soon as they met, without the slightest consideration for their feelings. Emperor Lin, why did you start a sword without a reason and violate my 16 states of Tianyuan? Nangong Zhantian said angrily. You Tianyuan 16 states? This is originally my northern land, and the Nangong Emperor's eldest son to reach an agreement, which is why this temporarily let you. Since now the Nangong Emperor's eldest son are detached from your Nangong family, then the agreement is naturally null and void. This emperor to take back, what is wrong with it? At that, the crowd was puzzled and looked at the couple with strange gazes. The eldest son of the Southern Palace Emperor? Isn't that the Prince of the North's hostage for 18 years? What kind of agreement could make the demon race voluntarily give up the 16 states? Is that possible? And what's the deal with taking off the Namgungs? There have long been rumors in the folklore of Dakian that the royal family mistreated the eldest son to pave the way for the second son, forcing the eldest son to break away from the royal family and sever his ties. Hearing what the demon emperor said today, could the rumors be true? The couple was also stunned. Agreement? What agreement? Why don't you know? Although at that time, having gained the 16 states of Tianyuan for no reason, one's mind was quite puzzled. But to say, because of his firstborn, he was not convinced. That's the 16 states of Tianyuan. And just because of his agreement, it's his own? You for the demon emperor even full of nonsense. What agreement can give up 16 states of land? But it's just an excuse to go to war. If you want to go to war in the north, I, Dakian, will accompany you. As the words fell, a huge golden will emerged above Nandong Battleteka's head. The pressure of the crowd was doubled, and there was no way for those with weak cultivation to survive under this terrifying pressure. And no one cares about them. Seeing that the situation was tense, the white-clothed sword god sighed. There are countless cultivators around here. If you two were to fight here, they would all have no chance of survival. Right now the Green Jade Hall is open. If you don't enter, my Quantum Heaven sect disciples will still have to enter. I also ask that the two of you go and fight elsewhere. And if you insist on being here, then ask for the sword in my hand. The two of them frowned and hesitated for a moment before finally closing their hands. The Green Jade Palace is important, and all other things can be put aside for the time being. The two great gods collected their divine powers, and the crowd felt a sense of relief. Touching the sweat stains on his head, the experienced one showed a look of determination. It was a habit that these two families had to do so every 10 years, when they gathered at the Green Jade Hall, but every time they couldn't fight. It was necessary to let them feel a handful of the pressure of the most powerful one. The farce was over, and the eyes of the crowd were gathered high in the sky, waiting for something. Li Changqing was quite curious. The Green Jade Palace was only heard of to him. He had never seen it before. But all around here, it's desolate, and there's no palace or anything like that. In the midst of his puzzled gaze, high in the sky, for no reason at all, a blurry, gigantic shadow slowly emerged. It went from blurry to unreal, to solid, and then to the ground, raising monstrous clouds of dust. Li Changqing was astonished. This appearance was unheard of. Where did he come from and why did he appear? No one knows where he came from, only know that inside contains a huge space, infinite opportunities, every 10 years at regular intervals, the cultivation of those who enter the highest Hohai realm limit. There were also supreme powerhouses who tried to force their way in, but they all failed. Seemingly seeing Li Changqing's doubts, Dao Shui on the side explained. Li Changqing nodded and didn't say anything more. Cultivators from all around flocked in. Dao Shui handed over a token and Li Changqing took it. Hold this token to enter the core. Let's go. Li Changqing nodded and took a step to fly in. Feather, be careful. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing frowned straight and ignored it. Thinking of something, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze inadvertently swept. Nangong Haotian. I'll see who can protect you when you enter the Green Jade Palace. Seeing that he ignored him, Ji Qingxian felt unbearable. Is it true, as Huma said, that he only sees me as a guest in the world of the people? I'm his mother. How can I do this? Her facial expressions all fell into Nangong Haotian's eyes, which were dark and obscure, not knowing what they were thinking. Mother, what should I do in case my royal brother still wants to kill me? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, but was unable to make a sound. She was going to say, that's your royal brother. How could he kill you? That shocking sword, all without any mercy, even cut himself. Tianer, don't worry. I don't think that secret method of your royal brother can be commonly used, not to mention that there is a realm suppression within the Green Jade Hall, and with Ji Shang there, he can't take what? The young man with the gun on the side said arrogantly. Please don't worry, miss, I will be able to protect the young master. Ji Qingxian nodded. In addition to protecting Tianer's well-being, you also have to find the dragon transformation pool, and if you encounters danger, you also have to come to the rescue. Do you understand? Ji Shang nodded seriously. Miss, please rest assured. Master gave me the surname Ji and introduced me to the Dao. I am willing to die for the Ji family. Ji Qingxian nodded and looked at the group of great Qian celestial pride behind her. There you go. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing looked around curiously. High altitude, thick earth, forests and lakes, everything, completely a small world. Couldn't help but be more curious about the Green Jade Hall. Could it be something from beyond the heavens? Where are we going? Li Changqing looked at Dao Shui in doubt. You asked me? Dao Shui nodded seriously. Li Changqing was silent. How did he know where to go? Shop around first. Take Dao Shui and periphery around. Suddenly realizing that something was resting at his feet, he picked it up and found that it was a token. Taking out the token that Dao Shui had given himself again to compare, he couldn't say that it was exactly the same. He could only say that it was exactly the same. With this, you can get into the core, right? It's not that hard to come by, Li Changqing said strangely. Beside him, Dao Shui looked at him in surprise. Noticing her gaze, Li Changqing shook the token in his hand. That's rare? Dao Shui gave him a blank look. I only have 13 pieces in the entire northern realm. Evergreen Li, taking liberties, just came in and picked up a piece off the top of my head. Is that luck? When it's really mysterious. Leave your tokens behind and you may be let go. Li Changqing and Dao Shui froze in unison. Looking for the sound, a pugilistic-headed man with greedy eyes looked at the token in Li Changqing's hand. Go. Li Changqing ignored it and said to Dao Shui, who was on the side. Dao Shui nodded and followed Li Changqing. The big man, who was ignored, was furious and made a flying lunge at Li Changqing. A sword chi swept through, and the big man split into two. A bloodied letter floated across in front of Li Changqing. Li Changqing took it in his hand and casually scanned it, mildly surprised. Chapter 69, Encountering Robbery. Near Dao Saint Body. What's wrong? To the side, Dao Shui asked curiously. Aren't all the forces in this east side fighting on their own? But I didn't expect that they would join forces this time. The east side is not like the others, all of which have the most powerful people to integrate the various forces of all sizes. While the east side, the east wing rarely shows up, people do not know where they are, and even less likely to be in charge of things. This led to the fact that the forces in the east were leaderless, and there was no constraint between the forces, and there was constant chaotic warfare. This green jade trip was also playing with each other, resulting in a weaker strength and always being bullied by the three major forces. At those words, Dao Shui was unimpressed. It is only now that we know about the Union. Can't the years of decline be undone by the Union? Don't you think it's too late? Li Changqing smiled. Since ancient times, heroes come out of chaos. This Easterner can't be underestimated. Let's go. There's nothing more to wander around in this periphery. Let's go straight to the core. The two made their way in, arriving in front of a green jade portal. Two groups of people in front of the door had their swords drawn, and there was a tendency for them to fight at the drop of a hat. There were quite a few other people around, in a posture of watching the show. Li Changqing looked around and was slightly disappointed that he didn't see the person he had longed for. Guys from the east, why are you blocking my divine sky sect? Humph. Hand over the token and you and others will be let in. It was so hard for us to obtain a token. Why should we give it to you? Just by the fact that I can kill you. To hand it over or not to hand it over? Do you and others know that my divine sky sect belongs to the Nangong imperial family? And if you and others take it by force, the Nangong crown prince will definitely not let you and others go. Humph. If Prince Nangong is here, we will naturally give a few thin faces, but Prince Nangong has long been inside. No one can help you. If you are sensible, don't bother with more words. Hurry up and hand over the token. Upon hearing this, the people of the Divine Heavens sect turned their gazes towards their own young patriarch, the young sect master of the Divine Sky. His face is blue. He was not easy to find a token. Can enter the core of the Green Jade Palace? Looking for supreme opportunity. Of course, not willing to just hand it over. But the Eastern forces were united in blocking the door, and his Divine Heavenly clan didn't have that strength to force his way in. Looking his gaze around, his eyes lit up when he saw the white-clothed youth who was embraced by a crowd. If I remember correctly, the Nangong Prince and the Crown. This young man had sat high on the upper end. Is the young master of the Quantum Heavenly sect? Then slightly and salute. Chen Hao of the Divine Heavens sect. Meet young sovereign Quantum Sky. At those words, the crowd all looked at the youth in surprise. Li Changqing also couldn't help but look at him one more time, frowning slightly. Have you ever felt that there is something special about this person's aura? Dao Shui nodded gruffly. The breath is ethereal and sporadic, as if it is one with heaven and earth. Li Changqing pondered a little, flipping through the countless ancient books in his mind, and came to the conclusion that the heaven's favorite, the near Dao Saint Body, was born with an affinity for the great Dao. But whether it is or not, only he knows. If it is really so, this Quantum Heaven sect is hiding deep enough, worthy of being a top power. What is it? Please also ask young sect master Quantum Sky to help me. My Divine Heaven sect is grateful. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Chen Hao with amusement. You're really desperate. Why should they help you? With your mouth? Your Great Qian Divine Heavenly clan. Instead of looking for your Great Qian rescue, what's the matter with coming to find me? Chen Hao's face went white as he continued. The forces to the east of him are shameless to the extreme, joining together to block the door and practicing that forcible seizure. Why don't we also join together to kill this thief? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep thought. Since they could rob him of the Divine Heavenly clan, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to rob themselves. Seeing the crowd's intention, the Eastern crowd hurriedly opened their mouths. We have no intention of making enemies with the Quantum Heavenly sect, and all of you from the Quantum Heavenly sect, we naturally won't stand in the way. The crowd looked at the Heavenly sect, waiting for the Heavenly sect to take a stand. If the Quantum Heavenly sect did not participate in this, then even if they were united, it would be of little use. There are no people from my Western Panic domain here, so we naturally won't meddle in the matter, so you all might as well take care of it on your own. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, the young lord of the Measuring Heaven sect slowly said. At those words, Chen Hao despaired. Could it be that today's chance, which had been so hard to come by, was going to dissipate here? Suddenly, he saw the two Li Changqing in the distance. To be precise, it was Dao Shui next to Li Changqing. I also asked the Northern Realm Holy Maiden to help me. At those words, the crowd was shocked again and looked at Dao Shui. Purple hair and purple pupils, unique to the heavenly demon. Li Changqing Dao Shui glanced at each other. Go. Li Changqing nodded. The two of them walked straight towards the Green Jade Gate, and the crowd silently moved out of the way. Qi Wendao of the Measuring Heaven sect has met the Northern Realm Holy Maiden. Dao Shui stopped and looked deeply at this young master of the Quantum Heaven sect, nodding his head as a response. Continuing to walk towards the Green Jade Gate, Qi Wendao slightly glanced at Li Changqing, his heart quite curious as to who this human was that he was walking side by side with the Holy Maiden of the Northern Realm. It was too late to think about it, and with the crowd of the Quantum Heaven sect, he followed behind. Seeing that, Dao Shui was ignoring him. Chen Hao was unwilling in his heart. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Please help me, Holy Maiden of the North. My Divine Heaven sect will definitely return the favor in the future. Dao Shui turned her head and said coldly, what's it to me? Chen Hao's face was like ashes. This was ultimately a world of relying on oneself. No one would help him for no reason. Slow down. Seeing that Li Changqing and Dao Shui were about to enter, the eastern crowd spoke out. What? Are you going to stop me? Dao Shui's face was expressionless, blocking the Holy Maiden. We wouldn't dare. But this human, he shouldn't be from the Northern Realm. The crowd in the east looked at Li Changqing. Li Changqing froze and pointed at himself. Me? The crowd looked straight at Li Changqing, and the meaning was self-evident. Qi Wendao smiled faintly. There was a good show to watch. Reacting, Li Changqing nodded. It's true that I'm not from the Northern Realm, and I don't have much power. So what do you want? At those words, the man frowned slightly, somewhat disbelieving his words, hesitating for a moment, but still unable to resist the greed in his heart. By the looks of you, you're going to enter the Green Jade sect, so you must have a token as well, right? Li Changqing nodded and pulled out a token from his pocket. Is that what you're talking about? Another piece was pulled out immediately afterward. I have 2 more pieces. The crowd looked at the token in Li Changqing's hand with red eyes, and at the same time they couldn't help but wonder. This person had no qualms about taking out 2 tokens. Was he afraid that he didn't want to live a long life? The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Changqing. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. But the token is really too fragrant. Even if you can't use to yourself, you can still sell it to others. And I believe that there are a large number of people who are willing to pay a high price to buy it. This brother is quite sensible. Like this, we won't make things difficult for you. You have 2 pieces. Just leave one to enter the Green Jade sect, and hand over the rest to us. Li Changqing smiled faintly. You want a token, but why would I give it to you? The man frowned. Kid, don't be ill-advised. Since you're not from the Northern Realm, the Holy Maiden thought that she wouldn't help you either. Do you think that just by yourself, you can outwit so many of us? I advise you to hand over a token. We will naturally not make things difficult for you. Chapter 70, Counter-Robbery. World Wanderer. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing and Dao Shui slightly exchanged glances. Dao Shui's eyes were slightly cold and she was about to make a move, but she was stopped by Li Changqing reaching out. I think she, a holy maiden, doesn't lack treasures, and I'm alone, so I still need some treasures to be safe. As you can see, he grabbed me first, so I grabbed him. No problem, right? At those words, the crowd froze. What do you mean? You still want to counter-rob? Do you think you're the Measure of Heaven sect? Or the Holy Maiden of the North? Or the Prince of Dakian? One after another. They used to look at the little cutie. Like gazes, they looked at Li Changqing. Li Changqing didn't think it was a big deal and said to the crowd in the east, what are you looking at? Hand over any valuable treasure you have on you. At those words, the eastern crowd froze for a moment. You're really going to rob them back? It's not a cutie. I'm afraid. Right. Humph. You asked for death yourself. Don't blame me. One person took the lead and slashed at Li Changqing with a long knife in his hand. A sword chi flashed away, coming and going so fast that it only felt like a breeze. The bodies of the visitors were separated. The crowd stared around, not understanding what was happening. Only Qi Wendao. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Li Changqing. As for Li Changqing, he touched the corpse to himself. Some spirit stones, and the long knife that was also chopped in 2, and nothing else. Poor bastard. How can you learn to rob others with this? Are you that kind of material? The crowd in the east looked at Li Changqing in disbelief. What have you done? Li Changqing slowly stood up and looked at the crowd. Your turn. Will you hand it over yourselves, or shall I do it? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Li Changqing with suspicion, and their hearts flinched. Although the token is good, it has to have a life, doesn't it? Don't be afraid. Everyone, together. Some people didn't believe it and surrounded Li Chongqing. All sorts of spells and magic weapons attacked and killed. Li Chongqing was calm and unhurried. Using his finger as a sword, he made a stroke in the air, and a sword dipper chopped out. One sword broke all laws, and the incoming spells and magic weapons fell silent. The sword dipper's momentum was unabated, chopping at the crowd. Seeing that death was just around the corner, a rather seductive figure appeared and blocked Li Chongqing's sword bolt. The hearts of the crowd swirled, and their eyes went straight as they looked at the figure. Li Chongqing frowned slightly. What kind of demon was this woman? Why was she dressed so cool? It was not common in this world. Most importantly, looking at him always gives you a dumb desire. Makes you think. Li Chongqing frowned and didn't make a move. This little brother, so handsome in looks. What's with the fire? Why don't you accompany Slave to sit down and have a good chat? Just talk, and throw a wink for what? To test his sword heart with this? Li Chongqing had an odd face and turned his head to look at the crowd, turning even more odd, only to see the crowd, with their demented faces, staring stupidly at the woman, unable to take their eyes off of her. On the side, Dao Shue's brows furrowed and she couldn't hold back any longer. Standing out. Demoness, if you dare to perform that demonic technique of yours again, I will kill you here. This demon race's holy sister. It's inappropriate to say that I'm a demoness, isn't it? After all was said and done, that all charming technique was not being performed, and the crowd returned to normal. But even so, many people were still looking at the woman in fascination. You're going to stop me? Li Chongqing calmly said. The woman looked deeply at Li Chongqing and smiled playfully. This little brother, with such a high level of strength, I wonder what sect or faction he is from. One wanderer in the world is not enough. It's good to be a wanderer. I like wanderers. Why don't you and I find a place to have a long talk? Listening to her Thai words. On the side, Dao Shue's brows furrowed as her aura exploded. The woman wasn't alarmed. Instead, she looked at Li Chongqing and then at Dao Shue with interest. This demon saintess young miss seems to care a lot about this little brother. I wonder if the two of you are that divine couple? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Li Chongqing and Dao Shue with astonishment, as if they had eaten a large melon. Li Chongqing frowned slightly, his sword intent rushing to the sky. Jibber jabber, so much nonsense. A sword dipper chopped out again, and the woman's eyes chilled slightly. A burst of pink smoke was slowly exhaled from his mouth, counteracting Li Chongqing's sword astral. Without waiting for the woman to speak again, Li Chongqing's endless sword intent surged wildly, and a divine sword emerged in his hand. Wrapped in the intent of the gale, he chopped out a sword, and the gale suddenly rose, and those with weak cultivation could not stand on their feet. The woman was terrified and turned into a red mist and fled, disappearing. Li Chongqing didn't go after them, following which he looked at the eastern crowd. Let's continue. The crowd panicked beyond measure and regretted it. They had kicked the can down the road. Hastily panicking, he said, "This brother, it's us who are blind. If you want to enter the Green Jade sect you can do as you please. We will never stop you." Li Chongqing laughed lightly. Are you guys mistaken about something? Now I'm the one robbing you, and I can't leave without handing over your treasures? At those words, the crowd looked at me and at you and gritted their teeth. Brother, don't rush to the end. We are blocking this Green Jade gate. It is under the instructions of the Underworld Sun. Can brother not want to enter the Underworld Sun as an enemy? Li Chongqing helplessly rolled his eyes. No longer hesitating, the divine sword in his hand swept across, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Seeing that he refused to stop, some people rose up to resist, while others fled frantically. But it didn't do any good. Those who fought couldn't fight. Those who fled couldn't escape. And the scene was bloody. Seeing such a situation, Chen Hao of the Divine Heavens sect was overjoyed, never expecting that they would be so unkind as to mess with such a killing god. Kill them all. It's best to kill them all. In that case, you can enter the Green Jade sect again. Within a few moments, all the people on the east side were killed by Li Chongqing. At least these ones blocking the door were gone. After killing the man, Li Chongqing silently licked the corpse. What? I didn't see him come to save you, so I'm just working. What's the point of playing with my life? All sorts of miscellaneous, not much use. The only thing of value is the 3 tokens. When we get out of the Green Jade Palace, we can take it out for auction and make a big profit as well. Turning back to Chen Hao was shaken. It was hard not to have killed enough and still want to kill him. What about yours? What? Token? What do you mean? Li Chongqing frowned slightly. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be able to survive. So it's reasonable to charge you a token now. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's heart felt bad. Having just escaped from the wolf's den, now he had entered the tiger's mouth. This Qingyu sect was not to be entered. At least being alive isn't. Here, Here, Li Changqing took the token and nodded with satisfaction. The harvest was good. More of this kind of thing would be good. Walking towards Dao Shui. Go. Dao Shui nodded. This fellow Daoist, truly extraordinary, is the successor of a great power? Suddenly, Qi Wandao, who had been eating melon, looked at Li Changqing and said, "Don't they all say, World Traveler?" Chapter 71, Seeing the Blood Mist, there's something inside. At those words, Qi Wandao was slightly speechless. How can a wanderer in the world have this kind of strength? And that sword just now, how can a wanderer have that? But he was surprisingly reluctant to talk about it, so he couldn't be bothered to ask much himself. Several people entered the Green Jade Gate one after another. At the same time, outside the Green Jade Hall, a white-bearded old man looked at the projection inside the Green Jade Hall in anger. Who is this Sword Dao youth? How dare he kill my Heavenly Sword Sect members? When he comes out, I will definitely suppress him here. Suddenly, two stern gazes swept over him. The old man's neck shrank and he no longer dared to make a big wild statement. The heart was thick with confusion. What was the relationship between this youth and the northern realm of the Great Qian dynasty? Why would it attract both the southern emperor and the northern emperor at the same time? The crowd on the field, with strange gazes, looked towards Nangong Zhantian and Emperor Junlin. The white-clothed sword god looked deeply at Nangong Battle Sky. For the matter of De Qian, he Quantum Heavenly Sect still knows more or less a little, favoring the second son and forcing away the eldest son. Is it possible that this young man with unparalleled swordsmanship is the eldest son of the Nangong Emperor who has been a hostage for 18 years? But this does not make sense. So the Sword Tao demon, he Nangong royal family even for that famous and unreal deceived the world's name of the second son. He will force him away. This, his southern emperor should not be such a dim person. Could it be that the news sent back by the young patriarch was wrong? Unsure, he turned his gaze back to Emperor Junlin. If that youth is really the eldest son of the Nangong Emperor, it is justifiable for the southern emperor to protect it. After all, it is also a son, is not? But what's the matter with this Emperor Junlin? Can't it be that he's been a hostage for 18 years, and he's got feelings for his hostage? His disbelief was also the disbelief of the crowd, who looked at the green-clothed figure in the picture. Who is this young man? Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing Dao Shui walked side by side. Behind him followed a group of Quantum Heaven Sect people. Li Changqing turned around. No, this brother Qi. If you don't go and seek your chance properly, why are you always following us? At those words, Qi Wandao smiled slightly. I see that your strength is not bad. Would you be willing to travel with us, so that we can take care of each other in this dangerous Green Jade Hall? Li Changqing shook his head. No need. The two of us are alone. Nothing to travel with. Farewell. As the words fell, the two of them flashed and disappeared. The people of the Quantum Heavenly Sect were left alone. Young sovereign, this man is so unreasonable. We'll go after him and teach him a lesson. Qi Wandao shook his head. There are important things to do, so do not make more trouble. In a desolate place, Li Changqing was holding a jade disc, followed by Dao Shui. What is this? Looking at the jade disc in Li Changqing's hand, Dao Shui asked curiously. Baby, Li Changqing said without lifting his head, looking at the jade disc for a while and then looking ahead. Soon, the two of them arrived at a place filled with blood mist, surrounded by dead trees and grasses. Without seeing any living things, Li Changqing retrieved the jade disc. This should be it. Dao Shui frowned slightly as she looked at the blood mist that filled the sky. This blood mist is weird and abnormal. This place is afraid to be not simple. Li Changqing nodded. He didn't know what was inside and followed the guidance of the heavenly chance jade disc. But this blood mist actually gave him a familiar feeling, as if it was déjà vu. Thinking slightly, he took out a blood-colored bead. The blood bead rose into the air, and the surrounding blood mist was slowly incorporated into it. Within moments, the blood mist was absorbed and the view became open. The scene in front of me made one's scalp tingle. Li Changqing frowned slightly, only to see that the ground was full of corpses, bones, and wreckage, and he didn't know how many living beings had perished here. What kind of murderous land is this? Li Changqing shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and couldn't help but think in his heart. What is the connection between the ancestor of the Lingyun sect and this place? This blood pearl is not the Lingyun sect's old ancestor, obtained in the outer heaven. What is the connection with this Green Jade Hall? Come on, go inside and explore. Dao Shui nodded and cautiously followed beside Li Changqing, walking peacefully for several miles. The blood mist reappeared and Li Changqing once again took out the blood bead. But this blood mist was continuous, and the blood beads were of no great use. As the divine sword emerged in his hand, Li Changqing's face stared. Wind, a chopping blow, with the intent of a gale, cut a path through the blood mist, and there was a continuous gale that did not dissipate, preventing the blood mist from gathering. What a sort of windy intent! This Sun's sword Dao is truly terrifying. He can even casually borrow the power of the winds of heaven and earth. Outside the green jade hall, the white-clothed sword god, looking at Li Changqing with interest, couldn't help but sigh. Nangong Zhentian's face showed satisfaction. This was his son, but then he thought of something and his face darkened again. The sword had cut into him. Only Emperor Junlin frowned. This blood mist is weird and unusual, and the bones of the corpses that stretch for miles are the best proof that these two will not be in danger. The two of them continued on their way, and there were no more remains of corpses and bones under their feet, because no one had been here yet. Retreat! Suddenly, the jade disc in his hand shook, and Li Changqing felt bad and let out a cry of alarm. The two figures retreated violently, and the ghostly shadows flickered away from their original positions. The two frowned and looked around warily. What was that just now? Who knows? A black mass. The surrounding blood mist was heavy, and divine sense could not be seen. Li Changqing took out the heavenly chance jade disc. The jade disc's divine light flowed, looking at a direction. Li Changqing chopped out with a sword. The blood mist was split and a black shadow was chopped in two. The two men walked over and took a closer look. Seeing that his body was completely black and oddly shaped, he appeared to be a human being from the outline, but he was chopped into two halves without any blood flowing out, and not screaming, and squirming. Doesn't this even die? Li Changqing frowned slightly. He seems to have died a long time ago. A puppet? Li Changqing shook his head, indicating that he wasn't really sure. Let's go. I'd like to see what's in there. The two continued on towards the depths, all the way to follow the Tianji jade plate guidance, turning east and west, and chopping his sword when he couldn't make it. God knows how many thousands of miles this blood mist stretches, if not for the evergreen skill firming up, not to mention his knowledge of life realm. Even if it was 2 great realms higher, it would not be enough for him to squander so much. Li Changqing was almost drained. Finally, in a place with beautiful mountains and water, the blood mist dissipated. The two of them looked at each other in confusion, originally thinking that there was some great evil monster inside. Who knew that there was a beautiful mountain inside? This, 2-level reversal. The whole thing is quite uncomfortable for them. Obviously the blood fog outside the dead wood and barren grass. The blood fog inside the corpses are everywhere. But after the blood fog, it's like a paradise outside the world. Li Changqing stared blankly at the heavenly chance jade disc in his hand. No, I'm here for the treasure. You find me such a piece of land. Retirement? What they didn't know was that since they had entered this place, the images of them were no longer broadcast outside the green jade hall. All the great powers stood up, momentarily puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Why did their images disappear? The green jade palace has never seen anything like this before. Unless they were instantly killed and the image was naturally interrupted. Impossible. Wouldn't the Northern Realm Holy Maiden be killed instantly? And that youth? He doesn't look weak either. Chapter 72, The Ancient Witch Race. As the crowd murmured, Ji Qingxian looked towards Nangong Zhentian with a worried expression. Nangong Zhentian frowned slightly. Don't worry. That kid is quite skillful. How could he be killed instantly? He should have encountered some special situation. At those words, Ji Qingxian let out a huge sigh of relief and turned her gaze to her second son. Inside the green jade hall, Li Changqing and Dao Shui were surrounded by a group of suddenly appeared primitives, was looking at the two of them with a surprised face, while Li Changqing and the two of them also looked at them strangely, dressed in animal skins and greenery and armed with lances, bows and arrows. It was very primitive. Outsiders, how did you get in here? Suddenly, a man, who looked somewhat older, stepped forward and said. Li Changqing frowned slightly. Although these people did not have spiritual power fluctuations, each one of them had a terrifyingly strong blood chi, just like a humanoid ferocious beast. The two of them slightly glanced at each other, and Li Changqing said, "And who are you and why are you here?" The older man frowned slightly, and a tiger-skinned youth beside him stood out and said aggressively, "When my elder brother asks you words, you say them. Where's all the nonsense? I think you're just begging for a fight." As the words fell, he took an arrow step and scurried up like a cheetah, the lance in his hand stabbing fiercely at Li Changqing. Li Changqing frowned slightly. This kind of speed. Was someone without aura able to do this? Raising his hand a chopping blow, the visitor didn't dodge or avoid, directly taking his flesh to harden against the chopping attack. Touch. The visitor was knocked back, but his body was only bleeding silkily, and he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Li Changqing and Dao Shui glanced at each other. Both could see the surprise in the other's eyes. Although it was just a casual strike from him, he even took his flesh to resist it, and it only bled slightly. What kind of terrifying flesh is this? Which Meng? Seeing that their own people were injured, each of them erupted with a rushing blood aura and were about to attack as a group. As for Li Changqing and his duo, they didn't dare to be careless. Their sword intent rushed to the sky, and their runes flowed. seeing that a great battle was inevitable. Stop! A sudden chortle came from the distance. Looking for the sound, he saw an old man with a cane, hunched over, slowly coming. Li Changqing frowned as he looked at the old man. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Patriarch. The old man nodded his head and glanced at the wounds on Wu Mang's body, then turned his gaze to the two of them. Li Changqing, his gaze slightly condensed, and he spat softly under his breath. Sky Demon. Nangong. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the two Li Changqing in amazement. Li Changqing and the two of them were even more surprised. What kind of god was this person? He could tell their bloodline with a single glance. It was really a bit scary. The two of them stood in a tight formation. The Sky Demon's characteristics were distinctive, and it was not surprising to see that it was not surprising. But the Nangong bloodline, without using the golden wheel, was no different from normal people. As if he could see the caution of the duo, the old man let out a faint smile. Two little friends, you can rest assured that we have no malicious intent. We are just innately extremely sensitive to bloodlines. The two of you are truly extraordinary. With this level of cultivation, you were able to pass through the endless blood mist and find this place for the first time in 10,000 years. The visitor is a guest. My clan is warlike. The witch is reckless. Please don't be offended. If you don't mind, please follow me into the village. Upon hearing this, Dao Shui looked at Li Changqing, who pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. The old man watched the interaction between the two with some amazement. Nangong Sky Demon, since ancient times will not deal with endless years, grudges constantly, these two people can live in peace, but also to this Nangong man is the main. Simply a long time to see. Li Changqing and the two of them followed the old man and came to a village, surrounded by a lot of good fields and orchards, a scene of a paradise outside the world. Along the way, the people in the village looked at Li Changqing and his duo in amazement, as if they were looking at aliens. Unbeknownst to them, Li Changqing also looked at them like they were aliens. What kind of village is this? Even a 3-year-old child, with a chi and blood through the rainbow, is simply outrageous. It seemed to have seen Li Changqing's doubts. The patriarchal elder explained, my clan was abandoned by the great Tao and was born with no sense of the Tao, so we can only cultivate this power of chi and blood and barely make it through the day. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing frowned slightly, and on the side, Dao Shui said, rumor has it that in the ancient times, there was an ancient sorcerer clan that was born with strong flesh and vigorous chi and blood, and the flesh of the mighty was comparable to that of a flood beast. Not bad, it's none other than my clan. On the side, the witch Mang youth proudly said. Li Changqing picked up, but rumor has it that the ancient witch race is not annihilated in the long river of time. How? Upon hearing this, the surrounding ancient witch clans were silent, obviously not in a particularly good mood. The patriarch let out a bitter laugh. My clan is warlike and reckless, making countless enemies, being trapped here. I don't know how many years, since I can remember, I have been here, never set foot in the outside world. You and other bloodlines, or my clan's ancient records. Hearing this, Li Changqing nodded. So it was like that. Soon after, Li Changqing and the two of them were brought to the center of the village and served with all sorts of strange and weird food and put it in front of the two of them. Li Changqing and Dao Shui slightly glanced at each other, somewhat puzzled. Obviously just now they were shouting to fight and kill. How come they are now surprisingly enthusiastic? Don't they say that this ancient witch race is reckless and warlike? Have you been isolated for so long that you've changed your nature? Hesitation. Picked up the unknown fruit in front of him, slightly biting on a bite, and not afraid of poison. Even the poison of heavenly decay cannot take him. Other poison is even more needless to say. Sweet in the mouth. Chi and blood grew like crazy. Li Changqing froze for a moment and looked at the fruit in his hand, quite surprised. How's that for good? On the side, Wu Mang came over and smiled nervously at Li Changqing. Li Changqing nodded. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This ancient witch people, really not like normal people. Obviously before, they were still shouting at him to kill him, but in this moment, it was as if nothing had happened. Your sword skill is really powerful, to the extent that it can injure my epidermis. Evergreen Lee, is that a compliment? It's quite chic, or you're good. He, that's for sure. Grandpa Clan Chief said that I'm a genius, but you're not bad either. My ancient witch clan loves strong people. Evergreen Lee. Seeing that Li Changqing didn't speak, Wu Mang didn't mind in the slightest. Tell me about the world out there. What's it like? Are there many strong people like you? Li Changqing didn't even know what to say and could only nod. Seeing this, Wu Mang had an excited look on his face. I wish I could go outside. Witch Mang had a longing face. You guys just haven't tried to walk out. The blood mist shouldn't be too hard for you. Li Changqing asked curiously. Witch Mang looked forlorn. The blood mist is all set up by ourselves. Of course it's not difficult, but no matter what, We can't escape from this green jade palace. Grandfather Patriarch said that we have to wait for a person, so that my ancient witch clan can get out of the trap. But it's been so many years, and the patriarchs have changed generation after generation, but the one who waited hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Li Changqing was slightly curious. Waiting for who? Wu Mang shook his head. I don't know. Li Changqing is slightly speechless. You don't even know. What are you waiting for? Chapter 73 Ancient Book of Secrets. Sword box recorded in a book? Wait. Did you, yourselves, lay this blood mist? Allah. Why? Evergreen Li asked curiously. Wu Mang pondered for a moment. It seems like I heard on the last. I don't know which generation of patriarchs said that every 10 years, a large group of outsiders would always enter and clash with us. To avoid casualties and the need for our clan to hone our temperament, we have encircled ourselves and isolated ourselves from contact with outsiders. Then, he looked at Li Changqing and Dao Shui strangely. You're still the first to make it through the blood mist and arrive here alive. Li Changqing frowned slightly. If he didn't have the heavenly chance jade disc to show him the way, he wouldn't have been able to arrive here unharmed. Taking out a blood bead. Since this blood mist was laid by themselves, he should know the origin of this blood-colored bead. This blood bead, do you know what it is? Wu Mang looked at the blood bead and then looked at Li Changqing strangely. Rhetorically, he asked, how did you come to have what my clan cultivates? At those words, Li Changqing froze. Is this something your clan cultivates? Allah, my clan needs huge blood food and often feeds on ferocious beasts. In order to better store the huge blood chi from the ferocious beasts, my clan's ancestors refined this item to better store the blood chi. At those words, Li Changqing frowned deeply. And do you know the sky beyond the sky? Out of heaven? Is it edible? Li Changqing sighed slightly. Reckless. This ancient witch race also do not know how many years trapped here. Then there is no heaven beyond the existence of the sky. Are still not certain. If I had known that the old Ling Yun ancestor, I would have left my breath first, or at least asked clearly, where this blood bead was found from the heavenly beyond. And what is the connection between this heavenly beyond and this ancient sorcerer race? Why is there something that his tribe cultivates? What are the causes and consequences of the ancient witch race being trapped here? Most importantly, this heavenly chance jade plate had brought itself to this place solely to see the ancient sorcerer clan trapped? Li Changqing frowned and looked at Wu Mang with some hesitation. I wonder if I could borrow one of your ancient books. At those words, Witch Mang hesitated a bit. That would require the consent of the matriarch. Li Changqing nodded and walked towards the patriarch. Patriarch, I have an unfavorable request. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Li Changqing. There's no harm in speaking. Little friend. Li Changqing slightly hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out, although it was somewhat inappropriate. I wonder if I could borrow one of your ancient books. The ancient witch patriarch froze slightly and looked at Li Changqing with some surprise. The surrounding ancient witches narrowed their eyes at Li Changqing. We've been so kind to entertain you here, and you want to read my tribe's ancient books. How is that different from stealing our clan's secrets? There were even quite a few ancient witches who had their blood chi erupting all over their bodies. Quite the trend of having to fight at the drop of a hat. On the side, Dao Shui, with runes flowing around her, came to Li Changqing's side without a word. Li Changqing sighed. Truthfully, I have many doubts in my heart, and I hereby wish to borrow your ancient books to solve the confusion. Please forgive me if I am being abrupt. We will leave now. Humph. I knew it. None of the outsiders are good. Coveting our clan's secrets and talking about solving puzzles. We will not let you leave peacefully. An ancient sorcerer said angrily, saying that he gathered huge blood chi and prepared to punch Li Changqing. Li Changqing cursed in his heart. Do not look at it. Move what hand this ancient witch really is a sinew. Just as he was about to return the favor, the ancient witch clan chief on the side suddenly snapped. Stop. How many years have you been trapped here? You still can't change your warlike nature. Do you want to be trapped here for the rest of your lives? At those words, the ancient witch who was ready to make a move lowered his head in shame. The surrounding ancient wizards also looked despondent. No one wanted to be trapped in the same place for the rest of their lives, but there is nothing to be done about it. After scolding the crowd, the old man turned his gaze back to Li Changqing, his eyes obscure. After endless years, he was the first to be able to reach this place, and hope could not help but well up in his heart. Go get the ancient book and lend it to your little friend. Matriarch, go! Then he looked at Li Changqing again, sighed, and said slowly, I won't hide it from you. Under the endless years of my clan's ancient books, most of them have long been lost. There's nothing to hide, so I hope I can help you. Li Changqing nodded. This ancient witch patriarch was painfully honest. Not long after, an ancient witch took an ancient book with an ancient aura and brought it to Li Changqing. Li Changqing took it and slowly opened it. Eyes snapped wide with disbelief. On the side of the Emperor Ao Shui, See him so look, curious to come over. The same wide-eyed. A moment to look at the ancient books, a moment to look at Li Changqing. How is this possible? Li Changqing exclaimed in shock. The ancient witch patriarch on the side frowned slightly at seeing him in such a state. Did you find something, little friend? Li Changqing fixed his mind and slowly asked. This box, you ancient witch clan, why is it recorded? The ancient witch patriarch, after pondering for a moment, said, I don't know. The years are too long ago. Could it be that little friend recognizes this object? Li Changqing opened his mouth and didn't say anything. That's too recognizable. Isn't that his endless sword box? But how could his endless sword box be recorded by his ancient witch clan? Unexplained. Thick in his heart, he continued to scroll down, hoping to beg for an answer. But the following is all irrelevant stuff, and it's a slight pity that I didn't seek the answer I wanted. However, what surprised him was that the poison of this heavenly decay actually came from the hands of his ancient sorcerer. It was simply vicious and incomparable. Li Changqing had a moment of fear in his heart. Dare I ask the patriarch, does this heavenly decay poison have any terrifying aftereffects? Upon hearing this, the ancient witch patriarch pondered slightly and shook his head. There are no after-effects. The person who was in the middle is dead, so where are the after-effects? On the side, Dao Shui frowned as she looked at Li Changqing. If she remembered correctly, he had already mentioned the poison of heaven's decay more than once. Staring straight at Li Changqing glanced at her eyes in an unguarded moment. How? What's going on? Have you been poisoned by heaven's failure? Although she investigated, Nangang Hongyu in Dakian matters, but the poisoning thing is extremely secret. She Demon Clan's secret agent also failed to find out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The poison of our clan's heavenly decay is an insoluble poison specially developed by our clan's forefathers. If he was hit by the poison of heavenly decay, it would be impossible for him to survive at all. Li Changqing has not even replied. The side of Wu Mang confidently said. Evergreen Li. Seeing that he didn't reply, Dao Shui stared straight at him. Li Changqing was stared at and his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to lie and nodded helplessly. Seeing him nod his head, Dao Shui's heart was in turmoil. Li Changqing hurriedly said, Don't worry, it has long been solved. Dao Shui was slightly relieved and looked at the ancient witch patriarch with a somewhat supplicating gaze. Chapter 74 Bleeding Mist. A treasure delivered to the door. Possible to help him look at it? Seeing how serious she looked, the ancient witch patriarch frowned as she glanced at Li Changqing. In his heart, he didn't believe that anyone could still be alive after being poisoned by heaven's failure. Hitching a ride over Li Changqing's hand, there is no sign of poisoning, and he is in good health. Evergreen Li. Upon hearing this, Dao Shui was completely relieved. Che, I told you, how is it possible for someone to be infected with the poison of our clan's heavenly decay and still not die? Li Changqing smiled and didn't explain anything. Dao Shui's pair of purple pupils, cold and abnormal, looked at Li Changqing and asked, It's Nangang Haotian? Li Changqing nodded. Dao Shui's teeth clenched. How dare he be so malicious? I'm not fine with that. Just see him and slaughter him. Li Changqing said indifferently. He wants to kill himself. He kills himself back. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Dao Shui was silent and didn't say anything. Cold smile in his heart. Slaughter him? Wouldn't it be too cheap for him? Li Changqing returned the ancient book. The ancient witch patriarch asked curiously. Has little friend ever solved the puzzle? Evergreen Li. Shake your head. Solved the puzzle? Confused about what? It's getting confusing. This ancient book. How many years old objects? Why would his own sword box appear on his ancient book? Looking towards the ancient witch patriarch, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This ancient witch patriarch was generous, but it was a pity that he himself couldn't help them get out of here either. Patriarch, this green jade hall opens every 10 years. Why can't we take the opportunity to escape? The ancient witch patriarch slowly shook his head. We have also tried countless times. You outsiders, you can go in and out. While we are bound by an invisible force, we can't get out at all. This was followed by a bitter smile. I'm afraid that I can only wait until that person appears before my clan can be freed. Li Changqing nodded. Can you have information about that person? If I come across it, I can convey it on his behalf. The ancient witch patriarch shook his head despondently. I don't know. My clan has been rumored from generation to generation that someone will come to help us get out of the trap, but we don't know anything about who that person is or when they will come. Li Changqing nodded slightly. Then there is nothing that can be done. Love can't help. In that case, it is time for us to leave, as we have been bothering for a long time. The patriarch nodded. Take care, little friend. The two Li Changqing left. The crowd of ancient wizards silently watched them walk away. Matriarch, could it be that they are not the one to wait for? An ancient witch said reluctantly. The patriarch shook his head slowly. Who knows? Boom! Another ancient witch, blowing away a mountain with one punch. How many years has my clan waited? And when will we wait? The ancient wizards shook their heads and sighed. The two of them, Li Changcheng, slowly walked through the bleeding fog. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd gasped. Look! They've appeared again. Surprisingly, I really didn't die. So why did the image suddenly disappear? No one knew why. And the Green Jade Palace had never been in a similar situation. The Nangong husband and wife were slightly relieved to see Li Changqing walk out safely. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing looked at the heavenly chance jade disc in his hand in depression. No, do you have some use for it or not? After a big turn, you get nothing, and you make yourself confused. Please find a baby, okay? On the side, Dao Shui, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, looked at the broken Li Changqing. Suddenly, the eyes stared slightly. Li Changqing didn't crumble anymore, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Glanced at Dao Shui. No! The babe herself came to the door. Dao Shui's beautiful eyes glared at him, and the two of them stood still, waiting for something. Within moments, several silhouettes flashed and surrounded the duo. Li Changqing scanned the weak. The breath of the visitors were not weak. It seemed that they had come prepared. It lingered slightly on the woman in the cool dress. Yo, little brother, we meet again. The two of you are really good at it. Into that blood fog can still come out alive. Li Changqing nodded seriously. Not only did we make it out alive, but we also got some great treasures. Do you want to take a look? Good ah. Little brother really understand tight. Do not need to sister more words. Li Changqing smiled gently. Then you can watch. The sword box emerged in his hand. The crowd looked at the unimpressive black box in disbelief. The woman, in particular, covered her mouth and laughed softly. Little brother is afraid that he is not drunk. This black lump, what kind of treasure can it be? Li Changqing ignored it and instead asked in a somewhat strange manner. If I remember correctly, aren't you guys that work for some medieval son? Where is he? Humph. With you are worthy of Lord Pluto's personal attention. The man who was traveling with him on the sideline said. He didn't come. Li Changqing was slightly disappointed. Isn't little brother a bit overconfident? Is he not relying on this holy sister? That cool woman looked towards Dao Shui with some scorn in her eyes. We have no intention of making an enemy of the Holy Maiden of the North. But this person has killed Heizi's people and robbed Heizi's things, so I hope that the Holy Maiden won't take it well. Before Dao Shui could say anything, Li Changqing was the first to hold back. With his hand pinching the spell, the sword box slightly opened on one side, and endless sword intent overflowed. The crowd was shocked, not waiting to react. Between the lightning and fire, there were already several people's heads on the ground. Half the time yakking about it, I have to do it myself. The crowd couldn't think about it in time and fought back. But under the chopping blows of dozens of divine swords, the cool woman was the only one left in just a few moments. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd stared blankly at Li Changqing, or to be precise, the black box standing beside him. Excalibur, more than 10 divine swords. What is this thing? All these divine swords came out of it? Who exactly is this youth in green? Where did he get so many divine swords from? All colors of faces, all colors of outfits. Some were amazed, some were envious and jealous, and some were full of greed. Even the white-clothed sword god froze as he looked at Li Changqing, and then looked at the wooden sword in his hand, suddenly feeling that, compared to him, he seemed to be missing something. Deflated, his heart could not help but make up. Young people still need to learn more from him. Need to know that no sword is better than a sword, is the highest mystery of the sword road. Immediately after that, they cast their eyes on the rippling Nangong couple on Emperor Junlin. They seemed to have known this for a long time, and they couldn't help but be even more curious in their hearts as to who this son really was. Inside the Green Jade Hall, the cool woman's soul dared to die, and in an instant, all of her teammates were dead. Cannot think too much? This person is by no means her enemy. The body into a pink mist, to escape. Li Changqing laughed lightly. Did he think that he really couldn't catch up with you? In an instant, the figure disappeared in place, and Dao Shui stayed still. In a few moments, Li Changqing's figure reappeared, holding her neck in his hands, and letting her struggle in all sorts of ways was futile. With a look, Dao Shui understood in seconds, and the runes around her body flowed, turning into long snakes that swam around her. A body of mana, all half useless, was confined to death. Li Changqing laughed lightly, first scavenging a bit, seemingly not too satisfied, and smiled at the cool woman. Take me to your what's his name meddler. Chapter 75, Seeking the Underworld, bringing his own black coffin to the field. Lord Hades won't let you go. The cool woman glared at Li Changqing. Fine. I'll send myself to the door. Alright, and I don't even need him to come to me. I admit that you're strong, but you're still a far cry from Hades, so I advise you to let me go quickly. At those words, Li Changqing was slightly speechless as the divine sword emerged in his hand. So much nonsense. Hurry up and lead the way. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. The woman pointed the way and the two faded into place. Outside the green jade hall, someone looked at Li Changqing with disdain. Humph. Simply audacious. Although this son's strength is good, he is too arrogant. I think he must not have heard of the mighty name of the underworld son. Not bad. The underworld has been silenced in my eastern continent for tens of thousands of years, but I didn't expect it to come out of nowhere in this life. If the underworld had never been hidden, why would my eastern continent be at war to this day? And why would I be afraid of his Nangong heavenly demon? And the western region's measure of heaven? In this life, with the underworld son leading the various heavenly prides of my eastern continent, this trip to the Green Jade will surely be full of reward. The crowd murmured, as if they were speaking deliberately to someone. And the Nandong warrior Emperor Junlin, the white-clothed sword god, coincidentally looked in the same direction. A black mist shrouded it, making it impossible to see. There were frowns. Humph. Undead thing. Emperor Junlin let out a cold snort. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing too came all the way to a gloomy dense forest. The trees are tall and luxuriant, blocking the sunlight. The surrounding is silent. No living things. Rather bizarre. Li Changqing frowned slightly and looked at the woman. Your family's medieval son, is he not allowed to see the light? Finding such a haunted place, the woman is silent. People for the knife and chopping board, I am a fish meat. Wait for the appearance of the medson will be avenged for her. Where's your meddler? Just follow me. A few people continued to move forward. Poisonous insects were rampant along the way, and a centipede entwined with black chi crawled to Li Changqing's feet. Li Changqing curiously grabbed it with his hand and surveyed it, frowning slightly and muttering under his breath. Obviously lifeless, but still able to act normally. Seeing him move in such a manner, the cool woman on the side immediately laughed out coldly. Humph. I didn't expect you to be this stupid. This is a poisonous insect tainted with Hades' death chi. It was already extremely poisonous when it was born, and after it was tainted with the death chi, the poison was also accompanied by the death chi, which could wear out the vitality. How dare you touch it with your hand? You just don't know what you're doing. As soon as the words fell, the centipede's sharp mouthparts took a bite on Li Changqing's hand. Li Changqing froze slightly and looked at the wound on his hand. I didn't expect it to be quite as good. Ha ha ha, you're really hopelessly stupid. You've been told that it's extremely poisonous, but you still don't throw it away. That's good. It's not even necessary for Hades to make a move. As if verifying the woman's words, one of Li Changqing's arms began to turn black, and a faint deathly aura gushed out. The woman had a smile on her lips as she quietly looked at Li Changqing, as if waiting for him to die. But in the next second, the dead chi no longer spread. Instead a green chi emerged. The woman stared at Li Changqing's arm that was as good as new with her eyes wide open in disbelief. You, how did you do that? Li Changqing smiled disdainfully. Che, lesser seen. The woman still looked at him incredulously. Keep leading the way and don't look like you've never seen the world. The crowd continued to move forward and came to a formation barrier, in which a black coffin was hanging high in the air, rolling with black gas. Li Changqing pointed at the black coffin. Is your meddling son in here? The woman nodded proudly. We'll wait here for the undertaker to awaken. Li Changqing frowned slightly. What kind of fetish was this? Sleeping in a coffin in broad daylight? The divine sword emerged in his hand, and the woman on the side was alarmed. What are you doing? Stop it. Li Changqing didn't listen. Holding the divine sword, a sword dipper chopped at the barrier. Boom! The barrier was in pieces, and the woman on the side was bloodless and kept talking to herself. It's over. It's over. It's over. The barrier shattered, but the black coffin did not move. Li Changqing frowned. He was about to chop the black coffin again, but he realized that the black coffin was trembling in a gust, and a large amount of black gas gushed out. The woman on the side was so shocked that she fell to her knees in a hurry. Li Changqing wasn't in a hurry either, standing side by side with Dao Shui, quietly looking at the black coffin. Soon, a black-clothed man covered in black aura floated in the air. Dao Shui and Li Changqing both frowned as this person gave them a weird feeling. What the hell is this thing? Why does it look half dead? Li Changqing couldn't help but speak. Legend has it that in the eastern continent, there is a piece of weird land, the underworld, that gave birth to a clan, named Immortality. Undead. Li Changqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment that there were still such strange communities in the world. Dao Shui shook her head. I guess it shouldn't really be undead. It's just that the conditions for trying to kill them are harsh. Li Changqing nodded. While conversing, that underworld son slowly awoke, a pair of black pupils looking down indifferently at the crowd. Who? The woman was trembling. Underworld, Hades. It was the two of them who didn't listen to advice and forcibly broke the barrier, which awakened Hades. The woman's hands kept trembling as she pointed at Li Changqing's duo. Hades cast his gaze on the two of them, briefly skimming over Li Changqing and looking at Dao Shui with a slight frown. Sky demon? Dao Shui ignored it and stood quietly beside Li Changqing. On the side, Li Changqing frowned and blocked in front of her. What are you looking at? Hades frowned as he looked at Li Changqing. What are you? Before Li Changqing could speak, the cool woman on the side hurriedly said, Hey Z, he is the sword cultivator who killed us and robbed our token. Today, I brought my men forward to encircle, but all were killed by him. Upon hearing this, Hey Z looked at Li Changqing with a hint of surprise. You actually have such strength. So be it, return the token and take a blood oath to be my slave, and I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing let out a light laugh, and with the divine sword in his hand, he pointed the sword at plutonium. I'm a little curious if you're really immortal or not. You immortal guy. It seems that you have refused. So be it. It seems that my underworld has been hidden for too long, and the world has forgotten the might of my underworld. As the words fell, a long spear emerged in his hand, pointing at Li Changqing. Today, let me see what the outside world's heavenly pride is capable of. Dodging and disappearing into thin air, Li Changqing's pupils shrunk slightly. Without hesitation, he made a turn and blocked the divine sword in his hand horizontally. Boom! The ground beneath Li Changqing's feet crumbled inch by inch. The Undertaker was slightly surprised that this son was able to block his strike. Some strength, but that's about it. As the words fell, his figure retreated violently. His fingers pinched, and a large hand coalesced in the void. As the Undertaker's palm pressed down violently, Li Changqing's face was expressionless, and his sword intent rushed to the sky. Go! The divine sword in his hand crossed the rainbow and shot straight at the large hand. After a sound of breaking wind, the large hand was penetrated and dissipated, and the divine sword went on unabated. Li Changqing's sword finger shifted, and the divine sword was driven like an arm, making a sharp turn and chopping towards Hades. Hades snorted coldly. Li Changqing's relaxed and easygoing appearance really irked him. Chapter 76, Pluto burying the sky. Evergreen chopping the sky. Not to mention that there was a heavenly demon next to him who had never made a move. Could it be that I have not been born in the underworld for a long time, and that all the world's prides have such battle prowess? It was too late to think about it, and Excalibur was already close at hand. Slightly sidestepping, the divine sword grazed his face as it whistled past, but his eyes showed a few more shifting colors. The cold aura above this divine sword shocked him. At the same time, he could not help but show a little more greed. This divine sword he must get. Li Changqing stood in place without moving a step, only his sword finger sliding slightly. The divine sword went and returned, attacking him again. Outside the green jade hall, the crowd was somewhat confused as they watched Li Changqing's dashing figure. What a powerful youth. To think that even Pluto couldn't hold him for a moment. Where did he learn such a subtle sword art? The black mist seemed to be stirred as well, slowly stepping out of it with a figure, expressionless as he watched the battle between the two inside the hall. Inside the green jade hall, Hey Z, who had once again dodged a sword, looked at Li Changqing with a little less contempt. You are very strong, but that's all. Your heavenly pride. I can't bear to fall there. Can you wish to enter my underworld? I can grant you an immortal body. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing laughed lightly. Wait until I try to see if you're really immortal. The divine sword in his hand once again chopped at him. Hades' son frowned slightly. At this time he has some anger. He has been 2 times to persuade. This son even unanimously refused. In that case, fall. An aura erupted. The body's black chi spread, and with a wave of his hand several black chi swept toward Li Changqing. Li Changqing frowned slightly. This black chi gave him a feeling that he kind of wanted to think of the Nangong family's wheel of life. A few sword chi chopped out, dispersing the black aura. Facing him was a lance. Zooming in his but eyes, Li Changqing remained indifferent. A divine sword came rushing in, intending to force him back, but he was prepared for it. A black aura blocked in front of the divine sword, and when the divine sword touched the black aura, it unexpectedly stopped without warning. The divine sword suddenly lost control, causing Li Changqing to freeze for a moment. There was no hurry to retake control. The sword box emerged. He wanted to see how many divine swords his bizarre black chi could ban. Hades, be careful. The moment the sword case appeared, the cool woman on the side hurriedly reminded. Hades frowned slightly, unsure, but cautious nonetheless. Li Changqing pinched his fingers and the sword box slowly opened on one side. Several more divine swords flew out, all chopping at the attacking Hades' son. Hades snorted coldly, and several more black chi surfaced to meet the divine sword, while he himself held the lance, still killing towards Li Changqing. The divine sword came into contact with the black chi and both stopped. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hades' mouth. Although he didn't know why he had so many divine swords, but it didn't matter. As long as I kill him, the Excalibur will all be mine. I didn't expect to gain so much from this trip to Qingyu. He couldn't help but think beautifully. As if in his eyes, Li Changqing was already in his pocket. But in Li Changqing's eyes, how could he not? Whoosh! The sword box once again released divine swords. One after another, hanging behind Li Changqing. Li Changqing then silently looked at the attacking Hades' son. The attacking Hades' son, on the other hand, violently stopped in his stance, wide-eyed and unbelievable. He looked at Li Changqing, the densely packed divine swords behind him, and the black box with its unimpressive appearance. At this scene, not only did he freeze, but also the people outside the Green Jade Hall. This thing, the absolute Excalibur, could not be found. A handful or two is good luck, but how does he get so many? Is it possible that his Excalibur is divided into male and female, so that the sword can give birth to a sword? The unknowing white-clothed sword god gulped and silently withdrew, the wooden sword in his hand that never left his body. Looking into the picture, Li Changqing's eyes were rather cold. Come on, why don't you come? Styx froze and didn't say anything. He hadn't slowed down yet. He couldn't figure out where he got so many divine swords. You're done here? Li Changqing said with a puzzled expression. Seeing that he still didn't respond, he sighed. Look at you, coming out with your own coffin and the underworld. I thought you were some kind of big villain. And half the time you can't do it. Li Changqing's mocking words completely awakened Hazy. Angrily, he looked at Li Changqing. No one had ever dared to say he couldn't, and this man was the first and the last. The long spear in his hand danced, pointing at Li Changqing with a frosty face. You have taken the way of death. As the words fell, a vertical leap flew high into the sky, feet stepping on the void, head above the sky, a finger pointing to the sky, a black mist surging wildly. Boundless black mist enveloped the area. Rather like a gesture of covering the sky. Bury the sky. A single hand pressed down. The sky darkened, and boundless black mist gathered, forming a huge palm that slowly fell. Hades, don't! On the side, the cool woman shouted frantically. As this palm came down, she was also within the range of attack. In the face of her pleas for mercy, Hazy obviously ignored them. Right now he only wanted to slap Li Changqing to death. As for her death, who cares? It's kinda like that. Li Changqing laughed lightly. The same sword intent surged wildly, his fingers pinched, and a divine sword entered his hand, gathering infinite sword intent on this sword. Open! A sword dipper rocketed upwards and collided with the huge palm. Boom! The sunlight reappeared, and the black mist of the hand was chopped in unison. The cool woman could not help but cry tears of joy. After the robbery, she realized that life was precious. She swore that she would never mess with this sword Dao youth again. Hades Z turned into a wisp of black mist and fled. Li Changqing sneered. Want to go? Hand over the treasure. Fingers pinched. Hundreds of divine swords came out, sealing the sky and locking the ground, and he had no way to escape. The black mist tries to break through the blockade. A tragic scream rang out as a sword dipper flashed by. Pluto's figure slowly dissipated. I'll remember you. When my true form comes out, I'll come and take your life. With a flash, Li Changqing appeared at the place where he had dissipated. Somewhat furious. I cam. It's just a sub-body. The baby's gone. Dao Shui appeared beside him with a light smile. There's still plenty of time to meet him, but Li Changqing still had a cold face. And with a flash, he came to the side of the cool woman, eyes slightly chilled. After all this, you brought me here to find a sub-body. Facing his biting gaze, the cool woman was visibly trembling. She didn't expect that this sword Dao youth could actually be able to chop up the underworld sun, and although it was only a doppelganger, its strength was still in existence that she looked at the top of her head. I don't know. He's just second body. Do you know, then, where his real body is? This, I don't know. What do I need you for? Li Changqing's finger was a sword, about to cut her down here. Wait. I know. Where's the baby? Outside the Green Jade Hall, there was a moment of silence from the crowd. As much as they had screamed earlier, they were now silent. Chapter 77 Dragon Hardening Pool, all of them. Who was this person that he was able to cut down even the air of the underworld? Even though it was only a bilocation? And what exactly was that terrifying sword box? That great power could possess so many divine swords? Inside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Haotian raised his head, looking towards the sky, while Ji Shang on the side couldn't help but sigh. What amazing sword intent! Nangong Haotian grimaced. There was no need to think. This kind of sword intent must be his trashy royal brother. Immediately followed by a wave of fear. He couldn't help but be reminded of that shocking sword of the Lingyun sect. His body couldn't help but shake slightly, and Ji Shan looked at him suspiciously from the side. Young master, what's wrong with you? Nangong Haotian didn't say anything, always gloomy, and touched the odd little flag in his arms. Before he felt a little more secure. He is now an invalid. This Qingyu palace is full of crisis. Another Li Chongqing eyeing. He Nangong Zhantian. How can she Ji Qingshan rest assured? Although there is Ji Shan protection, but his husband and wife to ensure that Nangong Haotian foolproof, or to prevent the eldest son of the heartless. This odd little flag. It will be able to ensure that he is not worried, or against the eldest son. After all, after the last sword, no one could guarantee that the eldest son would not take action against the second son again. Your Highness. Suddenly, a few figures flashed out, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes, and were just about to claim credit from their own crown prince. But Nangong Haotian frowned slightly. How did you guys get into this state? Seeing that the several people were in quite a mess, Nangong Haotian asked in disbelief. A few people looked at each other with some embarrassment in their eyes. Back to the crown prince. We ran into the heavenly demon. Sky demon. At those words, a marvelous figure flashed through Nangong Haotian's mind, and he had thought of the other party from time to time since he had parted ways with the Deqian Imperial Palace, even though she had embarrassed him to the extreme, but he still can't forget, and even froze from time to time, that figure in his mind. How can't wave away? Cut and cut. At the same time, to Li Changqing resentment more and more intense. Why? This kind of strange woman, with that waist brother that close. Obviously he was the crown prince of Deqian. And all this should have belonged to him. It would have been nice to not have that loser of a brother. Have you seen the heavenly demon Holy Maiden? Nangong Haotian said with some excitement. Have not seen the heavenly demon Holy Maiden. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian was a little disappointed. If he could travel with the Holy Maiden Qingyu, how good would it be? And I don't know where she is now? When the crowd saw Nangong Haotian's slightly lost appearance, they only felt very odd. If they really met the Northern Realm Holy Maiden, would they still have a life to return? Why does it feel like the Crown Prince isn't very happy instead? Crown Prince, we have finally found the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool after 1,000 years of hard work. What? At those words, Nangong Haotian stood up violently, the excitement on his face hard to hide. Really? Several people were busy nodding their heads. We fought with the heavenly demons in order to lure them away and prevent them from realizing where the Dragon Transformation Pool is. Good. Good for you. Nangong Haotian said excitedly, having found the Dragon Transformation Pool. Then he would be able to recover. He would be able to cultivate, and would no longer be an invalid. But then he thought of something else and replaced it with a despondent look. Even after remodeling his tendons and bones, he had worked hard to cultivate, and all those years of cultivation were gone. Most importantly, how could he remake his sword bone when he didn't have one in the first place? How many more years would he have to work hard to regain his original realm? And how would he be able to catch up with the heavenly prides of the major powers? When he was a prince, he was a supreme pride in the eyes of the people, and now that he is a prince, he should not be weak in his life. How can he be reduced to a green leaf for others? He was not willing, no matter what, he was not willing. Thoughts ran through his mind, and his eyes grew steadfast. Sword bones, sword box, the throne of the prince, the holy maiden of the north. I want it all. There were quite a few rumors among the people that he, Nangong Haotian, did not live up to his name. So he was going to take advantage of this trip to the Green Jade to break the rumors and prove himself in front of all the forces in this divine state. Go! Spread the word about the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Ha! At those words, the crowd froze in unison, as if they hadn't heard them. Spread the word about the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Nangong Haotian repeated it again. The crowd, sucking in a mouthful of cold air, looked at Nangong Haotian in disbelief. Crown Prince, think twice. We have managed to find the Dragon Transformation Pool with great difficulty. Wouldn't it be common knowledge to spread the news? Nangong Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly. It's to be known by everyone. Hearing that, the great Qian celestial pride do not know what to say. Good. This prince is not crazy. There are good things do not know to enjoy alone, but also call on the crowd to share? So great and selfless? You can't. If everyone knows about it, then all the major powers will go crazy and grab it. And I, Dakian, won't necessarily be able to take advantage of it. On the side, Ji Shan was also looking at Nangong Haotian in a rather puzzled manner. This young master, he's not out of his mind, is he? Although he was not afraid of the heavenly pride of the various forces, as the heavenly pride of the Ji family and the heavenly beyond, he had the strength and confidence to be able to bring the little young master into the Dragon Transformation Pool. But earlier, Miss had warned that the trip to Qingyu was crucial and could not be compromised. So how could the young master act in such a manner? Young master, is this matter inappropriate? Nangong Haotian faintly shook his head. You and the others just do it. I have my own considerations. In addition, send someone to find the heavenly demon. Say that this prince has something important to discuss. At those words, there was a moment of hesitation. What? Nangong Haotian's eyes were slightly cold. The hearts of the people tightened. We will follow the order. Nangong Haotian nodded with satisfaction, and after some thought, he added, also, send someone to find out who just fought. The crowd nodded their heads, not knowing exactly what their own prince wanted to do, but they could only obey. While conversing, a few figures flashed in the distance. The man at the head, dressed in white, appeared graceful. Seeing this person, Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, somewhat disgusted. Isn't this the Diqian prince? How? Before Qi Wendao finished his words, he looked at Nangong Haotian with a surprised expression. The Diqian crowd was alert, protecting Nangong Haotian in the center. You, what's going on here? Nangong Haotian frowned as he looked at Qi Wendao. What's it to you? Ha, the great Qian crown prince, actually got into this state. How can you still be the crown prince? I don't need you to care about how Lone will be the crown prince. Yeah, what's it to me? You Diqian found a waste to be the crown prince. It's your Diqian people who should be worried. At those words, Nangong Haotian's anger rose from his heart, daring to call him a waste. This quantum heaven sex young lord simply didn't put him in his eyes, and being like this himself was merely temporary. It wouldn't be long before he was back to his old self and a presence he looked up to. Hey, boring, let's go. Seeing that Nangong Haotian didn't say anything but just stared at him, Qi Wendao felt bored. In his eyes, there was nothing worth noticing in Diqian anymore. The eldest son of the emperor is nowhere to be found. This prince is simply a joke, previously abolished, now completely abolished. Nangong Haotian silently watched his departing figure, secretly swearing in his heart that he would definitely make him look good in the future. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. Slow down. Chapter 78, Combining Harmonies, Eccentric Scholar. At those words, the Qi Wendao crowd turned around and looked at Nangong Haotian. What? Is Prince Nangong's irritability acting up again? Is it possible that he wants to suppress us? The eyes of the quantum heaven sex crowd were slightly cold, and the magic weapons in their hands emerged, with the posture of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. Seeing the quantum heaven sex crowd do so, of course, the Diqian crowd was not willing to show weakness and took up a stance, protecting Nangong Haotian in the center. Qi Wendao scanned the Daqian crowd, looked deeply at Ji Shang twice. As for Nangong Haotian, the waste is just a person. Do not have to care. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, only Nangong Haotian slowly arched his hand. Don't misunderstand young sovereign Quantum Sky. This prince has no ill intentions. He just wants to talk about a cooperation with your sect. At those words, Qi Wendao let out a light laugh. You talk to me about cooperation? Then what makes me cooperate with you? Or what qualifications do you have? Hearing this, Nangong Haotian was furious and unforgivable. This person was simply rampant to the extreme, not putting himself as the great Qian crown prince in his eyes at all. Strongly suppressed the anger in his heart. I can naturally come up with a bargaining chip that the young patriarch is satisfied with. There are a lot of people here, so let's talk elsewhere. Nangong Haotian made a gesture of invitation. The people of the Quantum Heaven sect looked towards Qi Wendao. Qi Wendao's eyes narrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to listen first. He was also curious in his heart as to what this Diqian prince actually wanted to do. The other side, Li Chongqing and his group came to a valley. This is your Eastern Continent Alliance temporary residence? Li Chongqing said as he looked at the many buildings below. Not bad. The precious tokens we get are usually collected and stored here, waiting for the Undertaker to come and get them. The cool woman on the side said honestly. Ever since she had seen Li Chongqing's battle to decapitate the underworld son, she had been especially honest. Li Chongqing told him to go east. She dared not go west. Li Chongqing pondered curiously and said, "Are you guys so willing to work for your what's-his-name meddler?" At those words, the woman said somewhat helplessly, "What can we do? The underworld is to the eastern continent as the southern palace is to the great Qian. Who dares to disobey? Doesn't that Dongwang of yours really do anything at all?" The woman shook her head slowly. "The world says Dongwang, but we've never seen him. If there really was such a person, my eastern continent wouldn't be at war to this day." Li Chongqing nodded and didn't say anything more, jumping down into the valley. It wasn't long before the swords were flying and there was a lot of screaming. Li Chongqing also has no psychological burden. After all, it is you who first want to rob me. I am robbing back. Very reasonable, right? A few moments later, Li Chongqing returned to a few people with a smile on his face. Dao Shui blankly glanced at him. Look at giving him complacency. He should have gotten a lot of treasures. Hey, let's go. Li Chongqing was about to leave with Dao Shui when he suddenly realized that a poor scholar had appeared beside him at some point. wearing Zubu linen clothes and a broken bamboo raft on his back. He quietly looked at the valley. Li Changqing was startled and frowned, glancing with Dao Shui, who slowly shook her head. Li Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. When did this person come to their side? But he didn't even realize it. Seeing Li Changqing looking at him, the scholar, who had also discovered Li Changqing, gave him a bright smile. Fellow Taoist is really a good sword. Evergreen Li. When did you come here? At those words, the scholar had a puzzled look on his face. Little Shang has been here for a long time. Didn't you see it? Evergreen Li. I saw it. Why do I have to ask you? Seeing that he meant no harm, he ignored it and prepared to leave. But then he turned his head to the cool woman. Why are you still following? Upon hearing this, the woman had a flustered look on her face and fell to her knees with a fluttering sound. With a pitiful look. I have no place to go. If I am discovered by the underworld sun, I will have no way to live. Please sir, for the sake of leading the way, be able to bring along my little daughter. Before Li Changqing could say anything, Dao Shui on the side took the lead. I don't like her. Li Changqing spread his hands helplessly. You heard me. At those words, the woman looked desperate. She herself had betrayed Hazy. If she couldn't hold on to the thighs of these two, she wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the eastern continent even if she could get out of the Green Jade Hall alive. AI, the scholar on the side, however, suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd looked odd, except for Li Changqing who frowned at the scholar. Woman, why? You don't want to. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, the scholar opened his mouth with an astonished face, as if he had seen something incredible. The woman looked at him and saw that he was all poor, afraid that he couldn't even afford to eat. So wouldn't she starve 9 times a day by following him? Thank you for this gentleman's kindness, but Hades' son is highly powerful. At those words, the scholar smiled faintly, as if everything was under control. Don't worry, my generation of readers, the least fear of death, unless I die. Otherwise he will not want to move a hair on your head. Even if I have to die, I will also die in front of you. Evergreen Li. Looking at him, I thought he would say something like, don't worry, the district is just a medieval sun. It's not enough to worry about. What do you think? He came to say that he died before. The real Li Changqing will not be able to. And the woman was even more speechless. Who wants to die with you? You've been studying like a fool, haven't you? Crying and wailing, he said to Li Changqing, please still take in your son. Li Changqing looked at the scholar with a slight frown. What is this gentleman's name? The scholar smiled faintly and faced the sky as if he was proud of himself. Junior Lu Forgetful Chuan, a scholar from the eastern continent. As the words fell, he scowled towards Li Changqing. What about you? Li Changqing smiled faintly. Li Changcheng, a wanderer in the world. The scholar clasped his fists. Little Shang has met Brother Li. Li Changqing returned the salute and continued to ask. I don't know what Brother Lu's purpose is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Oblivion had an indignant look on his face. I heard that. My East Continent someone specializes in intercepting and killing blockers. My generation of readers. How can there be a treasure not to seize? But I did not expect to be Brother Li snatched a step ahead. Evergreen Li. Once again, he managed to shock Li Changqing. I thought that he was going to say something. My generation of readers must be to get rid of the tyranny of the good for their own responsibility. The young student specially came here to kill the evil thieves. Who knows? He backhanded a won't there be a treasure not to be taken. Even, on the side, Dao Shui looked at him with an odd expression. So at this point, with all the treasures in my hands, what should you do? Li Changqing looked at him with a smile on his face. Lu Oblivion frowned and looked at Li Changqing. I would like to, but I always feel like I can't beat them. So let's just forget about it. Ho ho ho. Li Changqing smiled, only feeling that this person was really interesting. The cool woman on the side, on the other hand, did not care about the strange words of the two, with a dead face. Seeing that Li Changqing never refused to take him in, he silently climbed up by himself and walked forlornly into the distance. Seeing this, Lu Weichuan hurriedly followed. The girl is going the wrong way. Go this way so I can protect you, not forgetting to turn back, he said to Li Changqing. Brother Li, we'll meet again. We'll meet again eventually. Li Changqing silently watched the two go away. Dao Shui looked at Li Changqing. This person is like an ordinary person except for being weird. Li Changqing sneered. A 3-foot sword under a scholar's pen. A millimeter blade can kill. Chapter 79 Heaven's Pride Gathering. Overbearing behavior. This man can make a sword? Li Changqing nodded and didn't say anything more. The two disappeared in a stream of light. A mountain peak. The duo stopped and looked at the sky suspiciously as several streams of light sped in one direction. Could there be a secret treasure out there? Dao Shui said in disbelief. Just ask someone. As the words fell, Li Changqing disappeared and returned again, carrying a cultivator in his hand. The man was filled with trepidation. "Fellow Daoist, don't kill me. The treasures are all yours." "Not killing you. Who doesn't want you, baby? Just wanted to ask, where are you guys headed?" Upon hearing this, the cultivator let out a huge sigh of relief and looked at Li Changqing somewhat oddly. Does this fellow Daoist not know? Know what? Li Changqing was a bit puzzled. Rumor has it that not far away, the dragon transformation pool has manifested, and we all want to go and get a piece of it. The dragon transformation pool? The cultivator nodded. The dragon pool is extremely difficult to find in the Green Jade Hall. The water inside is of infinite utility, and every time it appears in the Green Jade Hall, the cultivators flock to it. Wonderful? What's so wonderful about it? This, I haven't used it either, so I don't know exactly how it works. Li Changqing nodded. Alright, you go. At those words, the cultivator turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Dao Shui looked at Li Changqing. According to the ancient records of my demon race, the water of the dragon transforming pool is extremely divine. It can help people stabilize their foundation and refine their physique. In the long run, the foundation will be untouchable, and the physique and flesh will be comparable to that of a ferocious beast. And most importantly, it seems to be able to recast the tendons and bones. So awesome. At those words, Li Changqing was slightly shocked. Dao Shui looked deeply at Li Changqing. It seems that sword bone of yours can also be recast. Li Changqing nodded slightly. Sword bones and whatnot. He actually didn't value them too much, mainly the item that can refine the physical body. He is more moved. The years of protagonist career, resulting in his physical body is weak and unbearable. Even if the evergreen method eliminated all his dark injuries and ensured that his body was always at its peak, the peak of physical quality was that high. And the evergreen method couldn't create something out of nothing and uproot his physical quality. We must capture the pool. Dao Shui was rare and serious. Li Changqing nodded. Alright, let's go take a look too. The two turned into a stream of light and joined the crowd. Coming to an extremely cold peak, the surrounding area was already overcrowded. Li Changqing and his duo did not act rashly, and watched quietly from a short distance away. You, how can you top forces be so overbearing? Why don't you allow us to ascend the peak? That is, it was not easy for us to come here, but you blocked us at the foot of the mountain. Can you big powers bully people like this? Fellow Taoists, they are bullying people too much. If we join forces, we will not be afraid of these great powers of theirs. Not bad, although they are strong, there are many of us, so as long as we work together, we may not be unable to fight against them. The crowd roared in displeasure and long, verbal abuse, but it was just a shout. No one dared to actually step forward and lead the crowd to the summit. Humph, you and other cowards, they are these big forces. This kind of bullying me and so on, you can only show the power of words. My generation of cultivators, against the sky, the great opportunity is in front of us. How can we be indifferent? But it is just a dangerous obstacle. What do I have to be afraid of? Suddenly, a cultivator shot up into the sky and charged towards the top of that cold peak. Some people had a fervor to follow along with the monks, but a golden will suddenly appeared in the sky, bursting out a beam of light that swept past the few cultivators. The momentum of the sky was blocked, full of boldness dissipated, from youth to middle age, and then to old age, and finally turned into a ball of green smoke, dissipated with the wind. The crowd was chilled. Some shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Some were filled with resentment, but there was nothing they could do. And when Li Changqing saw the golden wheel, a hint of excitement flashed across his face. Great Qian's pride. Does that mean that Kid is here too? At the same time, his heart was quite puzzled. If he hadn't been mistaken, it seemed like there was more than just him. The Great Qian's celestial pride. In the middle of that mountainside, there were also a few purple-haired and purple-pupiled heavenly demons. And the oddest thing was that they actually didn't fight. Not to mention the previous grudges. Let's say that at this stage, the Great Qian in the north is at war, although the Green Jade Palace opened, temporarily stopping the war. But obviously after the trip to Qingyu, it's bound to be even more intense. And shouldn't it be a matter of death for you and death for me when you meet each other on both sides? Why are you sitting together? Li Changqing, who was puzzled, looked at Dao Shui. What's going on with your family's heavenly demon? Did it not defect to mount? Upon hearing this, Dao Shui blankly glanced at Li Changqing. Following that, eyes narrowed slightly at the sky demon on the mountainside, and she wondered how they could sit together. Maybe it's some kind of profit motive, or maybe there's some common goal that you're not sure of. Li Changqing did not say anything and quietly observed from the shadows. The surrounding cultivators, some secretly cursed a few sentences to leave, some still refused to leave, eyes burning hot looking at the peak. Li Changqing also curiously looked towards the peak, seeing that the mountaintop was snow-covered and could not really be seen. but it could be felt that the temperature in it was unimaginably low. The dragon pool is up here? Turning his gaze again to the group on the mountainside. He had just noticed that the group seemed to be waiting for something. There was no rush to enter the dragon transformation pool, which made Li Changqing feel even more strange. It was clearly right in front of us, but we could resist the great temptation to stop the crowd below and not go up ourselves. So what was the intention? His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the Deqian crowd, but unfortunately, he did not see Nangang Haotian's figure. What do you think? Li Changqing looked to the side at Dao Shui. Dao Shui pondered for a moment and frowned. Something's not right. There's a conspiracy. Li Changqing nodded. Against whom? Dao Shui looked at Li Changqing with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her meaning was self-evident. Li Changqing laughed lightly. Fearful or not? If you, Li Changqing, are not afraid, I am naturally not afraid. Well, let's see what my sweet brother wants. Words fell. The two no longer hide the figure. Rushed up to the sky. The crowd of cultivators. See, the two seem to be to ascend the peak of the intention. Some people are curious as to who these two people are, knowing that they can't do it. Do they really have the strength? Or are they arrogant to the extreme? Some people's faces showed disdain, and the previous lesson was that they actually dared to make a fool of themselves. Some people shook their heads and sighed. 2 more fresh human lives, and the mountainside great Qian celestial pride, seeing the two of them rushing up to the sky, showed disdain. One stood out, and the golden will coalesced once again, about to blast the two. But the heavenly demon on the side was reaching out to stop him, and the man who was about to strike froze for a moment. Didn't we agree to join forces for the time being and work together against the enemy? In his puzzled eyes, the crowd of heavenly demons bowed in unison towards Dao Shui. We have met the holy maiden. The crowd was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Dao Shui. This person was actually the heavenly demon saintess. No wonder it moves like that. So it has something to fall back on. Dao Shui's eyes were slightly cold as she looked towards the crowd of heavenly demons. What is the purpose of your presence here? Chapter 80, Heavenly Demon Defies Emperor Ao Shui. Li Changqing defeats all the heavenly pride. Upon hearing this, the crowd of heavenly demons implicitly glanced at Li Changqing, and then looked at each other. Please also ask the holy maiden to just watch from the sidelines. When this is over, we will obtain the dragon transformation pool water for the holy maiden. It didn't answer with a straight face, but rather if it meant something. Li Changqing laughed softly on the side. Really came for me. Even at the expense of putting aside the grudge to unite with Daqian, it is also enough to put up a fight. But that's all? That's all you want to do to him? Li Changqing? Dao Shui's face was expressionless. What if I say no? Upon hearing this, the crowd of heavenly demons swallowed their saliva and were quite a bit embarrassed. One of them finally gritted his teeth and spoke out. The holy maiden should know that in my heavenly demon's history, the bloodline is never spread out. And even more so, it cannot be humiliated, let alone the holy maiden of my clan. Upon hearing this, the crowd of melon eaters were confused. The heavenly demon bloodline is not to be exchanged. They knew that, but what did it have to do with the heavenly demon holy maiden? Could it be that he, the heavenly demon holy maiden, was planning to intermarry with outsiders? And Li Changqing was quite speechless at this time. Obviously I didn't even say I want to marry your family's holy maiden. What's the point of targeting me so much? Dao Shui laughed back in anger. Who gave you the guts to disobey me? Hearing, all the sky demons bowed their heads and did not say anything. Only by virtue of them of course not only disobedient to their own saint daughter, which must have sky demon elders involved in it, and in the sky demon in the status of the extremely high, and even worse than the Emperor Junlin cannot be that bad. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point for a moment. Among the heavenly demons, Di Hontu desperately gave the two of them a wink. Dao Shui took it all as invisible. Li Changqing smiled faintly. Brother Hongtu, have you gotten sand in your eyes? Upon hearing this, all the heavenly demons looked at Emperor Hongtu in unison, their eyes filled with warning. Helplessly rolling his eyes towards Li Changqing, he walked to one side, alone, expressing his position, looking towards Li Changqing and shaking his head in a sigh. Good words are not enough to persuade a damn ghost. Get lost, get out or die. Dao Shui's aura erupted as runes flowed around her. The crowd of heavenly demons felt a tremendous amount of pressure at once, but they did not take a step back and looked at the Deqian crowd. You and others intend to watch the show. Helplessly, the Deqian crowd stood out and looked at Li Changqing. It should be this person. He also looked at Dao Shui and said, we have no intention of making enemies with the Holy Maiden of the North, but this person needs to stay, so I hope that the Holy Maiden won't stop him. Dao Shui was slightly strange. You don't know him? At those words, the Deqian crowd froze in unison and looked at Li Changqing. Who is this man? Should we recognize him? But I have to say, why do I feel that this person is a bit familiar? Seeing this, Dao Shui glared at Li Changqing. Is this your people? 18 years as a protege for your country and not many people recognize you. Evergreen Lee, can you blame me for that? It's none of my business if they don't know me. I need him to know? If you don't retreat, then die. Dao Shui was just about to make a move, but Li Changqing reached out to stop him. I'm curious, just with you 3 and 2, you want to keep me? Words, the melon crowd, wide-eyed. This person is so arrogant. When the heavenly demon and the great Qian celestial pried into the 3 melons and 2 jujubes, to be able to enter this green jade palace is to show that one's own talent must be extremely strong, let alone these top forces of theirs. Humph, you little thief is really arrogant. In front of your eyes can be the great Qian celestial pride, which does not lack the awakening of the Nangong divine art of the Nangong family celestial pride. How dare you talk like this? Outside the green jade hall, the couple's heads were filled with black lines. The little thief in your mouth is his Nangong emperor's eldest son. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry. Although he didn't know what his crown prince wanted to do, it was obvious that he was targeting him as his royal brother. Obviously before the 10,000 commands, everything to enter the dragon pool, but the dragon pool is obviously close to the front, but not into the, engage in what the trick of combining. What if it makes his royal brother mad? Battle heaven, Tian'er won't be in danger, right? Nangong battle heaven frowned slightly. At this time he was a bit hateful, his body was like that, but he still had to make more trouble, and it was directed at his own handlers, leaving him rather helpless, and he was on the wrong side of the brotherly rivalry. Inside the green jade hall, Li Changqing took a slight look at the person who spoke. Where is your prince, who handed you over to die, and where are his own people? Humph, just you deserve to see the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing sneered. Alright, kill all you Sangs and he should show up. As the words fell, a chopping strike with his hand beheaded towards the great Qian heavenly pride. The eyes of the crowd shrank. What a strong sword chi! It was too late to say anything more. A great Qian celestial pride fought out, condensing a golden wheel in front of his body, blocking Li Changqing's sword, and his own figure retreated violently, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out. The crowd of melon eaters, with wide eyes, looked at Li Changqing with disbelief. This person is so strong. A casual strike was able to seriously injure the Nangong family's heavenly pride. The great Qian celestial pride who reacted was filled with horror. Together, then he looked at the crowd of heavenly demons watching the battle from the side. What are you waiting for? Don't do it yet. Upon hearing this, the runes around the crowd of heavenly demons surged out, turning into long dragons that blasted towards Li Changqing. The divine sword emerged in Li Changqing's hand, and with a single slash, the long dragon dissipated. Suddenly, a golden wheel overhead slammed down. Li Changqing raised his hand, holding the huge golden wheel in one hand. That Nangong family's heavenly pride shouted with a cold smile. Past life. A golden light shot out from the golden wheel and shot towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing was not panicked, nor did he dodge. The green chi in his hand was dazzling, and he single-handedly pushed against the golden light, hardening it back to him, while Li Changqing was unharmed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Nangong family's heavenly pride shouted, unbelievingly and frantically urging the golden wheel to shoot out a stream of golden light. Li Changqing was just about to slash out with his sword, when suddenly runes sprang up around him and wrapped him up. The mana around his body stopped. Li Changqing frowned slightly. Green chi surged out, breaking through the prohibition and slashing out with a sword. The sword dipper broke the sky. The runes dissipated. The golden light dissipated, and the golden wheel was chopped. The crowd of heavenly demons spat out blood in unison, and the Nangong family's heavenly pride was even more breathless. The crowd's jaws dropped as this person was able to gain the upper hand under the siege of Deqian and the heavenly demon. Who is this man? Why is his strength so terrifying? Outside the green jade hall, Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. That young man who utilized the golden wheel was his Nangong sidekick, the son of the Ming King, and his talent was extraordinary. If he died in the green jade palace, he, Deqian, would have sorely lost a top-tier heavenly pride. The heart secretly sighed, more and more dissatisfied with himself as the crown prince, as well as his own eldest son is also. Why do you need to lay down this kind of deadly hand? Will not be better to injure him. Ji Qingxian, on the side, didn't feel anything. To her, it didn't matter how many outsiders died. It's good to know that your own 2 sons are okay. Outside the green jade hall, the crowd of celestial pride looked at Li Changqing with eyes full of horror. Li Changqing shook his head slightly. A heavenly demon is nothing more than that. A sharp gaze was cast, and Li Changqing's neck shrank. Didn't say you. I said them. It was exchanged for a blank stare from Dao Shui. That, you don't mind if I kill them, do you? Upon hearing this, the pleading gazes of the group of heavenly demons turned to Dao Shui. I, the Northern Realm, have no need to disobey my presence. The crowd of heavenly demons despaired, and with a hefty smile, Li Changqing was ready to send them to their deaths. Suddenly, Li Changqing's face condensed. A small flag broke through the air and shot sharply, welcoming the wind with great length. 1 illusion while, 2 illusion 4 illusion 8, all shot out, melted in all directions of Li Changqing. Chapter 81, Heaven and Earth have no sense. The sword Dao is difficult. Seeing this situation, the side of Dao Shui could not think too much. A vertical leap to the side of Li Changqing. Gazing around. What is it? Like some kind of formation. Li Changqing frowned slightly. The crowd looked at the sudden scene and were a bit puzzled. What was that small flag? It looked rather divine. Outside the Green Jade Hall, Nangang Zhantian and Ji Qingshan frowned. This honor, this formation flag is for him to save his life. How dare he use it against his own royal brother? Nangang Zhantian said with some exasperation. On the side of Ji Qingshan, her face was worried. She also didn't expect that her honor would actually take the initiative to provoke Yuer. And look at this, is to leave his royal brother his own for him to find the formation flag became an accomplice. If Yuer falls because of this, then she, inside the Green Jade Hall, ha 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 ha, a rampant, smug laugh came from not far away. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see Nangang Haotian followed by a group of celestial pride behind him, slowly coming. The eyes that looked at Li Changqing were full of mischievous complacency. Well, isn't it unbelievable, panicky, and scary? Beg me and I'll let you go. Li Changqing laughed lightly. What? You were lucky enough to get a dog's life back, and you think you can do it again? Or do you think his couple can still save you? Immediately after that, he looked at Nangang Haotian somewhat oddly. So it became a waste. No, it was supposed to be a waste. No different. Upon hearing this, Nangang Haotian's face was hideous and incomparable, reminding her again of that shocking sword, the endless sword chi destroying his body, making him suffer and become an invalid, and he dared to say it in public. He hated it when people called him a loser, and the crowd looked strangely at the two men, listening to their conversation. This Deqian prince, it seems like he knows this sword Dao youth, and it seems like he still has an enmity, and he even had a big fight. Most importantly, listening to their conversation, it was not difficult to hear that this Deqian prince was defeated. The Deqian prince who was born with a sword bone was defeated, and even nearly lost his life. This was too unbelievable. The great Qian crown prince, who was born to be supreme, would actually lose to an unknown sword cultivator? In addition, this sword Dao youth, so arrogant, in his mouth, even the natural-born supreme Deqian prince was a waste. So what are they? Still talking tough at the end of your life? Today I spent a huge price to lure you here. You can't escape. Nangang Haotian said smugly. You don't know it yet, right? This formation was set up by father and mother just for you. I don't believe that your secret technique can still be performed. How do you feel when you die under this formation? At this time, his hatred for Li Changqing reached its peak, and he no longer pretended or cared about his image. He knew that his own father and mother were watching outside the Green Jade Hall. But so what? As long as you cripple Li Changqing here, obtain the sword box, enter the dragon transformation pool with him, recast the sword bone, obtain the sword bone, let the sword bone return to your own body, and then personally send Li Changqing to the west. At that time, the outside world's suspicion of himself would not be broken, and he would still be the same supreme genius who was born with a sword bone, still admired by all and renowned. As for Deqian, without Li Changqing, even if father and mother knew that they had killed their eldest son, what could they do? Can you still make him pay for his life? And his own position as the crown prince was solid and abnormal. There would not be anyone else who could threaten him. In time, he, Nangang Haotian, holding the endless sword box and the supreme sword bone in his body, will be able to reign over the world in a matter of days. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing smiled and didn't say anything more. Although his blood-burning method's shortfall of longevity hadn't been made up yet, his breakthrough longevity had skyrocketed enough for him to fight with the supreme powerhouses, but there was no need to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Raising his hand, a sword chi chopped out, charging straight at Nangang Haotian. Li Changqing, however, frowned slightly. This heaven and earth suppressed his strength. To be precise, it was the suppression of the sword Dao, the suppression of the meaning of heaven and earth. There was no sense of heaven and earth, and the sword path was difficult to resonate with, making it impossible to call upon the power of heaven and earth and use it for himself. And at this stage, it largely limited Li Changqing's strength. Nangang Haotian, beside him, Ji Shang stabbed out with a gun, dispersing this sword chi of Li Changqing. Li Changqing frowned as he looked at Ji Shang, the Hohai realm heavenly pride. It was a full grand realm higher than him. And watch his breath. Strong convergence. A glance will know that this person knows the life realm stay long enough. The foundation is exceptionally solid. and is not blindly in order to improve the cultivation. Forced breakthroughs. Slightly puzzled. This kind of heavenly pride is not like his people in Diqian. Ha ha ha, that's all the strength you have. You'll die here today. After one unsuccessful strike, Nangong Haotian hid behind Ji Shang and said smugly, "What are you waiting for? All of you, give this prince a go and cripple him." Nangong Haotian gave an order, and behind him, other than Ji Shang, the rest of the heavenly pride showed their abilities and blasted Li Changqing. The divine sword reappeared in Li Changqing's hand, and he was just about to make his move, but unexpectedly, a figure blocked in front of Li Changqing. Diffuse sky runic flying, a runic net weaving out. Each family of divine ability thunder loud rain small, bombarded in the runic net, cannot set off half a wave. All disappeared. When Nangong Haotian saw Dao Shui, his heart throbbed a million times. Seeing him protect that waste, he was as hard as eating poop. Northern Realm Holy Maiden, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly retreat. At those words, Dao Shui glanced at Nangong Haotian with contempt. How dare a trash like you order this holy maiden around? Hearing the word waste again, and from her Dao Shui's mouth, Nangong Haotian's face was surprisingly twisted. This crown prince is gifted. Who are you to call me a waste? Dao Shui smiled contemptuously. Unrivaled natural talent? Whose natural talent? If you are not a waste, who is a waste? Outside the Green Jade Hall, hiding beside your father and mother, and inside the Green Jade Hall hiding behind your great Qian heavenly pride. If you have unrivaled natural talent, why don't you dare to go through a move and a half with the two of us? At those words, Nangong Haotian's face turned red. The crowd of eaters, too, looked curiously at Nangong Haotian. I have long heard that the great Qian crown prince was born with a sword bone, and is a heaven-sent supreme being, with a natural talent that is proud of his peers, but have never seen him out. Today the opportunity is rare. Just want to see this great Qian prince. Exactly what kind of natural talent? But why did this sword Dao youth and the holy maiden of the Northern Realm both say that he was trash? Just like what the Northern Realm holy maiden said. Why did she hide behind and not make a move? Could it be that he couldn't look at these two and didn't think it was worth his hand? Not only were the people inside the Green Jade Hall, but outside the Green Jade Hall, the large and small forces, all looked in the direction of Diqian in confusion, as if saying, quickly let your son do it, so that we can open our eyes. The legendary overwhelming talent. How exactly is the overwhelming method? As for the Nangong couple, they were embarrassed. What strength his son had, could they not be clear about it? Don't say it's been scrapped now, or even if it hasn't been scrapped, what can you do about it? There used to be the sword and bone to hold things up. Never mind that he was awesome and could use it. It sounded like a bluff. And now it's nothing. What's the point of doing it? Chapter 82, just kill them all. The heart secretly prayed. This divine state of the big and small forces, have been here, cannot be exposed. If exposed, not only his Dakian, even the Ji family will be implicated and lose face. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Nangong Haotian was ashamed and angry. This prince is only experiencing a bit of a barrier in his cultivation. It is not appropriate to make a move now. When this prince recovers, I will be able to capture both of you with one hand. At those words, the crowd was half convinced. Li Changqing and Dao Shui glanced at each other and failed to hold back their laughter. How can he be so shameless? The Nangong family is like that. Understand. Seeing the two people talking and laughing, Nangong Haotian was even more difficult to bear. As if his beloved thing was snatched away by someone else. And most importantly, whoever this person was couldn't be Li Changqing. Northern Realm Holy Woman, this prince once again advises you to mind your own business. When this matter is over, you and I will enter the water of the dragon pond together. Wouldn't it be beautiful? At those words, the crowd looked at Nangong Haotian oddly. You even want to share a bath with the Holy Maiden of the North. Dao Shui's eyes were extremely cold as she looked towards Nangong Haotian, her breath no longer reserved. By you too. Raising his hands, several long dragons of talisman culture, he blasted towards Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian couldn't withstand the aura and ducked behind Ji Shang. Ji Shan once again stabbed out with his spear, and a gust of spear-ons dispersed the strike by Dao Shui. Dao Shui frowned as he looked at Ji Shang. This person gave him a strong feeling. On, all of you, go to this prince. A bunch of heavenly pride made a move on Li Changqing and the two of them here, but they all avoided Dao Shui intentionally or unintentionally. After all, it's the Holy Maiden of the North. In case there is a good or bad thing, after going out, wait for 1,000,000 demon soldiers to come to the door. Sword chi surged wildly and runes flew. A few times down the battle, Li Changqing two people did not have anything, but on the contrary, their own great Qian celestial pride died and was heavily injured. Nangong Haotian gritted his teeth and looked at Li Changqing, not expecting him to be so strong under this formation. Looking to the side of the heavenly demon, How much longer do you guys have to wait? Upon hearing this, a group of heavenly demons joined the battle with their heads held high, only that all sorts of divine abilities were greeted on Li Changqing's body. Dao Shui and the others were not daring to move the slightest bit. Even with them on board, it's still just serving food. The two people in the field were like heavenly gods under the points, hard against the two top forces of heavenly pride, without losing the wind. Nangong Haotian's face twitched as he looked at Ji Shang, who had never moved beside him. You, go cripple him and don't hurt the Northern Realm Holy Maiden. At those words, Ji Shang was extremely hesitant and didn't make a move. He naturally had his arrogance for the Ji family's pride, although he didn't know where this sword Dao youth had offended the young master. The young master's tactics like this made him quite displeased. Seeing that he didn't act according to his instructions, Nangong Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly. What? You want to disobey this prince? Ji Shang was silent and finally sighed. The long spear in his hand crossed and his figure disappeared. Goodbye has arrived behind Li Changqing, the long spear in his hand, wrapped in an unrelenting momentum, sweeping down. Look out! To the side, Dao Shui reminded. Li Changqing frowned slightly and did not turn around. The divine sword in his hand stood behind him in a hurry. Touch! After the huge wave of air, the two stood high in the air, staring at each other. You're very good, but it's a pity that you've offended the young master, and your end is already predetermined. Li Changqing let out a light laugh. Young master? You're the Ji family's heavenly pride? Ji family? Ji Shang. At those words, the crowd looked at Ji Shang in shock. The Ji family? The ancient Ji family? If it's really the desolate ancient Ji family, then wouldn't this sword Dao youth be dead? Li Changqing let out a faint smile and looked towards Nangong Haotian. Still a real treasure, but unfortunately it still doesn't change the fact that you're a loser. Hearing the word waste again, Nangong Haotian was simply furious and unforgivable. Quickly, break his limbs and waste his cultivation. I want him to kneel in front of me. At those words, Ji Shang's aura exploded. On the side, Dao Shui flashed to Li Changqing's side. This heaven and earth are cut off, and will need to waste some effort to get out. Li Changqing gave her a reassuring look. Eyes chilled. Go out for what? Just shoot them all. Dao Shui looked at the confident man in front of her in a daze and let out a light laugh. Listen to you. Li Changqing nodded his head, his sword intent rushing to the sky, his sword pointing at Ji Shang. I've come to see just how different the pride of the desolate ancient family is. As the words fell, the sword box appeared beside him. Li Changqing pinched his fingers, and the Dao divine sword rushed up to the sky. Endless sword intent was still incredibly strong even under the suppression of the formation. Good. Then I will suppress my realm and you and I will fight at the same realm. At those words, Nangong Haotian cursed in his heart. It is not good to take it down directly, have to pretend. This prince is still waiting to get the sword box. Take the sword bonnet. Li Changqing shrugged indifferently. Do what you want, just don't die. As the words fell, the many divine swords suspended behind him shot out in unison in a hurry. Ji Shang, the lance in his hand swung in a full circle, and several divine swords were shaken away, but he still couldn't block the divine sword's feats. Eyes gazing at Li Changqing, capturing the thief. A dodged the attack of many divine swords and came to Li Changqing's side. The lance in his hand transformed into an ugly ferocious beast and lunged straight towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing put his two fingers together, using his finger as a sword, and the infinite sword intent condensed at the tip of his finger. Suddenly, Li Changqing frowned slightly as a golden wheel slammed down above his head. Between the flashes of the runes, the golden wheel dissipated. And you concentrate. I'll take care of the rest. After saying that, Dao Shui's eyes were slightly cold, looking towards the person who sneaked up on him, and with an arrow step, he rushed over, and immediately the sound of miserable screams ceased to be heard. Regardless of whether it was the great Qian heavenly pride or her own heavenly demon, she didn't hold back, and the figures fell freely from the heights. The crowd's scalp was numb. That was the pride of the top forces. Only a moment's effort, God knows how many have fallen. Outside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Zhantian and Emperor Junlin frowned, watching the image of his family's pride continue to fall. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't heartbroken. How difficult it is to cultivate a heavenly pride. Even if one's own talent is outstanding, one still needs to be supplied with a huge amount of resources. And at this time, it was like a dumpling, constantly falling. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing's finger became a sword and came into contact with Ji Shang's lance. And under the endless swordsmanship that swept around, the lance crumbled inch by inch, and the ferocious beast's silhouette dissipated. Ji Shang's eyes were wide open in utter disbelief. But he couldn't even think about it at this moment, as two fingers wrapped in endless sword intent zoomed in his eyes. The hairs on his body were sticking up. He would die. Really poked by him, one will definitely die. Under the threat to his life, he didn't care about suppressing his cultivation and went all out. in front of his body. He condensed a Xian turtle shadow, but still did not last long. The Xian turtle also inch collapse. In a hurry, can only slightly stagger the body, to avoid the fatal parts. A sword light shot straight out from his shoulder, still going unabated, shooting straight for an unknown number of thousands of miles. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out, desperately suppressing the sword intent that was raging in his body, looking at Li Changqing with a face full of shock, covering his shoulder. You, just who the hell are you? Li Changqing ignored it and recalled the divine sword, wanting to kill this person. But Nangong Haotian, who was hiding outside the formation, suddenly opened his mouth. Young Patriarch Quantum Sky, how much longer do you have to wait? Chapter 83 Young Patriarch of the Measuring Sky, Saint Embodiment of the Near Path. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing's expression stared. His movements did not stop at all, beckoning a divine sword into his hand. A sword dipper chopped toward Ji Shang. No matter how many people come, let's solve one trouble first. Facing Li Changqing's sword, he had the intention to dodge, but there was still endless sword intent raging within his body, and his reaction was half a beat slower. Seeing that the sword was close at hand and he was unable to do anything about it, his heart was filled with resentment. I thought that his ancient Ji family pride. I thought that into this green jade hall, with his young master to find the dragon pool, hand holding the pinch. He did not expect to die at the hands of an unknown sword cultivator. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, a stream of light flashed by, and the white-clothed figure surfaced in front of Ji Shang, raising his hand to block Li Changqing's sword. Seeing this, Li Changqing frowned deeply. With only his physical body, he had such great power. On the side, Dao Shui and Li Changqing stood side by side, similarly frowning as they looked at Qi Wendao, as well as the heavenly pride of the Quantum Heaven sect behind him. That white-clothed youth is the young patriarch of the Measuring Sky? Definitely. Or else who else could make the various heavenly prides of Quantum Heaven stand behind them? My God! The northern realm of Great Qian, the Quantum Heavenly sect, all the heavenly prides gathered here, and a Ji family heavenly pride. Are they all going to make a move on this Sword Dao youth? AI. It's a pity. With such a talent for Sword Dao, it looks like he will fall here today. That one may not. Can't you see that the Northern Realm Holy Maiden has been protecting him? That is also ultimately only two people. And the opposite side can be on the North Realm Great Qianlong Tianju all the heavenly pride joint. Even the North Realm Holy Maiden can't protect him, right? The eating crowd was talking. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple was also filled with worry. If Li Changqing didn't use that secret method, how could he fight against the union of the various heavenly prides? Those were the three top forces heavenly pride united, as well as the Ji family's Ji Shang, who was injured by Li Changqing but clearly still had the power to fight, plus a mysterious and unknown strength Quantum Heaven Young Patriarch, and above the Quantum Heavenly sect worship, the white-clothed sword god, seeing his own young sovereign appear, smiled faintly without the slightest hint of worry, obviously extremely confident in his own young sovereign's strength. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing looked at Qi Wen and said, "You want to meddle too?" At those words, Qi Wendao smiled faintly. "I don't have the intention of making an enemy of this fellow Daoist and the Northern Realm Holy Maiden, but I can't help it that the Great Qian Prince is giving just too much, and I'm also extremely moved by it. However, I only promised the Great Qian Prince to stop you, and did not want to leave the two behind. If the two of you want to leave, I will never stop you." Upon hearing this, before Li Changqing could even speak, Nangong Haotian on the side couldn't help himself. "Young Patriarch Quantum Heaven, you've already stood against him. Do you think he'll let you go after he gets out of the trap? Why don't you cripple him now and hand him over to me to eliminate any future problems?" Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Qi Wendao looked at Li Changqing with interest, waiting for Li Changqing's reply. Li Changqing smiled faintly and did not speak, his sword intent rushing to the sky. Seeing the situation, Qi Wendao sighed in his heart, followed by a battle spirit rushing to the clouds, his gaze fixed on Li Changqing. "I'm curious as to who exactly you are. In the midst of this formation that specializes in your sword cultivation, and still able to defeat the Ji family's heavenly pride across a large realm, with this kind of strength, you shouldn't be a silent and nameless person. Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this, the crowd remembered that if it wasn't for the appearance of this young patriarch of the Measuring Sky, this Ji clan's heavenly pride would only have been decapitated. And still in this formation, this kind of strength would be a bit too much. And that unimpressive sword box, just how many divine swords are there? What's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and cripple him. On the side, Nangong Haotian hurriedly called out. Qi Wendao's eyes chilled as he looked toward Nangong Haotian. "Noisy, who are you to order me around?" Being looked at by him, Nangong Haotian only felt like he was being stared at by a flooded beast. His body was freezing cold. He couldn't help but step back and nearly fell. Reacting to him, a face reddened, obviously furious. but in the end did not dare to say anything. His eyes obscure. I do not know what he was thinking. Li Changqing was slightly helpless. Just fight if you want to. Why ask so many questions? Qi Wendao looked deeply at Li Changqing twice. Just as well. Then let me try to see just what your friend Dao is capable of. As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted, and heaven and earth suddenly descended with wonderful sounds, as if the great Dao was vibrating and cheering. It was as if there was a god king's shadow behind him, looming and terrifying. The crowd had no time to be surprised, but only felt the pressure, as if they were carrying the great Dao behind them, and their strength was suppressed to a great extent. Li Changqing frowned straight, his eyes flashed with the color of gravity, and the feeling was especially clear when he was confronted with him. The surrounding avenues repelled and exerted pressure, causing his already suppressed strength to weaken even more. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the discerning ones have violently stood up and looked at Qi Wendao in disbelief. Nangong Zhantian even couldn't help but exclaim, "Heaven's favorite, the near Dao Saint body." Following that, he turned his gaze to the white-clothed sword god. "You're hiding deep enough in the Quantum Heaven sect." The white-clothed sword god smiled faintly. "Aren't you also born a supreme being in Diqian?" Couples Chi speech, look at each other, have presented the color of despondency, born to the supreme. No more. The disbelief was followed by a wave of sadness. He, the heir to the Quantum Heavenly sect, was burdened with a holy body, with a natural affinity for the great Tao, cultivating all the way without hindrance, and with unparalleled fleshly combat strength. His Northern Realm Mountain Holy Maiden, all the way though he hadn't seen him really move, just slightly out of hand. He was unknown how many times stronger than him. Nangong Haotian, and Hidekian is also a top power, but the heir cannot be taken, not to mention that now is only a waste of a person, even if he is not wasted, and then back 10,000 steps, even if he has a sword bone, and what can be done, is not only a hand to be suppressed. In 1,000 years, what will be the scene in Dakian? This moment Nangong Zhantian cannot help but begin to doubt, abolition of the long-standing young move, whether it is right or wrong. If this hadn't happened, his eldest son wouldn't have run away from home in anger, would he? If he was still around, he shouldn't be afraid of his Northern Realm measure of heaven, right? Always firm South Emperor. This moment suddenly a little confused. I Qian, where to go? Inside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd looked at Qi Wendao in shock. This is the measure of heaven sect? This is the young master of the measure of heaven sect. How about another battle? Qi Wendao looked at Li Changqing and slowly said. Li Changqing smiled faintly, the endless Excalibur suspended in front of him. I'll do a magic trick for you in a while, don't be surprised. As the words fell, his hand strangled a magic spell, and hundreds of divine swords, all attacked Qi Wendao in unison. Qi Wendao's face was expressionless as he drove his body up, using only one hand to slap away the divine swords that were rapidly attacking him. A punch was thrown towards Li Changqing's face, and the corners of Li Changqing's mouth rose slightly. Abandoning his sword, he raised his fist to meet him. Kaboom! A bone-cracking sound rang out. Evergreen! Dao Shui exclaimed as the runes emerged to force Qi Wendao back. Looking at Li Changqing's empty arm, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Have you gone crazy? How can you fight against the sacred body with this physical body? Speaking on his mouth, his hands didn't stop. The runes spread all over Li Changqing's broken arm, and in a short while it was as good as new. Li Changqing's face paled slightly. Being blown off an arm was still painful. Chapter 84, Body Transforming the Ancient World. Body transforming the sacred body. Not far away, Qi Wendao, who had succeeded in his strike, frowned slightly. What was wrong with this person? Why did he let the divine sword go unused and had to go toe-to-toe with his physical body? And after this strike, how did it feel like there was an odd aura that spread all over the body, but it couldn't be traced back to the source, and couldn't even be stopped? Li Changqing smiled calmly towards Dao Shui. Don't worry, I have my own considerations. Dao Shui blankly glanced at him. Back off. I'll do it. Li Changqing slowly shook his head. No need. It's better for me to do it. With his arm restored, Li Changqing took the initiative to charge towards Qi Wendao, who was puzzled but still met him. The physical body was peerless, and under the suppression of the great Tao, Li Changqing even strangely chose not to use the sword box, even abandoning the sword Tao and using his physical body to fight hard. With such a strange scene, the surrounding heavenly pride forgot for a moment and went up to surround Li Changqing, but it seemed like it wasn't necessary. They made their move. The young sovereign of the measuring sky alone had suppressed Li Changqing to death, and it was believed that it was only a matter of time before he fell. Seeing Li Changqing being suppressed, Nangong Haotian in the distance was overjoyed, as if he had seen the sight of himself holding the endless sword box and the supreme sword bone in his body. Boom! Under another pair of blasts, Li Changqing was panting, his body was bruised and battered, and the evergreen chi in his body was constantly running, healing his injuries. But there was always a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. And Chi Wan Dao. His heart is also in shock. This person is not stupid. A good sword Dao do not use. With his weak physical body, how can be my opponent? But the strange thing was that even though his flesh shattered at the slightest touch, he always healed quickly and recovered as before. What the hell was he doing? It wasn't just him who was puzzled. Even the melon eaters and the crowd outside the Green Jade Hall were filled with puzzlement. Anyone with a clear eye could see that this sword Dao youth, with a sword Dao as terrifying as this, but his physical body was weak, but he chose to abandon his sword. So what was his intention? Under the gazes of the crowd who did not understand, Li Changqing closed his eyes and slightly felt it, nodding his head in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, a mysterious aura surged, while Li Changqing himself was even more dreamlike, lightly spitting out of his mouth. I transform the ages. I transform the holy body. All the heaven and earth are wonderful sounds. The great Dao cheers and jumps for joy. The shadow of the God King emerges behind him, and the great Dao strengthens his body, which is no longer limited in every way, but on the contrary, it strengthens his body in all aspects. Li Changqing slightly clenched his fist. The power of his flesh and blood was simply going to pinch the void. At the same time, the sense of the Dao skyrocketed in a straight line, and all kinds of divine arts and techniques were at his fingertips. At this moment, Li Changqing truly realized the wonderful use of the near Dao Saint body, not in how powerful the physical body was, but in the almost perverted enlightenment effect, the skillful use of various divine arts and techniques, the same arts and magical abilities. The near Dao Saint body could increase exponentially, simply perverted, and a strong physical body was merely incidental. Near Dao Saint body? Some people looked at Li Changqing dumbfounded. Their minds were in a mess. How come you have become a near Dao sacred body even after the fight? Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd stood up. No way. It's never going to happen. How is it possible for there to be two near Dao Saint bodies in the same epoch? Such an outrageous thing has never occurred in the 10,000 years era. Even the white-clothed sword god, who had always been calm, stood up violently and stared at Li Changqing incredulously. He is also a near Dao Saint body. How is it possible? Emperor Junlin stared with wide eyes. This kid, how many more secrets are there? The Nangong couple, too, were stunned, feeling equally unbelievable, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Their firstborn son, not only was he born a supreme being, he was also the favorite of heaven. What kind of demon is this? Inside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Haotian looked at Li Changqing with an unbelievable face, jealousy in his heart filling his already small mind's eye. On the basis of what? By what right was he not only born a supreme being, he was also accompanied by a holy body? It should have been all mine. It can only be mine too. On, all of you. Get on. What are you looking at? Go on together and cripple him. I'll have my father give him the title of king and prime minister to whoever cripples him. Nangong Haotian hissed as he tore his heart and lungs apart, where there is still a little bit of the appearance of the great Qian prince. All crazy one. The celestial pride looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and prepared to swarm up. But a figure with purple hair and purple pupils blocked in front of her, with the same unbelievable countenance on her face, looking at Li Changqing. Seeing that they wanted to attack in a group, her body wanted to subconsciously block in front of her. She was actually confused, and Li Changqing moved his neck and felt the strength of his body with a smile on his face. Being fit is great. It just doesn't feel the same. Then, looking toward the confused Chiwan, he said, "Let's continue." At those words, the awakened Chiwan Dao looked at Li Changqing with disbelief. What did you do? There can't be two near Dao Saint bodies in this world. You copied my saint body? Li Changqing smiled lightly. I said I'd do a magic trick for you. How is it? Is it okay? Chiwan Dao's brows furrowed as he looked at Li Changqing's heart. How did he do it? How is this possible? More than just a simple copy. As a near Dao Saint body, he felt it most clearly, and the great Dao embraced him just as much. It was simply no different from his saint body. This is too unbelievable. Yes, there are many avatar immortal techniques that can copy other people's skills, but you can't be the same as the real thing. Can you? Wouldn't that be a bit too much? I'd like to see if you're a true saint body or a fake saint body. As the words fell, a fist forcefully plucked mountains and blasted towards Li Changqing's face, bringing up gusts of wind-breaking sounds. Li Changqing didn't dodge and met him with the same punch. Boom! The two fists blasted against each other. Sonic booms shook the sky, and endless waves of air swept away centered on the two. The crowd rushed to resist with their chi, and Nangong Haotian, who was in the distance, had thought that he was far enough away. However, he was still lifted off by the airwave. His body left the ground, his whole body was out of control, and Nangong Haotian's soul was in a state of shock. Help me! Help me! Fortunately, the two great Qian celestial pride, guarding him at all times, drove the body to receive, nearly killed by the aftermath of the battle great Qian prince. Ha ha ha, again! Li Changqing was excited beyond belief. This was the feeling brought about by a good body? Boom! Another pair of blasts. Both sides flickered and moved around, only based on the power of the flesh, but it was actually impossible for people to see. Qi Wendao was appalled in his heart. It was actually a real near Dao Saint body, not weaker than him in the slightest. And it hurts so much, but look at him, it's as if he's not affected in the slightest. How is he so perverted? Under the unceasing counterblasts, he also gradually became a bit strained, and both fists ached to the point of almost losing consciousness. Physical strength was also gradually exhausted, but Li Changqing on the contrary became more and more excited to fight, and his force kept increasing. He gradually couldn't keep up, and he couldn't understand why his holy body was stronger than his own. Finally, Li Changqing's sharp punch, which he did not succeed in catching, was blown away by him. Chapter 85, The Plutonium appears. Young sovereign, the crowd of the Measuring Heavens sect on the side exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their young patriarch was counter-suppressed? Qi Wendao was panting like a cow, staring at Li Changqing in a daze. His unwavering Taoist heart was slightly shaken at this moment. This person is really too bizarre. Obviously before, although the sword is unparalleled, but the physical body is weak and unbearable. How to take him 2 times, suddenly became, with him the same holy body, and not losing him by half a point, even steadily suppressing him, it was too superb. He couldn't figure it out. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the various forces of the divine state, their gazes were all gathered at Li Changqing at this moment, with light and darkness in their eyes, and their suspicions were mixed. Contemporary sword road can be called the first person. The odd sword box hundreds of Excalibur merit unparalleled. The strange copy of the law to turn the world. This son in the end is who? Is it really like what he said? A wanderer in the world. So can we pull into our own camp and get a glimpse of this son's secret? The white-clothed sword god turned his gaze to the Nangong couple, who were staring at Li Changqing in the picture. The battle power embodied by this eldest son was terrifying, almost defeating all of the divine state's heavenly pride with only his own strength. But the more powerful he was, the more uneasy the two of them felt in their hearts. When the eldest son got out of the trap unharmed, would he let go of the second son who had counted on him so much? And in this Green Jade Hall, even the two of them were unable to interfere. They could only watch. No matter which side was injured, they didn't want to see it. But the state of affairs seemed to have long since gone beyond what the two of them could interfere with. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Haotian shocked after a burst of fear. Never thought that even the young patriarch of the quantum heaven cannot take him. If he let him out of the trap, where should he go? Full of resentment that turned into a twisted face. He must not be allowed to come out in one piece. Go together. He's only 2 people. We can exhaust him even if we consume him. Don't let him get out of the trap, or we'll all die. Upon hearing this, the gazes of all the celestial pride stared at Li Changqing. The northern realm's celestial pride of Deqian had been crippled quite a bit, but there were still some of their fighting strength. The most terrifying of them all was the quantum heaven sect's numerous heavenly prides, which barely suffered any damage, and amongst them, the topmost combatants. Qi Wendao and Ji Shang glanced at each other, both able to see the helplessness in each other's eyes. If they could, they had their own pride and didn't want to bully the few with the many. But this sword Dao youth was bizarre and unusual. It simply couldn't be deduced by common sense. And he was right. If he was really allowed to get out of the trap, without the suppression of the array, who in the room could be his opponent? Since it was not an opponent in single combat, it would be a group fight. And when the decision was made, there was no more hesitation. The crowd of celestial pride formed an angle and surrounded the two of them. Li Changqing. Seeing this, Dao Shui came to Li Changqing's side with a grave expression. As for Li Changqing, he smiled faintly, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally cast into the distance. Come as you are. Sneaking around? What? Trying to pick up the slack? Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in unison and followed Li Changqing's gaze, but it was empty, followed by turning their heads to look at Li Changqing in confusion. Li Changqing was silent, still looking into the distance. Suddenly, a black dot came in a hurry, accompanied by a bizarre aura of terrifying pressure, shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see, with several silhouettes following behind it. What's that? I know. That's someone from the eastern continent, and that leader has such a weird aura. Qi Wendao also frowned as he looked at the visitor. Seeing that he was covered in black mist, his aura was strange and powerful, obviously not like the knowledge of life realm. Then it could only be the vast sea realm. Looking at Ji Shang again, he didn't expect that besides this one, there was actually a vast sea realm powerhouse. Brain check the ancient books. The only thing that fits the image. the only East continent for several years of reclusive people of the underworld. To come to this place intended for what? The person who came was the underworlder. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Li Chongqing. Who the hell are you? Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing smiled faintly. What do you care about me? That said, this time, it won't still be the second body, right? The long spear in Hades' hand crossed, and behind him, the eastern continent celestials simultaneously erupted with a powerful aura. No matter who you are, if you dare to behead my secondary body, your end is already predetermined. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Li Chongqing dumbfounded. How could they still not understand that this person from the eastern continent had also come to find trouble with this Sword Dao youth? They didn't understand what this Sword Dao youth had done to provoke so many people to come and get him. The Northern Realm Heavenly Demon. Only the Holy Maiden is on his side. Dakian, Quantum Heaven, Eastern Continent, and the four top forces of Divine State are gathered. Can this Sword Dao youth still hold back? Li Chongqing laughed. Chopping is chopping. What can you do to me? On the side of the Nangong Haotian, simply excited to death. Did not expect him to. Actually, the people of the Eastern Continent is also offended. This is stable. The four forces gathered. I do not believe that there is still no way to take him. The couple outside the Green Jade Hall also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this case, their own prince should be unhindered. But then immediately after that, he began to worry about the eldest son, who was strong, so to speak, terribly strong, but with so many heavenly prides, among which there was no lack of supreme heavenly prides like Qi Wendao. Could the eldest son of his own family get out of the trap safely? Li Chongqing shook the divine sword in his hand, and his sword intent rushed to the sky, and with the blessing of the near Dao Saint body, all aspects of his body had been upgraded by more than one level. Then let me see what kind of strength you guys, who claim to be the pride of heaven, can have. Humph. Arrogant. With a stroke of the lance in Hades' son's hand, a bizarre black gas formed a mountain of black mist and pressed towards Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's face was expressionless as he casually chopped out a shocking sword dipper, and the black mist mountain was chopped into two halves in a matter of moments. Turning his head to look at Dao Shui beside him, there is space contained within my sword case. While Dao Shui had runes surging around her body, she faintly glanced at Li Chongqing. I am the heavenly demon Holy Maiden. I don't need your shelter. Li Chongqing smiled lightly, as if he had already known. No fear? Sky demon. What is there to fear? Words fell. A sky-high demonic aura filled the air. The runes around the body is violent and abnormal. In a moment, the sky runes emerge, is slowly melting in the void. Even his purple pupils are reflected in the golden runes. Divine incomparable. The crowd frowned in unison. Stop her. Qi Wendao hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd no longer hesitated, and Ji Shang had recovered from his injuries as good as new after a short rest, took out a brand new lance, suspended in front of his body, squeezed out a drop of fresh blood on top of the lance, and the Sanskrit sound in his mouth kept on. The Ji family secret method, using blood to build the spirit. A moment later, the lance was connected to his heart and soul, and his battle spirit could shake the world. Without any further hesitation, he took the lead in charging towards Dao Shui. A sword blade cut off his path. Get out! The hand pinched the spell. The sword box slightly opened on one side. Endless sword intent swirled around, and three divine swords rushed out of the sky, attacking Ji Shang. Amidst the boundless blood mist, Dao Dao's stout figure appeared, staring blankly at the sword box beside Li Chongqing. There were wide-eyed stares, and Witch Mang, on the side, after freezing, pointed at Li Chongqing and lost control of himself, shouting at the ancient witch patriarch. A crowd of ancient witch clansmen. None of them cared about Witch Mang's loss of control. Some people fell to their knees, some people hugged their heads and cried, and some people looked up to the sky and wailed. Chapter 86, Borrowing the Wind and Going Up to the Green Clouds. The ancient witch patriarch was full of hot tears, muttering under his breath, thousands of generations, the realm of the years, you finally. Seeing that his strike was fruitless and the three divine swords were coming at him, Ji Shang did not panic and stood with his lance behind him. Purple light surged in his eyes. Ji Clan's secret technique. Purple sky-piercing clouds. Two purple lights shot out to meet the divine sword. Boom! The divine sword was crushed away, and the purple light went and shot towards Li Chongqing. At the same time, the long spear behind him, moving with his heart, transformed into a monstrous ferocious dragon beast. Roar! The dragon roars in the sky. Around the melon crowd. Weak cultivation. Eardrums ruptured on the spot. Blood sprayed wildly. They're serious. Retreat! Retreat! And the giant dragon transformed by the lance was about to swallow Dao Shui in one bite. Li Chongqing's long hair flew and his fingers pinched. Sword rise. Sword intent surged wildly. Hundreds of divine swords. Hanging behind him, infinite sword intent added to his body. raising his hand with only one palm. He hardened himself against the purple light, while the other hand drove his finger as a sword and made a stroke in the air. A sword dipper broke through the air and chopped at the giant dragon transformed by the lance at an even faster speed. The giant dragon was chopped and transformed into a lance, crumbling and flying for miles. A glory and a loss. Ji Shang's face reddened and his throat was slightly sweet. Li Changqing's hand ached, and he couldn't check it in time, his eyes rolling. At some point, behind him, the black fog surrounded him, and a figure scurried out in the black fog, the lance in his hand stabbing at the back of Li Changqing's head, the corners of his mouth smiling, as if he had already seen the scene of Li Changqing being pierced through his head with a gun. I transform the ages. I transform the golden bell. A golden bell shadow emerged, covering Li Changqing in the center. Dang! The sound of the bell rippled for miles. Li Changqing was unharmed, and Hades Z's face was horrified. Li Changqing's face was expressionless, and without turning around, he backhanded his sword. Hazy grabbed horizontally to resist, but the sword intent was unusually strong, and the lance in his hand broke in response. He had no choice but to give up his spear, transformed into a black mist, and disappeared into the void. Li Changqing wanted to catch up. Forbidden! A bellowing cry and endless pressure came from Li Changqing. His body lurched and he turned his head to fiercely look at Qi Wendao. Fingers pinched. Several divine swords swept in a circle with the circumference, and the pressure was reduced. Both eyes stared. Purple sky-piercing clouds. Kishore? Two purple lights shot out from Li Changqing's eyes and blasted towards Qi Wendao. Qi Wendao was unable to dodge. His hands grasped the air, and a burst of Taoist rhythms stirred. 9,000 chance gates. Block! The void with nothing in it was hardened as he grabbed 9 unknown portals and stood in front of him. Boom! The purple light struck through the 8 heavens and was powerless to advance any further. Li Changqing's face was expressionless, and he was going to slash out with another sword. But in the distance, plutonium, his hand clenched strange seals. Underworld, endless black mist surged out, and a black coffin emerged underneath Dao Shue's feet, which was slowly shrinking and squeezing towards Dao Shue. Li Changqing frowned slightly, not waiting for him to administer help. On the side of Qi Wendao also cannot resist, waved his hand endless Dao power cohesion into a Dao Bao. 2 fingers pull the bowstring. The endless power of the great Dao automatically condensed an arrow. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the arrow condensed by the great Dao shot out explosively, shooting towards Dao Shue. Li Changqing was about to move to rescue him, but Ji Shang suddenly appeared and blocked Li Changqing. Li Changqing's eyes stared, but for some reason, the corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Not bothering about Dao Shue, the 100 swords came out to attack Ji Shang. Ji Shang had a tough time dealing with the danger. On the other hand, Dao Shue, who had been indifferent, moved. Domain spread. The wind and waves were calm, but the ever-shrinking black coffin could no longer advance an inch. Slowly raising one hand, the rune moved slightly, and the arrow of the great Dao blasted onto the rune without making a ripple. However, it turned strangely and shot at Hazy, who panicked in his heart and was about to vanish into the void as a black mist. Dao Shue raised her other hand and grabbed it in the air, and the void around Hades Z stirred, and the runes surged slightly, pulling back the medieval sun, who had half of his body plunged into the black mist. Deeply, he looked at Dao Shue with a face of horror. I have no intention of making an enemy of the Holy Maiden of the North, so please stay your hand. Unfortunately, there was no response, and the runes around him continued to confine him, unable to move. Put! An arrow penetrated through his chest, and the arrow of the great Dao Eni shot off into the distance and disappeared, and Pluto looked at himself in shock. The hole in his chest, the silk of the great Dao, constantly destroying his body. Looking up at Dao Shue with a face full of mischief, Qi Wendao and Ji Shang glanced at each other and sighed in their hearts. They couldn't even beat one Li Changqing, and now they added another Dao Shue. How can they fight? As for Pluto's death, who cares? In the crowd's shocked gazes, Hades' figure slowly dissipated, and in its place, a black coffin emerged. Li Changqing frowned slightly. This, death comes with its own coffin? Or is it not dead at all? Not only was he puzzled, but all the people present were extremely puzzled. The underworld was extremely mysterious, and the world didn't know much about him. Under the crowd's puzzled gaze, the black coffin slowly inhaled a large amount of black mist. A hand as pale as paper reached out, followed by Hades' entire torso. A pair of eyes stared indignantly at Dao Shue, and it was clear that they had also paid a price. The crowd was shocked. Can the secret method of the underworld really be immortal? Li Changqing also froze. His aura just now did dissipate. That much was certain, and it wasn't a secondary body, but the real one. But he's alive again. Back from the dead? That's outrageous. What are you waiting for? Go together and kill them. Being killed once the medieval sun. obviously furious and abnormal, looking at Li Changqing Dao Shui Duo, just like killing his father's enemy. The celestial pride looked at each other. They had thought that they were not needed. There was the underworld son, the young lord of the quantum heaven, and the G family's celestial pride was surprisingly unable to take down these two. The crowd of celestial pride surrounded them in unison. Dao Shui flashed and disappeared, and in the next second appeared out of thin air beside Li Changqing. Qi Wendao frowned as he looked at Dao Shui. This heavenly demon sacred maiden was truly extraordinary. The near Dao Saint body's perception was extremely sharp. It was as if there was something more unseen and untouchable between this heaven and earth. Moreover, the Fengkai Avenue arrows were suddenly out of control and bizarrely abnormal. When did this heavenly demon have such a secret technique? Slightly closing his eyes, when he opened them, a divine light surged in his eyes, but he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The sky, the ground, and the void were all densely carved with bizarre runes, and all of you, are surrounded by these runes. The mind is appalled, but it doesn't know what it does or how to solve it. It looks like we've surrounded them, but actually they've surrounded us. He suddenly regretted a little bit, agreeing to that trashy prince. Had he said he was dealing with two such fierce men, he wouldn't have done anything he said. And Li Changqing looked at Dao Shui with a smile. How? It's no longer a problem. It's still Sister Celestial Demon who's awesome. Upon hearing this, Dao Shui blankly glanced at Li Changqing. I'll break the prohibition for you and fetch a hint of heaven and earth. You go and finish them off. It's rare for me to get my hands dirty. Li Changqing smiled faintly and looked at the crowd of celestial pride. Then lend me a wind or two and send me to the green clouds. Chapter 87. One sword chopped up all the world's heroes, and the divine kingdom could not enter for 100 years. Dao Shui nodded her head slightly, her slender fingers fluctuating slightly as the bizarre power surged once again. Qi Wendao's eyes stared. Quickly stop him. A crowd of celestial pride all shot. Li Changqing eyes slightly cold. A sword gang chopping to the void. Infinite sword intent to form the Chu River. The crowd of celestial pride to stop. Stay there honestly. They must not be allowed to continue. They must rush over and stop them. The crowd of celestial pride were fuming, understanding in their hearts that with the suppression of the formation, they were not yet his opponents. If they really let him borrow the will of heaven and earth and perform a supreme sword art, then how should they respond? All sorts of divine abilities and techniques playfully bombarded the sword intent barrier laid down by Li Changqing. The sword intent barrier shook under the continuous bombardment, but Li Changqing wasn't worried in the slightest. A wisp of fresh wind, from Dao Shui's fingertips, slowly blew towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing smiled faintly and stretched out his palm, the clear wind flowing between his palms. I am transformed into the self. I am transformed into the gale. Hoo-oo. As the gusty wind rose, Li Changqing's head full of green silk swung with the wind, and his green coat swayed slightly. At the same time, a group of celestial pride also blasted through the sword intent barrier laid down by Li Changqing. Feeling the infinite windy intent between heaven and earth, his heart felt a great sense of misfortune. Hurry! Do it! The crowd of celestial pride also knew that they couldn't hesitate, and they all used their milky strength to cast their divine techniques. All of a sudden, heaven and earth were darkened, and in their place were all sorts of brilliant and dazzling divine techniques. There was a golden wheel that erupted with dazzling golden light and shone at Li Changqing. There were endless runes, like long snakes swimming, attacking Li Changqing. There were endless magic weapons slamming towards Li Changqing. Qi Wandao's great Dao bow appeared in his hand once again, and with his 5 fingers pulling the string, 4 great Dao arrows appeared. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not enough, so he simply inserted the great Dao bow on the ground, propped the bow with his feet, pulled the string with his 10 fingers, and 9 great Dao arrows appeared. Dao Yagyu, 9 consecutive punishments. With a loud shout, the 9 great Dao arrows wrapped in the vast might of the great Dao, shot in unison, intertwined with each other in the air, and eventually transformed into the dragon of the great Dao, with the sound of the Dao, and attacked Li Changqing directly. This side of the medieval sun took out a black coffin, overflowing endless black fog. To strengthen his body, the hand clenched a weird spell and aimed it at Li Changqing. Underworld burial, heavenly tilt. A black light shot into the sky, and a huge black coffin emerged from the sky from above, slowly smashing down towards Li Changqing. On the other side, Ji Shang spilled blood in his hands into the air. I'll draw floating life with my blood. Send you to reincarnation. There was a ripple in the sky and the earth, and a bizarre stone bridge emerged with the word floating life on it, as well as a bizarre figure. Throwing out a section of chain, he locked it towards Li Changqing. Surrounded by many divine secret techniques, Li Changqing's face was expressionless. No matter how heavenly your secret techniques are and how worldly your divine abilities are, there is a sword that can break all laws. The divine sword emerged in his hand. A sword intent turned into a gale, and the meaning of heaven and earth came endlessly. I have a sword that rides the wind and rises up 90,000 miles. When the sword came out, the wind and clouds moved, and the wild winds of heaven and earth hissed as a swordlight whisked by. The dragon of the great way. Break. Skyfall black coffin. Broken. Creepy chains. Broken. All laws are broken. A crowd of heavenly pride too late to scream, too late to escape. The light of the sword gently flicked. Have no life. Even the blood was turned away by the gust of wind. Cold corpses under the dumplings in general. In the high altitude of the free fall. Desperate eyes, still reflecting that shocking sword, as well as that chopped out a sword. And then no more movement of a green dress. As if this sword can solve all. As if they are just worth a sword. The heart gave birth to a strong color of regret. Why to come to surround him? Had known that he had the same strength. Hide are too late. Ji Wandao's face was filled with panic. The threat of death was close at hand. He couldn't block this sword. No matter how close you are to the Tao sacred body. No matter how unmatched your physical body is. If you don't do something, you will really die. Have the intention to escape, but infinite sword intent lock. Feet like 1,000 pounds. Cannot move. In a panic, he took out a section of small wooden sword and erupted a sword intent completely different from Li Changqing's. Protecting Qi Wendao behind him. Pluto. The bizarre black coffin reappeared. His body was hidden in the black coffin and disappeared. Ji Shone took out an ancient tower and shone it around his body. The sword light, going unabated, flattened several mountains and scattered 10,000 miles of blood mist. Looking back, the corpses were everywhere, and a sword chopped up all the world's heroes, and the divine kingdom was not allowed to enter for 100 years. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the various forces, large and small, stood up violently and looked at Li Changqing with stupefied faces. This son is simply not a human being. He is just an early stage of knowing life. Those heavenly prides, there were more than one or two knowing life perfection, not to mention the two vast sea realm powerhouses. They're all no match for him? His realm is fake, isn't it? After the shock, some people were happy and some people were sad, especially the four top forces, which were even more sad. The heavenly pride that was cultivated with hard work was all chopped up by you with a single sword, and the huge amount of resources went down the drain, and this generation is destined to be green and yellow. The white-clothed sword god, unable to control the surge of sword intent, his heart aching, looked at Li Changqing in a rather complicated manner, sighing at the strength of this son's sword Dao, even more so than when he was young. He was extremely appreciative in his heart, and even moved to accept him as a personal disciple. But he chopped all of his quantum heaven sect's heavenly pride with one sword, and even the young sect master was injured like this, and it was still unclear whether he was dead or alive. To be able to enter this Green Jade Hall, that must be their own clan, carefully selected out of the top talent. But it's gone. It's all gone. Does this son really have no fear of the quantum heaven sect? Doesn't he think about the consequences? Compared to him, Emperor Junlin was filled with helplessness. Heavenly demons were already difficult to conceive an heir, and this time he chopped off so many of them. His heart is bleeding, but on the contrary, his own holy maiden was still a helper. So who could he find to reason with? What can he do? There was nothing he could do. Nothing but heartache. Could he hang Li Changqing and beat him up? But his secret method of horrifyingly increasing strength, not to mention whether he could resist it or not. He couldn't lay his hands on it for the relationship with himself and his granddaughter alone. The only thing worth celebrating is that this son has a good relationship with him and the holy maiden with the northern realm, and his own granddaughter has even defied her own heavenly demon and stood with him. So in 1,000 years' time, if there's something going on in the northern realm, he won't be able to watch it with his eyes open. Right? That's a much better point about homegrown compared to those two. However, it was immediately followed by a chilly face. What led to all of this had nothing to do with those old things in his northern realm. He didn't dare to make a move himself, and let a few juniors play the vanguard, thus losing their lives. It's a debt that has to be put on their heads, and shouldn't the couple have been happy that their son was safe and sound? But they didn't feel happy. Instead, a strong sadness rose in their hearts. The situation was now clear. The plan of his own Tian'er had fallen through. It was inevitable that he would get out of the trap. So what would happen to his own Tian'er? Will he be spared? It's hard to pick up a life. Do we have to lose it in the Green Jade Palace? No, it can't. Feather won't. Chapter 88 Auntie of the North. Binding yourself for 100 years? Ji Qingxian couldn't help but speak out in excitement. Tightly clenched palms, unconsciously overflowing fine sweat. It is difficult to imagine. For this kind of cultivation will also sweat? War, battle, heaven. Tian'er will be fine, right? Nangong Zhantian was silent, not knowing how to answer, staring nervously at the screen, praying in his heart. They can't accept that one son killed the other. Can't accept hand-to-hand combat. but they were facing the Green Jade Palace. Their all-powerful strength was useless, and all they could do was to pray silently. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing slightly frowned at Chiwen Dao Jishang, two people. Weak breath, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Another look, a broken section of sword on the ground, and the ancient tower that had become powder. Li Changqing's heart throbbed. What a good treasure, too bad it's gone. Immediately after that, he and Dao Shui exchanged glances and unanimously walked towards that mass of black mist. A double frown followed the scrutinizing. He just died, if he perceived it correctly, but he's alive again. What the hell is this thing? Is it really immortal? Li Changqing said incredulously. Is there really a secret method of immortality in this world? A way to bring the dead back to life? On the side, Dao Shui frowned. Impossible. If there really is such a secret method, his underworld would have been stepped through long ago. Li Changqing nodded, feeling that the words were reasonable. Under the gazes of the two, the black fog slowly gathered, and Hades Z once again appeared from the black fog. Only feeling sickly, it was clear that this resurrection had cost more, and as soon as Hades Z saw Li Changqing, his pupils shrunk, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned into black mist and tried to vanish. Without saying a word, Li Changqing stretched out a hand to probe into the black mist. As soon as he grabbed his neck, Hades suddenly stared at Li Changqing with wide eyes in disbelief. Then his eyes were filled with excitement. His body suddenly dried up, and channels of black mist gushed out from it. Li Changqing was startled and quickly let go of his hand. However, the black mist was tightly wrapped around Li Changqing and kept surging into Li Changqing's body, accompanied by gales of laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to dare to make contact with me with your bare hands. Your strength is all mine. The scene that suddenly appeared made the crowd puzzled, and in the distance, Nangang Haotian, who originally had a look of despair on his face, was hit by a huge surprise and jumped with joy. However, Li Changqing's face was as usual. So, you could not be considered a living person long ago, giving up your physical body, hosting your soul in the black mist, and constantly replacing your physical body so as to achieve immortality. To the side, Dao Shui nodded calmly. It should be more than that. Even a divine soul can be decimated. What really keeps him from dying is feared to be this black mist. Li Changqing nodded his head, feeling that it made perfect sense. Suddenly, the black fog aside coalesced a human face. Ha ha ha, even if you guys know about it, so what? It's already too late. When I completely control this body, you all have to die. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing and Dao Shui exchanged glances. No need to pretend. Take him out. Li Changqing nodded his head and slightly operated his inner body's evergreen qi. A wave of green qi surged out and the bizarre black mist was driven out of his body. What's inside you? Without the snatched flesh, Hades Z looked at Li Changqing with an incredulous face. Li Changqing laughed and ignored it. Tell me what this black mist is, and if it's unique to your underland, and I'll let you die a quick death. Upon hearing this, Hades Z, who had turned into black mist, did not hesitate for a second and was about to disappear far away. Li Changqing sighed as a sword light forced him back. The opportunity was given to you, and you can't blame me if you don't treasure it yourself. Upon hearing this, Hades stared at Li Changqing with hatred. Even though you are highly powerful, you can't kill me. Li Changqing laughed lightly. Really? I'll show you a big treasure before I die. The sword box emerged beside him. Li Changqing pinched his fingers and the box opened slightly on one side. Get in there and get a good opening. A huge suction force came, and the medieval sun, who had turned into black mist, was sucked into the sword box uncontrollably. Where are you sending me? Get off me now. Within moments, the black mist all disappeared. Inside the sword box space, Hades Z stared blankly at the scene before him. His brain was completely inadequate at the moment. Divine swords. It was all divine swords. Divine swords that could not be seen beyond the boundaries, crossing the river of sword energy. It was too late to sigh or even utter a word before the endless sword intent wiped out his divine soul. With his divine soul gone and his consciousness dissipated, he was truly dead. When he was dying, he still could not understand. Obviously he underworld black mist is divine and incomparable, and can protect his soul from dispersion. But why is it still? Only a cloud of black mist without a master was left behind. That was purposely left behind by Li Changqing. This black mist was divinely abnormal and worthy of study. At the same time, outside the Green Jade Hall, in the midst of the huge black fog, an angry voice rang out. Good guts, dare to kill my underworld son. No matter who you are, underworld, will definitely want you dead. A group of forces were chilled. The underworld had been hidden for many years, and its strength was not seen to be worse than the three major forces. Looking at Li Changqing in the picture, he couldn't help but take a little pity. After all, he is a young man, young and vigorous, and doesn't know how to deal with the world. He needs to know that he should be spared. Not to mention the other party is the son of the underworld, in full view of the public, dared to kill his medieval son. That medieval face to where to put. Tree enemy medieval has become inevitable. At those words, the Nangong couple's two white-clothed sword god didn't have much of a reaction. Both husband and wife were worried about their second son's well-being, and they didn't have time to pay attention to anything else for the time being. As for the white-clothed sword god, the matter is not a matter of concern. As long as it is not next to his matter, it does not matter. Instead, it was Emperor Junlin who frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and stood up. You're so powerful in the underworld. What's the matter? You only allow your medieval son to kill others, and you don't allow them to kill him back? You don't have the strength. You deserve to die. At those words, the crowd froze in unison. This is defending the sword Dao youth. One wants to kill and the other wants to protect. A good show has begun. The crowd was silent, in a posture of watching the show. The black mist shivered for a while, and no one could be seen, only heard. I, the underworld, want to kill the sun. What has it got to do with you? The Northern Realm. The voice was hoarse and eerie. This man is my Northern Realm aunt. Whoever dares to touch him is an enemy of my Northern Realm. Emperor Junlin said indifferently with no expression on his face. When these words came out, the crowd looked at Emperor Junlin in shock. The heavenly demon actually sought out an outsider to intermarry with. This had never been done before, so no wonder a bunch of heavenly demons were making a move against him. But then again, since the precedent has been set, is there not a chance for us too? Who wouldn't want an heir of the heavenly demon bloodline? There was another tremor in that black fog. Killing my medieval son can't just be left alone. Emperor Junlin's supreme aura erupted as he proudly looked at the bizarre black mist. Then let this emperor see what strength you, Underland, really have. At those words, the crowd was silent, suddenly feeling that this place seemed inappropriate to stay for long. That black mist was also silent for a while, and only after a long time passed did it slowly say, then let this son come to my Underland and bind himself for 100 years, and after the 100 years have passed, we will let him leave in peace. Chapter 89, Shi Wendao is quite a man. Humph, binding yourself for 100 years? Just trying to take away the secret of his body. Today, this emperor's words will be put here first. Whoever dares to hit his idea on my Northern Realm at is an enemy of my Northern Realm, and this emperor will bring up millions of demon soldiers, step on your underworld, and kill all of you half-dead species. An emperor's might swept through, his tiger's eyes scanning a crowd of large and small forces, from the battle prowess displayed by Li Chongqing, as well as the odd sword box full of divine swords, and that bizarre copying method. It was obvious that he had already been spied on by countless people with the intention of replacing him, and there was nothing that could be done about him within the Green Jade Hall for the time being. Doesn't mean that after coming out, there is still no way to take him, although his sword Dao is top-notch, but his cultivation time is still short. If no one is sheltered, the consequences can be imagined. Although that secret method is strong, you can't just use it casually, right? If you don't stand up for yourself, who will? Hearing this, a group of large and small forces, faces are different. Some people think it does not matter. Anyway, their own forces are small. Even if this sword Dao youth body has a big secret, should not be their turn. As for some of the forces that had thoughts about Li Chongqing, their eyes narrowed slightly and they had to reconsider the gains and losses. Is it worth it to offend the North for Li Chongqing, or can he bear the consequences? The Nangong couple, slightly surprised, looked at Emperor Junlin. I didn't realize that the Northern Realm, who had such a high regard for this eldest son of his, would go so far as to make an enemy of the underworld. Immediately afterward, they glanced at each other, slightly helpless. As his father and mother, they should have been the first to stand up for him, but because of some things, they didn't want to expose his true identity for the time being, especially today, when all the big and small forces of the divine state gathered here. He, Dakian, couldn't afford to lose that face. There was a long silence in that black mist, as if considering the gains and losses. What is the Sky Demon Emperor's suffering? If I remember correctly, the Northern Realm and Great Qian don't seem to be too friendly at recent stages. Could it be that the Sky Demon Emperor wants to suffer enemies on both sides? Emperor Junlin smiled faintly, not taking his threats seriously at all. What's the harm in starting a war on both sides? My demon race does what it wants at its own rate. Not to mention you half-dead things that this emperor hasn't taken seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Emperor Junlin in unison, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a demon clan emperor, he was truly full of confidence. Immediately after that, he looked at the black mist. The demon emperor has put out words like this. Can you still tolerate the underworld? This does not come out to put a harsh words to show. Under the gaze of the crowd, No sound came from the black mist, a gust of silence that seemed to concede defeat. The crowd suddenly felt disappointed. How to wimp out. Get up and do the best full-scale war. Just by a few forces pressured to lift their heads. The best to fight without one or two. Maybe their own family can go up the trend. Become a new big power. Dominate a party. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing resolved hazy and turned his gaze back to Qiwendao, walking forward with a smile on his face. The crowd couldn't help but worry when they saw this appearance. This madman. It wouldn't be enough to kill Hades, but he also killed the young master of the Quantum Heaven sect. Whether the Underland was comparable or not, the top forces were still unknown, but the Quantum Heavenly sect was a proper top force. How dare you? Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Changqing slowly crouched down and looked at the collapsed Qiwendao with a light smile. What are your last words? At those words, the hearts of the crowd shook in unison. He really dared. Crazy. It's not enough to offend the underworld. You have to completely offend the dead Quantum Heavenly sect. That's the Quantum Heavenly sect's young lord, or the young lord of the near Dao Saint body. If you kill him, won't his Quantum Heavenly sect chase you to the ends of the earth? Outside the Green Jade Hall, the white-clothed sword god fiercely stood up, a terrifying sword intent rushing into the clouds, his white clothes windless. Good guts. Dare to kill my young master of Quantum Heaven. No matter who you are, this seat will tell you to fall. The crowd was chilled, like a sword hanging over their heads, making their scalps numb. On the side, Emperor Junlin frowned slightly, and his imperial might swept out, strongly standing up for Li Changqing. But who can understand the pain in my heart? My little ancestor. Stop it. Can't top it. You a sword to the other heavenly pride. Are chopped finished? People's hearts would have been hate. You now also want to kill people. Natural talent near demon young sect master. This is not immortal. His family alone is fine, but he is now at war with the great Qian in the north, and it is not yet known what the intentions of the underworld are. And here comes the Quantum Heavenly sect. Have you ever considered my feelings? The white-clothed sword god's eyes chilled as his sword eyes looked towards Emperor Junlin. The demon emperor still wants to defend him? Emperor Junlin frowned slightly. This emperor said that moving him is to be an enemy of my northern realm. Besides, it was your joint design to besiege him, and now it's just a matter of being weak and being killed in return. So there's no one to blame. At those words, the white-clothed sword god frowned slightly. Not bad. It's our Quantum Heavenly pride. First design with him. My Quantum Heavenly sect is not unreasonable. He counter-killed my Quantum Heavenly pride. We will not take it up with him, but the young master is of great significance to our sect. If he dies in the Green Jade Hall, my Quantum Heavenly sect will pour out the entire sect's strength, vowing to kill him. At those words, Emperor Junlin didn't say anything more. If they really want to kill their young patriarch, it is nonsense to say anything. There is only one battle, and it is a full-scale war that will not end in death. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Qiwendao stared at Li Changqing with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Really dare to kill him? The first thought was to run, but with sword intent flowing all over his body, he was quite injured, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. So how could he run away from him? He doesn't want to die yet. Dao. Fellow Daoist. It's my fault. I just wanted to stop fellow Daoist. I didn't have a killing intent. I still hope that fellow Daoist will let me live. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing laughed lightly. You and I have no grievances. What right do you have to stop me? We're all adults. Since we've done something wrong, we have to pay the price. You wouldn't not understand, would you? Qiwendao's eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist, it's because I'm not as skilled as others. I'm willing to pay the price. Li Changqing nodded with satisfaction. This little old brother is on the right track. Tell me about it. Qiwendao didn't care about the injuries in his body, raised his hand and dozens of tokens appeared. Fellow Daoist, these are the 13 entry to the Green Jade Hall tokens, and they will be handed over to you. Li Changqing also raised his hand and waved it, putting the token into Longzhong, then slowly shook his head. Not enough. Upon hearing this, Qiwendao gritted his teeth and raised his hand once again, and all 5 colors of light flared up, and all sorts of immortality pills and secret treasures and magic weapons surfaced. Fellow Daoist, this is all the proceeds of my Quantum Heaven sex trip. It's all for you. Li Changqing's face was delighted, but it was quickly concealed. It's still not enough. Kill you and these will naturally be mine. Since you want to live, you have to come up with something tangible. You're a young patriarch of Quantum Heaven. You won't be worthless, right? Upon hearing this, Qiwendao sighed, his heart screaming regret. Why did he provoke this kind of pervert? Then, what does the Taoist friend want? Chapter 90 Loyalty, G Family's Heavenly Pride. This question, put Li Changqing asked. The use of heavenly materials is not very useful. Divine weapons, I have the endless sword box, the heavenly wood law avatar. I have the transformation of Wangu. He does not need. After some contemplation, he said, the immortal god pill will come first in 1,000 pearls, and the cultivation resources, just according to your treatment, will come in 800 years portions anyhow, and that is, I'm quite curious about the quantum heavenly sect. Maybe one day I'll go to take a look. You first take a Tao oath. If I go to your quantum heavenly sect, your whole sect shall not be blocked, and all parts of the quantum heavenly sect will be open for me. Upon hearing this, the crowd of people who were eating the food looked at Li Changqing in a daze. He really dares to say that. Now that the divine medicines can use thousands of pearls as units? Also according to the young patriarch's cultivation resources of 800 years. No need to think about it, is an astronomical figure. The strangest thing is, after beating people, robbing things, but also to go to people's homes to stay, is not a little excessive? Simply did not put him in the eyes of the quantum heavenly sect. This, Shi Wendao was speechless for a while. The amount was too big for him to make a decision. Li Changqing frowned slightly. What? Not willing? Then you can die. As the words fell, the sword intent flowed through his fingertips, making a gesture to chop out a sword. Friend of the way. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. I'm willing. Willing. Li Changqing nodded with satisfaction. This type could have given him more, but unfortunately there was not that duo heavenly sect, much less the duo heavenly young patriarch. The next step is simple. The road oath has been up. The great road vibration. If there is a violation of this contract, he Quantum Sky Young Master is considered to be no more. However, the amount is too much, and my Quantum Heaven sect needs time to raise it. Li Changqing nodded and didn't say anything more, and wasn't afraid that he would back out. After thinking about it, Li Changqing added, I'm not sure about one thing. You're at least the young master of Quantum Heaven. What favor did he, the Deqian prince, give you to make you willingly work for him? At those words, Shi Wendao sighed. My western panic domain, barbaric land. Although my quantum heavenly sect is strong, I can't take care of the vast panic domain. The ferocious beasts are rampant, the land is impoverished, and the people under my seat are in great suffering. I then wanted to find a piece of land, a place of peace, where I could place ordinary people. At those words, Li Changqing looked at Shi Wendao with some surprise. Yo, didn't see it. You're still a great guy. So what did he Deqian prince promise you? Shi Wendao blushed slightly. He said, when he ascended to the throne as emperor, will allow me to 3 continents of land, for me to rest the people. I thought, just blocking individuals, because it should not be a big problem. Who knows? I ran into you. Ha ha ha. So he's not even on the throne yet and he's thinking about how to sell Deqian? At those words, the crowd looked at Nangong Haotian oddly. As for Nangong Haotian at this time, he already couldn't care about that much and only wanted to leave this place quietly. But a burst of runes emerged and trapped him in it. How could a piece of mortal body break through Dao Shui's prohibition? It can only be viewed by the crowd. And feeling the crowd's strange gaze, Nangong Haotian felt a great sense of shame. He was the crown prince of Deqian. These trash, how dare they treat him like a monkey? Outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple's faces were darkened, and the surrounding forces, large and small, cast similarly strange gazes, as if to say, this is the second son of your Deqian outside the well-known virtuous? Have not yet sat on the throne, began to think of how to sell the land of your Deqian, when he really ascended the throne. Is not even your husband and wife can be packaged together to sell? His husband and wife were tormented. Their faces flushed red as they looked at Tian'er in the picture, their hearts filled with disbelief. How could their Tian'er, their crown prince, do such a foolish thing? Inside the Green Jade Hall, Li Changqing smiled and didn't say anything more, following which he looked at Ji Shang, leaving a depressed-faced Shi Wendao. This Qingyu trip when it is really a failure of the extreme. What benefits did not make a mess, but in turn sent out a whole lot. The heart is more and more bitter. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the white-clothed sword god, and Emperor Junlin all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. This is very good, although the loss of a huge amount of resources, but at least not dead is not, and do not have to start another dispute. But the moment he thought of that massive amount of resources, the white-clothed sword god's heart ached. Even if it was him, the quantum heavenly sect, taking out such resources wouldn't be that easy. Looking towards the weak Shi Wendao in the picture, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This trip to Qingyu was really a loss, and Li Changqing slowly walked to Ji Shang's side. What about you? Do you want to die or live? At those words, Ji Shang was silent. Who would want to die if he could live? But he was different, not having the quantum heaven sect's power to back him up, not to mention being a lesser patriarch. In the end, he was nothing more than a child that the Ji family had picked up and nurtured from a young age. Not to mention the Ji family is willing to pay a lot of resources for him, even if he is willing. He himself is not willing. His own skills are not as good as the Ji family is ashamed of the misentrusted. There is no face back to see the head of the family? Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Changqing frowned slightly. It seems you don't want to live. So die. With a flash of his figure, he grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up high. Although Ji Shang had a death wish in his heart, the threat of death coming from him still caused him to keep struggling. But in the face of Li Changqing's big hand, everything was useless. You? Who the hell are you? Li Changqing didn't reply. He just looked at him compassionately as his sword intent surged, invading his divine court and chopping up his divine soul. A feeling of powerlessness came over him, and Maitreya remained oblivious to the purpose of the trip. Little young master, hurry, run. The words fell, closed his eyes without life. Li Changqing loosened his hand, and the body slid limply to the ground. Li Changqing looked at Ji Shang's corpse with a slight frown. Pity. Then he looked at Qi Wan and said, "You, bury him thickly." But there was no response. Only Qi Wendao looking at Ji Shang's body on the ground with a stupefied expression. The people eating around them did so. Then he looked at Li Changqing with some fear. They all thought that Li Changqing was merely trying to take the opportunity to extort some precious resources, never imagining that he really dared to make a move. That's the Ji family's heavenly pride. The transcendent Ji family, although the desolate ancient family, transcends the world and generally ignores the mundane world. It does not mean that he is good to be messed with. If the Ji family is angry, the entire divine state has to tremble 3 times. Not to mention his northern realm. You just put a bunch of top forces. Add up also cannot protect you. He is really crazy. Has he gone mad? Or does he have something else to rely on? Qi Wendao heart a burst of gratitude. Fortunately in time to admit, or reincarnation on the road is neither with him. Even outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd looked at Li Changqing in surprise, and then turned their gazes back to Ji Qingxian. Your family's heavenly pride has been killed, and you don't show it. But they were disappointed. Ji Qingxian was unmoved, still looking worriedly at Nangong Haotian in the picture. As for Ji Shang, she naturally saw it. But so what? Already defeated. It didn't matter if there was him or not, as long as her own Tiana was fine. She didn't care about anything else. What's the matter with you? Asked you a question. Yes, I'll give him a good burial. Qi Wendao returned to his senses, and the two hastened to say. Li Changqing nodded his head and turned his gaze towards Nangong Haotian again, slowly walking towards him step by step. Yo, my lovely Odudo. It's been a while. Did you miss me? Chapter 91, Selling Land and Killing Brother, De Qian Jun, able to bend and extend Crown Prince Tian. At those words, everyone looked at Nangong Haotian. This design pit kill was obviously led by Prince Nangong, and now a bunch of heavenly pride had been killed off, leaving behind a single young master of quantum heaven who couldn't take care of himself. Then how should this Nangong prince take care of himself? Should he be killed too? That is the emperor of Deqian, the son of Miss Ji family. There are only a handful of people who dare to touch him in this entire divine state. You, don't you come over. Get away. Get away. When Nangong Haotian saw Li Changqing strolling towards him, he wanted to escape, but the runes around him imprisoned him, so he could only shout with a terrified face towards Li Changqing as he lost control. As for Li Changqing, he was wearing a smile on his face, and the divine sword appeared in his hand, his sword intent rushing into the clouds. The crowd was numb. Seeing him like this, it was obvious that he didn't intend to spare the Deqian prince. Too crazy. Killing so many celestial pride is not enough. Killing the medieval son to kill Ji Shang, and now he wants to kill the Deqian crown prince. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd saw this, have looked to the Nangong couple. Their own prince is about to die in the Green Jade. This couple, and how should it be? The husband and wife, on the other hand, could no longer care less about the crowd. Ji Qingxian saw Li Changqing carrying the divine sword in his hand, walking towards her Tian'er step by step, as if he was taking a knife and stabbing it into her heart bit by bit, not caring about the majesty of the Empress of Dakian, not caring about the face of the Ji family's young lady. Her face was full of tears and she shouted out of control. Feather! Don't! The crowd was stunned. Feather? What feather? That son? The eldest son of the great Qian emperor? Nangong Hongyu? As for Nangong Zhantian, he was already furious and unforgivable, and his terrifying aura was completely suppressed. Rebel son! How dare you! He couldn't just watch his son die in front of him. He needed to do something. He needed to save his son. A vertical leap to the high sky. A huge golden wheel that looked like a heavenly tilt emerged, covering the vault of the sky, and a pillar of light through the sky shot out, blasting towards the Green Jade Hall. The crowd was chilled and unconsciously leaned towards the remaining few powers, as if where they could save their lives. The white-clothed sword god, Emperor Junlin frowned in unison. This unreservedly casting past life, countless people would be affected. This Nangong wartime was really out of his mind. One after another, they cast their divine abilities to shelter their own congregations. Boom! Smoke and dust in all directions. To be smoke dispersed, Green Jade Hall unharmed. The crowd did not feel the slightest surprise. How many years countless people attempted to break the Green Jade Hall, peeping the secrets of which, but unfortunately no one can be successful. Nangong Zhantian naturally is no exception. Seeing that the Green Jade Hall was just fine, Nangong Wartian didn't give up and still desperately bombarded the Green Jade Hall. In fact, he himself knew that it was impossible for him to blast through the Green Jade Hall, but as a father, he couldn't sit back and watch his son die in front of his eyes. He had to do something. Inside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd felt a wave of turbulence. Li Changqing looked around and smiled, still walking towards Nangong Haotian without any haste, playing with the divine sword in his hand as he looked towards Nangong Haotian. It seems that someone out there is in a hurry, but it doesn't seem to change anything. My dear O Doubtfire, are you ready? Nangong Haotian, his face full of horror. You really dared to kill me? If you kill me, father and mother will never let you go. Li Changqing smiled gently. I need them to let go? Oh, I'm a person-law. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. If you have the guts to come to me for revenge, I don't mind at all to send you guys to reunite. At those words, Ji Qingxian, who was outside the Green Jade Hall, was dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he looked at Li Changqing in the picture. Why was it like this? We're all family. Why did it come to this? Not only does he want to kill his own brother, but he can even kill me as his mother? Why? Why the hell is that? One was indebted to him, but that was no reason for him to be so desperate. Over here, Nangong Wartian also stopped bombarding the Green Jade Hall, looking at the picture in despair as his two sons were fighting hand to hand. Inside the Green Jade Hall, seeing Li Changqing walking towards himself step by step, Nangong Haotian despaired. Plop on the ground. The crowd a sigh of relief. At least is also the great Qian prince. How this so spineless? Brother, I'm wrong. I'm obsessed. I won't dare anymore. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Okay? The crowd felt a thunderbolt, and their eyes stared blankly, looking at Li Changqing for a moment, and then looking at Nangong Haotian who was kneeling on the ground. Brother? Was it a mouthful to stay alive? Or was it really his brother? It shouldn't be possible. It is rumored that the eldest son of the Emperor of Dakian has little talent and is an invalid. But look at this sword Dao youth. Even though you don't know who he is, does he look like he has no talent? That talentless person was able to comfortably deal with so many heavenly prides while being suppressed so powerfully by the formation. Even with just one sword, he defeated all the world's heroes. Such prime talent. Would he be that rumored invalid? Under the crowd's puzzled gazes, Li Changqing looked at the kneeling Nangong Haotian who begged for mercy and laughed. You're really a man who can bend and stretch, kneeling when you say so, without any hesitation at all. I kind of admire you. Sell the land and kill your brother, De Qian Jun, and be able to bend and stretch Prince Tian. On the side, Dao Shui, without reason, popped out such a sentence. Li Changqing looked at her with a surprised face. Wonderful. It's too wonderful. You don't say. It really has that flavor. Again, he turned his gaze to Nangong Haotian. What do you think? Does it feel like it fits you? At those words, Nangong Haotian's face reddened. The sight of the melon-eating crowd a little confused, seemingly laughing. Especially the sight of the Emperor Ao Shuai covering their mouths and laughing lightly. His whole person like a lightning strike. You dare to humiliate me. At those words, Li Changqing froze for a moment and looked at Nangong Haotian in amusement. Humiliate you? No way. Just the way you are. There's still a need to humiliate you. You're a joke to live. Don't you realize that? Nangong Haotian looked at Li Changqing maliciously. If his eyes could kill, Li Changqing would have already died by all means. Seeing his appearance, Li Changqing laughed lightly. It's just a matter of sending you on your way to give him an explanation. Nangong Haotian's pupils shrunk as he hurriedly said, Don't, brother. I was wrong. I beg you. Spare me. Li Changqing didn't pay any attention to the divine sword in his hand, slowly raising it. Nangong Haotian peed again, but he didn't care and still kept begging for mercy. The crowd held their breath. Did he really dare to kill the Deqian prince? Outside the Green Jade Hall, Ji Qingshuan's face was filled with stagnation, her eyes staring at Li Changqing in a daze. The mouth kept screaming no. Nangong Zhantian, despairing, inclined his head and watched one of his sons kill another son. He couldn't do it. Inside the Green Jade Hall, seeing Li Changqing's sword, he was about to chop down. On the side, Dao Shui but suddenly opened her mouth. Wait. Li Changqing stopped his movements and looked at her suspiciously. Chapter 92. He, Li Changqing, is the only one. What's wrong? Nangong Haotian on the side, A face of surprise looking at the Emperor Ao Shui. Could it be that she does not want me to die? Otherwise how would it be at such a critical juncture to open the mouth to save their own? Holy maiden, save me. As long as you save me, when I am the king of the world, you will be the Empress of Dakian. Then the North and the Great Qian will be on good terms for all eternity, and there will be no more wars. Li Changqing turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian in confusion, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this man out of his mind? Not only him, but even the crowd of eaters. All looked at Nangong Haotian in confusion. This Daqian crown prince, why is he like a retard? In this situation, he still thinks about reigning over the world and marrying the Northern Realm Holy Maiden as his queen? Can't he see that this Northern Realm Holy Maiden wears the same pants as this Sword Dao youth? And you're actually thinking of marrying her? Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd was also confused for a while, and their odd gazes looked at the couple. Ji Qingxian had been bursting with joy. Her own Tian'er seemed to have hope for life, but now she wanted to run away so badly, and the strange gazes of the people around her made her, who had always loved her face, feel ashamed. What's with this day? Even the always majestic Nangong Zhantian had a black line on his face at this moment. Inside the Green Jade Hall, after Li Changqing was shocked, he looked at the frosty-faced Dao Shui and said, "This one, it seems, has something in mind for you." Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Dao Shui slowly came before Li Changqing with a frosty face. A hand grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him, his absolutely beautiful face, close to Li Changqing's dumbfounded face. His exquisite red lips gently kissed him on the lips. Li Changqing's eyes were wide, his body was stiff, his brain was dizzy, and he didn't dare to move. Ending, Dao Shui turned her head with cold eyes to look at the stagnant Nangong Haotian. This is the only man in the world who is worthy of my Dao Shui, and he is the only one. Li Changqing, what are you? What qualifications do you have? What qualifications do you have to be delusional? You a born waste who can't even awaken his own natural aptitude? Sharp words, life-threatening swords, like 10,000 swords piercing through the heart, especially since they were still coming from the mouth of Dao Shui, whom he had longed for. Nangong Haotian was like 5 thunderbolts. That kiss, those words, constantly resounded through his mind. Fuming madly, he popped up and kept whacking the runes that imprisoned him. Damn, I'm a born supreme. I'm the crown prince of Daqian. You and I are the perfect match for heaven and earth. Why did you choose him? By what right? The scene in front of them left the crowd dumbfounded. This Northern Realm Holy Maiden even openly performed such a ridiculous act. Appalling. It's appalling. But what's with the envy? And this Daqian prince, so maniacal? Is he going crazy? Dao Shui ignored his hissing and turned her head to look at Li Changqing, who was still in a daze, said in a tone that brooked no doubt, "You go to the dragon transformation pool, and I'll take care of him." Upon hearing this, Li Changqing, with a dumbfounded look, mechanically walked towards the top of the mountain, looking back at Dao Shui from time to time, feeling that it wasn't quite real, and Dao Shui slowly walked towards Nangong Haotian. The crowd looked at Dao Shui in disbelief. This Northern Realm Holy Maiden, in the end, what do you want to do? Save the great Qian Crown Prince in the nick of time, but don't want to be for his good. And Nangong Haotian Dao Shui went away, momentarily forget the fear. Mouth still keep cursing. Really, that scene is too hurt his heart. He had long regarded Dao Shui as someone he absolutely had to have, but she had actually kissed the trash in front of so many people and said that he was the trash. How could the always arrogant and confident man stand it? An already small heart of the heart, 1,000 holes. Under the gazes of the crowd, Dao Shui first glanced at Nangong Haotian and then slowly looked into the void as if she was looking at the crowd outside the Green Jade Hall. I know you're all watching, so keep your eyes peeled and don't blink. After that, first he remembered something, and his face was so frosty that the air around him seemed to condense into frost. Everything you have done to him, I will pay back 1,000 times over on him. All that he has suffered, he has experienced 1,000 times over. I'm not like him, so merciful and generous. To die, it's just relief for him. I'll make him taste all the hardships of the world. I'll make his life worse than that of a dog or a pig, and you can only watch as your beloved Tian'er suffers all kinds of pain without being able to do anything about it. Not just him, but all of you. I want you all to personally send your dear Tian'er to my northern realm, just as you sent him back then. I'd like to see what your hearts are made of and if you feel pain. The crowd looked at Dao Shui in shock. Not to mention, what exactly did she mean by these words? Just by looking at her, it felt like this matter was not simple. Dao Shui, who has always had no sadness, no joy, and not much emotion, at this time, her body was full of hostility, which was intimidating. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple's brows furrowed deeply. How could they not know that this was talking about them? But they're just a little neglectful of him in general. so do they have to make it seem like it's an unavoidable thing? Also, what does this woman want? Why do I always have a bad feeling? Emperor Junlin, on the other hand, had a calm face as if he had known it all along. Could he not know what his own granddaughter was like? The white-clothed sword god, on the other hand, mockingly glanced at the Nangong couple. If he had been a little confused and unsure at first, then after the words the couple had just shouted out in anger, he could be sure. This youth with a terrifying sword Dao was the eldest son of Emperor Nangong, who was rumored to be a waste of space. Obviously, his sword Dao was peerless and his natural talent was proud of the divine state, yet he was rumored to be a waste. No need to think about it, he also knows, outside the hostage for 18 years, which can be compared to the favoritism of the night and day. Just his Dakian, when really funny, obviously as long as the step-by-step, thousands of years later when this son grows, the world who can rival? Favored to engage in what to abolish the eldest and establish the young. This is just, but you look at this prince as what a ghost. Strength not to mention, just this brain does not seem to be very good. This, steady on, I'm measuring the Sky Clan steady on, and a bunch of other eaters, also no half. As if it seems that this sword Dao youth and this great Qian relationship is not ordinary but why is it such a deadly situation? Someone would look at Ji Qingxian for a moment, and then look at Li Changqing who was slowly walking towards the mountain with a dumbfounded look on his face. The eyes widened violently, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Inside the green jade hall, Dao Shui took a deep breath and looked at Li Changqing, who had disappeared from sight, and then looked at the crowd. Are you all curious as to who that youth in green is? At those words, the crowd froze. Are they talking about us? Are we still allowed to speak? Although the crowd was puzzled, they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, the corpses of a bunch of heavenly prides were still in front of them. There was a long silence. Dare I ask the holy maiden, that person, just who is he? Chapter 93. It was Nangong Hongyu. Finally someone couldn't help but ask. When these words came out, there was a burst of tension between Nangong Haotian and the couple outside the Green Jade Hall. The Crown Prince of Dakian designed to unite the people and attempted to kill his brother. Great Qian for the country protagonist for 18 years of the emperor's eldest son talent is unparalleled. In the sense of reason should be the unquestionable candidate for the crown prince, but was abolished, but also was forced to leave home. All of this, if on this occasion, the eyes of the size of the divine state forces, was stormed out, to the world how to look at his great Qian. Look at his Nangong royal family, including the desolate ancient Ji family. It was impossible for his husband and wife not to be nervous. After all, a Dakian king and a Ji family lady were both people who wanted to look good. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Dao Shui slowly said, he's now called Li Evergreen. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned slightly. They had just heard about it. But who was this Li Changqing? I thought it was some kind of unimportant status, but I didn't realize it was an unnamed character. Although his natural talent was unrivaled, it seemed like there was no top-tier power in the divine state with that surnamely. The couple also breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not exposed. At least at this moment his identity could not be known to the public. Otherwise, his De Qian is really a stench. Even with the Ji family to be humiliated. Although these are his Nangong family affairs, not with outsiders, but the family scandal cannot be spread. Not to mention that he is the top power De Qian ruler of the Nangong family. Who doesn't have a face when you're a gangster? And under the crowd's puzzled gazes, Dao Shui slowly looked at Nangong Haotian again. Why don't we ask this great Qian crown prince to tell us what he used to be called? At those words, everyone looked at Nangong Haotian in unison. Outside of the Green Jade Hall, the couple's hearts that had just fallen, were raised to their throats again, looking at their own Tian'er with a tense face. As for Nangong Haotian, his face shifted for a while under the gazes of the crowd, but he was slow to speak. Dao Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you haven't figured out your situation yet. As the words fell, he slowly pulled out a box and looked at Nangong Haotian with a faint smile. This is my Northern Realm bone-penetrating worm. It can invade your bones and feed on your bone marrow, accompanied by intense pain. Back then he also tried it. I just don't know if you can take it or not. At those words, a chill ran through the crowd. This Northern Realm holy maiden was so vicious. Nangong Haotian, with a face of fear, excitedly roared towards Dao Shui. Stay back, don't you come over. I am the crown prince of Deqian. If you dare to treat me like this, my father and mother will not let you go. Dao Shui ignored it. The box in her hand flew up, and several extremely tiny bugs flew into Nangong Haotian's body. He, who had become an invalid, did not have the slightest ability to resist, and could not even see that the bugs had already entered the interior of his body. The eyes snapped round, the whites of the eyes instantly filling with blood, and the veins in his neck bulging. Ah, what have you done? So painful. So much pain. The intense pain caused him to roar unimaginatively, feeling like there were worms crawling inside him, gnawing at his flesh and bones, but he couldn't do a thing about it. One could only keep slapping oneself in a vain attempt to dislodge the bugs, but it didn't do any good. The mouth was sputtering and the size of the mouth was incontinent and miserable. A crowd of melon eaters, looking at Nangong Haotian in horror. That miserable look. Now that it is said that it is the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty, who believes it? Outside the Green Jade Hall, Ti-honor, Ji Qingxian shouted out of control, tears breaking in her eyes. Seeing the picture, her own Ti-honor in this state, her heart was broken. Nangong Zhantian had a pair of tiger eyes that glared angrily at Emperor Junlin as a terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably. As a father watching his son suffer and not being able to do anything about it. But it didn't stop him from transferring his anger to Emperor Junlin. Emperor Junlin smiled faintly, mockingly looking at the Nangong couple. What? You can't take it anymore after just this much suffering? Have you and your wife ever thought about the fact that he's been suffering for 17 years? The headless words left the crowd confused. However, the couple's faces changed, and they couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Li Changqing, who was rushing to the illusory dragon pool. He endured 17 years? Nangong Zhantian's anger came and went quickly. Standing there, although still so majestic, but always let a person feel a few points of powerlessness. Ji Qingxian, on the other hand, froze on the spot, her eyes dull. They never thought about how he was doing in the northern realm. Don't want to think about it. Don't want to think about it. Even deliberately ignore it. Because in a sense, it was a disgrace. The disgrace of Diqian. The disgrace of his husband and wife. A loud scream pulled them back from their thoughts. Ah, no. Please, don't go on. Dao Shui remained silent. Where was this? Not even a billionth of what she had endured. I'll say it. Don't. Upon hearing this, Dao Shui faintly spat out a light chirp. As the pain dissipated, Nangong Haotian gasped violently, stunned, lying on the ground like a dead dog, his body long ago drenched in sweat, like a drowning man. Say, a faint tone came out of Dao Shui's mouth. Nangong Haotian had a jolt of fear. To him it was like the 9 abysses calling out to him, and he was as scared as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Open mouth, he's. Seeing him stammering, Dao Shui's gaze on the side was slightly cold, and Nangong Haotian seemed to feel the worms in his body. Again, we're on the verge of stirring. Don't. I'll say it. He is. Nangong Hongyu. The voice was small, like a mosquito, as if that would make it inaudible to the crowd. Unfortunately, apart from him, those who could enter the Green Jade Hall all had a few strengths in their bodies and ears to hear the 6 ways. As soon as these words came out, the crowd stared at the top of the mountain with wide eyes and incredulity. But unfortunately, the figure had already disappeared. Brain buzzing. Nangong Hongyu? The eldest son of the Emperor of Daqian? The eldest son of the Nangong Emperor who has been a prince for 18 years? There was a moment of silence, too powerful for the brain to turn around. And outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple's face is dead. From now on, he Daqian prince. No matter where, no matter what he is doing, his head seems to be engraved with a few words. Sell the land and kill his brother. It's like a brand, and it lasts forever and ever for the rest of your life. And the crowd outside the temple is not like the temple. From the couple's behavior, can already see a lot of things? Some people have long been guessing, and now was confirmed. But a mocking gaze still gathered on the couple, as if to say, this is your Daqian's crown prince? You don't want to kill your own brother or your own son? Even if you sell the land. The point is that you sell the land to kill your own brother? Inside the Green Jade Hall. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 94, Born Supreme? It is rumored that Nangong Hongyu is a wastrel, with little qualifications, while this Li Changqing, with a single sword, is able to cut down all the world's heroes. The gap between the two is so huge. How can it be the same person? Not bad. Rumor has it that the eldest son of the Nangong Emperor is indeed poorly qualified, but on the contrary, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, born with a sword bone, is a supreme heavenly pride. However, I observe that Li Changqing's eyebrows do resemble the Empress of Daqian for a few moments. Could it be, if he is really Nangong Hongyu, then this prince would not be a brother against brother? Also, Nangong Hongyu is just Nangong Hongyu, and why is he called Li Changqing? The crowd glanced at each other and then looked at Nangong Haotian in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Intuition told them that there was melon, amazing melon. On the other hand, Qi Wandao, who was healing his wounds on the side, was violently wide-eyed. He, Nangong Hongyu? Nangong Hongyu? Li Changqing's face appeared in his mind, slowly overlapping with the Empress of Daqian. Snapping his head up to look, Nangong Haotian was instantly annoyed. This damned waste. If I really stopped Nangong Hongyu and thus caused the body to fall to the Green Jade Palace, not to mention the land, not to start a war even if it is good. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved that the injuries on his body didn't seem to hurt as much. At least he was fine now and not immortal. Silently looking toward the top of the mountain. Nangong Hongyu, today's sight, really call for despair. Born in the same generation as you, can we still be considered heavenly prides? Shook his head with a bitter smile, listening to his story since childhood. Word of mouth. The birth of a son when the birth of an imperial feather. That age, for the country's hostage. What it, but without realizing it, it turned out to be, the birth of a son when the birth of the Prince of Heaven, born with a sword bone, proud of his peers, was countless known as the children of other people's families. But I didn't expect to take someone else's sword bone and say that it was his own. And he was even more of a dish that he couldn't even awaken his own natural aptitude. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he suddenly shook his body. The sword bone wasn't his. Then whose was it? Although he knew early on that this Diqian prince's sword bone was not his, but it never occurred to him who the true owner of the sword bone was. But today, he saw Li Changqing in his close relationship with Nangong Haotian. Sword bones. Sword Dao. Jerking his head up and staring wide-eyed, he looked toward the top of the mountain. Then he slowly looked at Nangong Haotian again, towards the side of Dao Shui. I have many doubts in my mind. May I ask the holy maiden to solve them? Dao Shui's face was expressionless as she pointed at Guangong Haotian. If you have any questions, ask him directly in person. Then he glanced meaningfully at Nangong Haotian. You wouldn't dare lie, would you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's body shivered and trembled as he hurriedly nodded his head. Seeing this, Qi Wendao raised his eyes to. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly. He really didn't want to say a word more to this punk, especially since he was still being put on the spot by this punk. But still, he couldn't help the doubt in his heart and spoke slowly. Who is the true-born supreme? Really? Or who is the true owner of the sword bone? Upon hearing this, the crowd all looked at Qi Wendao in disbelief. What do you mean? Isn't the born supreme prince the crown prince of Diqian? The whole of the divine kingdom? Don't they all know about it, and they still need to ask? But how could the quantum heavenly sex young lord ask such a question? And listening to him, there was something else going on. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd also looked at, in unison, the Nangong couple. Whose sword bone is it and whether there is a hidden agenda or not? The parents who are the crown prince of Diqian should be clear about it. And as the crowd watched, the couple grew paler and paler. If the matter of the sword bone exploded, then the momentum they had worked so hard to create for their honor would be gone, and the polls would be reversed. Previously boasted how hard, later depreciated how outrageous. Even his husband and wife cannot be spared, even with their efforts to help her up to the throne of the prince. Do not see to sit securely. The white-clothed sword god on the side slightly frowned at the couple, extremely curious in his heart. As a sword cultivator, the sword bone was also something he dreamed of. But unfortunately, the heavens did not favor him. He wanted to see what talent was worthy of the words born supreme. Dare I ask the Southern Emperor just who the born supreme is? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the white-clothed sword god. How could they listen to what he meant by this? As if he had already determined that he, the Diqian crown prince, was not a natural-born supreme being. At those words, Nangong Zhantian was slightly stunned and somewhat caught off guard. What are you babbling about? Tian'er is the born supreme. The white-clothed sword god let out a faint smile and shook his head slightly. The ending is already irrevocable. The water will eventually fall out of the stone. If you are generous to admit it, I still think you have a few points of frankness. Southern Emperor? Humph. It's worthy of being on par with me. You. Nangong Zhantian was furious. A pair of tiger eyes full of frost. When had his hallowed Southern Emperor been humiliated like this in public? How can he stand this? Snap. Ha ha ha. Sword god old brother's words are true, and coincide with this emperor. I thought that he, Nangong Xingye, was already bad enough, but I didn't think that he, Nangong Batantian, was even worse. This emperor has always been very curious. Like Nangong Hongyu, this kind of pride, this kind of nature. Why was born in your Nangong family? I can't understand why he couldn't have been born in my demon race. It really makes me chagrined. The demon emperor knows quite a lot about this son? Emperor Junlin smiled faintly. Of course, this son has spent 18 years in my northern realm. If he hadn't been constantly chanting about going home, I would definitely not have let him go. When Ji Qingxian heard the word home on the side, the tears in her eyes once again flowed uncontrollably. Nangong Zhantian's pair of tiger eyes, staring tightly at the two who kept talking, wanted to make a move, but reason told him not to. Inside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Haotian, who was questioned, looked at Qi Wendao mischievously and hesitated to answer. He also knew that if he told the truth at this point, he would be reviled for the rest of his life. In the past, the eyes of worship, envy, and love will all leave him, and in their place, all kinds of contemptuous and disdainful eyes. He's the crown prince. How can he take this kind of look? He grew up with all the favorites in him. He should always enjoy the love and embrace and praise of all people, and not allow any different eyes. Isn't this what a prince should enjoy? What's wrong with him? Seeing his hesitation to speak, Qi Wendao smiled. You don't want to talk about it, so I'll do it for you. From the day you won the crown, I have used a secret method and probed your sword bone. It turns out. Shut up, you damned piece of trash. Shut up. If you dare to say one more word, I'll make sure that father and mother will break you into pieces. In the gazes of the crowd of puzzled people, Qi Wendao smiled faintly, forcibly endured the pain on his body, sucked in a breath, and shouted, he, the great Qian prince, simply that is not a natural-born supreme, but a waste who enjoys a huge amount of resources but has the same cultivation as an ordinary person. A waste who can't even awaken his own natural aptitude. The born sword bone in your mouth is nothing more than someone else's. It doesn't respond to him at all. That's why on the day of the Hay Crown he was so weak and was suppressed by the Northern Realm Holy Maiden with just her hands. Chapter 95. It's yours, after all. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze for a while, their brains turning over as they looked at Nangong Haotian incredulously. Ears are listening to the callous of the Nangong prince. Born sword bone, born supreme, actually is an imposter? Taking someone else's sword bone and claiming to be a born supreme? Lying to the world to gain prestige? Did the Southern Emperor and Empress know about this? Or are they simply complicit in order to highlight the unrivaled talent of his Nangong family? Thinking about this, many people showed disgust on their faces as if they had eaten. Everyone in the Green Jade Hall, who wasn't already a heavenly pride, was still far from the rumored great Qian prince. The elders of the family, on the other hand, like to use him to motivate themselves. Look at the second prince of Deqian, born to be the supreme. The qualification is unprecedented. If you don't work hard, in the future to give people shoes are not worthy. That's all the qualifications you have. What are you so proud of? Can't you learn from others, Imperial Sun Tian? I don't want you to be born with a sword bone either. At least you have to catch up to 1/10 of someone else's Imperial sky, right? Looking back, the prestige of his Deqian prince had shrouded almost all of his childhood. A lot of people see him as a benchmark, a driving force to move forward. But now you're telling me he's a fake? Sword bones of others. Massive resources can't be fed up. Bloodline aptitude can't be awakened? So all the beatings we've endured over the years, the relentless whippings, the countless nights spent crying in pain, are all lies from this loser? Some people looked at Nangong Haotian full of anger. Some people looked at Qi Wendao with confidence. And some people lowered their heads in contemplation. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd looked at the couple in unison, as if they were questioning, you, the crown prince of Deqian, are a fake supreme? Do you know that as the supreme ruler of Deqian? Do you know that? Or is it simply that, in order to emphasize the difference of your Nangong family and appear superior, you have deliberately joined forces to cajole the world, and are likewise a person who deceives the world? The eyes of the crowd, full of questioning contempt and dissimulation, made the couple suffer and their faces reddened beyond recognition, especially Ji Qingxian. As the young lady of the Ji family, he was not admired and touted by everyone wherever he went. When had he ever suffered from such unpleasant gazes? She could not refute it, and she also knew that once this kind of thing was exposed, not to mention the face, even in the hearts of the people in the past, the image of gorgeous and elegant and unattainable also disappeared. Who would have thought that she, the Empress of Deqian, the Miss of the Ji family, in order to put gold on her face, would go so far as to spread a big lie, saying that her own son was the supreme being, to cajole the world and elevate herself. It turned out that a fairy as high and mighty as she was could not be exempted. A gaze that seemed to smile but didn't dare to laugh fell on her, making him want to find a crack in the ground. At the same time, she also felt a million grievances. Can you blame her? She didn't want to She didn't know it at the beginning, and when she knew it was already too late. She didn't want her Tianer to suffer from the world's scorn, so she could only make a mistake. What could she do? Even Nangong Zhantian was somewhat unable to withstand such a strange gaze from the crowd, his old face blushing. At the same time, he was also furious. He was the emperor of Deqian. How could this group of pariahs dare to look at him with such a gaze? However, there is no way out. We can't get them all killed. The heart of the 10,000 reluctance. Do not want to accept such an ending. Pulling one hair affects the whole body. This incident will lead to a series of chain reactions. At the same time, he slightly regretted that if he had directly told the truth when the white-clothed sword god asked him just now, as the sword god said, it would have seemed unexpectedly frank. In making a look of ignorance, at least can save some face, not even their own implicated, but now regret late. Can only one way to go black? That's bull *********. Angry eyes looked towards the white-clothed sword god. What exactly do you, Quantum Heaven Sect, intend to do? Why are you slandering my great Qian like this? At those words, the crowd frowned slightly, seeing the Southern Emperor's appearance. Had they misunderstood him? As for the white-clothed sword god being questioned by Nangong Zhantian, he only smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, not even glancing at Nangong Zhantian. I was kind enough to give him a step, but he didn't take it. So who's to blame? Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost. Just sit back and wait to see the joke. As for Nangong Zhantian, it is no longer in his eyes. Inside the Green Jade Hall. Is this true, Your Highness the Crown Prince? You weren't born a supreme being and your sword bone is someone else's? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but open his mouth to question. Nonsense. He's talking nonsense. Everyone don't believe him. I'm the born supreme. He's jealous of me. He's trying to ruin me. Everyone mustn't listen to his nonsense. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. The two of them each had their own words, and could only look helplessly at Dao Shui. But at this moment, Dao Shui, with a gentle face, looked towards the top of the mountain and murmured, "It's yours. It'll always be yours. No one can take it away from you." Qi Wandao, who was on the side, also jerked his head up to look at the top of the mountain, and he suddenly felt that something terrifying was slowly reviving. And there was only Li Changqing alone at the top of the mountain, coupled with the fact that some time ago, the universal sadness, the supreme being fell, even more confirmed the conjecture in his heart. The heart was horrified and at the same time, it also felt 10,000 helplessness, both the supreme being and the Tao body. Then looked at the crazy sophistry of Nangong Haotian, suddenly felt a sigh of relief. This is the same route. The gap is infinite. Somewhat amused, he opened his mouth. If you weren't his younger brother, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to him. To be able to have the sword bone for a period of time is a blessing that you've cultivated for 10,000 lifetimes. It's a pity that, when he could have been a chicken and a man, he regards himself as a dragon and a phoenix. But he doesn't have that dragon and phoenix qualification, and he can't bear that kind of karma when he's forcibly taking it. All karmic obstacles are ultimately self-inflicted, and all delusions are but a big dream. At the words, the crowd listened to the clouds, but what was said appeared to be that sword Dao youth. With this did Qian Prince. Seeing his words, the crowd couldn't help but feel a great deal of doubt in their hearts. Is that Li Changqing is really Nangong Hongyu, and the Daqian Prince, in fact, really is a waste, deceive the world of the generation? As for Nangong Haotian himself, he was actually a bit confused. His frame said a whole lot, but he himself failed to understand a few sentences. However, the general meaning, he could still hear it, still slandering him, and he was instantly enraged. What are you? How dare you slander this prince? This prince was born with sword bones. The world's sword Dao all call me honored, and with my hand, I can invoke a long river of sword chi across the heavens, awakening my Nangong divine art at the age of 5. My natural talent is proud of my peers, just by virtue of you being a near Dao saint body. You don't even have the qualifications to look up to me, so why do you dare to slander me like this? Nangong Haotian looked at Qi Wandao with an angry face. He would never allow someone to tarnish his reputation. He was the crown prince of Daqian, a person who wanted to have a face. Today had already embarrassed him enough, but this person still relented. He had tolerated it again and again, but it didn't mean that he was good at bullying. Although he didn't dare to say this to Dao Shui, he had no qualms about a severely injured invalid. Chapter 96, The Return of the Supreme Being, Universal Celebration. At those words, the crowd looked at the confident Nangong Haotian again in unison. So confident? Did he really misunderstand him? The couple outside the Green Jade Hall looked embarrassed, and they both blushed when they heard this. And Qi Wandao just smiled faintly. Since you were born with a sword bone, why don't you use it to open the eyes of the group? At the word, the crowd nodded in unison. Yes, use out the rumors will not be broken. Under the gazes of the crowd, Nangong Haotian said without haste, this crown prince is merely having some problems with his cultivation, and is temporarily unable to utilize his cultivation. Since he dared to say it, he had already thought of what to say. Anyway, the sword bone had already been destroyed, and that punk couldn't call out the sword bone. So what to prove? It was still whatever he said. Qi Wandao let out a light laugh. I hope you'll still be this confident in a while. Instead, he cursed in his mind. Brain dead. Not only a waste, even the brain is not good. So very good. My quantum heaven sect is really stable. Following that, he stopped paying attention to him and looked towards Dao Shui, who hadn't moved. Seeing her looking at the top of the mountain with a tense face, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In this world, I'm afraid that only he, Li Changqing, could cause the emotional ups and downs of the holy maiden of the north. Again, he turned his gaze to the top of the mountain, and that feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The avenue was in fear, in panic, and this appearance of the two naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Seeing his face staring daggers at the top of the mountain, the crowd also looked curiously. What was there to see in the clouds? Outside the Green Jade Hall, Nangong Zhantian and Ji Qingxuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. The successive strikes made them almost forget the true purpose of the dragon transformation pool, and their eldest son, who has been up there for some time. Nangong Zhantian's hands and feet were numb, and Ji Qingxuan's face was pale. It would have been a good thing for them for their son to be able to recast his sword bone, but it was the wrong time for this, so they didn't hope that he would succeed in recasting it, preferring to have no natural supreme being. Their Tian'er was just blabbering. What with the words about being born with a sword bone and awakening a natural aptitude at the age of 5, the whole thing came out. As for Nangong Zhantian, he had just said that their Tian'er was the born supreme without a doubt. Just like the near Dao sacred body, it was impossible to have two of them in the world at the same time. So in the event that Li Changqing used the transformation of the 10,000 ancients to transform the near Dao sacred body, people would only think that it was some kind of copying method, and that it wasn't the real near Dao sacred body. If he succeeds in his awakening now, then everything will be revealed, and he, the crown prince of Dakian, will be full of lies and deceiving the world, and their own husband and wife will no longer be able to defend themselves, and even their own have become a category of his Dakian prince. The prestige and reputation that the Nangong imperial family had built up over several epochs would all be destroyed at the hands of his couple. It will also trigger a series of chain reactions, a consequence that they cannot afford, nor can they afford. Even though there are thousands of unwillingness in his heart, there is nothing he can do but listen to the arrangement of God like a dead dog. Inside the Green Jade Hall, miraculously quiet, both of the big men were silent as they looked at the top of the mountain, and they didn't dare to speak. They could only watch in silence. And even if Nangong Zhantian was brain dead, he had already reacted at this point, cold sweat running down his face, his heart terrified. The strong fear of the aftermath made him unable to care so much, and he subconsciously wanted to order the crowd to charge up, but he realized that the heavenly pride around him had already been killed by Li Changqing, leaving none for him. There was nothing for it but to rush towards the top of the hill in a hurry on his own. He couldn't just stand by and watch him recast successfully. He had to stop him. But a rune crossed and imprisoned him in place. Unable to move, filled with grief and indignation, he wanted to open his mouth, but realized that he couldn't make a sound at all, and could only stay in place with his face twisted. Hilltop. Desolation is incomparable. As far as the eye can see, surrounded by ice crystals, and a pool of water, and nothing else, the cold air shoots out in all directions, and the divine light appears at times. Li Changqing's eyes were tightly closed as he sat down into the pool water, his body condensing a thin layer of ice. The water had a divine light flowing through it, gradually invading his body. Sensing the invasion of external objects, the evergreen chi operated autonomously, but instead of repelling it, it devours it. Li Changqing frowned slightly. You've given it all to swallow. How can I hammer my flesh? But there was no stopping it, and a very different kind of green aura was born, traveling through all the limbs. The already undamaged meridians began to rupture and recast so repeatedly, accompanied by great pain. The same is true for flesh and blood and bone. The chest faintly exuded a divine luster as the green aura surged in and grew stronger. The void was turbulent and uneasy. An invisible sword might emanated from the top of the mountain, seemingly reviving terror. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was stunned in unison, looking at the top of the mountain in horror, not understanding what was happening. The long sword in his hand buzzed and seemed to be about to rise up to the sky, but it was good that his master pressed it down in time. Who dares to steal my precious sword? He scanned around angrily, but was shocked to find that he was not the only one. A group of sword cultivators, blankly looking around, vigilantly covering their own swords. The other cultivators were just as uncertain. Although we didn't use swords, it was clearly unusual. Dao Shui's tense face relaxed and the corners of her mouth slowly hooked up, and aside Qi Wan Dao, pupil light complex, do not know whether it is happy or sad, and finally a bitter smile. Strongly bracing himself, he stood up and gave a slight salute towards the top of the mountain. Absolute bones, heavenly talents, sword supreme, who is the enemy? Welcome back supreme. The crowd looked furiously at Qi Wan Dao. What did it mean? But without waiting for them to react, as if confirming his words, a pillar of light holding up the sky shot straight up from the top of the mountain to the heavens. Boom! Suddenly a fierce wind arose, and the clouds went away to frighten heaven and earth. The vast sword might swept heaven and earth, and the infinite sword intent shook people's hearts. At this movement, the crowd was dumbfounded and their brains were in a daze. Whoosh! The swords of all the people, no longer under control, broke away from their masters and rushed straight to the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, very few. After all, the people who could enter the Green Jade Hall were originally few, and there were not many precious swords they could bring, especially since the top batch of people had been beheaded by Li Changqing, and the rest were all poor, and didn't have a few precious swords. Under the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, pieces of long swords broke through the ground, densely packed, coming from all directions. Although the crowd didn't have many swords, there were enough swords in the Green Jade Hall, hundreds of thousands of long swords, gathered at the top of the mountain, converging strips of the long river of the sword path, soaring in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as bright and dazzling as the stars. The astonishing sword intent was cheering and leaping, and the sound of the sword's roar shook the hearts and minds of the people and could tilt the heavens. There is even the intention of heaven and earth in agitation. Wild winds dance and roll in all directions. The water of the great river comes from the sky. The earth and would turn into gods towards the sky. Ice crystals scattered point Zhang lips. The universal celebration. Nangong Haotian's eyes were dumbfounded, desperately shaking his head, his twisted face looking at such an appalling scene. Mine. It's all mine. It should have been all mine. Even though he desperately shouted, no one paid any attention. The crowd had been so engrossed in the scene that they hadn't slowed down. There was only one person at the top of this mountain, and that was Li Changqing, combining the words of the young sovereign of the measuring sky just now. It's not hard to guess that what he said was exactly right. He, Li Changqing, is the eldest son of the great Qian Emperor, the eldest son of the emperor who has been a prince of the country for 18 years, and he is even a true natural-born supreme, and not some waste Prince Tian. Respectfully, welcome the return of the supreme being. One man suddenly spoke up. The crowd was stunned and came out in unison. We welcome the return of the supreme being. Chapter 97, Favoring the Firstborn. The people sincerely congratulate. To see the supreme, how fortunate, but also feel a million helpless. Without a sword bone, they all casually hang them. With a sword bone, how should they live? Some people look at Nangong Haotian, eyes full of ridicule. This is his Deqian prince? The decline has become inevitable. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd was equally shocked as they watched this scene. Although he knew that this Li Changqing might be the eldest son of the great Qian Emperor, he didn't expect that he would be the true-born supreme, the true owner of the sword bone. A strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Could a person's talent really be so strong? How can my own children catch up? It's so desperate to be born in the same era as him. But he seems to have broken away from Dakian. All changed his name and thought that he would not return to Dakian again. So, very good. All the lies and sophistry pale in comparison at this moment. No one is going to suspect anything anymore. Such a demonic character. Such a great contribution. But not for the prince, but also ended up being abolished. In the end, how do you think? And he, the Deqian prince, is not a natural-born supreme, much less a born sword bone, but only a waste that deceives the world, cajoling the world, enjoying the glory, occupying everything that belonged to his brother, and yet he had to devise ways to maim his brother. Such a heart. It's mind-boggling, and that's the known ones. What are the strange things about the unknown ones? Following that, he turned his gaze to the couple. Didn't you swear that your Tianer is the born supreme? Why don't you say it now? Continue to argue. Continue to excuse the prince. The color of mockery in his eyes is undisguised. The hall of the Nangong, the hall of the Ji family miss, inverting black and white. Nonsense. Cajoling the world. Now that the truth is out and everyone knows about it, what face do you and your wife still have? The prestige and reputation accumulated by Dakian for several years has been ruined, and the coffin board of your Nangong royal ancestor can't be covered, right? Under the gazes of the crowd, the couple's faces flushed for a while, and they had the intention to argue, but they didn't know how to argue. Emperor Junlin bared his teeth and mockingly looked at the couple. Didn't you say that your Tianer was born a supreme? Could it be that your Nangong family has two born supreme beings? The words that seemed to be laughing and not laughing made the couple's faces unusually ugly, but there was nothing they could do about it. The crowd also held back their laughter and looked at Nangong Zhantian. No matter what his character was like, his strength was real, and the crowd didn't dare to be too blatant, but the mocking intent in their eyes couldn't be concealed in any way. Seeing that he didn't speak, Emperor Junlin smiled faintly and continued. As expected of the Southern Emperor, this kind of eldest son, how can he enter the eyes of the Southern Emperor? Only someone like Nangong Haotian, who is as terrifying and extraordinary, with a talent that is rare in the world, plus someone who honors and cares for his elder brother in such a way, can enter the eyes of the two of you. If you ask me, abolishing the eldest and establishing the youngest is indeed a wise move, and that eldest son you is merely a natural-born supreme, with a supreme sword path, and a sword that cuts down all the world's ing. plus that the eldest son of the feather, also on the hostage 18 years, being in the north. For your Qian dynasty planning thousands, not hesitate to dig the bones to give brother a ding 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 point of contribution. And what is enough to worry about it? The two of you so favor the eldest son, know that do not eat the pain and the bitter, shall not be people. The eldest son returned to the country. 100 officials do not wait to see. Let it in front of the palace for a few days. Ignore will not, do not hear, is trying to tell him even if he is a son of the emperor, but also to have a common heart, not because of the identity of the emperor on the self-esteem of the high. It is even allowed by the 100 officials. Palace made eunuch's second son. All kinds of difficulties and bullying. Do not build the prince house, not with the prince clothes, sick no one to see, injured no one tube. In that central place of Deqian, he united all the officials and put on a big show, forcing his eldest son to fight for his life and change his name. All of this is to think that the eldest son will rise up to know the shame and thus be a man of the world. You husband and wife really are well-intentioned, absolutely good parents. My generation is not as good as also. Emperor Junlin is even far less than for the two of you. This emperor is really admired. Ha ha ha, sorry, couldn't help myself. Emperor Junlin's words in the opposite direction shook the crowd's scalps, and they all looked at the husband and wife in fear. I thought that the two of them were just favoring the second son and neglecting the eldest son. But now this is not favoritism. This is not treating the eldest son as a human being. Do the two of them really still have a conscience? They say a tiger can't eat its own son. And this is about eating the eldest son dry and tossing him aside to fend for himself. How in the world can there be such strange parents? Ji Qingxuan's body trembled, her eyes wide with disorientation and despair. Did you do all that without realizing it? She did all this? But she only wanted Tian'er to be the ruler. She didn't mean to target and name her eldest son. Although her eyes didn't dare to look at the crowd's reactions, her divine sense swept through, taking in the expression of the crowd's eyes, and she eagerly wanted to confirm whether she was really so outrageous. But the expression in the eyes of the crowd made her despair. Why? They all have horrified faces and fearful eyes? Is he some kind of a deluge? Was she really that bad? She just wanted to change the crown prince and she didn't want to get into this situation. Not to mention that she didn't mean to hurt her eldest son. On the side, Nangong Zhantian stood there woodenly, miraculously not getting angry, as if he was doubting his life. The white-clothed sword god looked at Emperor Junlin with a horrified expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Demon Emperor, is what you said really true? Emperor Junlin sighed expressionlessly. There has been more than that. The exact amount suffered. I am afraid that only he himself knows. The Northern Realm has also been guilty of torturing him for 17 whole years. The white-clothed sword god gulped and looked at the couple in shock. You two are truly unworthy of being a father and a mother. Ji Qingxian opened her mouth but could never say anything. The white-clothed sword god's gaze grew colder and colder as a wave of anger surged out for no reason. In theory, it was none of his business, and the worse his couple was, the better it would be for him, the Quantum Heavenly Clan. But he just couldn't help it. This kind of heir. Why couldn't he be born in his Quantum Heaven sect? I treat him like a treasure. I'll tribute him up. I'll keep him on a leash. And I'll fight anyone who dares to bully him. Oops. But how come he was born in his Nangong family? What a waste. Anger was accompanied by a few moments of jealousy. The crowd of eaters, on the other hand, were not so sentimental, unbelievable, and at the same time, the mind was crying out in wonder. He can't possibly go back to Dakian after all this? Looking at that Deqian prince again, it seems as if he can't seem to catch up with his own child. Doesn't that mean that we are on the same starting line as Deqian? And it seems that we are a little bit faster than him. A whale falls and everything grows. Isn't this an opportunity? Why don't we become the next great Qianlong? Chapter 98, Inside the Green Jade Hall. Signing to the Green Jade Hall. Well, the advantage is mine. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the north first, and had I known, I should have offered Li Chongqing, sent a charcoal or something. Deqian doesn't want you. I want Wow. You come. You are the heirloom. You are the ancestor. Inside the Green Jade Hall, seeing that Li Chongqing had successfully recast the swordbone, Dao Shui smiled with satisfaction. Following that, he turned his gaze towards Nangong Haotian and slowly walked towards him. Nangong Haotian saw her coming, and slowed down from his despair. Although everything was gone, he still wanted to live. Only by living, everything had a chance. He was bound to regain everything that belonged to him. What are you going to do? After all this? Dao Shui's face was expressionless, the poison of heaven's failure. Do you still remember? At those words, Nangong Haotian's face changed. Although many things had been discovered, but the matter of poisoning he could never admit. And the crowd looked at Nangong Haotian suspiciously. The poison of heaven's failure? What does this vicious poison have to do with this waste of a prince? Outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple was also stunned. The poison of heaven's failure? It's not the first or second time I've heard about it. Why is it all about Tian'er? Could it be? The couple looked at each other, their eyes gradually filling with fear. What heaven's decay poison? I don't even know. Dao Shue's face was expressionless and not surprised as she slowly took out a medicine bottle and waved it in front of Nangang Haotian. Since you were able to give him the poison of heaven's decay, I will give you the poison of my demon clan's divine injury. Now you have a chance to tell me who gave you this poison and I will spare your life. At those words, the crowd looked at Dao Shui in fear. Demon divine injury poison top name. Specializing in bad people's souls. When the attack of the soul shock, need to endure great pain. Although it was not as deadly as the poison of heaven's failure, the torture was one of the strongest. Nangang Haotian looked fearful. You dare to poison me. My father and mother will never let you go. Also, and the Ji family won't let you go either. Seemingly feeling little deterrence again, the Ji family was brought out again. And Dao Shui just looked at him expressionlessly. The medicine bottle in her hand slowly uncovered. It was well known that he had the Ji family behind him in the southern palace, while he was naturally not bad in the northern realm. No, don't. I say, it's the second sister. She's the one who helped me find it. Upon hearing this, the crowd calmly looked at Nangang Haotian and knew it was so. After a series of shocks, at this point they weren't the least bit surprised by the poisoning. After looking at the wretched Deqian crown prince, he couldn't help but slowly shake his head. This prince is not only waste, but also a ruthless person. The poison of heavenly decline can be used on his own brother. There is no humanity to speak of, but his second sister and where to find this day decline of poison. The production method has long been lost. Even the top forces want to get a little bit is also extremely difficult. Outside the Green Jade Hall, the crowd wasn't surprised. Only the way they looked at the couple was even more mocking. What a good oldest son of theirs, so abrasive of his humanity. Now his brother. I wonder if it will be his husband and wife in the future. It would be so much fun to have a scene like that. And the couple's brains buzzed like a bolt from the blue. Foolishly, he looked at Nangang Haotian in the picture with a face of disbelief. He actually poisoned his brother. It was so vicious, and it was his own daughter who handed him the poison. So why did it turn out this way? In his mind again, Li Changqing's words came to mind. If people want to kill me, I will kill them. No wonder, he didn't hesitate to use that secret method to chop him up. So it turned out that he was merely defending himself. But why didn't he say so? If he had said so earlier, we would certainly not have let anyone hurt him so much. A gush of despair filled the couple's hearts. And what could be more desperate than hand-to-hand combat? At those words, Dao Shui remained expressionless. I'll get him. And every one of you won't get away with it. Starting with you. As the words fell, the pill bottle in his hand flew out and rushed towards his mouth. Seeing this, Nangang Haotian hurriedly closed his own mouth tightly, but the medicine bottle directly broke his teeth and drilled into his throat. Ah! A scream, followed by a grunt, swallowed the medicine with the bottle into his stomach. Wide-eyed, he looked at Dao Shui, his face full of anger. I've said it all. Why are you? It was too late to finish, but suddenly there was a turbulence in his soul, his eyes bursting out, his body trembling, but he could not say a word. The extreme pain caused him to temporarily lose his ability to speak, and his face was twisted to the extreme, just like an evil ghost in hell. The pain from the divine soul was not as superficial as that of the physical body. It hit the heart directly and was truly excruciating. Seeing him in such a state, there was no half movement in the hearts of the people. Who could blame them for their own sins? Only outside the Green Jade Hall, the couple looked at Nangang Haotian in the picture with 10,000 pains. Tian'er. Ji Qingxian was in tears. How had poor Tian'er ever suffered such pain? Even though she was still blaming him in her heart for actually poisoning her own brother, seeing him in such a state still cut her heart like a knife. On the side, Nangang Zhantian was similarly in agony, but he could do nothing about it, and could only cast his gaze elsewhere, unable to bear to look at it. The white-clothed sword god sneered. Karma is good for reincarnation. It's time. Hilltop. The divine light gradually dissipated and everything returned to calm. Li Changqing slowly opened his eyes, felt his physical condition, and smiled with satisfaction. Flesh-body strength enhancement is particularly considerable. The end is no longer weak and unbearable, although it is not as horrible as the near Dao Saint body, but it is also no different from normal people. As for sword bones and whatnot, he really didn't care. Some surprise looking at this pool of pool water. This kind of treasure, bound to take. From now on, you will bathe in this water, and your flesh will frame upward. Taking out a storage bag, the mana was slightly running. The pool water did not move. Li Changqing frowned slightly and put down his storage bag. The fingertips were lightly lifted, and a sword chi streaked across, and in a flash, the entire mountaintop was cut off. The crowd at the foot of the mountain looked at the top of the mountain in confusion. Not even the mountain? And Li Changqing at the top of the mountain was still frowning, looking at this pool of water in amazement. Still can't stow it. What is this water made of? After some slight contemplation, he simply threw the storage bag away, and the sword box floated around him. With a slight pinch of his fingers, the sword case opened up a corner and Storm inhaled the pool of water. Li Changqing then nodded with satisfaction. It's mine after all. When he finished collecting the pool water, Li Changqing was ready to leave, but his footsteps lurched. This place is quite extraordinary, so why don't you sign in? Say it and do it. System, check in. Ding, 10,000 times strike sign in successfully, obtaining the Green Jade Palace. Too late to react. An irresistible and bizarre force sent Li Changqing out of the Green Jade Hall. And of course, the others did the same. Evergreen Li? Crowd? Chapter 99, Self-Binding for 100 Years. Handing over the antidote. This, Li Changqing was dumbfounded. Signing to the Green Jade Hall within the Green Jade Hall. Can it be okay? But what is this half-assed work on your own? It's a blind job. And the system included the Green Jade Palace. Naturally, it would not leave the crowd behind. And it was only natural that he and the others were driven out. The scene suddenly changed, and a group of celestial pride were driven out without warning, even more confused than Li Changqing. Wide-eyed. You look at me. I look at you. Who am I? Where am I? The crowd of forces were also confused by this scene and stood up violently, looking incredulously at the crowd that had been driven out. What's going on here? Where's the Green Jade Hall? No one could answer his question, and they were wondering where the Green Jade Palace was? In years past, they've always come and gone on time. Why did they leave without saying hello today? Dao Shui made an upward flash and came to Li Changqing's side. What's going on? The tone was quite grave. Evergreen Li. It's okay, don't panic. Just as the crowd froze, a black mist sped toward Li Changqing. The two of them frowned slightly. Li Changqing's eyes were slightly cold, and the sword box emerged in his hand. Kid, killing my underworld son. Even if you are the eldest son of the Southern Palace, you still have to pay the price. Come with this seat to my underworld to bind yourself for 100 years, and when the time comes I'll let you go peacefully. A figure emerged in the black fog. Thin, sharp eyes, a breath, actually not losing Nangong Zhantian. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Li Changqing, as if he dared to say a word of no, he would be killed on the spot. Li Changqing frowned slightly as he looked at the visitor, the sword box hanging at his side, the terrifying pressure not allowed to move an inch. The visitor was startled, his eyes burning at the unimpressive sword case. Who are you to say you're self-bound? What are you? At those words, the visitor's eyes narrowed slightly, rather annoyed, but he was afraid of something and didn't make a move. Humph. The later generations are fearful. This seed is the lord of the underworld. You killed my underworld son. I'm already giving you great Qian face by not taking your life. Although you are unrivaled in the way of the sword, you are still young. This seat does not want to bully the young with the big. Quickly follow me to the underworld. Don't be ungrateful. Li Changqing let out a light laugh. Kill the little one. Come to the old one. If you want this sword box, come over and get it. If you really have the ability, what's the harm in giving it to you? Unfortunately, I don't think you have the ability to do so. The two went toe-to-toe, and the crowd slowed down at this point, looking to the two opposing men. He turned his gaze back to the Nangong couple. Your son is about to be taken and you don't say anything? Unfortunately, the couple didn't have the heart to care about that, and rushed in unison to their tea honor. At this time, Nangong Haotian had been tortured by the poison of divine injury and was in excruciating pain. Husband and wife, secret magic medicine altogether, only temporarily suppressed his pain, but it is only temporary. The poison of divine injury is not so good to solve. Seeing their tea honor in such a miserable state, the couple's hearts ached immensely, and then they looked at Dao Shui beside Li Changqing, eyes full of indignation. If it wasn't for her, none of this would have happened, and his own tea honor wouldn't have suffered from being such a wastrel. Nangong Zhantian accepted his gloomy face. The aura of a supreme powerhouse erupted as he walked towards Dao Shui step by step. Ji Qingxian rarely parted in anger, her pair of phoenix eyes glaring tightly at Dao Shui. Demonis, hand over the antidote. Dao Shui was not afraid in the slightest and let out a cold laugh. Antidote? I don't know if the Empress is referring to the antidote for my demon race's divine injury poison or the heaven's failure poison? At those words, the couple was stunned in unison, and Nangong Zhantian's footsteps slightly lurched. Ji Qingxian fiercely cast her gaze onto Li Changqing, who stood proudly. Feather, are you? Is everything okay? Nangong Zhantian also looked at Li Changqing rather worriedly. Ancient records say that the poison of heaven's decline can be successfully detoxified from someone, and the person who was hit will die. Seeing that Li Changqing ignored her and didn't even look at her, Ji Qingxian felt extremely bad in her heart, but still continued. Don't worry, in a moment, mother will take you back to the Ji family. Your grandfather must have a solution. Tian, I think there is also a bitter feeling. You, don't blame him. At those words, the crowd stared at Ji Qingxian with wide eyes. They all poisoned him. Or is Tian failure this vicious? But they want to kill him. Don't blame him yet? How can you say that as a mother? Feeling the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ji Qingxuan's face flushed red. No, not that. While Li Changqing still ignored her, he slightly glanced at Nangong Haotian, seeing his face with dullness at this time, his eyes staring in horror, delirious, as if he had seen a ghost, doubtfully looking at Dao Shui. How did this bastard get into this inhuman and ghostly appearance? And what about the antidote? Dao Shui glanced at him and said softly, you don't have to care. Oh, fair. Don't misunderstand. We will teach him a good lesson afterward. But right now your brother, who is suffering from the poison of divine injury, needs an antidote. You, let her hand over the antidote, and this matter will end there. On the side, Nangong Zhantian was also furious, staring at Dao Shui. Li Changqing's eyes chilled as the divine sword emerged in his hand, his body surging with sword intent. What's the point of wasting words? One wants the sword case and the other wants the antidote. So come over and grab it. The crowd all looked at Li Changqing in shock. In front of you are, however, two supreme powers. Are you still so brave? Are you really fearless? Do you have something to rely on? Or are you just crazy? A jade hand gently rested on Li Changqing's sword-carrying hand. Li Changqing looked toward her, only to see her eyes slightly chilled as she looked at Li Changqing. No one is allowed to use that secret method. Li Changqing froze. How could he fight without using secret techniques? The realm gap was so vast. Gently shaking his head. Don't worry, I have my own considerations. Tianer is doing something wrong. But this is my Nangong family matter. She a northern demoness. It's not her turn to interfere. Today this antidote, she has to hand it over even if she doesn't. Nangong Zhantian, on the side, rushed at Li Changqing. The long sword in Li Changqing's hand crossed, and the sword pointed at Guangong Zhantian. Come and grab it if you can. Or get out of the way if you can't. Nangong Zhantian looked straight at Li Changqing, not reacting too much to his unceremonious words. He seemed to have gotten used to it. Plus, in his heart, he owed him something and didn't want to fight with him. But Tianer's antidote couldn't be taken without it. And for a moment he was in a dilemma. Right at this moment, Emperor Junlin, who had been silent on the side, made a flash and came in front of Li Changqing. An emperor's might swept across in front of Nangong Zhantian and the underworld lord. Kid, this emperor isn't dead yet. It's not your turn to take the lead. Leave this place to me. You take Schwer back to the northern realm. Chapter 100. I have a method that will last forever. Seeing this scene, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. As a Dakian prince, but cannot get the shelter of Dakian, but instead the enemy country's demon emperor, but repeatedly protect each other. It's still a real eye-opener. Also, judging from the tension between them, isn't this place a bit dangerous? So should we leave? The white-clothed sword god at the side, slightly treating his own young patriarch, watched the scene with interest. Wen Dao, this trip to Qingyu, you were a bit reckless. Beside him, Wen Dao sighed slightly. Uncle Sword's lesson is true. I didn't expect to meet him either. Uncle Sword, how did he manage to do that? Why was he able to replicate my saint body and not be weaker than me at all? At those words, the white-clothed sword god fell silent. Apparently, he didn't know it either, and it was brewing for half a day. This son, too weird. Wen Dao nodded approvingly, then looked at Li Changqing. A demon like you should not have fallen here. Old man, his husband and wife are both supreme, plus an underworld lord. Can you stand up to them? Hearing this, Emperor Junlin laughed lightly. 3 supreme powers only. It's not like we haven't fought before. What does this emperor have to fear? Li Changqing still wanted to say something, but the underworld lord on the side couldn't hold his tongue and opened his mouth. Emperor Junlin, this matter is his great Qian's business. What has it got to do with your northern realm? Humph, he's my northern realm aunt. What do you think has anything to do with this emperor? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was dumbfounded. When did I become the aunt of the north? How come I don't know? In that case, there is nothing more to say. Again, he placed his gaze on Nangong Zhantian. How about the two of us join forces? Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly. He only wanted Dao Shui to hand over the antidote. But he didn't want his eldest son to go to that hellish place in the underworld to bind himself. But by himself alone, Facing Emperor Junlin would result in 2 losses at most. He is older than him, but also a generation of the strongest person, but also had a person alone against his Nangong family's several strongest records. I don't know how well he has recovered from the injuries he sustained back then, but no matter what, he had to get T-Honor's antidote. Without further hesitation, the boundless golden will emerged and slammed down on Emperor Junlin. Emperor Junlin let out a cold smile. One hand propped up the sky, and a series of runes appeared in his palm. Compared to the grandeur of the golden wheel of the past life, the runes appeared to be somewhat small. The two collided. The terrifying golden will suddenly stopped, and the next second the runes were like swimming snakes, spreading all over the golden wheel. The strange power invaded, and the golden wheel crumbled by inches. Nangong Zhantian frowned slightly, and on the side, Hades Z took the opportunity to transform into an endless black mist and attack Li Changqing. Emperor Junlin flatly blasted out a fist, a huge fist print that met the black mist. The black mist dissipated and the figure of the underworld lord emerged, glaring at Emperor Junlin with a cold snort. Worthy of being the heavenly demon emperor. Emperor Junlin ignored it and looked at Li Changqing and the two of them. Still not leaving? Li Changqing smiled faintly. I'll take care of my own matters. At those words, Emperor Junlin frowned slightly. That secret method of yours can still be used? Li Changqing did not reply and looked towards Dao Shui, slightly glancing at the sword case beside him. Dao Shui naturally understands, but still worriedly said, the consequences of that secret method are so serious. Just leave it here to Grandpa. Emperor Junlin. Li Changqing slowly shook his head. Don't worry, that secret method has no aftereffects for me. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Dao Shui. No way, Evergreen Li. There was no choice but to pass the word. I have a method. The name is Evergreen. In the world of the Evergreen, to allow some longevity is just no harm done. At those words, Dao Shui froze and looked at Li Changqing. Evergreen? You don't even care about longevity? Is that really possible? Dao Shui stared straight at Li Changqing. Really? Li Changqing nodded gently. When have I ever lied to you? Dao Shui didn't speak anymore. Li Changqing lightly laughed. His fingers pinched. The side of the sword box slightly opened, and Dao Shui disappeared into thin air. With no distractions in his mind, he turned around and looked at the underworld lord, who was shrouded in a cloud of black mist, with a faint smile, and slowly walked towards him. The underworld lord frowned slightly. He couldn't find death if he wanted to. He dared to walk straight towards him. He simply didn't know how to die. But in the next second, his eyes widened as he looked at Li Changqing incredulously. The Li Changqing in his eyes, with every step he took, his aura strengthened by 1 point, with the cultivation of knowing life, but his aura was straight up to the most powerful. A body of sword intent can shake Qianquan, and the intent of the surrounding heaven and earth kept stirring, but the long hair did not turn gray. The crowd stared at Li Changqing with wide eyes, incredulously. The white-clothed sword god who was watching the show looked at Li Changqing with astonishment and incredulity in his eyes. What kind of secret method is this? It's so terrifying. Just your name is Lord of the Underworld? At those words, the Underworld Lord's already gloomy face became even more gloomy. Kid, arrogant. Raising his hand, a large hand seal slapped towards Li Changqing. As for Li Changqing, he did not panic. His finger was lightly lifted. A sword aura flashed in the void, and the large handprint split into 2. The Underworld Lord had a horrified look on his face. He didn't understand that even though the secret techniques helped, he was ultimately just a knowledge realm. How could he possibly be compared to him to the strongest? It completely turned his perception upside down. Just as he froze, the divine sword in Li Changqing's hand, wrapped in endless sword intent, chopped out a sword at him. Feeling this heavenly sword intent, he didn't dare to be careless and condensed a black coffin in front of him. Boom! 2 against 2. The face of the Lord of the Underworld is unusually ugly. A life realm of knowledge since he fights with him a flag and drum. His old face still want. A vertical leap, accompanied by boundless black mist, rushed towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing's face expression, holding the divine sword in his hand, made a chop in the air. Extreme Inferno, Scorch, a crimson chopping strike that dyed half the sky red, accompanied by extreme temperatures, chopped towards the Underworld Lord. The Underworld Lord didn't flash or avoid it, and fought against it with endless black mist. The result was that the black mist was split in 2, and that wasn't all. The bizarre black mist, which was actually eroded by the silky, extremely inflamed sword intent, continued to dissolve, and was still spreading. The Underworld Lord's face changed, and he hurriedly cut off the connection to the black mist, but the slightest hint of sword intent still followed the trail and invaded his palm. Hastily suppressing the spread of the sword intent, he looked at his palms again, which had already been roasted by the terrifying temperature. Shocked, He glared at Li Changqing with incomparable indignation. How did he become so strong? Even on the side, the hotly fighting Emperor Junlin and Nandong Zhantian couldn't help but stop and stare blankly at Li Changqing. To say that this secret method, he, Nandong Vatantian, had the most right to speak, but last time he wasn't this outrageous, was he? Although he was able to fight against himself, if he was serious, he would never be a match. But why, nowadays, has been able to steadily suppress to the strongest? Qi Wandao, who was watching the show, swallowed his saliva and looked at Li Changqing and froze. Sword, Uncle Sword, is he still human? White Sword God. He found it equally unbelievable that he didn't seem to be any better off when this was on himself. But he's only this young, not to mention how his peers are doing. Are they already able to fight with the oldest supreme powers? Chapter 101. This is the supreme being. Are the young people nowadays this horrible? Seeing that Li Changqing was suppressing the underworld lord, while Emperor Junlin was having a good time because he was taking on Nandong Zhantian, Ji Qingxian couldn't sit still. Her T-honor didn't have the antidote yet, and not being able to bear to see him suffer, she had to force Emperor Junlin to hand over the antidote first, and everything else could be put off for later. Clad in a long skirt of fire, Phoenix rises up to the sky, surrounded by a horrible to strong breath. Not weak Nandong standing heaven, with their hands forming bizarre spell seals. Li Changqing and Emperor Junlin both frowned, quite a bit in concentration. In the next moment, heaven and earth lost weight, everything floated in the air. Raising his head 3 feet to see the sun, and the sky fell into the earth to stop the floating life domain. See this scene. The white-clothed sword god stood up and waved his hand as the crowd of the quantum heavenly sect retreated thousands of miles straight back. The rest of the crowd was envious beyond measure. It was good to have a big brother sheltering them. They still had to run on both legs. A bizarre figure emerged out of thin air. Could not see the face. Seemed to be there. No sound. Bizarre and incomparable. A chain swung out from his hand and locked towards Emperor Junlin. Emperor Junlin's eyes were slightly cold as he erupted with endless myriad writings, covering the sky and merging into the void. In this heaven and earth, myriad writings were everywhere, pitting domain against domain. With a call of his driving hand, the myriad wonders emerged in the void and turned into a long snake to meet the chains. Seeing that the two were touching each other, the bizarre chains actually disappeared out of thin air, making a false move. Emperor Junlin was slightly startled, looking around, alert as ever. Seeing this, Li Changqing frowned slightly. This object did not look like an earthly object, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. This Ji family secret method was truly bizarre. Moreover, heaven and earth suddenly became different in this place, and that weird figure never moved again after the strike. Feeling that it wasn't that simple, Li Changqing no longer hesitated and transformed the divine sword in his hand. Wind. Cut. A sword rose up in a gale and chopped at Emperor Junlin. The intent of the gale surrounded the emperor's presence. As expected, gusts of slashing sounds rang out, and the bizarre chains, which were actually soundless, insubstantial, and invisible, arrived at Emperor Junlin's side, and both Emperor Junlin and Li Changqing actually didn't notice, while Li Changqing just felt unusual and chopped out a sword to test the waters. I didn't expect to happen and break her chains. A blow missed. Ji Qingxian looked towards this eldest son of his, and for a moment, did not know what to say. He had reached such a point that he could compete with himself, relieved and feeling helpless at the same time. Why are you always on their bad side? A family, shouldn't they work together against the enemy? Learning from the previous lesson, Emperor Junlin didn't dare to be careless and always surrounded his body with runes just in case. The husband and wife glanced at each other. Their hearts were in sync, and they clamped down on Emperor Junlin one after the other. Nandong Battle Heaven's battle intent surged wildly. The opposite side was not his son. He did not need to stay his hand. Dawning golden wheels emerged. Bursts of divine light exploded out, blasting towards Emperor Junlin. Ji Qingxian moved her hands lightly, and several chains reappeared, attacking Emperor Junlin. The sound was so vast and turbulent that some people who couldn't run fast enough were directly caught up in it and died. Li Changqing looked at Emperor Junlin with some concern. This old man's injuries do not know how. Cannot hold up. Also need to fight quickly. Carrying the divine sword in his hand, he was just about to move, but in the next second, the boundless black mist enveloped him and his figure disappeared. A sword light crossed the sky, the black mist receded, and Li Changqing's figure emerged here. A sword forced back the underworld lord. Tapping the sword box, endless divine swords swarmed out in succession. It was densely packed, and each of them exuded a rushing sword intent, accompanied by the endless sword intent heaving up, covering the sky and the sun. The violent sword intent forced the surrounding void to be somewhat unstable. The underworld lord, who had just wanted to return the favor, watched the scene in disbelief. This divine sword can't even be counted. I knew you were many. But I didn't expect you to be so many. Again, he cast his eyes to the sword case beside Li Changqing. The greed of the heart, more and more intense. This kind of divine object does not belong to him in the underworld. It is a waste. There is also that copying method. Even the holy body can be copied. This son not only carries a secret treasure, but also has a shocking secret. It reinforced his idea of bringing Li Changqing back to his underworld and binding himself for 100 years, so that we can get a glimpse of the secret of his body. And in the distance, the white-clothed sword god was still able to peer into the battlefield, but he now looked appalled, as if he had seen some great horror. Qi Wandao, who was on the side, keenly noticed his abnormality and asked curiously, "Uncle Jian, what's wrong? Nangong Hongyu has fallen?" At those words, the white-clothed sword god opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Fallen? This kind of sword box serves his master. He cannot think of this divine state. Who else can make him fall? After he grows up for a few years, the pattern of this divine state will change because of him. I don't know whether it is good or bad for my quantum heaven sect, but for Great Qian, it is bound to be a consequence that cannot be borne. Sighing, Wen Dao, this trip to Qingyu, although reckless, but fortunately, the goat is quick, did not cause any irreparable consequences. At those words, Qi Wandao was slightly embarrassed. When did the goon also become okay? Remember, Nangong Hongyu this person, not as a last resort, never provoke, to be back to the clan. He wants those resources, as soon as possible to arrange on him. If he really comes to my quantum heavenly sect, just let him be. If he can befriend him, he might just throw a few divine swords to my quantum heavenly sect with his hand, so it's not a loss. Qi Wen said, as the underworld lord froze. Countless divine swords wrapped in violent sword intent chopped at him. The underworld lord was startled. In the face of this terrifying sword intent, his intuition told him that he must not carry it hard. He would really die. The body transformed into black mist and disappeared into the void. And Li Changqing ignored him and turned his gaze towards Emperor Junlin. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. A golden light appeared in his chest, and opened his eyes again. A divine light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Nangong Haotian, who had been sheltered by Ji Qingxian, woke up leisurely. The first thing that came into his eyes was Li Changqing, staring blankly at Li Changqing's chest. What's that glowing? It's so awesome. Looking at Li Changqing again, his body's divine light flowed, and a very different supreme sword might was vast. Divine light slowly flowed with between his palms, condensing a supreme divine sword as he slightly raised his arm. In the void behind him, the supreme torso appeared in astonishment. The same arm, the same holding of the supreme divine sword. The same movements, accompanying Li Changqing's sword chop. That supreme torso wrapped in the vast supreme sword might and similarly chopped down with a sword. Heaven and earth are silent. The wind stops losing its color. Only a sword penetrates the four directions. The golden light of the past life dispersed. Countless giant wheels collapsed. The Tsar chains shattered. And all laws disappeared with a single sword. Put, put. Couples spit blood so consistently. The supreme torso slowly disappeared. And Li Changqing stood expressionless with his arms folded. In fact, he was slightly surprised in his heart as to why he felt that the recast sword bone was a lot stronger than the original. He was just trying to help Emperor Junlin relieve the pressure. I didn't know it would get like this. The crowd of supreme powers froze and looked at Li Changqing. Emperor Junlin gulped as if he was seeing Li Changqing for the first time. This is the born supreme. The couple's faces were pale, and they couldn't even wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths as they desperately tried to suppress the supreme sword intent that was raging in their bodies. Chapter 102 Surprising Old Man. Terrifying strength. Frozenly looking at Li Changqing, he finally sighed powerlessly. It is the Supreme Being. It was only at this moment that the two of them realized that sword bones could not achieve supremacy, and that supremacy was originally sword bones. Not the Supreme can never become the Supreme. Even with the sword bone, it is also an imposter. This is the destiny of heaven. Not manpower can change. This is the life you have to recognize. The black mist dissipated and the wretched figure of the underworld lord emerged. Due to the fact that Li Changqing was also in a daze, so the swords of the gods surrounded him and stopped, which gave him a mouthful of respite. Indignantly looking at Li Changqing, having that kind of sword box, that kind of secret method isn't enough, but you also want to grow a supreme sword bone? Well, you've got all the good stuff. Who else would you take it from? The greed for Li Changqing had reached its peak. However, he hesitated. How should he snatch this kind of battle power? Look at the misery of that couple. 3 fighting 2 being countered by 2. Hey! The white-clothed sword god in the distance sighed similarly. This is the Supreme Being, Qi Wen said. For a moment, the scene was silent. Was there still a need to fight? In fact, there was no need. As long as Li Changqing's secret method could still maintain this level of combat power, the victory was already divided. My sword bone. It's my sword bone. Give it back to me. Suddenly, Nangong Haotian, who had been sheltered by Ji Qingxian, yelled excitedly towards Li Changqing. He just saw something. Supreme torso. Even more, with one sword, he wounded both his father and mother. Why can a sword bone be so powerful? He's mine. He's supposed to be mine. He couldn't accept it, couldn't accept the loss of the sword bone, and even more so, Li Changqing possessed the sword bone and was still so powerful. He wouldn't allow someone else to be better than him, especially if that person was still Li Changqing. He wants to enjoy the adoration, praise, and envy of all people, and he needs thousands of honors for the prince, and there is absolutely no one in this world who can overshadow him. At the insane words, a frown fell upon the supreme powers present. This son is not a cutie. While looking strangely at the couple, how is it possible to have two brothers with such a huge gap between them? The couple, likewise, were a bit upset, putting aside the poisoning of the eldest son. Can't you see what's going on? Don't even mention the sword bone. You could lose your life here. Seeing that the couple didn't speak, Nangong Haotian couldn't help himself again. Father, mother, what are you guys still doing? Go and snatch my sword bone back. Ji Qingxian and Nangong Zhantian glanced at each other, both able to see the helplessness in each other's eyes, as well as their strong disappointment in Nangong Haotian. Father, mother, why don't you guys say something? I want sword bone. Shut up. Can't you see the situation clearly now? Nangong Haotian froze, looking at Nangong Zhantian in a daze. He yelled at me. Father yelled at me. Never before in his memory. He couldn't believe his ears. Father, what did you say? At those words, Nangong battled heavenside, turning his gaze towards Li Changqing. He spoke with some hesitation. What he has done wrong. Your mother and I will punish him. But, after all, he is your brother. Just let the holy maiden give us the antidote, right? Ji Qingxian nodded seriously and looked at Li Changqing with an expectant face and said, yes, we'll definitely give you an explanation. Let's detoxify your brother first, then we'll go home together. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing was simply refreshed by their shamelessness, but suddenly realized, I do not know when, this heaven and earth, actually mixed into an old man. Take a fishing rod. Slow, as if looking for something, his pupils shrunk as he watched the old man's brow furrow. There was no breath fluctuation, and it was not even known when he came here, but it is definitely not an ordinary person. This heaven and earth, after the battle is filled with sword intent, it is not an ordinary person who can get close. And this old man was walking as if he were idly walking, not caring. The crowd also noticed the old man and frowned, not saying a word as they looked at him. The old man, on the other hand, didn't seem to have noticed the crowd and continued to look for something on his own. Strange, where did it go? Why is it gone? All the way to the side of the underworld lord. A pair of old eyes looked at the underworld lord. Have you seen the Green Jade Hall? Upon hearing this, the crowd was quite surprised. This old man looking for the Green Jade Hall? Evergreen Lee. The lord of the underworld frowned slightly and didn't say anything. I ask you, have you seen the Green Jade Hall? The same words came out of the old man's mouth once again. The underworld lord was extremely upset. Who was this old man, daring to ask him like this? Slightly waving his hand, a black mist surged towards the old man. Although, it felt like this old man was extremely odd, but he was the underworld lord, a supreme powerhouse, and he wasn't afraid of anyone yet. You count. Before the words were finished, a pale palm probed out. The black fog instantly broke apart. The underworld lord was shocked and felt bad. His body had not yet had time to react. The large, pale hand had grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chicken. A body of strength is completely useless. Life and death is only in the old man's thought. A crowd of supreme powers, jaws agape, looked at the old man warily. One must know that this underworld lord was, for all intents and purposes, a supreme power, but he did not have the power to fight back in any way. If they were in their place, they would certainly be no better. Li Changqing dodged and came to Emperor Junlin's side, glancing at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The couple, too, gathered hastily, alert beyond measure. The lord of the underworld died. Don't kill me. The late generation has offended a lot. Please forgive me. The old man's face was expressionless as he continued to ask, where did the Green Jade Hall go? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing, who was on the side, secretly said that he was in trouble, and that this Green Jade Hall was of course in his system space. And looking at the old man, he seemed to be very obsessed with the Green Jade Hall. If he knew that the Green Jade Palace had come into his hands, he didn't know what to think. And with this enigmatic strength, Can he or she stand up to it? Former, elder, I don't know, just suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The old man loosened his grip, and the undertaker let out a huge sigh of relief, looking at the old man in fear. Who in the world is this person? This kind of horrible strength. I'm afraid that it is only those old guys in the heavenly beyond. The old man froze in place, muttering, disappear out of thin air? How can it disappear out of thin air? It can't be. Raising his head, his cloudy eyes, he looked again at Li Changqing and the others. The crowd's hearts were in a frenzy, and Li Changqing was even ready to escape into the swordbox space with Emperor Junlin at any time. Come in if you dare. Do you know where the Green Jade Hall is? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, shook their heads, and did not even dare to say one more word. Man is a knife and chopping board and I am a fish. Honestly, don't make a death.